consider the increments or decrements themselves, which they call differences, and which are supposed to be infinitely small. The difference of a line is an infinitely little line, of a plane an infinitely little plane. They suppose finite quantities to consist of parts infinitely little, and curves to be polygons, whereof the sides are infinitely little, which by the angles they make one with another determine the curvity of the line. Now to conceive a quantity infinitely small, that is, infinitely less than any sensible or imaginable quantity, or than any the least finite magnitude, is, I confess, above my capacity. But to conceive a part of such infinitely small quantity, that shall be still infinitely less than it, and consequently though multiplied infinitely shall never equal the minutest finite quantity, is, I suspect, an infinite difficulty to any man whatsoever, and will be allowed such by those who candidly say what they think, provided they really think and reflect, and do not take things upon trust. And yet in the calculus differentialis, which method serves to all the same intents and ends with that of fluxions, our modern analysts are not content to consider only the differences of finite quantities, they also consider the differences of those differences, and the differences of the first differences. And so on ad infinitum. That is, they consider quantities infinitely less than the least discernible quantity, and others infinitely less than those infinitely small ones, and still others infinitely less than the preceding infinitesimals, and so on without end per limit. Insomuch that we are to admit an infinite succession of infinitesimals, each infinitely less than the foregoing, and infinitely greater than the following. As there are first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and c. fluxions, so there are differences, first, second, third, fourth, and c, in an infinite progression towards nothing, which you still approach and never arrive at. And, which is most strange, although you should take 1,000,000 of millions of these infinitesimals, each whereof is supposed infinitely greater than some other real magnitude, and add them to the least given quantity, it shall be never the bigger. For this is one of the modest postulata of our modern mathematicians, and is a cornerstone or groundwork of their speculations. 7. All these points, I say, are supposed and believed by certain rigorous exactors of evidence in religion, men who pretend to believe no further than they can see. That men, who have been conversant only about clear points, should with difficulty admit obscure ones might not seem altogether unaccountable. But he who can digest a second or third fluxion, a second or third difference, need not, methinks, be squeamish about any point in divinity. There is a natural presumption that men's faculties are made alike. It is on this supposition that they attempt to argue and convince one another. What, therefore, shall appear evidently impossible and repugnant to one, may be presumed the same to another. But with what appearance of reason shall any man presume to say, that mysteries may not be objects of faith, at the same time that he himself admits such obscure mysteries to be the object of science? 8. It must indeed be acknowledged, the modern mathematicians do not consider these points as mysteries, but as clearly conceived and mastered by the comprehensive minds. They scruple not to say, that by the help of these new analytics they can penetrate into infinity itself, that they can even extend their views beyond infinity, that their art comprehends not only infinite, but infinite of infinite, as they express it, or an infinity of infinites. But, notwithstanding all these assertions and pretensions, it may be justly questioned whether, as other men in other inquiries are often deceived by words or terms, so they likewise are not wonderfully deceived and deluded by their own peculiar signs, symbols, or species. Nothing is easier than to devise expressions or notations for fluxions and infinitesimals of the first, second, third, fourth and subsequent orders, proceeding in the same regular form without end or limit and c, or dx, ddx, dddx, ddddx and c. These expressions indeed are clear and distinct, and the mind finds no difficulty in conceiving them to be continued beyond any assignable bounds. But if we remove the veil and look underneath, if laying aside the expressions we set ourselves attentively to consider the things themselves, which are supposed to be expressed or marked thereby, we shall discover much emptiness, darkness, and confusion, nay, if I mistake not, direct impossibilities and contradictions. Whether this be the case or no, every thinking reader is entreated to examine and judge for himself. Ix. Having considered the object, I proceed to consider the principles of this new analysis by momentums, fluxions, or infinitesimals, wherein if it shall appear that your capital points, upon which the rest are supposed to depend, include error and false reasoning, it will then follow that you, who are at a loss to conduct yourselves, cannot with any decency set up for guides to other men. The main point in the method of fluxions is to obtain the fluxion or momentum of the rectangle or product of two indeterminate quantities. Inasmuch as from thence are derived rules for obtaining the fluxions of all other products and powers, be the coefficients or the indexes what they will, integers or fractions, rational or surd. Now this fundamental point one would think should be very clearly made out, considering how much is built upon it, and that its influence extends throughout the whole analysis. But let the reader judge. This is given for demonstration. Suppose the product or rectangle AB increased by continual motion, and that the momentaneous increments of the sides A and B are A and B. When the sides A and B were deficient, or lesser by 1/2 of their moments, the rectangle was. And as soon as the sides A and B are increased by the other 2/2 of their moments, the rectangle becomes. From the latter rectangle subduct the former, and the remaining difference will be AB plus bar. Therefore the increment of the rectangle generated by the entire increments A and B is AB plus bar. QED. But it is plain that the direct and true method to obtain the moment or increment of the rectangle AB, is to take the sides as increased by their whole increments, and so multiply them together, A plus A by B plus B, the product whereof AB plus AB plus bar plus AB is the augmented rectangle, whence if we subduct AB, the remainder AB plus bar plus AB will be the true increment of the rectangle, exceeding that which was obtained by the former illegitimate and indirect method by the quantity AB. And this holds universally, be the quantities A and B what they will, big or little, finite or infinitesimal, increments, moments, or velocities. Nor will it avail to say that AB is a quantity exceeding small, since we are told that in rebus mathematicis eras quam minimi non sunt contemnendi. Such reasoning as this, for demonstration, nothing but the obscurity of the subject could have encouraged or induced the great author of the fluxionary method to put upon his followers, and nothing but an implicit deference to authority could move them to admit. The case indeed is difficult. There can be nothing done till you have got rid of the quantity AB. In order to this the notion of fluxions is shifted. It is placed in various lights. Points which should be clear as first principles are puzzled, and terms which should be steadily used are ambiguous. But notwithstanding all this address and skill, the point of getting rid of AB cannot be obtained by legitimate reasoning. If a man by methods, not geometrical or demonstrative, shall have satisfied himself of the usefulness of certain rules, which he afterwards shall propose to his disciples for undoubted truths, which he undertakes to demonstrate in a subtle manner, and by the help of nice and intricate notions, it is not hard to conceive that such his disciples may, to save themselves the trouble of thinking, be inclined to confound the usefulness of a rule with the certainty of a truth, and accept the one for the other, especially if they are men accustomed rather to compute than to think, earnest rather to go on fast and far, than solicitous to set out warily and see their way distinctly. 11. The points or mere limits of nascent lines are undoubtedly equal, as having no more magnitude one than another, a limit as such being no quantity. If by a momentum you mean more than the very initial limit, it must be either a finite quantity or an infinitesimal. But all finite quantities are expressly excluded from the notion of a momentum. Therefore the momentum must be an infinitesimal. And indeed, though much artifice hath been employed to escape or avoid the admission of quantities infinitely small, yet it seems ineffectual. For aught I see, you can admit no quantity as a medium between a finite quantity and nothing, without admitting infinitesimals. An increment generated in a finite particle of time, is itself a finite particle, and cannot therefore be a momentum. You must therefore take an infinitesimal part of time wherein to generate your momentum. It is said, The magnitude of moments is not considered, and yet these same moments are supposed to be divided into parts. This is not easy to conceive, no more than it is why we should take quantities less than a and b in order to obtain the increment of ab, of which preceding it must be owned the final cause or motive is very obvious, but it is not so obvious or easy to explain a just and legitimate reason for it, or show it to be geometrical. 12. From the foregoing principle so demonstrated, the general rule for finding the fluxion of any power of a flowing quantity is derived. But, as there seems to have been some inward scruple or consciousness of defect in the foregoing demonstration, and as this finding the fluxion of a given power is a point of primary importance, it hath therefore been judged proper to demonstrate the same in a different manner independent of the foregoing demonstration. But whether this other method be more legitimate and conclusive than the former, I proceed now to examine, and in order thereto shall premise the following lemma. If with a view to demonstrate any proposition, a certain point is supposed, by virtue of which certain other points are attained, and such supposed point be itself afterwards destroyed or rejected by a contrary supposition, in that case, all the other points, attained thereby and consequent thereupon, must also be destroyed and rejected, so as from thenceforward to be no more supposed or applied in the demonstration. This is so plain as to need no proof. 13. Now the other method of obtaining a rule to find the fluxion of any power is as follows. Let the quantity x flow uniformly, and be it proposed to find the fluxion of xn. In the same time that x by flowing becomes x plus o, the power xn becomes i.e., by the method of infinite series and the increments o and a one to another as. Let now the increments vanish, and their last proportion will be 1 2. But it should seem that this reasoning is not fair or conclusive. For when it is said, let the increments vanish, i.e., let the increments be nothing, or let there be no increments, the former supposition that the increments were something, or that there were increments, is destroyed, and yet a consequence of that supposition, i.e., an expression got by virtue thereof, is retained. Which, by the foregoing lemma, is a false way of reasoning. Certainly when we suppose the increments to vanish, we must suppose their proportions, their expressions, and everything else derived from the supposition of their existence to vanish with them. 14. To make this point plainer, I shall unfold the reasoning, and propose it in a fuller light to your view. It amounts therefore to this, or may in other words be thus expressed. I suppose that the quantity x flows, and by flowing is increased, and its increment I call O, so that by flowing it becomes x plus O. And as x increaseth, it follows that every power of x is likewise increased in a due proportion. Therefore as x becomes x plus O, xn will become that is, according to the method of infinite series. And if from the two augmented quantities we subduct the root and the power respectively, we shall have remaining the two increments, to wit, O, and which increments, being both divided by the common divisor O, yield the quotients 1 and which are therefore exponents of the ratio of the increments. Hitherto I have supposed that x flows, that x hath a real increment, that O is something. And I have proceeded all along on that supposition, without which I should not have been able to have made so much as one single step. From that supposition it is that I get at the increment of x caret n, that I am able to compare it with the increment of x, and that I find the proportion between the two increments. I now beg leave to make a new supposition contrary to the first, i.e., I will suppose that there is no increment of x, or that O is nothing, which second supposition destroys my first, and is inconsistent with it, and therefore with everything that supposeth it. I do nevertheless beg leave to retain which is an expression obtained in virtue of my first supposition, which necessarily presupposeth such supposition, and which could not be obtained without it, all which seems a most inconsistent way of arguing, and such as would not be allowed of in divinity. 15. Nothing is plainer than that no just conclusion can be directly drawn from two inconsistent suppositions. You may indeed suppose anything possible, but afterwards you may not suppose anything that destroys what you first supposed. Or if you do, you must begin de novo. If therefore you suppose that the augments vanish, i.e., that there are no augments, you are to begin again, and see what follows from such supposition. But nothing will follow to your purpose. You cannot by that means ever arrive at your conclusion, or succeed in, what is called by the celebrated author, the investigation of the first or last proportions of nascent and evanescent quantities, by instituting the analysis in finite ones. I repeat it again, you are at liberty to make any possible supposition, and you may destroy one supposition by another, but then you may not retain the consequences, or any part of the consequences of your first supposition so destroyed. I admit that signs may be made to denote either anything or nothing, and consequently that in the original notation x plus o might have signified either an increment or nothing. But then which of these soever you make it signify, you must argue consistently with such its signification, and not proceed upon a double meaning, which to do were a manifest sophism. Whether you argue in symbols or in words, the rules of right reason are still the same. Nor can it be supposed, you will plead a privilege in mathematics to be exempt from them. 16. If you assume at first a quantity increased by nothing, and in the expression x plus o stands for nothing, upon this supposition as there is no increment of the root, so there will be no increment of the power, and consequently there will be none except the first, of all those members of the series constituting the power of the binomial, you will therefore never come at your expression of a fluxion legitimately by such method. Hence you are driven into the fallacious way of proceeding to a certain point on the supposition of an increment, and then at once shifting your supposition to that of no increment. There may seem great skill in doing this at a certain point or period. Since if this second supposition had been made before the common division by o, all had vanished at once, and you must have got nothing by your supposition. Whereas by this artifice of first dividing, and then changing your supposition, you retain one, and notwithstanding all this address to cover it, the fallacy is still the same. For whether it be done sooner or later, when once the second supposition or assumption is made, in the same instant the former assumption and all that you got by it is destroyed, and goes out together. And this is universally true, be the subject what it will, throughout all the branches of humane knowledge, in any other of which, I believe, men would hardly admit such a reasoning as this, which in mathematics is accepted for demonstration. 17. It may not be amiss to observe, that the method for finding the fluxion of a rectangle of two flowing quantities, as it is set forth in the Treatise of Quadratures, differs from the above-mentioned taken from the second book of the Principles, and is in effect the same with that used in the Calculus Differentialis. For the supposing a quantity infinitely diminished and therefore rejecting it, is in effect the rejecting an infinitesimal, and indeed it requires a marvelous sharpness of discernment, to be able to distinguish between evanescent increments and infinitesimal differences. It may perhaps be said that the quantity being infinitely diminished becomes nothing, and so nothing is rejected. But according to the received principles it is evident, that no geometrical quantity can by any division or subdivision whatsoever be exhausted, or reduced to nothing. Considering the various arts and devices used by the great author of the fluxionary method, in how many lights he placed his fluxions, and in what different ways he attempts to demonstrate the same point, one would be inclined to think, he was himself suspicious of the justness of his own demonstrations, and that he was not enough pleased with any one notion steadily to adhere to it. Thus much at least is plain, that he owned himself satisfied concerning certain points, which nevertheless he could not undertake to demonstrate to others. Whether this satisfaction arose from tentative methods or inductions, which have often been admitted by mathematicians, for instance by Dr. Wallace in his Arithmetic of Infinites, is what I shall not pretend to determine. But, whatever the case might have been with respect to the author, it appears that his followers have shown themselves more eager in applying his method, than accurate in examining his principles. 18. It is curious to observe, what subtlety and skill this great genius employs to struggle with an insuperable difficulty, and through what labyrinths he endeavors to escape the doctrine of infinitesimals, which as it intrudes upon him whether he will or no, so it is admitted and embraced by others without the least repugnance. Leibniz and his followers in their Calculus Differentialis making no manner of scruple, first to suppose, and secondly to reject quantities infinitely small, with what clearness in the apprehension and justness in the reasoning, any thinking man, who is not prejudiced in favor of those things, may easily discern. The notion or idea of an infinitesimal quantity, as it is an object simply apprehended by the mind, hath been already considered. I shall now only observe as to the method of getting rid of such quantities, that it is done without the least ceremony. As in fluxions the point of first importance, and which paves the way to the rest, is to find the fluxion of a product of two indeterminate quantities, so in the calculus differentialis, which method is supposed to have been borrowed from the former with some small alterations, the main point is to obtain the difference of such product. Now the rule for this is got by rejecting the product or rectangle of the differences. And in general it is supposed that no quantity is bigger or lesser for the addition or subduction of its infinitesimal, and that consequently no error can arise from such rejection of infinitesimals. 19. And yet it should seem that, whatever errors are admitted in the premises, proportional errors ought to be apprehended in the conclusion, be they finite or infinitesimal, and that therefore the acribeia of geometry requires nothing should be neglected or rejected. In answer to this you will perhaps say, that the conclusions are accurately true, and that therefore the principles and methods from whence they are derived must be so too. But this inverted way of demonstrating your principles by your conclusions, as it would be peculiar to you gentlemen, so it is contrary to the rules of logic. The truth of the conclusion will not prove either the form or the matter of a syllogism to be true, inasmuch as the elation might have been wrong or the premises false, and the conclusion nevertheless true, though not in virtue of such elation or of such premises. I say that in every other science men prove their conclusions by their principles, and not their principles by the conclusions. But if in yours you should allow yourselves this unnatural way of proceeding, the consequence would be that you must take up with the induction, and bid adieu to demonstration. And if you submit to this, your authority will no longer lead the way in points of reason and science. XX. I have no controversy about your conclusions, but only about your logic and method. How you demonstrate, what objects you are conversant with, and whether you conceive them clearly. What principles you proceed upon, how sound they may be, and how you apply them. It must be remembered that I am not concerned about the truth of your theorems, but only about the way of coming at them, whether it be legitimate or illegitimate, clear or obscure, scientific or tentative. To prevent all possibility of your mistaking me, I beg leave to repeat and insist, that I consider the geometrical analyst as a logician, i.e., so far forth as he reasons and argues, and his mathematical conclusions, not in themselves, but in their premise, not as true or false, useful or insignificant, but as derived from such principles, and by such inferences. And forasmuch as it may perhaps seem an unaccountable paradox, that mathematicians should deduce true propositions from false principles, be right in the conclusion, and yet err in the premises, I shall endeavor particularly to explain why this may come to pass, and show how error may bring forth truth, though it cannot bring forth science. 21. In order therefore to clear up this point, we will suppose for instance that a tangent is to be drawn to a parabola, and examine the progress of this affair, as it is performed by infinitesimal differences. Let AB be a curve, the abscissa AP equals x, the ordinate PB equals y, the difference of the abscissa PM equals dx, the difference of the ordinate Rn equals dy. Now by supposing the curve to be a polygon, and consequently Bn, the increment or difference of the curve, to be a straight line coincident with the tangent, and the differential triangle BRN to be similar to the triangle TPB, the subtangent PT is found a fourth proportional to Rn, Rb, Pb, that is to dy, dx, y. Hence the subtangent will be. But herein there is an error arising from the forementioned false supposition, whence the value of PT comes out greater than the truth, for in reality it is not the triangle RNB but RLB, which is similar to PBT, and therefore, instead of Rn, RL should have been the first term of the proportion, i.e. Rn plus NL, i.e. dy plus z, whence the true expression for the subtangent should have been There was therefore an error of defect in making dy the divisor, which error was equal to z, i.e. nl, the line comprehended between the curve and the tangent. Now by the nature of the curve yy equals px, supposing p to be the parameter, whence by the rule of differences 2y dy equals p dx and. But if you multiply y plus dy by itself, and retain the whole product without rejecting the square of the difference, it will then come out, by substituting the augmented quantities in the equation of the curve, that truly there was therefore an error of excess in making, which followed from the erroneous rule of differences. And the measure of this second error is, therefore the two errors being equal and contrary destroy each other, the first error of defect being corrected by a second error of excess. XXLI. If you had committed only one error, you would not have come at a true solution of the problem. But by virtue of a twofold mistake you arrive, though not at science, yet at truth. For science it cannot be called, when you proceed blindfold, and arrive at the truth not knowing how or by what means. To demonstrate that z is equal to, let b r or dx be m and rn or dy be n. By the 33rd proposition of the first book of the Conics of Apollonius, and from similar triangles, as 2x to y so is m2. Likewise from the nature of the parabola yy plus 2n plus nn equals xp plus mp, and 2n plus nn equals mp, wherefore and because yy equals px, will be equal to x, therefore substituting these values instead of m and x we shall have n plus z equals, which being reduced gives 23. Now I observe in the first place, that the conclusion comes out right, not because the rejected square of dy was infinitely small, but because this error was compensated by another contrary and equal error. I observe in the second place, that whatever is rejected, be it ever so small, if it be real and consequently makes a real error in the premises, it will produce a proportional real error in the conclusion. Your theorems therefore cannot be accurately true, nor your problems accurately solved, in virtue of premises, which themselves are not accurate, it being a rule in logic that conclusio sequitur partem debiliorum. Therefore I observe in the third place, that when the conclusion is evident and the premises obscure, or the conclusion accurate and the premises inaccurate, we may safely pronounce that such conclusion is neither evident nor accurate, in virtue of those obscure inaccurate premises or principles, but in virtue of some other principles which perhaps the demonstrator himself never knew or thought of. I observe in the last place, that in case the differences are supposed finite quantities ever so great, the conclusion will nevertheless come out the same, inasmuch as the rejected quantities are legitimately thrown out, not for their smallness, but for another reason, to wit, because of contrary errors, which destroying each other do upon the whole cause that nothing is really, though something is apparently thrown out. And this reason holds equally, with respect to quantities finite as well as infinitesimal, great as well as small, a foot or a yard long as well as the minutest increment. 24. For the fuller illustration of this point, I shall consider it in another light, and proceeding in finite quantities to the conclusion, I shall only then make use of one infinitesimal. Suppose the straight line MQ cuts the curve AT in the points R and S. Suppose LR a tangent at the point R, and the abscissa, near and os ordinates. Let N be produced to O, and RP be drawn parallel to NO. Suppose N equals X, near equals Y, NO equals V, PS equals Z, the subsecant MN equals S, let the equation Y equals XX express the nature of the curve, and supposing Y and X increased by their finite increments, we get Y plus Z equals XX plus 2XV plus VV. Whence the former equation being subducted there remains Z equals 2xv plus vv. And by reason of similar triangles PS, PR, near, nanometer, i.e. Z, V, Y, S equals wherein if for Y and Z we substitute their values, we get. And supposing No to be infinitely diminished, the subsecant nanometer will in that case coincide with the subtangent NL, and V as an infinitesimal may be rejected, whence it follows that which is the true value of the subtangent. And since this was obtained by one only error, e. By once rejecting one only infinitesimal, it should seem, contrary to what hath been said, that an infinitesimal quantity or difference may be neglected or thrown away, and the conclusion nevertheless be accurately true, although there was no double mistake or rectifying of one error by another, as in the first case. But if this point be truly considered, we shall find there is even here a double mistake, and that one compensates or rectifies the other. For in the first place, it was supposed, that when no is infinitely diminished or becomes an infinitesimal, then the subsecant nanometer becomes equal to the subtangent NL. But this is a plain mistake, for it is evident, that as a secant cannot be a tangent, so a subsecant cannot be a subtangent. Be the difference ever so small, yet still there is a difference. And if no be infinitely small, there will even then be an infinitely small difference between nanometer and NL. Therefore nanometer or S was too little for your supposition, when you supposed it equal to NL, and this error was compensated by a second error in throwing out V, which last error made S bigger than its true value, and in lieu thereof gave the value of the subtangent. This is the true state of the case, however it may be disguised. And to this in reality it amounts, and is at bottom the same thing, if we should pretend to find the subtangent by having first found, from the equation of the curve and similar triangles, a general expression for all subsecants, and then reducing the subtangent under this general rule, by considering it as the subsecant when V vanishes or becomes nothing. 25. Upon the whole I observe, first, that V can never be nothing so long as there is a secant. Secondly, that the same line cannot be both tangent and secant. Thirdly, that when V or no vanisheth, PS and SR do also vanish, and with them the proportionality of the similar triangles. Consequently the whole expression, which was obtained by means thereof and grounded thereupon, vanisheth when V vanisheth. Fourthly, that the method for finding secants or the expression of secants, be it ever so general, cannot in common sense extend any further than to all secants whatsoever, and, as it necessarily supposeth similar triangles, it cannot be supposed to take place where there are not similar triangles. Fifthly, that the subsecant will always be less than the subtangent, and can never coincide with it, which coincidence to suppose would be absurd, for it would be supposing the same line at the same time to cut and not to cut another given line, which is a manifest contradiction, such as subverts the hypothesis and gives a demonstration of its falsehood. Sixthly, if this be not admitted, I demand a reason why any other apagogical demonstration, or demonstration ad absurdum should be admitted in geometry rather than this, or that some real difference be assigned between this and others as such. Seventhly, I observe that it is sophistical to suppose no or RP, PS, and SR to be finite real lines in order to form the triangle RPS, in order to obtain proportions by similar triangles, and afterwards to suppose there are no such lines, nor consequently similar triangles, and nevertheless to retain the consequence of the first supposition, after such supposition hath been destroyed by a contrary one. Eighthly, that although, in the present case, by inconsistent suppositions truth may be obtained, yet that such truth is not demonstrated, that such method is not conformable to the rules of logic and right reason, that, however useful it may be, it must be considered only as a presumption, as a knack, an art or rather an artifice, but not a scientific demonstration. 26. The doctrine premised may be farther illustrated by the following simple and easy case, wherein I shall proceed by evanescent increments. Suppose AB equals X, BC equals Y, BD equals O, and that XX is equal to the area ABC. It is proposed to find the ordinate Y or BC. When X by flowing becomes X plus O, then XX becomes XX plus 2XO plus U, and the area ABC becomes ADH, and the increment of XX will be equal to BDHC, the increment of the area, i.e., to BCFD plus CFH. And if we suppose the curvilinear space CFH to be Q, then 2XO plus U equals Y plus Q, which divided by O gives 2X plus O equals Y plus CO. And, supposing O to vanish, 2x equals y, in which case arc will be a straight line, and the areas ABC, CFH, triangles. Now with regard to this reasoning, it hath been already remarked, that it is not legitimate or logical to suppose O to vanish, i.e., to be nothing, i.e., that there is no increment, unless we reject at the same time with the increment itself every consequence of such increment, i.e., whatsoever could not be obtained but by supposing such increment. It must nevertheless be acknowledged, that the problem is rightly solved, and the conclusion true, to which we are led by this method. It will therefore be asked, how comes it to pass that the throwing out O is attended with no error in the conclusion? I answer, the true reason hereof is plainly this, because Q being unite, co is equal to O, and therefore 2x plus O, co equals y equals 2x, the equal quantities co and O being destroyed by contrary signs. 27. As on the one hand it were absurd to get rid of O by saying, let me contradict myself, let me subvert my own hypothesis, let me take it for granted that there is no increment, at the same time that I retain a quantity, which I could never have got at but by assuming an increment, so on the other hand it would be equally wrong to imagine, that in a geometrical demonstration we may be allowed to admit any error, though ever so small, or that it is possible, in the nature of things, an accurate conclusion should be derived from inaccurate principles. Therefore O cannot be thrown out as an infinitesimal, or upon the principle that infinitesimals may be safely neglected, but only because it is destroyed by an equal quantity with a negative sign, whence O, co is equal to nothing. And as it is illegitimate to reduce an equation, by subducting from one side a quantity when it is not to be destroyed, or when an equal quantity is not subducted from the other side of the equation, so it must be allowed a very logical and just method of arguing, to conclude that if from equals either nothing or equal quantities are subducted, they shall still remain equal. And this is a true reason why no error is at last produced by the rejecting of O, which therefore must not be ascribed to the doctrine of differences, or infinitesimals, or evanescent quantities, or momentums, or fluxions. 28. Suppose the case to be general, and that xn is equal to the area ABC, whence by the method of fluxions the ordinate is found which we admit for true, and shall inquire how it is arrived at. Now if we are content to come at the conclusion in a summary way, by supposing that the ratio of the fluxions of x and xn are found to be 1 and that the ordinate of the area is considered as its fluxion, we shall not so clearly see our way, or perceive how the truth comes out, that method as we have showed before being obscure and illogical. But if we fairly delineate the area and its increment, and divide the latter into two parts BCFD and CFH and proceed regularly by equations between the algebraical and geometrical quantities, the reason of the thing will plainly appear. For as xn is equal to the area ABC, so is the increment of xn equal to the increment of the area, i.e., to BDHC, that is, to say, and only the first members, on each side of the equation being retained. And dividing both sides by O or BD, we shall get. Admitting, therefore, that the curvilinear space CFH is equal to the rejectinious quantity and that when this is rejected on one side, that is rejected on the other, the reasoning becomes just and the conclusion true. And it is all one whatever magnitude you allow to BD, whether that of an infinitesimal difference or a finite increment ever so great. It is therefore plain, that the supposing the rejectinious algebraical quantity to be an infinitely small or evanescent quantity, and therefore to be neglected, must have produced an error, had it not been for the curvilinear spaces being equal thereto, and at the same time subducted from the other part or side of the equation agreeably to the axiom, if from equals you subduct equals, the remainders will be equal. For those quantities which by the analysts are said to be neglected, or made to vanish, are in reality subducted. If therefore the conclusion be true, it is absolutely necessary that the finite space CFH be equal to the remainder of the increment expressed by and C, equal I say to the finite remainder of a finite increment. 29. Therefore, be the power what you please, there will arise on one side an algebraical expression, on the other a geometrical quantity, each of which naturally divides itself into three members, the algebraical or fluxionary expression, into one which includes neither the expression of the increment of the abscissa nor of any power thereof, another which includes the expression of the increment itself, and a third including the expression of the powers of the increment. The geometrical quantity also or whole increased area consists of three parts or members, the first of which is the given area, the second a rectangle under the ordinate and the increment of the abscissa, and the third a curvilinear space, and, comparing the homologous or correspondent members on both sides, we find that as the first member of the expression is the expression of the given area, so the second member of the expression will express the rectangle or second member of the geometrical quantity, and the third, containing the powers of the increment, will express the curvilinear space, or third member of the geometrical quantity. This hint may, perhaps, be further extended and applied to good purpose, by those who have leisure and curiosity for such matters. The use I make of it is to show, that the analysis cannot obtain in augments or differences, but it must also obtain in finite quantities, be they ever so great, as was before observed. XXX. It seems therefore upon the whole that we may safely pronounce, the conclusion cannot be right, if in order thereto any quantity be made to vanish, or be neglected, except that either one error is redressed by another, or that secondly, on the same side of an equation equal quantities are destroyed by contrary signs, so that the quantity we mean to reject is first annihilated, or lastly, that from the opposite sides equal quantities are subducted. And therefore to get rid of quantities by the received principles of fluxions or of differences is neither good geometry nor good logic. When the augments vanish, the velocities also vanish. The velocities or fluxions are said to primo and ultimo, as the augments nascent and evanescent. Take therefore the ratio of the evanescent quantities, it is the same with that of the fluxions. It will therefore answer all intents as well. Why then are fluxions introduced? Is it not to shun or rather to palliate the use of quantities infinitely small? But we have no notion whereby to conceive and measure various degrees of velocity, besides space and time, or when the times are given, besides space alone. We have even no notion of velocity prescinded from time and space. When therefore a point is supposed to move in given times, we have no notion of greater or lesser velocities or of proportions between velocities, but only of longer or shorter lines, and of proportions between such lines generated in equal parts of time. 31. A point may be the limit of a line may be the limit of a surface, a moment may terminate time. But how can we conceive a velocity by the help of such limits? It necessarily implies both time and space, and cannot be conceived without them. And if the velocities of nascent and evanescent quantities, i.e., abstracted from time and space, may not be comprehended, how can we comprehend and demonstrate their proportions? Or consider their rations primi and ultimi? For to consider the proportion or ratio of things implies that such things have magnitude, that such their magnitudes may be measured, and their relations to each other known. But, as there is no measure of velocity except time and space, the proportion of velocities being only compounded of the direct proportion of the spaces, and the reciprocal proportion of the times, doth it not follow that to talk of investigating, obtaining, and considering the proportions of velocities, exclusively of time and space, is to talk unintelligibly? 32. But you will say that, in the use and application of fluxions, men do not overstrain their faculties to a precise conception of the above-mentioned velocities, increments, infinitesimals, or any other such like ideas of a nature so nice, subtle, and evanescent. And therefore you will perhaps maintain, that problems may be solved without those inconceivable suppositions, and that, consequently, the doctrine of fluxions, as to the practical part, stands clear of all such difficulties. I answer, that if in the use or application of this method, those difficult and obscure points are not attended to, they are nevertheless supposed. They are the foundations on which the moderns build, the principles on which they proceed, in solving problems and discovering theorems. It is with the method of fluxions as with all other methods, which presuppose their respective principles and are grounded thereon. Although the rules may be practiced by men who neither attend to, nor perhaps know the principles. In like manner, therefore, as a sailor may practically apply certain rules derived from astronomy and geometry, the principles whereof he doth not understand, and as any ordinary man may solve divers numerical questions, by the vulgar rules and operations of arithmetic, which he performs and applies without knowing the reasons of them, even so it cannot be denied that you may apply the rules of the fluxionary method. You may compare and reduce particular cases to general forms. You may operate and compute and solve problems thereby, not only without an actual attention to, or an actual knowledge of, the grounds of that method, and the principles whereon it depends, and whence it is deduced, but even without having ever considered or comprehended them. 33. But then it must be remembered, that in such case although you may pass for an artist, computist, or analyst, yet you may not be justly esteemed a man of science and demonstration. Nor should any man, in virtue of being conversant in such obscure analytics, imagine his rational faculties to be more improved than those of other men, which have been exercised in a different manner, and on different subjects, much less erect himself into a judge and an oracle, concerning matters that have no sort of connection with, or dependence on those species, symbols or signs, in the management whereof he is so conversant and expert. As you, who are a skillful computist or analyst, may not therefore be deemed skillful in anatomy, or vice versa, as a man who can dissect with art, may, nevertheless, be ignorant in your art of computing, even so you may both, notwithstanding your peculiar skill in your respective arts, be alike unqualified to decide upon logic, or metaphysics, or ethics, or religion. And this would be true, even admitting that you understood your own principles and could demonstrate them. 34. If it is said, that fluxions may be expounded or expressed by finite lines proportional to them, which finite lines, as they may be distinctly conceived and known and reasoned upon, so they may be substituted for the fluxions, and their mutual relations or proportions be considered as the proportions of fluxions, by which means the doctrine becomes clear and useful. I answer that if, in order to arrive at these finite lines proportional to the fluxions, there be certain steps made use of which are obscure and inconceivable, be those finite lines themselves ever so clearly conceived, it must nevertheless be acknowledged, that your proceeding is not clear nor your method scientific. For instance, it is supposed that AB being the abscissa, BC the ordinate, and VCH a tangent of the curve AC, B flat or CE the increment of the abscissa, EC the increment of the ordinate, which produced meets VH in the point T, and CC the increment of the curve. The right line CC being produced to K, there are formed three small triangles, the rectilinear sec, the mixtilinear sec, and the rectilinear triangle CET. It is evident these three triangles are different from each other, the rectilinear sec being less than the mixtilinear sec, whose sides are the three increments above mentioned, and this still less than the triangle CET. It is supposed that the ordinate BC moves into the place BC, so that the point C is coincident with the point C, and the right line CK, and consequently the curve CC, is coincident with the tangent CH. In which case the mixtilinear evanescent triangle sec will, in its last form, be similar to the triangle CET, and its evanescent sides CE, EC, and CC will be proportional to CE, A, and CT the sides of the triangle CET. And therefore it is concluded, that the fluxions of the lines AB, BC, and AC, being in the last ratio of their evanescent increments, are proportional to the sides of the triangle CET, or, which is all one, of the triangle VBC similar thereunto. It is particularly remarked and insisted on by the great author, that the points C and C must not be distant one from another, by any the least interval whatsoever, but that, in order to find the ultimate proportions of the lines CE, EC, and CC, i.e., the proportions of the fluxions or velocities, expressed by the finite sides of the triangle VBC, the points C and C must be accurately coincident, i.e., one and the same. A point therefore is considered as a triangle, or a triangle is supposed to be formed in a point, which to conceive seems quite impossible. Yet some there are, who, though they shrink at all other mysteries, make no difficulty of their own, who strain at a gnat and swallow a camel. 35. I know not whether it be worth while to observe, that possibly some men may hope to operate by symbols and suppositions, in such sort as to avoid the use of fluxions, momentums, and infinitesimals after the following manner. Suppose x to be one abscess of a curve, and z another abscess of the same curve. Suppose also that the respective areas are xxx and zz, and that z, x is the increment of the abscess, and zz, xxx the increment of the area, without considering how great, or how small those increments may be. Divide now zz, xxx by z, x, and the quotient will be zz plus zx plus xx, and, supposing that z and x are equal, this same quotient will be 3xx, which in that case is the ordinate, which therefore may be thus obtained independently of fluxions and infinitesimals. But herein is a direct fallacy. For in the first place, it is supposed that the abscesses z and x are unequal, without which supposition no one step could have been made, and in the second place, it is supposed they are equal, which is a manifest inconsistency, and amounts to the same thing that hath been before confided. And there is indeed reason to apprehend, that all attempts for setting the abstruse and fine geometry on a right foundation, and avoiding the doctrine of velocities, momentums, and will be found impracticable, till such time as the object and end of geometry are better understood, than hitherto they seem to have been. The great author of the method of fluxions felt this difficulty, and therefore he gave into those nice abstractions and geometrical metaphysics, without which he saw nothing could be done on the received principles, and what in the way of demonstration he hath done with them the reader will judge. It must, indeed, be acknowledged, that he used fluxions, like the scaffold of a building, as things to be laid aside or got rid of, as soon as finite lines were found proportional to them. But then these finite exponents are found by the help of fluxions. Whatever therefore is got by such exponents and proportions is to be ascribed to fluxions, which must therefore be previously understood. And what are these fluxions? The velocities of evanescent increments. And what are these same evanescent increments? They are neither finite quantities, nor quantities infinitely small, nor yet nothing. May we not call them the ghosts of departed quantities? 36. Men too often impose on themselves and others, as if they conceived and understood things expressed by signs, when in truth they have no idea, save only of the very signs themselves. And there are some grounds to apprehend that this may be the present case. The velocities of evanescent or nascent quantities are supposed to be expressed, both by finite lines of a determinate magnitude, and by algebraical notes or signs, but I suspect that many who, perhaps never having examined the matter, take it for granted, would upon a narrow scrutiny find it impossible to frame any idea or notion whatsoever of those velocities, exclusive of such finite quantities and signs. Suppose the line kp described by the motion of a point continually accelerated, and that in equal particles of time the unequal parts kl, lm, mn, no and c are generated. Suppose also that a, b, c, d, e, and c denote the velocities of the generating point, at the several periods of the parts or increments are generated. It is easy to observe that these increments are each proportional to the sum of the velocities with which it is described, that, consequently, the several sums of the velocities, generated in equal parts of time, may be set forth by the respective lines kl, lm, mn, and c, generated in the same times. It is likewise an easy matter to say, that the last velocity generated in the first particle of time, may be expressed by the symbol a, the last in the second by b, the last generated in the third by c, and so on, that a is the velocity of lm in statu nascenti, and b, c, d, e, and c are the velocities of the increments mn, no, op, and c, in their respective nascent estates. You may proceed, and consider these velocities themselves as flowing or increasing quantities, taking the velocities of the velocities, and the velocities of the velocities of the velocities, i.e., the first, second, third, and c. Velocities ad infinitum, which succeeding series of velocities may be thus expressed: a, b, c, 2b plus a, b, 3c plus 3b, a and c, which you may call by the names of first, second, third, fourth fluxions. And for an apter expression you may denote the variable flowing line kl, kilometer, knots, and c, by the letter x, and the first fluxions by, the second by, the third by, and so on ad infinitum. 37. Nothing is easier than to assign names, signs, or expressions to these fluxions, and it is not difficult to compute and operate by means of such signs. But it will be found much more difficult to omit the signs and yet retain in our minds the things which we suppose to be signified by them. To consider the exponents, whether geometrical, or algebraical, or fluxionary, is no difficult matter. But to form a precise idea of a third velocity, for instance, in itself and by itself, hoc opus, hic labor. Nor indeed is it an easy point to form a clear and distinct idea of any velocity at all, exclusive of and prescinding from all length of time and space, as also from all notes, signs or symbols whatsoever. This, if I may be allowed to judge of others by myself, is impossible. To me it seems evident that measures and signs are absolutely necessary in order to conceive or reason about velocities, and that, consequently, when we think to conceive the velocities, simply and in themselves, we are deluded by vain abstractions. 38. It may perhaps be thought by some an easier method of conceiving fluxions, to suppose them the velocities wherewith the infinitesimal differences are generated. So that the first fluxions shall be the velocities of the first differences, the second the velocities of the second differences, the third fluxions the velocities of the third differences, and so on ad infinitum. But not to mention the insurmountable difficulty of admitting or conceiving infinitesimals, and infinitesimals of infinitesimals, and c, it is evident that this notion of fluxions would not consist with the great author's view, who held that the minutest quantity ought not to be neglected, that therefore the doctrine of infinitesimal differences was not to be admitted in geometry, and who plainly appears to have introduced the use of velocities or fluxions, on purpose to exclude or do without them. 39. To others it may possibly seem that we should form a juster idea of fluxions by assuming the finite unequal isochronal increments kl, lm, mn, and c, and considering them in statu nascenti, also their increments in statu nascenti, and the nascent increments of those increments, and so on, supposing the first nascent increments to be proportional to the first fluxions or velocities, the nascent increments of those increments to be proportional to the second fluxions, the third nascent increments to be proportional to the third fluxions, and so onwards. And, as the first fluxions are the velocities of the first nascent increments, so the second fluxions may be conceived to be the velocities of the second nascent increments, rather than the velocities of velocities. By which means the analogy of fluxions may seem better preserved, and the notion rendered more intelligible. XL. And indeed it should seem that in the way of obtaining the second or third fluxion of an equation, the given fluxions were considered rather as increments than velocities. But the considering them sometimes in one sense, sometimes in another, one while in themselves, another in their exponents, seems to have occasioned no small share of that confusion and obscurity, which is found in the doctrine of fluxions. It may seem therefore, that the notion might be still mended, and that instead of fluxions of fluxions, or fluxions of fluxions of fluxions, and instead of second, third, or fourth, and c. fluxions of a given quantity, it might be more consistent and less liable to exception to say, the fluxion of the first nascent increment, i.e., the second fluxion, the fluxion of the second nascent increment, i.e., the third fluxion, the fluxion of the third nascent increment, i.e., the fourth fluxion, which fluxions are conceived respectively proportional, each to the nascent principle of the increment succeeding that whereof it is the fluxion. XLI. For the more distinct conception of all which it may be considered, that if the finite increment Lm be divided into the isochronal parts Lm, Mn, No, Om, and the increment mn into the parts mp, pq, qr, are n isochronal to the former, as the whole increments lm, mn are proportional to the sums of the describing velocities, even so the homologous particles lm, mp are also proportional to the respective accelerated velocities with which they are described. And as the velocity with which mp is generated exceeds that with which lm was generated, even so the particle mp exceeds the particle lm. And in general, as the isochronal velocities describing the particles of mn exceed the isochronal velocities describing the particles of lm, even so the particles of the former exceed the correspondent particles of the latter. And this will hold, be the said particles ever so small. Mn therefore will exceed Lm if they are both taken in their nascent states, and that excess will be proportional to the excess of the velocity b above the velocity a. Hence we may see that this last account of fluxions comes, in the upshot, to the same thing with the first. XLII. But notwithstanding what hath been said, it must still be acknowledged, that the finite particles Lm or mp, though taken ever so small, are not proportional to the velocities a and b, but each to a series of velocities changing every moment, or which is the same thing, to an accelerated velocity, by which it is generated, during a certain minute particle of time, that the nascent beginnings or evanescent endings of finite quantities which are produced in moments or infinitely small parts of time, are alone proportional to given velocities, that, therefore, in order to conceive the first fluxions, we must conceive time divided into moments, increments generated in those moments, and velocities proportional to those increments, that in order to conceive second and third fluxions, we must suppose that the nascent principles or momentaneous increments have themselves also other momentaneous increments, which are proportional to their respective generating velocities, that the velocities of these second momentaneous increments are second fluxions, those of the nascent momentaneous increments third fluxions, and so on ad infinitum. XLIII. By subducting the increment generated in the first moment from that generated in the second, we get the increment of an increment. And by subducting the velocity generating in the first moment from that generating in the second, we get the fluxion of a fluxion. In like manner, by subducting the difference of the velocities generating in the two first moments, from the excess of the velocity in the third above that in the second moment, we obtain the third fluxion. And after the same analogy we may proceed to fourth, fifth, fixed fluxions, and see. And if we call the velocities of the first, second, third, fourth moments a, b, c, d, the series of fluxions will be as above, a, b, a, c2b plus a, d3c plus 3b, a, ad infinitum, I, e.ad infinitum. XLIV. Thus fluxions may be considered in sundry lights and shapes, which seem all equally difficult to conceive. And indeed, as it is impossible to conceive velocity without time or space, without either finite length or finite duration, it must seem above the powers of men to comprehend even the first fluxions. And if the first are incomprehensible, what shall we say of the second and third fluxions, and see? He who can conceive the beginning of a beginning, or the end of an end, somewhat before the first or after the last, may be perhaps sharp-sighted enough to conceive these things. But most men will, I believe, find it impossible to understand them in any sense whatever. XLV. One would think that men could not speak too exactly on so nice a subject. And yet, as was before hinted, we may often observe that the exponents of fluxions or notes representing fluxions are confounded with the fluxions themselves. Is not this the case, when just after the fluxions of flowing quantities were said to be the celerities of their increasing, and the second fluxions to be the mutations of the first fluxions or celerities, we are told that represents a series of quantities, whereof each subsequent quantity is the fluxion of the preceding, and each foregoing is a fluent quantity having the following one for its fluxion. XLVI. Divers series of quantities and expressions, geometrical and algebraical, may be easily conceived, in lines, in surfaces, in species, to be continued without end or limit. But it will not be found so easy to conceive a series, either of mere velocities or of mere nascent increments, distinct therefrom and corresponding thereunto. Some perhaps may be led to think the author intended a series of ordinates, wherein each ordinate was the fluxion of the preceding and fluent of the following, i.e., that the fluxion of one ordinate was itself the ordinate of another curve, and the fluxion of this last ordinate was the ordinate of yet another curve, and so on ad infinitum. But who can conceive how the fluxion, whether velocity or nascent increment, of an ordinate should be itself an ordinate? Or more than that each preceding quantity or fluent is related to its subsequent or fluxion, as the area of a curvilinear figure to its ordinate, agreeably to what the author remarks, that each preceding quantity in such series is as the area of a curvilinear figure, whereof the abscissa is z, and the ordinate is the following quantity. XLVII. Upon the whole it appears that the celerities are dismissed, and instead thereof areas and ordinates are introduced. But however expedient such analogies or such expressions may be found for facilitating the modern quadratures, yet we shall not find any light given us thereby into the original real nature of fluxions, or that we are enabled to frame from thence just ideas of fluxions considered in themselves. In all this the general ultimate drift of the author is very clear, but his principles are obscure. But perhaps those theories of the great author are not minutely considered or canvassed by his disciples, who seem eager, as was before hinted, rather to operate than to know, rather to apply his rules and his forms, than to understand his principles and enter into his notions. It is nevertheless certain, that in order to follow him in his quadratures, they must find fluents from fluxions, and in order to this, they must know to find fluxions from fluents, and in order to find fluxions, they must first know what fluxions are. Otherwise they proceed without clearness and without science. Thus the direct method precedes the inverse, and the knowledge of the principles is supposed in both. But as for operating according to rules, and by the help of general forms, whereof the original principles and reasons are not understood, this is to be esteemed merely technical. Be the principles therefore ever so abstruse and metaphysical, they must be studied by whoever would comprehend the doctrine of fluxions. Nor can any geometrician have a right to apply the rules of the great author, without first considering his metaphysical notions whence they were derived. These how necessary soever in order to science, which can never be attained without a precise, clear, and accurate conception of the principles, are nevertheless by several carelessly passed over, while the expressions alone are dwelt on and connoissed and treated with great skill and management, thence to obtain other expressions by methods, suspicious and indirect, to say the least, if considered in themselves, however recommended by induction and authority, two motives which are acknowledged sufficient to beget a rational faith and moral persuasion, but nothing higher. XLVIII. You may possibly hope to evade the force of all that hath been said, and to screen false principles and inconsistent reasonings, by a general pretense that these objections and remarks are metaphysical. But this is a vain pretense. For the plain sense and truth of what is advanced in the foregoing remarks, I appeal to the understanding of every unprejudiced intelligent reader. To the same I appeal, whether the points remarked upon are not most incomprehensible metaphysics. And metaphysics not of mine, but your own. I would not be understood to infer, that your notions are false or vain because they are metaphysical. Nothing is either true or false for that reason. Whether a point be called metaphysical or no avails little. The question is whether it be clear or obscure, right or wrong, well or ill deduced. XLIX. Although momentaneous increments, nascent and evanescent quantities, fluxions and infinitesimals of all degrees, are in truth such shadowy entities, so difficult to imagine or conceive distinctly, that, to say the least, they cannot be admitted as principles or objects of clear and accurate science. And although this obscurity and incomprehensibility of your metaphysics had been alone sufficient to allay your pretensions to evidence, yet it hath, if I mistake not, been further shown, that your inferences are no more just than your conceptions are clear, and that your logics are as exceptionable as your metaphysics. It should seem therefore upon the whole, that your conclusions are not attained by just reasoning from clear principles, consequently that the employment of modern analysts, however useful in mathematical calculations and constructions, doth not habituate and qualify the mind to apprehend clearly and infer justly, and consequently, that you have no right in virtue of such habits, to dictate out of your proper sphere, beyond which your judgment is to pass for no more than that of other men. Of a long time I have suspected, that these modern analytics were not scientifical, and gave some hints thereof to the public about 25 years ago. Since which time, I have been diverted by other occupations, and imagined I might employ myself better than in deducing and laying together my thoughts on so nice a subject. And though of late I have been called upon to make good my suggestions, yet as the person, who made this call, doth not appear to think maturely enough to understand, either those metaphysics which he would refute, or mathematics which he would patronize, I should have spared myself the trouble of writing for his conviction. Nor should I now have troubled you or myself with this address, after so long an intermission of these studies, were it not to prevent, so far as I am able, your imposing on yourself and others in matters of much higher moment and concern. And to the end that you may more clearly comprehend the force and design of the foregoing remarks, and pursue them still further in your own meditations, I shall subjoin the following queries. Query I. Whether the object of geometry be not the proportions of assignable extensions? And whether there be any need of considering quantities either infinitely great or infinitely small? 2. Whether the end of geometry be not to measure assignable finite extension? And whether this practical view did not first put men on the study of geometry? 3. Whether the mistaking the object and end of geometry hath not created needless difficulties, and wrong pursuits in that science? 4. Whether men may properly be said to proceed in a scientific method, without clearly conceiving the object they are conversant about, the end proposed, and the method by which it is pursued? 5. Whether it doth not suffice, that every assignable number of parts may be contained in some assignable magnitude? And whether it be not unnecessary, as well as absurd, to suppose that finite extension is infinitely divisible? 6. Whether the diagrams in a geometrical demonstration are not to be considered as signs of all possible finite figures, of all sensible and imaginable extensions or magnitudes of the same kind? 7. Whether it be possible to free geometry from insuperable difficulties and absurdities, so long as either the abstract general idea of extension, or absolute external extension be supposed its true object? 8. Whether the notions of absolute time, absolute place, and absolute motion be not most abstractedly metaphysical? Whether it be possible for us to measure, compute, or know them? 9. Whether mathematicians do not engage themselves in disputes and paradoxes, concerning what they neither do nor can conceive? And whether the doctrine of forces be not a sufficient proof of this? 10. Whether in geometry it may not suffice to consider assignable finite magnitude, without concerning ourselves with infinity? And whether it would not be righter to measure large polygons having finite sides, instead of curves, than to suppose curves are polygons of infinitesimal sides, a supposition neither true nor conceivable? 11. Whether many points, which are not readily assented to, are not nevertheless true? And whether those in the two following queries may not be of that number? 12. Whether it be possible that we should have had an idea or notion of extension prior to motion? Or whether if a man had never perceived motion, he would ever have known or conceived one thing to be distant from another? 13. Whether geometrical quantity hath coexistent parts? And whether all quantity be not in a flux as well as time and motion? 14. Whether extension can be supposed an attribute of a being immutable and eternal? 15. Whether to decline examining the principles, and unraveling the methods used in mathematics, would not show a bigotry in mathematicians? 16. Whether certain maxims do not pass current among analysts, which are shocking to good sense? And whether the common assumption that a finite quantity divided by nothing is infinite be not of this number? 17. Whether the considering geometrical diagrams absolutely or in themselves, rather than as representatives of all assignable magnitudes or figures of the same kind, be not a principal cause of the supposing finite extension infinitely divisible, and of all the difficulties and absurdities consequent thereupon. Q. 18. Whether from geometrical propositions being general, and the lines in diagrams being therefore general substitutes or representatives, it doth not follow that we may not limit or consider the number of parts, into which such particular lines are divisible. Q. 19. When it is said or implied, that such a certain line delineated on paper contains more than any assignable number of parts, whether any more in truth ought to be understood, than that it is a sign indifferently representing all finite lines, be they ever so great, in which relative capacity it contains, i.e., stands for more than any assignable number of parts. And whether it be not altogether absurd to suppose a finite line, considered in itself or in its own positive nature, should contain an infinite number of parts. Q. 20. Whether all arguments for the infinite divisibility of finite extension do not suppose and imply, either general abstract ideas or absolute external extension to be the object of geometry. And, therefore, whether, along with those suppositions, such arguments also do not cease and vanish. Q. 21. Whether the supposed infinite divisibility of finite extension hath not been a snare to mathematicians, and a thorn in their sides. And whether a quantity infinitely diminished and a quantity infinitely small are not the same thing. Q. 22. Whether it be necessary to consider velocities of nascent or evanescent quantities, or moments, or infinitesimals. And whether the introducing of things so inconceivable be not a reproach to mathematics. Q. 23. Whether inconsistencies can be truths. Whether points repugnant and absurd are to be admitted upon any subject, or in any science. And whether the use of infinites ought to be allowed, as a sufficient pretext and apology, for the admitting of such points in geometry. Q. 24. Whether a quantity be not properly said to be known, when we know its proportion to given quantities. And whether this proportion can be known, but by expressions or exponents, either geometrical, algebraical, or arithmetical. And whether expressions in lines or species can be useful but so far forth as they are reducible to numbers. 25. Whether the finding out proper expressions or notations of quantity be not the most general character and tendency of the mathematics, and arithmetical operation that which limits and defines their use. Q. 26. Whether mathematicians have sufficiently considered the analogy and use of signs, and how far the specific limited nature of things corresponds thereto. Q. 27. Whether because, in stating a general case of pure algebra, we are at full liberty to make a character denote, either a positive or a negative quantity, or nothing at all, we may therefore in a geometrical case, limited by hypotheses and reasonings from particular properties and relations of figures, claim the same license. Q. 28. Whether the shifting of the hypothesis, or, as we may call it, the fallacia suppositionis be not a sophism, that far and wide infects the modern reasonings, both in the mechanical philosophy and in the abstruse and fine geometry. Q. 29. Whether we can form an idea or notion of velocity distinct from and exclusive of its measures, as we can of heat distinct from and exclusive of the degrees on the thermometer, by which it is measured. And whether this be not supposed in the reasonings of modern analysts. Q. 30. Whether motion can be conceived in a point of space, and if motion cannot, whether velocity can, and if not, whether a first or last velocity can be conceived in a mere limit, either initial or final, of the described space. Q. 31. Where there are no increments, whether there can be any ratio of increments. Whether nothings can be considered as proportional to real quantities, or whether to talk of their proportions be not to talk nonsense. Also in what sense we are to understand the proportion of a surface to a line, of an area to an ordinate. And whether species or numbers, though properly expressing quantities which are not homogeneous, may yet be said to express their proportion to each other. Q. 32. Whether if all assignable circles may be squared, the circle is not, to all intents and purposes, squared as well as the parabola. Or whether a parabolical area can in fact be measured more accurately than a circular. Q. 33. Whether it would not be righter to approximate fairly, than to endeavor at accuracy by sophisms. Q. 34. Whether it would not be more decent to proceed by trials and inductions, than to pretend to demonstrate by false principles. Q. 35. Whether there be not a way of arriving at truth, although the principles are not scientific, nor the reasoning just. And whether such a way ought to be called a knack or a science. Q. 36. Whether there can be science of the conclusion, where there is not science of the principles. And whether a man can have science of the principles, without understanding them. And therefore whether the mathematicians of the present age act like men of science, in taking so much more pains to apply their principles, than to understand them. Q. 37. Whether the greatest genius wrestling with false principles may not be foiled. And whether accurate quadratures can be obtained without new postulata or assumptions. And if not, whether those which are intelligible and consistent ought not to be preferred to the contrary. Sect. XX Viandixix. Q. 38. Whether tedious calculations in algebra and fluxions be the likeliest method to improve the mind. And whether men's being accustomed to reason altogether about mathematical signs and figures, doth not make them at a loss how to reason without them. Q. 39. Whether, whatever readiness analysts acquire in stating a problem, or finding apt expressions for mathematical quantities, the same doth necessarily infer a proportionable ability in conceiving and expressing other matters. Q. 40. Whether it be not a general case or rule, that one and the same coefficient dividing equal products gives equal quotients. And yet whether such coefficient can be interpreted by O or nothing. Or whether any one will say, that if the equation 2 times O equals 5 times O, be divided by O, the quotients on both sides are equal. Whether therefore a case may not be general with respect to all quantities, and yet not extend to nothings, or include the case of nothing. And whether the bringing nothing under the notion of quantity may not have betrayed men into false reasoning. Q. 41. Whether in the most general reasonings about equalities and proportions, men may not demonstrate as well as in geometry. Whether in such demonstrations, they are not obliged to the same strict reasoning as in geometry. And whether such their reasonings are not deduced from the same axioms with those in geometry. Whether therefore algebra be not as truly a science as geometry. Q. 42. Whether men may not reason in species as well as in words. Whether the same rules of logic do not obtain in both cases. And whether we have not a right to expect and demand the same evidence in both. Q. 43. Whether an algebraist, fluxionist, geometrician or demonstrator of any kind can expect indulgence for obscure principles or incorrect reasonings. And whether an algebraical note or species can at the end of a process be interpreted in a sense, which could not have been substituted for it at the beginning. Or whether any particular supposition can come under a general case which doth not consist with the reasoning thereof. Q. 44. Whether the difference between a mere computer and a man of science be not, that the one computes on principles clearly conceived, and by rules evidently demonstrated, whereas the other doth not. Q. 45. Whether, although geometry be a science, and algebra allowed to be a science, and the analytical a most excellent method, in the application nevertheless of the analysis to geometry, men may not have admitted false principles and wrong methods of reasoning. Q. 46. Whether although algebraical reasonings are admitted to be ever so just, when confined to signs or species as general representatives of quantity, you may not nevertheless fall into error, if, when you limit them to stand for particular things, you do not limit yourself to reason consistently with the nature of such particular things. And whether such error ought to be imputed to pure algebra. Q. 47. Whether the view of modern mathematicians doth not rather seem to be the coming at an expression by artifice, than the coming at science by demonstration. Q. 48. whether there may not be sound metaphysics as well as unsound, sound as well as unsound logic, and whether the modern analytics may not be brought under one of these denominations, and which. Q. 49. Whether there be not really a philosophia prima, a certain transcendental science superior to and more extensive than mathematics, which it might behove our modern analysts rather to learn than despise. Q. 50. Whether ever since the recovery of mathematical learning, there have not been perpetual disputes and controversies among the mathematicians, and whether this doth not disparage the evidence of their methods. Q. 51. Whether anything but metaphysics and logic can open the eyes of mathematicians and extricate them out of the difficulties. Q. 52. Whether upon the received principles a quantity can by any division or subdivision, though carried ever so far, be reduced to nothing. Q. 53. Whether if the end of geometry be practice, and this practice be measuring, and we measure only assignable extensions, it will not follow that unlimited approximations completely answer the intention of geometry. Q. 54. Whether the same things which are now done by infinites may not be done by finite quantities, and whether this would not be a great relief to the imaginations and understandings of mathematical men. Q. 55. Whether those philomathematical physicians, anatomists, and dealers in the animal oeconomy, who admit the doctrine of fluxions with an implicit faith, can with a good grace insult other men for believing what they do not comprehend. Q. 56. Whether the corpuscularian, experimental, and mathematical philosophy so much cultivated in the last age, hath not too much engrossed men's attention, some part whereof it might have usefully employed. Q. 57. Whether from this, and other concurring causes, the minds of speculative men have not been borne downward, to the debasing and stupefying of the higher faculties, and whether we may not hence account for that prevailing narrowness and bigotry among many who pass for men of science, their incapacity for things moral, intellectual, or theological, their proneness to measure all truths by sense and experience of animal life. Q. 58. Whether it be really an effect of thinking, that the same men admire the great author for his fluxions, and deride him for his religion. Q. 59. If certain philosophical virtuosi of the present age have no religion, whether it can be said to be for want of faith. Q. 60. Whether it be not a juster way of reasoning, to recommend points of faith from their effects, than to demonstrate mathematical principles by their conclusions. Q. 61. Whether it be not less exceptionable to admit points above reason than contrary to reason. Q. 62. Whether mysteries may not with better right be allowed of in divine faith, than in humane science. Q. 63. Whether such mathematicians as cry out against mysteries, have ever examined their own principles. Q. 64. Whether mathematicians, who are so delicate in religious points, are strictly scrupulous in their own science. Whether they do not submit to authority, take things upon trust, believe points inconceivable. Whether they have not their mysteries, and what is more, their repugnancies and contradictions. Q. 65. Whether it might not become men, who are puzzled and perplexed about their own principles, to judge warily, candidly, and modestly concerning other matters. Q. 66. Whether the modern analytics do not furnish a strong argumentum ad hominem against the philomathematical infidels of these times. Q. 67. Whether it follows from the above-mentioned remarks, that accurate and just reasoning is the peculiar character of the present age, and whether the modern growth of infidelity can be ascribed to a distinction so truly valuable. Finis. A Defense of Free Thinking in Mathematics, 1735. With appendix concerning Mr. Walton's vindication of Sir Isaac Newton's principle of fluxions. First edition text. Contents. A Defense of Free Thinking in Mathematics. An appendix concerning Mr. Walton's vindication of Sir Isaac Newton's principles of fluxions. A Defense of Free Thinking in Mathematics. In answer to a pamphlet of Philalethes Cantabrigiensis, intituled, Geometry No Friend to Infidelity, or a Defense of Sir Isaac Newton and the British Mathematicians. Also an appendix concerning Mr. Walton's vindication of the principles of fluxions contained in the Analyst. A defense of free thinking in mathematics. When I read your defense of the British mathematicians, I could not, sir, but admire your courage in asserting with such undoubting assurance things so easily disproved. This to me seemed unaccountable, till I reflected on what you say, p. 32, when upon my having appealed to every thinking reader, whether it be possible to frame any clear conception of fluxions, you express yourself in the following manner: pray, sir, who are those thinking readers you appeal to? Are they geometricians or persons wholly ignorant of geometry? If the former, I leave it to them. If the latter, I ask how well are they qualified to judge of the method of fluxions? It must be acknowledged you seem by this dilemma secure in the favor of one part of your readers, and the ignorance of the other. I am nevertheless persuaded there are fair and candid men among the mathematicians. And for those who are not mathematicians, I shall endeavor so to unveil this mystery, and put the controversy between us in such a light, as that every reader of ordinary sense and reflection may be a competent judge thereof. 2. You express an extreme surprise and concern, that I should take so much pains to depreciate one of the noblest sciences, to disparage and traduce a set of learned men whose labors so greatly conduce to the honor of this island, p. 5, to lessen the reputation and authority of Sir Isaac Newton and his followers, by showing that they are not such masters of reason as they are generally presumed to be, and to depreciate the science they profess, by demonstrating to the world, that it is not of that clearness and certainty as is commonly imagined. All which, you insist, appears very strange to you and the rest of that famous university, who plainly see of how great use mathematical learning is to mankind. Hence you take occasion to declaim on the usefulness of mathematics in the several branches, and then to redouble your surprise and amazement, p. 19 and 20. To all which declamation I reply that it is quite beside the purpose. For I allow, and always have allowed, its full claim of merit to whatever is useful and true in the mathematics, but that which is not so, the less it employs men's time and thoughts, the better. And after all you have said or can say, I believe the unprejudiced reader will think with me, that things obscure are not therefore sacred, and that it is no more a crime, to canvass and detect unsound principles or false reasonings in mathematics, than in any other part of learning. 3. You are, it seems, much at a loss to understand the usefulness or tendency or prudence of my attempt. I thought I had sufficiently explained this in the Analyst, but for your further satisfaction shall here tell you, it is very well known, that several persons who deride faith and mysteries in religion, admit the doctrine of fluxions for true and certain. Now if it be shown that fluxions are really most incomprehensible mysteries, and that those, who believe them to be clear and scientific, do entertain an implicit faith in the author of that method, will not this furnish a fair argumentum ad hominem against men, who reject that very thing in religion which they admit in humane learning? And is it not a proper way to abate the pride, and discredit the pretensions of those, who insist upon clear ideas in points of faith, if it be shown that they do without them even in science? IV. As to my timing this charge, why now and not before, since I had published hints thereof many years ago? Surely I am obliged to give no account of this, if what hath been said in the Analyst be not sufficient. Suppose that I had not leisure, or that I did not think it expedient, or that I had no mind to it. When a man thinks fit to publish anything, either in mathematics, or in any other part of learning, what avails it, or indeed what right hath any one to ask, why at this or that time, in this or that manner, upon this or that motive? Let the reader judge, if it suffice not, that what I publish is true, and that I have a right to publish such truths, when and how I please in a free country. V. I do not say, that mathematicians, as such, are infidels, or that geometry is a friend to infidelity, which you untruly insinuate, as you do many other things, whence you raise topics for invective, but I say there are certain mathematicians, who are known to be so, and that there are others, who are not mathematicians, who are influenced by a regard for their authority. Some perhaps, who live in the university, may not be apprised of this, but the intelligent and observing reader, who lives in the world, and is acquainted with the humor of the times, and the characters of men, is well aware, there are too many that deride mysteries, and yet admire fluxions, who yield that faith to a mere mortal, which they deny to Jesus Christ, whose religion they make it their study and business to discredit. The owning this is not to own, that men who reason well, are enemies to religion, as you would represent it. On the contrary, I endeavor to show, that such men are defective in point of reason and judgment, and that they do the very thing they would seem to despise. Vi. There are, I make no doubt, among the mathematicians many sincere believers in Jesus Christ. I know several such myself, but I addressed my analyst to an infidel, and on very good grounds. I supposed that besides him, there were other deriders of faith, who had nevertheless a profound veneration for fluxions, and I was willing to set forth the inconsistence of such men. If there be no such thing as infidels, who pretend to knowledge in the modern analysis, I own myself misinformed, and shall gladly be found in a mistake, but even in that case, my remarks upon fluxions are not the less true, nor will it follow, that I have no right to examine them on the foot of humane science, even though religion were quite unconcerned, and though I had no end to serve but truth. But you are very angry, p. 13 and 14, that I should enter the lists with reasoning infidels, and attack them upon their pretensions to science, and hence you take occasion to show your spleen against the clergy. I will not take upon me to say, that I know you to be a minute philosopher yourself, but I know, the minute philosophers make just such compliments as you do to our church, and are just as angry as you can be at any, who undertake to defend religion by reason. If we resolve all into faith, they laugh at us and our faith, and if we attempt reason, they are angry at us, they pretend we go out of our province, and they recommend to us a blind implicit faith. Such is the inconsistence of our adversaries. But it is to be hoped, there will never be wanting men to deal with them at their own weapons, and to show, they are by no means those masters of reason, which they would fain pass for. 7. I do not say, as you would represent me, that we have no better reason for our religion, than you have for fluxions, but I say, that an infidel, who believes the doctrine of fluxions, acts a very inconsistent part, in pretending to reject the Christian religion, because he cannot believe what he doth not comprehend, or because he cannot assent without evidence, or because he cannot submit his faith to authority. Whether there are such infidels, I submit to the judgment of the reader. For my own part, one make no doubt of it, having seen some shrewd signs thereof myself, and having been very credibly informed thereof by others. Nor doth this charge seem the less credible, for your being so sensibly touched, and denying it with so much passion. You, indeed, do not stick to affirm, that the persons who informed me are a pack of base profligate and impudent liars, p. 27. How far the reader will think fit to adopt your passions I cannot say, but I can truly say, the late celebrated Mr. Addison is one of the persons, whom you are pleased to characterize in those modest and mannerly terms. He assured me that the infidelity of a certain noted mathematician, still living, was one principal reason assigned by a witty man of those times for his being an infidel. Not, that I imagine geometry disposeth men to infidelity, but that from other causes, such as presumption, ignorance, or vanity, like other men geometricians also become infidels, and that the supposed light and evidence of their science gains credit to their infidelity. 8. You reproach me with calumny, detraction, and artifice, p. 15. You recommend such means as are innocent and just, rather than the criminal method of lessening or detracting from my opponents, Ibid. You accuse me of the odium theologicum, the intemperate zeal of divines, that I do stare super vias antiquas, p. 13. With much more to the same effect. For all which charge I depend on the reader's candor, that he will not take your word, but read and judge for himself. In which case he will be able to discern, though he should be no mathematician, how passionate and unjust your reproaches are, and how possible it is, for a man to cry out against calumny and practice it in the same breath. Considering how impatient all mankind are when their prejudices are looked into, I do not wonder to see you rail and rage at the rate you do. But if your own imagination be strongly shocked and moved, You cannot therefore conclude that a sincere endeavor to free a science, so useful and ornamental to humane life, from those subtleties, obscurities, and paradoxes which render it inaccessible to most men, will be thought a criminal undertaking by such as are in their right mind. Much less can you hope that an illustrious seminary of learned men, which hath produced so many free-spirited inquirers after truth, will at once enter into your passions and degenerate into a nest of bigots. I observe upon the inconsistency of certain infidel analysts. I remark some defects in the principles of the modern analysis. I take the liberty decently to dissent from Sir Isaac Newton. I propose some helps to abridge the trouble of mathematical studies and render them more useful. What is there in all this that should make you declaim on the usefulness of practical mathematics? That should move you to cry out Spain, Inquisition, odium theologicum. By what figure of speech do you extend what is said of the modern analysis to mathematics in general, or what is said of mathematical infidels to all mathematicians, or the confuting an error in science to burning or hanging the authors? But it is nothing new or strange that men should choose to indulge their passions, rather than quit their opinions how absurd soever. Hence the frightful visions and tragical uproars of bigoted men, be the subject of their bigotry what it will. A very remarkable instance of this you give, p. 27, where, upon my having said that a deference to certain mathematical infidels, as I was credibly informed, had been one motive to infidelity, you ask with no small emotion, for God's sake are we in England or in Spain? Is this the language of a familiar who is whispering an inquisitor, and see? And the page before you exclaim in the following words: let us burn or hang up all the mathematicians in Great Britain, or halloo the mob upon them to tear them to pieces every mother's son of them, tros rutulusve fuit, layman or clergyman, and see. Let us dig up the bodies of Dr. Barrow and Sir Isaac Newton, and burn them under the gallows, and see. The reader need not be a mathematician to see how vain all this tragedy of yours is. And if he be as thoroughly satisfied as I am, that the cause of fluxions cannot be defended by reason, he will be as little surprised as I am, to see you betake yourself to the arts of all bigoted men, raising terror and calling in the passions to your assistance. Whether those rhetorical flourishes about the Inquisition and the galleys are not quite ridiculous, I leave to be determined by the reader, who will also judge, though he should not be skilled in geometry, whether I have given the least grounds for this and a world of such like declamation, and whether I have not constantly treated those celebrated writers with all proper respect, though I take the liberty in certain points to differ from them. 11. As I heartily abhor an inquisition in faith, so I think you have no right to erect one in science. At the time of writing your defense you seem to have been overcome with passion, but now you may be supposed cool. I desire you to reflect whether it be not wrote in the true spirit of an inquisitor. Whether this becomes a person so exceeding delicate himself upon that point, and whether your brethren the analysts will think themselves honored or obliged by you, for having defended the doctrine, in the same manner as any declaiming bigot would defend transubstantiation. The same false colors, the same intemperate sallies, and the same indignation against common sense. 12. In a matter of mere science, where authority hath nothing to do, you constantly endeavor to overbear me with authorities, and load me with envy. If I see a sophism in the writings of a great author, and, in compliment to his understanding, suspect he could hardly be quite satisfied with his own demonstration, this sets you on declaiming for several pages. It is pompously set forth, as a criminal method of detracting from great men, as a concerted project to lessen their reputation, as making them pass for impostors. If I publish my free thoughts, which I have as much right to publish as any other man, it is imputed to rashness and vanity and the love of opposition. Though perhaps my late publication, of what had been hinted 25 years ago, may acquit me of this charge in the eyes of an impartial reader. But when I consider the perplexities that beset a man, who undertakes to defend the doctrine of fluxions, I can easily forgive your anger. 13. Two sorts of learned men there are, 1. Who candidly seek truth by rational means. These are never averse to have their principles looked into, and examined by the test of reason. Another sort there is who learn by rote a set of principles and a way of thinking which happen to be in vogue. These betray themselves by their anger and surprise, whenever their principles are freely canvassed. But you must not expect that your reader will make himself a party to your passions or your prejudices. I freely own that Sir Isaac Newton hath shewed himself an extraordinary mathematician, a profound naturalist, a person of the greatest abilities and erudition. Thus far I can readily go, but I cannot go the lengths that you do. I shall never say of him as you do, vestigia pronis adoro, p. 70. This same adoration that you pay to him, I will pay only to truth. 14. You may, indeed, yourself be an idolater of whom you please, but then you have no right to insult and exclaim at other men, because they do not adore your idol. Great as Sir Isaac Newton was, I think he hath, on more occasions than one, shewed himself not to be infallible. Particularly, his demonstration of the doctrine of fluxions I take to be defective, and I cannot help thinking that he was not quite pleased with it himself. And yet this doth not hinder but the method may be useful, considered as an art of invention. You, who are a mathematician, must acknowledge, there have been divers such methods admitted in mathematics, which are not demonstrative. Such, for instance, are the inductions of Dr. Wallace in his Arithmetic of Infinites, and such, what Harriot and, after him, Descartes have wrote concerning the roots of affected equations. It will not, nevertheless, thence follow that those methods are useless, but only, that they are not to be allowed of as premises in a strict demonstration. 15. No great name upon earth shall ever make me accept things obscure for clear, or sophisms for demonstrations. Nor may you ever hope to deter me from freely speaking what I freely think, by those arguments ad invidia which at every turn you employ against me. You represent yourself, p. 52, as a man, whose highest ambition is in the lowest degree to imitate Sir Isaac Newton. It might, perhaps, have suited better with your appellation of philolathers, and been altogether as laudable, if your highest ambition had been to discover truth. Very consistently with the character you give of yourself, you speak of it as a sort of crime, p. 70, to think it possible, you should ever, see further, or go beyond Sir Isaac Newton. And I am persuaded you speak the sentiments of many more besides yourself. But there are others who are not afraid to sift the principles of human science, who think it no honor to imitate the greatest man in his defects, who even think it no crime to desire to know, not only beyond Sir Isaac Newton, but beyond all mankind. And whoever thinks otherwise, I appeal to the reader, whether he can properly be called a philosopher. 16. Because I am not guilty of your mean idolatry, you inveigh against me as a person conceited of my own abilities, not considering that a person of less abilities may know more on a certain point than one of greater, not considering that a purblind eye, in a close and narrow view, may discern more of a thing, than a much better eye in a more extensive prospect, not considering that this is to fix a ne plus ultra, to put a stop to all future inquiries, lastly, not considering that this is in fact, so much as in you lies, converting the republic of letters into an absolute monarchy, that it is even introducing a kind of philosophic popery among a free people. 17. I have said, and I venture still to say, that a fluxion is incomprehensible, that second, third and fourth fluxions are yet more incomprehensible, that it is not possible to conceive a simple infinitesimal, that it is yet less possible to conceive an infinitesimal of an infinitesimal, and so onward. Note. Analyst, Sect. 4, 5, 6, and c. What have you to say in answer to this? Do you attempt to clear up the notion of a fluxion or a difference? Nothing like it. You only assure me, upon your bare word, from your own experience, and that of several others whom you could name, that the doctrine of fluxions may be clearly conceived and distinctly comprehended, and that if I am puzzled about it and do not understand it, yet others do. But can you think, sir, I shall take your word when I refuse to take your master's? 18. Upon this point every reader of common sense may judge as well as the most profound mathematician. The simple apprehension of a thing defined is not made more perfect by any subsequent progress in mathematics. What any man evidently knows, he knows as well as you or Sir Isaac Newton. And every one can know whether the object of this method be, as you would have us think, clearly conceivable. To judge of this, no depth of science is requisite, but only a bare attention to what passes in his own mind. And the same is to be understood of all definitions in all sciences whatsoever. In none of which can it be supposed, that a man of sense and spirit will take any definition or principle on trust, without sifting it to the bottom, and trying how far he can or he cannot conceive it. This is the course I have taken and shall take, however you and your brethren may declaim against it, and place it in the most invidious light. 19. It is usual with you to admonish me to look over a second time, to consult, examine, weigh the words of Sir Isaac. In answer to which I will venture to say, that I have taken as much pains as, I sincerely believe, any man living, to understand the great author and to make sense of his principles. No industry nor caution nor attention, I assure you, have been wanting on my part. So that, if I do not understand him, it is not my fault but my misfortune. Upon other subjects you are pleased to compliment me with depth of thought and uncommon abilities, p. 5 and 84, but I freely own, I have no pretence to those things. The only advantage I pretend to, is that I have always thought and judged for myself. And, as I never had a master in mathematics, so I fairly followed the dictates of my own mind in examining, and censuring the authors I read upon that subject, with the same freedom that I used upon any other, taking nothing on trust, and believing that no writer was infallible. And a man of moderate parts, who takes this painful course in studying the principles of any science, may be supposed to walk more surely than those of greater abilities, who set out with more speed and less care. XX. What I insist on is, that the idea of a fluxion simply considered is not at all improved or amended by any progress, though ever so great, in the analysis, neither are the demonstrations of the general rules of that method at all cleared up by applying them. The reason of which is, because in operating or calculating, men do not return to contemplate the original principles of the method, which they constantly presuppose, but are employed in working, by notes and symbols, denoting the fluxions supposed to have been at first explained, and according to rules supposed to have been at first demonstrated. This I say to encourage those, who are not far gone in these studies, to use intrepidly their own judgment, without a blind or a mean deference to the best of mathematicians, who are no more qualified than they are, to judge of the simple apprehension, or the evidence of what is delivered in the first elements of the method, men by further and frequent use or exercise becoming only more accustomed to the symbols and rules, which doth not make either the foregoing notions more clear, or the foregoing proofs more perfect. Every reader of common sense, that will but use his faculties, knows as well as the most profound analyst what idea he frames or can frame of velocity without motion, or of motion without extension, of magnitude which is neither finite nor infinite, or of a quantity having no magnitude which is yet divisible, of a figure where there is no space, of proportion between nothings, or of a real product from nothing multiplied by something. He need not be far gone in geometry to know, that obscure principles are not to be admitted in demonstration, that if a man destroys his own hypothesis, he at the same time destroys what was built upon it, that error in the premises, not rectified, must produce error in the conclusion. 21. In my opinion the greatest men have their prejudices. Men learn the elements of science from others, and every learner hath a deference more or less to authority, especially the young learners, few of that kind caring to dwell long upon principles, but inclining rather to take them upon trust, and things early admitted by repetition become familiar, and this familiarity at length passeth for evidence. Now to me it seems, there are certain points tacitly admitted by mathematicians, which are neither evident nor true. And such points or principles ever mixing with their reasonings do lead them into paradoxes and perplexities. If the great author of the fluxionary method were early imbued with such notions, it would only show he was a man. And if by virtue of some latent error in his principles a man be drawn into fallacious reasonings, it is nothing strange that he should take them for true, and, nevertheless, if, when urged by perplexities and uncouth consequences, and driven to arts and shifts, he should entertain some doubt thereof, it is no more than one may naturally suppose, might befall a great genius grappling with an insuperable difficulty, which is the light in which I have placed Sir Isaac Newton. Note: Analyst, Sect. 18. Hereupon you are pleased to remark, that I represent the great author not only as a weak but an ill man, as a deceiver and an impostor. The reader will judge how justly. 22. As to the rest of your colorings and glosses, your reproaches and insults and outcries, I shall pass 'em over, only desiring the reader not to take your word, but read what I have written, and he will want no other answer. It hath been often observed that the worst cause produceth the greatest clamor, and indeed you are so clamorous throughout your defense that the reader, although he should be no mathematician, provided he understands common sense and hath observed the ways of men, will be apt to suspect that you are in the wrong. It should seem, therefore, that your brethren the analysts are but little obliged to you, for this new method of declaiming in mathematics. Whether they are more obliged by your reasoning I shall now examine. 23. You ask me, p. 32, where I find Sir Isaac Newton using such expressions as the velocities of velocities, the second, third, and fourth velocities, and c. This you set forth as a pious fraud and unfair representation. I answer, that if according to Sir Isaac Newton a fluxion be the velocity of an increment, then according to him I may call the fluxion of a fluxion the velocity of a velocity. But for the truth of the antecedent see his introduction to the quadrature of curves, where his own words are, motuum vel incrementorum velocitates nominando fluxions. See also the second lemma of the second book of his Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, where he expresseth himself in the following manner: velocitates incrementorum ac decrementorum quaes etiam, motus, mutations and fluxions quantitatem nominare licet. And that he admits fluxions of fluxions, or second, third, fourth fluxions, and see his treatise of the quadrature of curves. I ask now, is it not plain, that if a fluxion be a velocity, then the fluxion of a fluxion may agreeably thereunto be called the velocity of a velocity? In like manner, if by a fluxion is meant a nascent augment, will it not then follow, that the fluxion of a fluxion or second fluxion is the nascent augment of a nascent augment? Can anything be plainer? Let the reader now judge who is unfair. 24. I had observed, that the great author had proceeded illegitimately, in obtaining the fluxion or moment of the rectangle of two flowing quantities, and that he did not fairly get rid of the rectangle of the moments. In answer to this you allege, that the error arising from the omission of such rectangle, allowing it to be an error, is so small that it is insignificant. This you dwell upon and exemplify to no other purpose, but to amuse your reader and mislead him from the question, which in truth is not concerning the accuracy of computing or measuring in practice, but concerning the accuracy of the reasoning in science. That this was really the case, and that the smallness of the practical error no wise concerns it, must be so plain to any one who reads the Analyst, that I wonder how you could be ignorant of it. 25. You would fain persuade your reader, that I make an absurd quarrel against errors of no significancy in practice, and represent mathematicians as proceeding blindfold in their approximations, in all which I cannot help thinking there is on your part either great ignorance or great disingenuity. If you mean to defend the reasonableness and use of approximations or of the method of indivisibles, I have nothing to say. But then you must remember this is not the doctrine of fluxions, it is none of that analysis with which I am concerned. That I am far from quarreling at approximations in geometry is manifest from the 33rd and 53rd queries in the Analyst. And that the method of fluxions pretends to somewhat more than the method of indivisibles is plain, because Sir Isaac disclaims this method as not geometrical. Note: see the scholium at the end of the first section. Lib. I. Phil. Nat. Prin. Math. And that the method of fluxions is supposed accurate in geometrical rigor is manifest, to whoever considers what the great author writes about it, especially in his introduction to the quadrature of curves, where he saith in rebus mathematicis eras quam minimi non sunt contemnendi. Which expression you have seen quoted in the Analyst, and yet you seem ignorant thereof, and indeed, of the very end and design of the great author in this his invention of fluxions. 26. As oft as you talk of finite quantities inconsiderable in practice, Sir Isaac disowns your apology. Cave, saith he, intellex res finitas. And, although quantities less than sensible may be of no account in practice, yet none of your masters, nor will even you yourself venture to say, they're of no account in theory and in reasoning. The application in gross practice is not the point questioned, but the rigor and justness of the reasoning. And it is evident that, be the subject ever so little, or ever so inconsiderable, this doth not hinder but that a person treating thereof may commit very great errors in logic, which logical errors are in no wise to be measured by the sensible or practical inconveniences thence arising, which, perchance, may be none at all. It must be owned, that after you have misled and amused your less qualified reader, as you call him, you return to the real point in controversy, and set yourself to justify Sir Isaac's method of getting rid of the above-mentioned rectangle. And here I must entreat the reader to observe how fairly you proceed. 27. First then you affirm, p. 44, that, neither in the demonstration of the rule for finding the fluxion of the rectangle of two flowing quantities, nor in anything preceding or following it, is any mention so much as once made of the increment of the rectangle of such flowing quantities. Now I affirm the direct contrary. For in the very passage by you quoted in this same page, from the first case of the second lemma of the second book of Sir Isaac's Principles, beginning with rectangulum quadvis motu perpetuoctum, and ending with igitur laterum incrementus totis a and b generature rectanguli incrementum ab plus bar. QED. In this very passage I say is express mention made of the increment of such rectangle. As this is matter of fact, I refer it to the reader's own eyes. Of what rectangle have we here the increment? Is it not plainly of that whose sides have a and b for their incrementa tota, that is, of AB? Let any reader judge whether it be not plain from the words, the sense, and the context, that the great author in the end of his demonstration understands his incrementum as belonging to the rectangulum quadvis at the beginning. Is not the same also evident from the very lemma itself prefixed to the demonstration? The sense whereof is, as the author there explains it, that if the moments of the flowing quantities A and B are called A and B, then the momentum vel mutatio geniti rectanguli ab will be ab plus bar. Either therefore the conclusion of the demonstration is not the thing which was to be demonstrated, or the rectanguli incrementum ab plus bar belongs to the rectangle AB. 28. All this is so plain that nothing can be more so, and yet you would fain perplex this plain case by distinguishing between an increment and a moment. But it is evident to every one, who has any notion of demonstration, that the incrementum in the conclusion must be the momentum in the lemma, and to suppose it otherwise is no credit to the author. It is in effect supposing him to be one who did not know what he would demonstrate. But let us hear Sir Isaac's own words, eram, quantitatem scilicet fluentium, incrementa vel decrementa momentania sub nomine momentorum intelligo. And you observe yourself that he useth the word moment to signify either an increment or decrement. Hence with an intention to puzzle me you propose the increment and decrement of AB, and ask which of these I would call the moment. The case you say is difficult. My answer is very plain and easy, to wit, either of them. You, indeed, make a different answer, and from the author's saying that, by a moment he understands either the momentaneous increment or decrement of the flowing quantities, you would have us conclude, by a very wonderful inference, that his moment is neither the increment nor decrement thereof. Would it not be as good an inference, because a number is either odd or even, to conclude it is neither? Can any one make sense of this? Or can even yourself hope that this will go down with the reader, how little soever qualified? It must be owned, you endeavor to obtrude this inference on him, rather by mirth and humor than by reasoning. You're a merry, I say, and p. 46, represent the two mathematical quantities as pleading their rights, as tossing up cross and pile, as disputing amicably. You talk of their claiming preference, their agreeing, their boyishness and the gravity. And after this ingenious digression you address me in the following words: believe me, there is no remedy, you must acquiesce. But my answer is that I will neither believe you nor acquiesce. There is a plain remedy in common sense, and to prevent surprise I desire the reader always to keep the controverted point in view, to examine your reasons, and be cautious how he takes your word, but most of all when you are positive or eloquent or merry. 29. A page or two after, you very candidly represent your case to be that of an ass between two bottles of hay. It is your own expression. The cause of your perplexity is that you know not whether the velocity of AB increasing or of AB decreasing is to be esteemed the fluxion, or proportional to the moment of the rectangle. My opinion, agreeably to what hath been premised, is that either may be deemed the fluxion. But you tell us, p. 49, that you think, the venerable ghost of Sir Isaac Newton whispers you, the velocity you seek for is neither the one nor the other of these, but is the velocity which the flowing rectangle hath, not while it is greater or less than AB, but at that very instant of time that it is AB. For my part, in the rectangle AB considered simply in itself, without either increasing or diminishing, I can conceive no velocity at all. And if the reader is of my mind, he will not take either your word, or even the word of a ghost how venerable soever, for velocity without motion. You proceed and tell us that, in like manner, the moment of the rectangle is neither its increment or decrement. This you would have us believe on the authority of his ghost, in direct opposition to what Sir Isaac himself asserted when alive. Incrementa, saith he, vel decrementa momentanea sub nomine momentorum intelligo, ita ut incrementa pro momentis addititis su affirmativus, ac decrementa pro subductitis su negativis habintia. Note: Princip. Phil. Nat. Lib. 2. Lem. 2. I will not in your style bid the reader believe me, but believe his eyes. XXX. To me it verily seems, that you have undertaken the defense of what you do not understand. To mend the matter, you say, you do not consider AB as lying at either extremity of the moment, but as extended to the middle of it, as having acquired the one half of the moment, and as being about to acquire the other, or, as having lost one half of it, and being about to lose the other. Now, in the name of truth, I entreat you to tell what this moment is, to the middle whereof the rectangle is extended. This moment, I say, which is acquired, which is lost, which is cut in two, or distinguished into halves. Is it a finite quantity, or an infinitesimal, or a mere limit, or nothing at all? Take it in what sense you will, I cannot make your defense either consistent or intelligible. For if you take it in either of the two former senses, you contradict Sir Isaac Newton. And if you take it in either of the latter, you contradict common sense, it being plain, that what hath no magnitude, or is no quantity, cannot be divided. And here I must entreat the reader to preserve his full freedom of mind entire, and not weakly suffer his judgment to be overborne by your imagination and your prejudices, by great names and authorities, by ghosts and visions, and above all by that extreme satisfaction and complacency with which you utter your strange conceits, if words without a meaning may be called so. After having given this unintelligible account, you ask with your accustomed air, what say you, sir? Is this a just and legitimate reason for Sir Isaac's proceeding as he did? I think you must acknowledge it to be so. But alas, I acknowledge no such thing. I find no sense or reason in what you say. Let the reader find it if he can. 31. In the next place, p. 50, you charge me with want of caution. Inasmuch, say you, as that quantity which Sir Isaac Newton through his whole lemma, and all the several cases of it, constantly calls a moment, without confining it to be either an increment or decrement, is by you inconsiderately and arbitrarily, and without any shadow of reason given, supposed and determined to be an increment. To which charge I reply that it is as untrue as it is peremptory. For that, in the foregoing citation from the first case of Sir Isaac's lemma, he expressly determines it to be an increment. And as this particular instance or passage was that which I objected to, it was reasonable and proper for me to consider the moment in that same light. But take it increment or decrement as you will, the objections still lie and the difficulties are equally insuperable. You then proceed to extol the great author of the fluxionary method, and to bestow some brusqueries upon those who unadvisedly dare to differ from him. To all which I shall give no answer. 32. Afterwards to remove, as you say, all scruple and difficulty about this affair, you observe that the moment of the rectangle determined by Sir Isaac Newton, and the increment of the rectangle determined by me are perfectly and exactly equal, supposing A and B to be diminished ad infinitum. And for proof of this, you refer to the first lemma of the first section of the first book of Sir Isaac's Principles. I answer, that if A and B are real quantities, then AB is something, and consequently makes a real difference. But if they are nothing, then the rectangles whereof they are coefficients become nothing likewise, and consequently the momentum or incrementum, whether Sir Isaac's or mine, are in that case nothing at all. As for the above-mentioned lemma, which you refer to, and which you wish I had consulted sooner, both for my own sake and for yours, I tell you I had long since consulted and considered it. But I very much doubt whether you have sufficiently considered that lemma, its demonstration and its consequences. For, however that way of reasoning may do in the method of exhaustions, where quantities less than assignable are regarded as nothing, yet for a fluxionist writing about momentums, to argue that quantities must be equal because they have no assignable difference, seems the most injudicious step that could be taken. It is directly demolishing the very doctrine you would defend. For it will thence follow, that all homogeneous momentums are equal, and consequently the velocities, mutations, or fluxions proportional thereto, are all likewise equal. There is, therefore, only one proportion of equality throughout, which at once overthrows the whole system you undertake to defend. Your moments, I say, not being themselves assignable quantities, their differences cannot be assignable, and if this be true, by that way of reasoning it will follow, they are all equal, upon which supposition you cannot make one step in the method of fluxions. It appears from hence, how unjustly you blame me, p. 32, for omitting to give any account of that first section of the first book of the Principia, wherein, you say, the foundation of the method of fluxions is geometrically demonstrated and largely explained, and difficulties and objections against it are clearly solved. All which is so far from being true, that the very first and fundamental lemma of that section is incompatible with, and subversive of the doctrine of fluxions. And, indeed, who sees not that a demonstration ad absurdum more veterum proceeding on a supposition, that every difference must be some given quantity, cannot be admitted in, or consist with, a method, wherein quantities, less than any given, are supposed really to exist, and be capable of division. 33. The next point you undertake to defend is that method for obtaining a rule to find the fluxion of any power of a flowing quantity, which is delivered in the introduction to the quadratures, and considered in the Analyst, note, sect. 13, 14, and c. And here the question between us is, whether I have rightly represented the sense of those words, evanescant jam augmenta illa, in rendering them, let the increments vanish, i.e. let the increments be nothing, or let there be no increments. This you deny, but, as your manner is, instead of giving a reason you declaim. I, on the contrary, affirm, the increments must be understood to be quite gone and absolutely nothing at all. My reason is, because without that supposition you can never bring the quantity or expression down to nxn, the very thing aimed at by supposing the evanescence. Say whether this be not the truth of the case, whether the former expression is not to be reduced to the latter, and whether this can possibly be done so long as O is supposed a real quantity. I cannot indeed say you are scrupulous about your affirmations, and yet I believe that even you will not affirm this, it being most evident, that the product of two real quantities is something real, and that nothing real can be rejected either according to the Orcribeer of geometry, or according to Sir Isaac's own principles, for the truth of which I appeal to all who know anything of these matters. Further, by evanescent must either be meant let them, the increments, vanish and become nothing, in the obvious sense, or let them become infinitely small. But that this latter is not Sir Isaac's sense is evident from his own words in the very same page, that is, in the last of the introduction to the quadratures, where he expressly saith volui ostenda quod in methodo fluxionum non opus sit figuras infinite parvas in geometriam introducere. Upon the whole, you seem to have considered this affair so very superficially, as greatly to confirm me in the opinion you are so angry with, to wit, that Sir Isaac's followers are much more eager in applying his method, than accurate in examining his principles. You raise a dust about evanescent augments which may perhaps amuse and amaze your reader, but I am much mistaken if it ever instructs or enlightens him. For, to come to the point, those evanescent augments either are real quantities, or they are not. If you say they are, I desire to know how you get rid of the rejectaneous quantity. If you say they are not, you indeed get rid of those quantities in the composition whereof they are coefficients. But then you are of the same opinion with me, which opinion you are pleased to call, p58, a most palpable, inexcusable, and unpardonable blunder, although it be a truth most palpably evident. 34. Nothing I say can be plainer to any impartial reader, than that by the evanescence of augments, in the above cited passage, Sir Isaac means their being actually reduced to nothing. But to put it out of all doubt, that this is the truth, and to convince even you, who show so little disposition to be convinced, I desire you to look into his Analysis per Equations Infinitas, p20, where, in his preparation for demonstrating the first rule for the squaring of simple curves, you will find that on a parallel occasion, speaking of an augment which is supposed to vanish, he interprets the word evanescer by esse nihil. Nothing can be plainer than this, which at once destroys your defense. And yet, plain as it is, I despair of making you acknowledge it, though I am sure you feel it, and the reader if he useth his eyes must see it. The words evanescer sive esse nihil do, to use your own expression, stare us in the face. Lo, this is what you call, p56, so great, so unaccountable, so horrid, so truly Boeotian a blunder, that, according to you, it was not possible Sir Isaac Newton could be guilty of it. For the future, I advise you to be more sparing of hard words, since, as you incautiously deal them about, they may chance to light on your friends as well as your adversaries. As for my part, I shall not retaliate. It is sufficient to say you are mistaken. But I can easily pardon your mistakes. Though, indeed, you tell me on this very occasion, that I must expect no quarter from Sir Isaac's followers. And I tell you that I neither expect nor desire any. My aim is truth. My reasons I have given. Confute them, if you can. But think not to overbear me either with authorities or harsh words. The latter will recoil upon yourselves. The former in a matter of science are of no weight with indifferent readers, and as for bigots, I am not concerned about what they say or think. 35. In the next place you proceed to declaim upon the following passage taken from the 17th section of the Analyst. Considering the various arts and devices used by the great author of the fluxionary method, in how many lights he placed his fluxions, and in what different ways he attempts to demonstrate the same point, one would be inclined to think he was himself suspicious of the justness of his own demonstrations. This passage you complain of as very hard usage of Sir Isaac Newton. You declaim copiously, and endeavor to show that placing the same point in various lights is of great use to explain it, which you illustrate with much rhetoric. But the fault of that passage is not the hard usage it contains, but on the contrary, that it is too modest, and not so full and expressive of my sense, as perhaps it should have been. Would you like it better if I should say, the various inconsistent accounts, which this great author gives of his momentums and his fluxions, may convince every intelligent reader that he had no clear and steady notions of them, without which there can be no demonstration? I own frankly that I see no clearness or consistency in them. You tell me indeed, in Miltonic verse that the fault is in my own eyes. So thick a drop serene has quenched their orbs, or dim suffusion veiled. At the same time you acknowledge yourself obliged for those various lights, which have enabled you to understand his doctrine. But as for me who do not understand it, you insult me saying, for God's sake what is it you are offended at, who do not still understand him? May not I answer, that I am offended for this very reason, because I cannot understand him or make sense of what he says. You say to me, that I am all in the dark. I acknowledge it, and entreat you who see so clearly to help me out. 36. You so with the bright eyes, be pleased to tell me, whether Sir Isaac's momentum be a finite quantity, or an infinitesimal, or a mere limit. If you say a finite quantity, be pleased to reconcile this with what he saith in the scholium of the second lemma of the first section of the first book of his Principles, cave intelligas quantitates magnitudine determinators, sed cogita semper diminuendas sine limite. If you say, an infinitesimal, reconcile this with what is said in the introduction to the quadratures, volui ostenda quod in methodo fluxionum non opus sit figuras infinite parvas in geometriam introducere. If you should say, it is a mere limit, be pleased to reconcile this with what we find in the first case of the second lemma in the second book of his Principles, ubi de lateribus are ab dirant momentorum dimidia, and see, where the moments are supposed to be divided. I should be very glad, a person of such a luminous intellect would be so good as to explain, whether by fluxions we are to understand the nascent or evanescent quantities themselves, or their motions, or their velocities, or simply their proportions, and having interpreted them in what sense you will, that you would then condescend to explain the doctrine of second, third, and fourth fluxions, and show it to be consistent with common sense if you can. You seem to be very sanguine when you express yourself in the following terms. I do assure you, sir, from my own experience, and that of many others whom I could name, that the doctrine may be clearly conceived and distinctly comprehended. P. 31. And it may be uncivil not to believe what you so solemnly affirm, from your own experience. But I must needs own, I should be better satisfied of this, if, instead of entertaining us with your rhetoric, you would vouchsafe to reconcile those difficulties, and explain those obscure points above mentioned. If either you, or any one of those many whom you could name, will but explain to others what you so clearly conceive yourselves, I give you my word that several will be obliged to you who, I may venture to say, understand those matters no more than myself. But, if I am not mistaken, you and your friends will modestly decline this task. 37. I have long ago done what you so often exhort me to do, diligently read and considered the several accounts of this doctrine given by the great author in different parts of his writings. Any upon the whole I could never make it out to be consistent and intelligible. I was even led to say, that, one would be inclined to think, he was himself suspicious of the justness of his own demonstrations, and that he was not enough pleased with any one notion steadily to adhere to it. After which I added, thus much is plain that he owned himself satisfied concerning certain points, which nevertheless he could not undertake to demonstrate to others. See the 17th section of the Analyst. It is one thing when a doctrine is placed in various lights, and another, when the principles and notions are shifted. When new devices are introduced and substituted for others, a doctrine instead of being illustrated may be explained away. Whether there be not something of this in the present case, I appeal to the writings of the great author. His Methodus Rationum Primarum et Ultimarum, his second lemma in the second book of his Principles, his introduction and treatise of the quadrature of curves. In all which it appears to me, there is not one uniform doctrine explained and carried throughout the whole, but rather sundry inconsistent accounts of this new method, which still grows more dark and confused the more it is handled. I could not help thinking, the greatest genius might lie under the influence of false principles, and where the object and notions were exceeding obscure, he might possibly distrust even his own demonstrations. At least thus much seemed plain, that Sir Isaac had sometime owned himself satisfied, where he could not demonstrate to others. In proof whereof I mentioned his letter to Mr. Collins. Hereupon you tell me, there is a great deal of difference between saying, I cannot undertake to prove a thing, and I will not undertake it. But in answer to this, I desire you will be pleased to consider, that I was not making a precise extract out of that letter, in which the very words of Sir Isaac should alone be inserted. But I made my own remark and inference, from what I remembered to have read in that letter, where, speaking of a certain mathematical matter, Sir Isaac expresseth himself, in the following terms: It is plain to me by the fountain I draw it from, though I will not undertake to prove it to others. Now whether my inference may not be fairly drawn from those words of Sir Isaac Newton, and whether the difference as to the sense be so great between will and can in that particular case, I leave to be determined by the reader. 38. In the next paragraph you talk big but prove nothing. You speak of driving out of entrenchments, of sallying and attacking and carrying by assault, of slight and untenable works, of a new raised and undisciplined militia, and of veteran regular troops. Need the reader be a mathematician to see the vanity of this paragraph? After this you employ, p. 65, your usual coloring, and represent the great author of the method of fluxions, as a good old gentleman fast asleep, and snoring in his easy chair, while Dame Fortune is bringing him her apron full of beautiful theorems and problems, which he never knows or thinks of. This you would have pass for a consequence of my notions. But I appeal to all those who are ever so little knowing in such matters, whether there are not divers fountains of experiment, induction, and analogy, whence a man may derive and satisfy himself concerning the truth of many points in mathematics and mechanical philosophy, although the proofs thereof afforded by the modern analysis should not amount to demonstration. I further appeal to the conscience of all the most profound mathematicians, whether they can, with perfect acquiescence of mind free from all scruple, apply any proposition merely upon the strength of a demonstration involving second or third fluxions, without the aid of any such experiment or analogy or collateral proof whatsoever. Lastly, I appeal to the reader's own heart, whether he cannot clearly conceive a medium between being fast asleep and demonstrating. But you will have it, that I represent Sir Isaac's conclusions as coming out right, because one error is compensated by another contrary and equal error, which perhaps he never knew himself nor thought of, that by a twofold mistake he arrives though not at science yet at truth, that he proceeds blindfold, and see. All which is untruly said by you, who have misapplied to Sir Isaac what was intended for the Marquis de l'Hospital and his followers, for no other end, as I can see, but that you may have an opportunity, to draw that ingenious portraiture of Sir Isaac Newton and Dame Fortune, as will be manifest to whoever reads the Analyst. 39. You tell me, p. 70, if I think fit to persist in asserting, that this affair of a double error is entirely a new discovery of my own, which Sir Isaac and his followers never knew or thought of, that you have unquestionable evidence to convince me to the contrary, and that all his followers are already apprised, that this very objection of mine was long since foreseen, and clearly and fully removed by Sir Isaac Newton in the first section of the first book of his Principia. All which I do as strongly deny as you affirm. And I do aver, that this is an unquestionable proof of the matchless contempt which you, Philalethes, have for truth. And I do here publicly call upon you, to produce that evidence which you pretend to have, and to make good that fact which you so confidently affirm. And, at the same time, I do assure the reader that you never will, nor can excel. If you defend Sir Isaac's notions as delivered in his Principia, it must be on the rigorous foot of rejecting nothing, neither admitting nor casting away infinitely small quantities. If you defend the Marquis, whom you also style your master, it must be on the foot of admitting that there are infinitesimals, that they may be rejected, that they are nevertheless real quantities, and themselves infinitely subdivisable. But you seem to have grown giddy with passion, and in the heat of controversy to have mistaken and forgot your part. I beseech you, sir, to consider, that the Marquis, whom alone, and not Sir Isaac this double error in finding the subtangent doth concern, rejects indeed infinitesimals, but not on the foot that you do, to wit, their being inconsiderable in practical geometry or mixed mathematics. But he rejects them in the accuracy of speculative knowledge, in which respect there may be great logical errors, although there should be no sensible mistake in practice, which, it seems, is what you cannot comprehend. He rejects them likewise in virtue of a postulatum, which I venture to call rejecting them without ceremony. And though he inferreth a conclusion accurately true, yet he doth it, contrary to the rules of logic, from inaccurate and false premises. And how this comes about, I have at large explained in the Analyst, and showed in that particular case of tangents, that the rejectinious quantity might have been a finite quantity of any given magnitude, and yet the conclusion have come out exactly the same way, and consequently, that the truth of this method doth not depend on the reason assigned by the Marquis, to wit, the postulatum for throwing away infinitesimals, and therefore that he and his follows acted blindfold, as not knowing the true reason for the conclusions coming out accurately right, which I show to have been the effect of a double error. XLI. This is the truth of the matter, which you shamefully misrepresent and declaim upon, to no sort of purpose but to amuse and mislead your reader. For which conduct of yours throughout your remarks, you will pardon me if I cannot otherwise account, than from a secret hope that the reader of your defense would never read the Analyst. If he doth, he cannot but see what an admirable method you take to defend your cause, how instead of justifying the reasoning, the logic or the theory of the case specified, which is the real point, you discourse of sensible and practical errors, and how all this is a manifest imposition upon the reader. He must needs see that I have expressly said, I have no controversy except only about your logic and method, that I consider how you demonstrate, what objects you are conversant about, and whether you conceive them clearly. That I have often expressed myself to the same effect, desiring the reader to remember, that I am only concerned about the way of coming at your theorems, whether it be legitimate or illegitimate, clear or obscure, scientific or tentative, that I have on this very occasion, to prevent all possibility of mistake, repeated and insisted that I consider the geometrical analyst as a logician, i.e. so far forth as he reasons and argues, and his mathematical conclusions not in themselves but in their premises, not as true or false, useful or insignificant, but as derived from such principles, and by such inferences. Note: Analyst, Sect. 20. You affirm, and indeed what can you not affirm, that the difference between the true subtangent and that found without any compensation is absolutely nothing at all. I profess myself of a contrary opinion. My reason is because nothing cannot be divided into parts. But this difference is capable of being divided into any, or into more than any given number of parts, for the truth of which consult the Marquis de l'Hospital. And, be the error in fact or in practice ever so small, it will not thence follow that the error in reasoning, which is what I am alone concerned about, is one whit the less, it being evident that a man may reason most absurdly about the minutest things. XLII. Pray answer me fairly, once for all, whether it be your opinion that whatsoever is little and inconsiderable enough to be rejected without inconvenience in practice, the same may in like manner be safely rejected and overlooked in theory and demonstration. If you say no, it will then follow, that all you have been saying here and elsewhere, about yards and inches and decimal fractions, setting forth and insisting on the extreme smallness of the rejectinious quantity, is quite foreign to the argument, and only a piece of skill to impose upon your reader. If you say yes, it follows that you then give up at once all the orders of fluxions and infinitesimal differences, and so most imprudently turn all your sallies and attacks and veterans to your own overthrow. If the reader is of my mind, he will despair of ever seeing you get clear of this dilemma. The points in controversy have been so often and so distinctly noted in the Analyst, that I very much wonder how you could mistake if you had no mind to mistake. It is very plain, if you are in earnest, that you neither understand me nor your masters. And what shall we think of other ordinary analysts, when it shall be found that even you, who, like a champion step forth to defend their principles, have not considered them? XLIII. The impartial reader is entreated to remark throughout your whole performance how confident you are in asserting and withal how modest in proving or explaining, how frequent it is with you to employ figures and tropes instead of reasons, how many difficulties proposed in the Analyst are discreetly overlooked by you, and what strange work you make with the rest, how grossly you mistake and misrepresent, and how little you practice the advice which you so liberally bestow. Believe me, sir, I had long and maturely considered the principles of the modern analysis, before I ventured to publish my thoughts thereupon in the Analyst. And since the publication thereof, I have myself freely conversed with mathematicians of all ranks, and some of the ablest professors, as well as made it my business to be informed of the opinions of others, being very desirous to hear what could be said towards clearing my difficulties or answering my objections. But though you are not afraid or ashamed to represent the analysts as very clear and uniform in their conception of these matters, yet I do solemnly affirm, and several of themselves know it to be true, that I found no harmony or agreement among them, but the reverse thereof, the greatest dissonance and even contrariety of opinions, employed to explain what after all seemed inexplicable. XLIV. Some fly to proportions between nothings. Some reject quantities because infinitesimal. Others allow only finite quantities, and reject them because inconsiderable. Others place the method of fluxions on a foot with that of exhaustions, and admit nothing new therein. Some maintain the clear conception of fluxions. Others hold they can demonstrate about things incomprehensible. Some would prove the algorithm of fluxions by reductio ad absurdum, others a priori. Some hold the evanescent increments to be real quantities, some to be nothings, some to be limits. As many men, so many minds, each differing one from another, and all from Sir Isaac Newton. Some plead inaccurate expressions in the great author, whereby they would draw him to speak their sense, not considering that if he meant as they do, he could not want words to express his meaning. Others are magisterial and positive, say they are satisfied, and that is all, not considering that we, who deny Sir Isaac Newton's authority, shall not submit to that of his disciples. Some insist that the conclusions are true, and therefore the principles, not considering what hath been largely said in the Analyst, note, sect. 19, 20, and c. on that head. Lastly several, and those none of the meanest, frankly owned the objections to be unanswerable. All which I mention by way of antidote to your false colours, and that the unprejudiced inquirer after truth may see, it is not without foundation, that I call on the celebrated mathematicians of the present age to clear up these obscure analytics, and concur in giving to the public some consistent and intelligible account of the principles of the great master, for if they do not, I believe the world will take it for granted that they cannot. XLV. Having gone through your defense of the British mathematicians, I find in the next place, that you attack me on a point of metaphysics, with what success the reader will determine. I had upon another occasion many years ago wrote against abstract general ideas. Note. Introduction to a treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge printed in the year MDCCX. In opposition to which, you declare yourself to adhere to the vulgar opinion, that neither geometry nor any other general science can subsist without general ideas, p. 74. This implies that I hold there are no general ideas. But I hold the direct contrary, that there are indeed general ideas, but not formed by abstraction in the manner set forth by Mr. Locke. To me it is plain, there is no consistent idea, the likeness whereof may not really exist. Whatsoever therefore is said to be somewhat which cannot exist, the idea thereof must be inconsistent. Mr. Locke acknowledgeth it doth require pains and skill to form his general idea of a triangle. He farther expressly saith, it must be neither oblique nor rectangular, neither equilateral, equicrural, nor scalene, but all and none of these at once. He also saith, it is an idea wherein some parts of several different and inconsistent ideas are put together. Note. Essay on Humane Understanding, B. IV, C. VII, Section X. All this looks very like a contradiction. But to put the matter past dispute, it must be noted, that he affirms it to be somewhat imperfect that cannot exist, consequently the idea thereof is impossible or inconsistent. XLVI. I desire to know, whether it is not possible for anything to exist, which doth not include a contradiction, and if it is, whether we may not infer, that what may not possibly exist, the same doth include a contradiction. I further desire to know, whether the reader can frame a distinct idea of anything that includes a contradiction. For my part, I cannot, nor consequently of the above-mentioned triangle, though you it seems know better than myself what I can do, are pleased to assure me of the contrary. Again, I ask whether that, which it is above the power of man to form a complete idea of, may not be called incomprehensible. And whether the reader can frame a complete idea of this imperfect impossible triangle. And if not, whether it doth not follow that it is incomprehensible. It should seem, that a distinct aggregate of a few consistent parts was nothing so difficult to conceive or impossible to exist, and that, therefore, your comment must be wide of the author's meaning. You give me to understand, p. 82, that this account of a general triangle was a trap which Mr. Locke set to catch fools. Who is caught therein let the reader judge. XLVII. It is Mr. Locke's opinion, that every general name stands for a general abstract idea, which prescinds from the species or individuals comprehended under it. Thus, for example, according to him, the general name color stands for an idea, which is neither blue, red, green, nor any particular color, but somewhat distinct and abstracted from them all. To me it seems the word color is only a more general name applicable to all and each of the particular colors, while the other specific names, as blue, red, green, and the like are each restrained to a more limited signification. The same can be said of the word triangle. Let the reader judge whether this be not the case, and whether he can distinctly frame such an idea of color as shall prescind from all the species thereof, or of a triangle which shall answer Mr. Locke's account, prescinding and abstracting from all the particular sorts of triangles, in the manner aforesaid. XLVIII. I entreat my reader to think. For if he doth not, he may be under some influence from your confident and positive way of talking. But any one who thinks may, if I mistake not, plainly perceive that you are deluded, as it often happens, by mistaking the terms for ideas. Nothing is easier than to define in terms or words that which is incomprehensible in idea, for as much as any words can be either separated or joined as you please, but ideas always cannot. It is as easy to say a round square as an oblong square, though the former be inconceivable. If the reader will but take a little care to distinguish between the definition and the idea, between words or expressions and the conceptions of the mind, he will judge of the truth of what I now advance, and clearly perceive how far you are mistaken, in attempting to illustrate Mr. Locke's doctrine, and where your mistake lies. Or, if the reader is minded to make short work, he needs only at once to try, whether laying aside the words he can frame in his mind the idea of an impossible triangle, upon which trial the issue of this dispute may be fairly put. This doctrine of abstract general ideas seemed to me a capital error, productive of numberless difficulties and disputes, that runs not only throughout Mr. Locke's book but through most parts of learning. Consequently, my animadversions thereupon were not an effect of being inclined to carp or cavil at a single passage, as you would wrongfully insinuate, but proceeded from a love of truth, and a desire to banish, so far as in me lay, false principles and wrong ways of thinking, without respect of persons. And indeed, though you and other party men are violently attached to your respective masters, yet I, who profess myself only attached to truth, see no reason why I may not as freely animadvert on Mr. Locke or Sir Isaac Newton, as they would on Aristotle or Descartes. Certainly the more extensive the influence of any error, and the greater the authority which supports it, the more it deserves to be considered and detected by sincere inquirers after knowledge. XLIX. In the close of your performance, you let me understand, that your zeal for truth and the reputation of your masters have occasioned your reprehending me with the utmost freedom. And it must be owned you have shown a singular talent therein. But I am comforted under the severity of your reprehensions, when I consider the weakness of your arguments, which, were they as strong as your reproofs, could leave no doubt in the mind of the reader concerning the matters in dispute between us. As it is, I leave him to reflect and examine by your light, how clearly he is enabled to conceive a fluxion, or a fluxion of a fluxion, a part infinitely small subdivided into an infinity of parts, a nascent or evanescent increment, that which is neither something nor nothing, a triangle formed in a point, velocity without motion, and the rest of those arcana of the modern analysis. To conclude, I had some thoughts of advising you how to conduct yourself for the future, in return for the advice you have so freely imparted to me, but, as you think it becomes me rather to inform myself than instruct others, I shall, for my farther information, take leave to propose a few queries to those learned gentlemen of Cambridge, whom you associate with yourself, and represent as being equally surprised at the tendency of my analyst. I desire to know, whether those who can neither demonstrate nor conceive the principles of the modern analysis, and yet give into it, may not be justly said to have faith, and be styled believers of mysteries. Whether it is impossible to find among the physicians, mechanical philosophers, mathematicians, and philomathematicians of the present age, some such believers, who yet deride Christians for their belief of mysteries. Whether with such men it is not a fair, reasonable, and legitimate method to use the argumentum ad hominem. And being so, whether it ought to surprise either Christians or scholars. Whether in an age wherein so many pretenders to science attack the Christian religion, we may not be allowed to make reprisals, in order to show that the irreligion of those men is not to be presumed an effect of deep and just thinking. Whether an attempt to detect false reasonings, and remedy defects in mathematics, ought to be ill received by mathematicians. Whether the introducing more easy methods and more intelligible principles in any science should be discountenanced. Whether there may not be fair objections as well as cavils. And whether to inquire diligently into the meaning of terms and the proof of propositions, not accepting against anything without assigning a reason, nor affecting to mistake the signification of words, or stick at an expression where the sense was clear, but considering the subject in all lights, sincerely endeavoring to find out any sense or meaning whatsoever, candidly setting forth what seems obscure and what fallacious, and calling upon those, who profess the knowledge of such matters, to explain them, whether I say such a proceeding can be justly called cavilling. Whether there be an ipse dixit erected, and if so, when, where, by whom, and upon what authority. Whether even where authority was to take place, one might not hope the mathematics, at least, would be accepted. Whether the chief end, in making mathematics so considerable a part of academical education, be not to form in the minds of young students habits of just and exact reasoning. And whether the study of abstruse and subtle matters can conduce to this end, unless they are well understood, examined, and sifted to the bottom. Whether, therefore, the bringing geometrical demonstrations to the severest test of reason should be reckoned a discouragement to the studies of any learned society. Whether to separate the clear parts of things from the obscure, to distinguish the real principles whereon truths rest, and whence they are derived, and to proportion the just measures of assent according to the various degrees of evidence, be a useless or unworthy undertaking. Whether the making more of an argument than it will bear, and placing it in an undue rank of evidence, be not the likely way to disparage it. Whether it may not be of some use, to provoke and stir up the learned professors to explain a part of mathematical learning, which is acknowledged to be most profound, difficult, and obscure, and at the same time set forth by Philalethes and many others, as the greatest instance that has ever been given of the extent of humane abilities. Whether for the sake of a great man's discoveries, we must adopt his errors. Lastly, whether in an age wherein all other principles are canvassed with the utmost freedom, the principles of fluxions are to be alone accepted. An appendix concerning Mr. Walton's vindication of Sir Isaac Newton's principles of fluxions. I had no sooner considered the performance of Philalethes, but Mr. Walton's vindication of fluxions was put into my hands. As this Dublin professor gleans after the Cantabrigian, only endeavouring to translate a few passages from Sir Isaac Newton's Principia, and enlarge on a hint or two of Philalethes, he deserves no particular notice. It may suffice to advertise the reader, that the foregoing defence contains a full and explicit answer to Mr. Walton, as he will find, if he thinks it worth his pains to read what this gentleman hath written, and compare it therewith, particularly with sect. 18, 20, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 43. It is not, I am sure, worth mine to repeat the same things, or confute the same notions twice over, in mere regard to a writer who hath copied even the manners of Philalethes, and whom in answering the other I have, if I am not much mistaken, sufficiently answered. 2. Mr. Walton touches on the same points that the other had touched upon before him. He pursues a hint which the other had given, note, Philalethes, about Sir Isaac's first section concerning the rations primae ultimae. He discreetly avoids, like the other, to say one syllable of second, third, or fourth fluxions, and of divers other points mentioned in the Analyst, about all which I observe in him a most prudent and profound silence. And yet he very modestly gives his reader to understand, that he is able to clear up all difficulties and objections, that have ever been made. P. 5. Mr. Walton in the beginning, like Philalethes, from a particular case makes a general inference, supposing that infidelity to be imputed to mathematicians in general, which I suppose only in the person to whom the Analyst was addressed, and certain other persons of the same mind with him. Whether this extraordinary way of reasoning be the cause or effect of his passion, I know not, but before I had got to the end of his vindication, I ceased to be surprised at his logic and his temper in the beginning. The double error, which in the Analyst was plainly meant to belong to others, he with Philalethes, whose very oversight he adopts, supposeth to have been ascribed to Sir Isaac Newton, p. 36. And this writer also, as well as the Cantabrigian, must needs take upon him to explain the motive of my writing against fluxions, which he gives out, with great assurance, to have been, because Sir Isaac Newton had presumed to interpose in prophecies and revelations, and to decide in religious affairs, p. 4, which is so far from being true, that, on the contrary, I have a high value for those learned remains of that great man, whose original and free genius is an eternal reproach to that tribe of followers, who are always imitating, but never resemble him. This specimen of Mr. Walton's truth will be a warning to the reader to use his own eyes, and in obscure points never to trust the gentleman's candor, who dares to misrepresent the plainest. 3. I was thinking to have said no more concerning this author's performance, but lest he should imagine himself too much neglected, I entreat the reader to have the patience to peruse it, and if he finds any one point of the doctrine of fluxions cleared up, or any one objection in the Analyst answered, or so much as fairly stated, let him then make his compliments to the author. But, if he can no more make sense of what this gentleman has written than I can, he will need no answer to it. Nothing is easier than for a man to translate or copy, or compose a plausible discourse of some pages in technical terms, whereby he shall make a show of saying somewhat, although neither the reader nor himself understand one tittle of it. Whether this be the case of Mr. Walton, and whether he understands either Sir Isaac Newton, or me, or himself, whatever I may think, I shall not take it upon me to say. But one thing I know, that many an unmeaning speech passeth for significant by the mere assurance of the speaker, till he cometh to be catechized upon it, and then the truth sheweth itself. This vindicator, indeed, by his dissembling 9 parts in 10 of the difficulties proposed in the Analyst, sheweth no inclination to be catechized by me. But his scholars have a right to be informed. I therefore recommend it to them, not to be imposed on by hard words and magisterial assertions, but carefully to pry into his sense, and sift his meaning, and particularly to insist on a distinct answer to the following questions. IV. Let them ask him, whether he can conceive velocity without motion, or motion without extension, or extension without magnitude. If he answers that he can, let him teach him to do the same. If he cannot, let him be asked, how he reconciles the idea of a fluxion which he gives, p. 13, with common sense. Again, let him be asked, whether nothing be not the product of nothing multiplied by something. And if so, when the difference between the gnomon and the sum of the rectangles, note, see vindication, vanisheth, whether the rectangles themselves do not also vanish. I.e. when ab is nothing, whether a flat plus bar be not also nothing. I.e. whether the momentum of AB be not nothing. Let him then be asked, what his momentums are good for, when they are thus brought to nothing. Again, I wish he were asked to explain the difference between a magnitude infinitely small and a magnitude infinitely diminished. If he saith there is no difference, then let him be farther asked, how he dares to explain the method of fluxions, by the ratio of magnitudes infinitely diminished, P9, when Sir Isaac Newton hath expressly excluded all consideration of quantities infinitely small. Note. See his introduction to the quadratures. If this able vindicator should say that quantities infinitely diminished are nothing at all, and consequently that, according to him, the first and last ratios are proportions between nothings, let him be desired to make sense of this, or explain what he means by proportion between nothings. If he should say the ultimate proportions are the ratios of mere limits, then let him be asked how the limits of lines can be proportioned or divided. After all, who knows but this gentleman, who hath already complained of me for an uncommon way of treating mathematics and mathematicians, P5, may, as well as the Cantabrigian, cry out Spain and the Inquisition, when he finds himself thus closely pursued and beset with interrogatories. That we may not, therefore, seem too hard on an innocent man, who probably meant nothing, but was betrayed by following another into difficulties and straits that he was not aware of, I shall propose one single expedient, by which his disciples, whom it most concerns, may soon satisfy themselves, whether this vindicator really understands what he takes upon him to vindicate. It is, in short, that they would ask him to explain the second, third or fourth fluxions upon his principles. Be this the touchstone of his vindication. If he can do it, I shall own myself much mistaken. If he cannot, it will be evident that he was much mistaken in himself, when he presumed to defend fluxions without so much as knowing what they are. So having put the merits of the cause on this issue, I leave him to be tried by his scholars. Reasons for not replying to Mr. Walton's full answer, 1735. First edition text. Reasons for not replying to Mr. Walton's full answer in a letter to P. by the author of The Minute Philosopher. Ex Fumo Lucem. Dublin. Printed by M. Rames, for R. Gunne, bookseller in Capel Street, MDCCXXXV. Reasons for not replying to Mr. Walton's full answer, and c.I. There are some men that can neither give nor take an answer, but writing merely for the sake of writing multiply words to no purpose. There are also certain careless writers, that in defiance of common sense publish such things as, though they are not ashamed to utter, yet, other men may well be ashamed to answer. Whether there be anything in Mr. Walton's method of vindicating fluxions, that might justify my taking no further notice of him on the above-mentioned considerations, I leave you and every other reader to judge. But those, sir, are not the reasons I shall assign for not replying to Mr. Walton's full answer. The true reason is, that he seems at bottom a facetious man, who under the color of an opponent writes on my side of the question, and really believes no more than I do of Sir Isaac Newton's doctrine about fluxions, which he exposes, contradicts, and confutes with great skill and humor, under the mask of a grave vindication. 2. At first I considered him in another light, as one who had good reason for keeping to the beaten track, who had been used to dictate, who had terms of art at will, but was indeed, at small trouble about putting them together, and perfectly easy about his readers understanding them. It must be owned, in an age of so much ludicrous humor, it is not every one can at first sight discern a writer's real design. But, be a man's assertions ever so strong in favor of a doctrine, yet if his reasonings are directly leveled against it, whatever question there may be about the matter in dispute, there can be none about the intention of the writer. Should a person, so knowing and discreet as Mr. Walton, thwart and contradict Sir Isaac Newton under pretense of defending his fluxions, and should he at every turn say such uncouth things of these same fluxions, and place them in such odd lights, as must set all men in their wits against them, could I hope for a better second in this cause? Or could there remain any doubt of his being a disguised freethinker in mathematics, who defended fluxions just as a certain freethinker in religion did the rights of the Christian Church? 3. Mr. Walton indeed after his free manner calls my analyst a libel. But this ingenious gentleman well knows a bad vindication is the bitterest libel. Had you a mind, sir, to betray and ridicule any cause under the notion of vindicating it, would you not think it the right way to be very strong and dogmatical in the affirmative, and very weak and puzzled in the argumentative parts of your performance. To utter contradictions and paradoxes without remorse, and to be at no pains about reconciling or explaining them. And with great good humor to be at perpetual variance with yourself and the author you pretend to vindicate. How successfully Mr. Walton hath practiced these arts, and how much to the honor of the great client he would seem to take under his protection, I shall particularly examine throughout every article of his full answer. IV. First then, saith Mr. Walton, I am to be asked, whether I can conceive velocity without motion, or motion without extension, or extension without magnitude. To which he answereth in positive terms, that he can conceive velocity and motion in a point p. 7. And to make out this, he undertakes to demonstrate, that if a thing be moved by an agent operating continually with the same force, the velocity will not be the same in any two different points of the described space, but that it must vary upon the least change of space. Now admitting thus much to be demonstrated, yet I am still at a loss to perceive, how Mr. Walton's conclusion will follow, to wit, that I am greatly mistaken in imagining there can be no motion, no velocity in a point of space. P. 10. Pray, sir, consider his reasoning. The same velocity cannot be in 2 points of space, therefore velocity can be in a point of space. Would it not be just as good reasoning to say, the same man cannot be in 2 nutshells, therefore a man can be in a nutshell? Again, velocity must vary upon the least change of space, therefore there may be velocity without space. Make sense of this if you can. What have these consequences to do with their premises? Who but Mr. Walton could have inferred them? Or how could even he have inferred them, had it not been in jest? V. Suppose the center of a falling body to describe a line, divide the time of its fall into equal parts, for instance into minutes. The spaces described in those equal parts of time will be unequal. That is, from whatsoever points of the described line you measure a minute's descent, you will still find it a different space. This is true, but how or why from this plain truth a man should infer, that motion can be conceived in a point, is to me as obscure as any the most obscure mysteries that occur in this profound author. Let the reader make the best of it. For my part, I can as easily conceive Mr. Walton should walk without stirring, as I can his idea of motion without space. After all, the question was not whether motion could be proved to exist in a point, but only whether it could be conceived in a point. 4. As to the proof of things impossible, some men have a way of proving that may equally prove anything. But I much question whether any reader of common sense will undertake to conceive what this pleasant man at inference undertakes to prove. Vi. If Mr. Walton really meant to defend the author of the fluxionary method, would he not have done it in a way consistent with this illustrious author's own principles? Let us now see what may be Sir Isaac's notion about this matter. He distinguisheth 2 sorts of motion, absolute and relative. The former he defineth to be a translation from absolute place to absolute place, the latter from one relative place to another. Mr. Walton's is plainly neither of these sorts of motion, but some third kind, which what it is, I am at a loss to comprehend. But I can clearly comprehend that, if we admit motion without space, then Sir Isaac Newton's account of it must be wrong, for place by which he defines motion is, according to him, a part of space. And if so, then this notable defender hath cut out new work for himself to defend and explain. But about this, if I mistake not, he will be very easy. 4. As I said before, he seems at bottom a back friend to that great man, which opinion you will see further confirmed in the sequel. 7. I shall no more ask Mr. Walton to explain anything, for I can honestly say, the more he explains, the more I am puzzled. But I will ask his readers to explain, by what art a man may conceive motion without space. And supposing this to be done, in the second place to explain, how it consists with Sir Isaac Newton's account of motion. Is it not evident, that Mr. Walton hath deserted from his old master, and been at some pains to expose him, while he defends one part of his principles by overturning another? Let any reader tell me what Mr. Walton means by motion, or if he can guess what this third kind is, which is neither absolute nor relative, which exists in a point, which may be conceived without space. This learned professor saith, I have no clear conception of the principles of motion. p. 24. And in another place, p. 7. He saith, I might have conceived velocity in a point, if I had understood and considered the nature of motion. I believe I am not alone in not understanding his principles. For myself, I freely confess the case to be desperate. I neither understand them, nor have any hopes of being ever able to understand them. 8. Being now satisfied that Mr. Walton's aim is not to clear up or defend Sir Isaac's principles, but rather to contradict and expose them, you will not, I suppose, think it strange, if instead of putting questions to this intrepid answerer, who is never at a loss, how often soever his readers may, I entreat you, or any other man of plain sense, to read the following passage cited from the 31st section of the Analyst, and then try to reply Mr. Walton's answer to it, whereby you will clearly perceive what a vein of raillery the gentleman is master of. Velocity necessarily implies both time and space, and cannot be conceived without them. And if the velocities of nascent and evanescent quantities, i.e., abstracted from time and space, may not be comprehended, how can we comprehend and demonstrate their proportions? Or consider their rations primae and ultimae? For to consider the proportion or ratio of things implieth that such things have magnitude, that such their magnitudes may be measured, and their relations to each other known. But, as there is no measure of velocity except time and space, the proportion of velocities being only compounded of the direct proportion of the spaces and the reciprocal proportion of the times, doth it not follow, that to talk of investigating, obtaining, and considering the proportions of velocities, exclusively of time and space, is to talk unintelligibly? Apply now, as I said, Mr. Walton's full answer, and you will soon find how fully you are enlightened about the nature of fluxions. Ix. In the following article of Mr. Walton's full answer, he saith divers curious things, which, being derived from this same principle, that motion may be conceived in a point, are altogether as incomprehensible as the origin from whence they flow. It is obvious and natural to suppose A flat and bar to be rectangles produced from finite lines multiplied by increments. Mr. Walton indeed supposeth that when the increments vanish or become nothing, the velocities remain, which being multiplied by finite lines produce those rectangles, p. 13. But admitting the velocities to remain, yet how can anyone conceive a rectangular surface to be produced from a line multiplied by velocity, otherwise than by supposing such line multiplied by a line or increment, which shall be exponent of or proportional to such velocity? You may try to conceive it otherwise. I must own I cannot. Is not the increment of a rectangle itself a rectangle? Must not then A flat and bar be rectangles? And must not the coefficients or sides of rectangles be lines? Consequently are not B and A lines or, which is the same thing, increments of lines? These increments may indeed be considered as proportional to and exponents of velocity. But exclusive of such exponents to talk of rectangles under lines and velocities is, I conceive, to talk unintelligibly. And yet this is what Mr. Walton doth, when he maketh B and A in the rectangles A flat and bar to denote mere velocities. X. As to the question, whether nothing be not the product of nothing multiplied by something, Mr. Walton is pleased to answer in the affirmative. And nevertheless when AB is nothing, that is, when A and B are nothing, he denies that A flat plus bar is nothing. This is one of these many inconsistencies which I leave the reader to reconcile. But, saith Mr. Walton, the sides of the given rectangle still remain, which two sides according to him must form the increment of the flowing rectangle. But in this he directly contradicts Sir Isaac Newton, who asserts that A flat plus bar and not A plus B is the increment of the rectangle AB. And, indeed, how is it possible, a line should be the increment of a surface? Laterum incrementis totis are ab generature rectanguli incrementum a flat plus bar are the words of Sir Isaac, which words seem utterly inconsistent with Mr. Walton's doctrine. But, no wonder that gentlemen should not agree with Sir Isaac, since he cannot agree even with himself, but contradicts what he saith elsewhere, as the reader may see, even before he gets to the end of that same section, wherein he hath told us that the gnomon and the sum of the two rectangles are turned into those two sides by a retroverted motion. p. 11 and 12, which proposition if you or any other person shall try to make sense of, you may possibly be convinced that this profound author is as much at variance with common sense as he is with himself and Sir Isaac Newton. 11. Mr. Walton in the 9th page of his Vindication, in order to explain the nature of fluxions, saith that to obtain the last ratio of synchronal increments, the magnitude of those increments must be infinitely diminished. Notwithstanding which, in the 23rd page of his full answer he chargeth me as greatly mistaken, in supposing that he explained the doctrine of fluxions by the ratio of magnitudes infinitely diminished. It is an easy matter for any author to write so as to betray his readers into mistakes about his meaning. But then it is not easy to conceive what right he hath to upbraid them with such their mistakes. If I have mistaken his sense, let any one judge if he did not fairly lead me into the mistake. When a man puzzleth his reader, saith and unsaith, useth ambiguous terms and obscure terms, and putteth them together in so perverse a manner, that it is odds you can make out no sense at all, or if any, a wrong sense, pray who is in fault but the writer himself? Let any one consider Mr. Walton's own words, and then say whether I am not justified in making this remark. 12. In the 20th page of his full answer Mr. Walton tells us that fluxions are measured by the first or last proportions of isochronal increments generated or destroyed by motion. A little after he saith these ratios subsist when isochronal increments have no magnitude. Now, I would fain know whether the isochronal increments themselves subsist when they have no magnitude. Whether by isochronal increments we are not to understand increments generated in equal times. Whether there can be an increment where there is no increase, or increase where there is no magnitude. Whether if magnitudes are not generated in those equal times, what else is generated therein, or what else is it that Mr. Walton calls isochronal? I ask the reader these questions. I dare not ask Mr. Walton, for, as I hinted before, the subject grows still more obscure in proportion as this able writer attempts to illustrate it. 13. We are told, p. 22, that the first or last ratio of the isochronal spaces hath a real existence, forasmuch as it is equal to the ratio of the two motions of 2 points, which motions, subsisting when the isochronal spaces are nothing, preserve the existence of the first or last ratio of these spaces, or keep it from being a ratio of nothings. In order to assist your understanding, it must not be omitted that the said 2 points are supposed to exist at the same time in one point, and to be moved different ways without stirring from that point. Mr. Walton hath the conscience to call this riddle a full and clear answer, to make sense of which you must suppose it one of his ironies. In the next and last article of his performance, you still find him proceed in the same vein of raillery upon fluxions. 14. It will be allowed that whoever seriously undertook to explain the second, third, and fourth fluxions of Sir Isaac Newton, would have done it in a way agreeable to that great man's own doctrine. What Sir Isaac's precise notion is I will not pretend to say. And yet I will venture to say, it is something that cannot be explained by the 3 dimensions of a cube. I frankly own, I do not understand Sir Isaac's doctrine so far as to frame a positive idea of his fluxions. I have, nevertheless, a negative conception thereof, so far as to see that Mr. Walton is in jest, or, if in earnest, that he understands it no more than I do. 15. Sir Isaac tells us that he considers indeterminate quantities as flowing, or in other words, as increasing or decreasing by a perpetual motion. Which quantities he denotes by the latter letters of the alphabet, and their fluxions or celerities of increasing by the same letters pointed overhead, and the fluxions of fluxions or second fluxions, i.e., the mutations more or less swift of the first celerities by the same letters pointed with double points, and the mutations of those mutations of the first mutations or fluxions or celerities of increasing, which he calls fluxions of fluxions or third fluxions, by 3 points, the fourth fluxions by 4 points, the fifth by 5, and so on. Sir Isaac, you see, speaks of quantity in general, and in the analyst the doctrine is exemplified and the case is put in lines. Now in lines, where there is only one dimension, how are we enabled to conceive second, third or fourth fluxions by conceiving the generation of 3 dimensions in a cube? Let any one but read what Sir Isaac Newton or what I have said, and then apply what Mr. Walton hath written about the 3 dimensions of a cube, and see whether the difficulties are solved or the doctrine made one whit the clearer by this explication. 16. That you may the better judge of the merit of this part of Mr. Walton's performance, I shall beg leave to set down a passage or two from the analyst. As it is impossible to conceive velocity without time or space, without either finite length or finite duration, it must seem above the power of man to comprehend even the first fluxions. And if the first are incomprehensible, what shall we say of the second and third fluxions, and see? He who can conceive the beginning of a beginning or the end of an end, somewhat before the first or after the last, may perhaps be sharp-sighted enough to conceive these things. But most men, I believe, will find it impossible to understand them in any sense whatsoever. One would think that men could not speak too exactly on so nice a subject. And yet we may often observe, that the exponents of fluxions or notes representing fluxions are confounded with the fluxions themselves. Is not this the case, when just after the fluxions of flowing quantities, were said to be celerities of their increasing and the second fluxions to be the mutations of the first fluxions or celerities, we are told that (math) represents a series of quantities whereof each subsequent quantity is the fluxion of the preceding, and each foregoing is a fluent quantity having the following one for its fluxion. Divers series of quantities and expressions geometrical and algebraical may be easily conceived in lines, in surfaces, in species, to be continued without end or limit. But it will not be found so easy to conceive a series, either of mere velocities or of mere nascent increments, distinct therefrom and corresponding thereunto. Compare what is here said with Mr. Walton's genesis of a cube, and you will then clearly see how far this answerer is from explaining the nature of second, third and fourth fluxions, and how justly I might repay the gentleman in kind, and tell him in his own language, that all his skill is vain and impertinent, vind. Closing parenthesis. 17. But it doth not become me to find fault with this learned professor, who at bottom militates on my side, and in this very section, makes it his business directly to overthrow Sir Isaac Newton's doctrine. For he saith in plain terms, that there can be no fourth fluxion of a cube, p. 25, that is, there can be no second fluxion of a line, and a fortiori, no third, fourth, fifth, and c. Insomuch that with one single dash of his pen Mr. Walton destroys, to the great relief of the learned world, an indefinite rank of fluxions of different orders that might have reached from pole to pole. I had distinctly pointed out the difficulties in several parts both of my analyst and defense, and I leave you to judge whether he explains or even attempts to explain one of them. Instead thereof he tells us of the true dimension of a cube generated by motion, whence he takes occasion, as hath been observed, to explode Sir Isaac's own doctrine, which is utterly inconsistent with Mr. Walton's. And can you now doubt the real design of this egregious vindicator? 18. Before ever Sir Isaac Newton thought of his fluxions, everybody knew there were 3 dimensions in a cube, and that a solid might be generated by the motion of a surface by the motion of a line, and a line by the motion of a point. And this in effect is all we know from Mr. Walton's explication. As for his dwelling so minutely on the genesis of the solid parts of a cube, a thing so foreign from the purpose, the only rational account I can give of it is, that Mr. Walton, by puzzling the imagination of his vulgar readers, hope the better to disguise his betraying the doctrine of his great client, which to a discerning eye he manifestly gives up, and instead thereof humorously substitutes, what all the world knew before Sir Isaac was born, to wit, the 3 dimensions of a cube and the genesis thereof by motion. 19. Upon the whole I appeal to you and every intelligent reader, whether this thing, which Walton is pleased ironically to call a full answer, doth not carry throughout a fly insinuation, that the profound science of fluxions cannot be maintained but by the help of most unintelligible paradoxes and inconsistencies. So far, indeed, as affirmations go he sheweth himself an able support of Sir Isaac Newton. But then in his reasonings he drops that great man upon the most important points, to wit, his doctrine of motion and his doctrine of fluxions, not regarding how far the demonstration of his famous Principia is interested therein. To convince you still more and more of the truth hereof, do but reflect a little on Mr. Walton's conduct. Can you think it probable that so learned and clear-headed a writer would have laid down such a direct repugnancy to common sense, as his idea of motion in a point, for the groundwork of his explanation, had it been his real intention to explain? Or can you suppose he would have been absolutely silent on so many points urged home, both in the analyst and defense, which it concerned a vindicator of Sir Isaac not to have overlooked? Can you imagine that if he meant seriously to defend the doctrine of fluxions, he would have contented himself with barely asserting that Sir Isaac Newton in the introduction to his Quadrature of Curves, in the 2nd lemma of the 2nd book, and in the scholium to the 1st section of the 1st book of his Principles of Philosophy, hath delivered his doctrine of fluxions in so clear and distinct a manner, without the least inconsistency in terms or arguments, that one would have thought it impossible for any person not to have understood him. p. 30. XX. Is it possible, I say, that Mr. Walton could in earnest hope we should take his bare word, as so much more credible than Sir Isaac's, and not rather have endeavored to answer the questions and reconcile the difficulties set forth in my defense of free thinking, for instance, in sect XXXV, wherein I entreat my antagonist to explain whether Sir Isaac's momentum be a finite quantity or an infinitesimal or a mere limit, adding, if you say a finite quantity, be pleased to reconcile this with what he saith in the scholium of the 2nd lemma of the 1st section of the 1st book of his Principles, cave intelligas quantitates magnitudine determinators, sed cogita semper diminuendas sine limite. If you say an infinitesimal, reconcile this with what is said in the introduction to his Quadratures, volui ostenda quod in methodo fluxionum non opus sit figuras infinite parvas in geometriam introducere. If you should say it is a mere limit, be pleased to reconcile this with what we find in the 1st case of the 2nd lemma in the 2nd book of his Principles, ubi de lateribus A and B dirent momentorum dimidia, and C, where the moments are supposed to be divided. I shall scarce think it worth my while to bestow a serious thought on any writer who shall pretend to maintain Sir Isaac's doctrine, and yet leave this passage without a reply. And the reader, I believe, will think with me that, in answer to difficulties distinctly proposed and insisted on, to offer nothing but a magisterial assertion is a mere grimace of one who made merry with fluxions, under the notion of defending them. And he will be further confirmed in this way of thinking, when he observes that Mr. Walton hath not said one syllable, in reply to those several sections of my defense, which I had particularly referred to, as containing a full answer to his vindication. But it is no wonder if, with Sir Isaac's doctrine, he should drop also his own arguments in favor thereof. 21. I have been at the pains once for all to write this short comment on Mr. Walton, as the only way I could think of for making him intelligible, which will also serve as a key to his future writings on this subject. And I was the rather inclined to take this trouble, because it seemeth to me, there is no part of learning that wants to be cleared up more than this same doctrine of fluxions, which hath hitherto walked about in a mist to the stupefaction of the literati of the present age. To conclude, I accept this professor's recantation, nor am at all displeased at the ingenious method he takes to disguise it. Some zealous fluxionist may perhaps answer him. Finis. The Querist, 1737. containing several queries proposed to the consideration of the public. First edition text. Contents. Part 1. Part 2. Part 3. Part 1. Query 1. Whether there ever was, is, or will be, an industrious nation poor, or an idle rich. 2. Q. Whether a people can be called poor, where the common sort are well fed, clothed, and lodged. 3. Q. Whether the drift and aim of every wise state should not be, to encourage industry in its members. And whether those who employ neither heads nor hands for the common benefit deserve not to be expelled like drones out of a well-governed state. 4. Q. Whether the four elements, and man's labor therein, be not the true source of wealth. 5. Q. Whether money be not only so far useful, as it stirreth up industry, enabling men mutually to participate the fruits of each other's labor. 6. Q. Whether any other means, equally conducing to excite and circulate the industry of mankind, may not be as useful as money. 7. Q. Whether the real end and aim of men be not power, and whether he who could have everything else at his wish or will would value money. 8. Q. Whether the public aim in every well-governed state be not that each member, according to his just pretensions and industry, should have power. 9. Q. Whether power be not referred to action, and whether action doth not follow appetite or will. 10. Q. Whether fashion doth not create appetites, and whether the prevailing will of a nation is not the fashion. 11. Q. Whether the current of industry and commerce be not determined by this prevailing will. 12. Q. Whether it be not owing to custom that the fashions are agreeable. 13. Q. Whether it may not concern the wisdom of the legislature to interpose in the making of fashions, and not leave an affair of so great influence to the management of women and fops, tailors and vintners. 14. Q. Whether reasonable fashions are a greater restraint on freedom than those which are unreasonable. 15. Q. Whether a general good taste in a people would not greatly conduce to their thriving. And whether an uneducated gentry be not the greatest of national evils. 16. Q. Whether customs and fashions do not supply the place of reason in the vulgar of all ranks. Whether, therefore, it doth not very much import that they should be wisely framed. 17. Q. Whether the imitating those neighbors in our fashions, to whom we bear no likeness in our circumstances, be not one cause of distress to this nation. 18. Q. Whether frugal fashions in the upper rank, and comfortable living in the lower, be not the means to multiply inhabitants. 19. Q. Whether the bulk of our Irish natives are not kept from thriving, by that cynical content in dirt and beggary which they possess to a degree beyond any other people in Christendom. 20. Q. Whether the creating of wants be not the likeliest way to produce industry in a people. And whether, if our peasants were accustomed to eat beef and wear shoes, they would not be more industrious. 21. Q. Whether other things being given, as climate, soil, etc., the wealth be not proportioned to the industry, and this to the circulation of credit, be the credit circulated or transferred by what marks or tokens soever. 22. Q. Whether, therefore, less money swiftly circulating, be not, in effect, equivalent to more money slowly circulating. Or, whether, if the circulation be reciprocally as the quantity of coin, the nation can be a loser. 23. Q. Whether money is to be considered as having an intrinsic value, or as being a commodity, a standard, a measure, or a pledge, as is variously suggested by writers. And whether the true idea of money, as such, be not altogether that of a ticket or counter. 24. Q. Whether the value or price of things be not a compounded proportion, directly as the demand, and reciprocally as the plenty. 25. Q. Whether the terms crown, livre, pound sterling, etc., are not to be considered as exponents or denominations of such proportion. And whether gold, silver, and paper are not tickets or counters for reckoning, recording, and transferring thereof. 26. Q. Whether the denominations being retained, although the bullion were gone, things might not nevertheless be rated, bought, and sold, industry promoted, and a circulation of commerce maintained. 27. 2. Whether an equal raising of all sorts of gold, silver, and copper coin can have any effect in bringing money into the kingdom. And whether altering the proportions between the kingdom's several sorts can have any other effect but multiplying one kind and lessening another, without any increase of the sum total. 28. 2. Whether arbitrary changing the denomination of coin be not a public cheat. 29. 2. Whether, nevertheless, the damage would be very considerable, if by degrees our money were brought back to the English value there to rest forever. 30. 2. Whether the English crown did not formerly pass with us for 6 shillings. And what inconvenience ensued to the public upon its reduction to the present value, and whether what hath been may not be. 31. 2. What makes a wealthy people? Whether mines of gold and silver are capable of doing this, and whether the Negroes, amidst the gold sands of Africa, are not poor and destitute. 32. 2. Whether there be any virtue in gold or silver, other than as they set people at work, or create industry. 33. 2. Whether it be not the opinion or will of the people, exciting them to industry, that truly enricheth a nation. And whether this doth not principally depend on the means for counting, transferring, and preserving power, that is, property of all kinds. 34. 2. Whether if there was no silver or gold in the kingdom, our trade might not, nevertheless, supply bills of exchange, sufficient to answer the demands of absentees in England or elsewhere. 35. 2. Whether current bank notes may not be deemed money, and whether they are not actually the greater part of the money of this kingdom. 36. 2. Provided the wheels move, whether it is not the same thing, as to the effect of the machine, be this done by the force of wind, or water, or animals. 37. 2. Whether power to command the industry of others be not real wealth, and whether money be not in truth tickets or tokens for conveying and recording such power, and whether it be of great consequence what materials the tickets are made of. 38. 2. Whether trade, either foreign or domestic, be in truth any more than this commerce of industry. 39. 2. Whether to promote, transfer, and secure this commerce, and this property in human labor, or, in other words, this power, be not the sole means of enriching a people, and how far this may be done independently of gold and silver. 40. 2. Whether it were not wrong to suppose land itself to be wealth, and whether the industry of the people is not first to be considered, as that which constitutes wealth, which makes even land and silver to be wealth, neither of which would have any value but as means and motives to industry. 41. 2. Whether in the wastes of America a man might not possess 20 miles square of land, and yet want his dinner, or a coat to his back. 42. 2. Whether a fertile land, and the industry of its inhabitants, would not prove inexhaustible funds of real wealth, be the counters for conveying and recording thereof what you will, paper, gold, or silver. 43. 2. Whether a single hint be sufficient to overcome a prejudice, and whether even obvious truths will not sometimes bear repeating. 44. 2. Whether, if human labor be the true source of wealth, it doth not follow that idleness should of all things be discouraged in a wise state. 45. 2. Whether even gold or silver, if they should lessen the industry of its inhabitants, would not be ruinous to a country, and whether Spain be not an instance of this. 46. 2. Whether the opinion of men, and their industry consequent thereupon, be not the true wealth of Holland and not the silver supposed to be deposited in the bank at Amsterdam. 47. 2. Whether there is in truth any such treasure lying dead, and whether it be of great consequence to the public that it should be real rather than notional. 48. 2. Whether in order to understand the true nature of wealth and commerce, it would not be right to consider a ship's crew cast upon a desert island, and by degrees forming themselves to business and civil life, while industry begot credit, and credit moved to industry. 49. 2. Whether such men would not all set themselves to work, whether they would not subsist by the mutual participation of each other's industry, whether, When one man had in his way procured more than he could consume, he would not exchange his superfluities to supply his wants. Whether this must not produce credit. Whether, to facilitate these conveyances, to record and circulate this credit, they would not soon agree on certain tallies, tokens, tickets, or counters. 50. Q. Whether reflection in the better sort might not soon remedy our evils. And whether our real defect be not a wrong way of thinking. 51. Q. Whether it would not be an unhappy turn in our gentlemen, if they should take more thought to create an interest to themselves in this or that county, or borough, than to promote the real interest of their country. 52. Q. Whether it be not a bull to call that making an interest, whereby a man spendeth much and gaineth nothing. 53. Q. Whether if a man builds a house he doth not in the first place provide a plan which governs his work. And shall the pubic act without an end, a view, a plan. 54. Q. Whether by how much the less particular folk think for themselves, the public be not so much the more obliged to think for them. 55. Q. Whether cunning be not one thing and good sense another, and whether a cunning tradesman doth not stand in his own light. 56. Q. Whether small gains be not the way to great profit, and if our tradesmen are beggars, whether they may not thank themselves for it. 57. Q. Whether some way might not be found for making criminals useful in public works, instead of sending them either to America, or to the other world. 58. Q. Whether we may not, as well as other nations, contrive employment for them. And whether servitude, chains, and hard labor, for a term of years, would not be a more discouraging as well as a more adequate punishment for felons than even death itself. 59. Q. Whether there are not such things in Holland as bettering houses for bringing young gentlemen to order. And whether such an institution would be useless among us. 60. Q. Whether it be true that the poor in Holland have no resource but their own labor, and yet there are no beggars in their streets. 61. Q. Whether he whose luxury consumeth foreign products, and whose industry produceth nothing domestic to exchange for them, is not so far forth injurious to his country. 62. Q. Whether, consequently, the fine gentleman, whose employment is only to dress, drink, and play, be not a pubic nuisance. 63. Q. Whether necessity is not to be hearkened to before convenience, and convenience before luxury. 64. Q. Whether to provide plentifully for the poor be not feeding the root, the substance whereof will shoot upwards into the branches, and cause the top to flourish. 65. Q. Whether there be any instance of a state wherein the people, living neatly and plentifully, did not aspire to wealth. 66. Q. Whether nastiness and beggary do not, on the contrary, extinguish all such ambition, making men listless, hopeless, and slothful. 67. Q. Whether a country inhabited by people well fed, clothed and lodged would not become every day more populous. And whether a numerous stock of people in such circumstances would, and how far the product of not constitute a flourishing nation, our own country may suffice for the compassing of this end. 68. Q. Whether a people who had provided themselves with the necessaries of life in good plenty would not soon extend their industry to new arts and new branches of commerce. 69. Q. Whether those same manufactures which England imports from other countries may not be admitted from Ireland. And, if so, whether lace, carpets, and tapestry, 3 considerable articles of English importation, might not find encouragement in Ireland. And whether an academy for design might not greatly conduce to the perfecting those manufactures among us. 70. Q. Whether France and Flanders could have drawn so much money from England for figured silks, lace, and tapestry, if they had not had academies for designing. 71. Q. Whether, when a room was once prepared, and models in plaster of Paris, the annual expense of such an academy needs stand the pubic in above £200 a year. 72. Q. Whether our linen manufacture would not find the benefit of this institution. and whether there be anything that makes us fall short of the Dutch in damasks, diapers, and printed linen, but our ignorance in design. 73. Q. Whether those specimens of our own manufacture, hung up in a certain public place, do not sufficiently declare such our ignorance, and whether for the honor of the nation they ought not to be removed. 74. Q. Whether those who may slight this affair as notional have sufficiently considered the extensive use of the art of design, and its influence in most trades and manufactures, wherein the forms of things are often more regarded than the materials. 75. Q. Whether there be any art sooner learned than that of making carpets, and whether our women, with little time and pains, may not make more beautiful carpets than those imported from Turkey, and whether this branch of the woolen manufacture be not open to us. 76. Q. Whether human industry can produce, from such cheap materials, a manufacture of so great value by any other art as by those of sculpture and painting. 77. Q. Whether pictures and statues are not in fact so much treasure, and whether Rome and Florence would not be poor towns without them. 78. Q. Whether they do not bring ready money as well as jewels, whether in Italy debts are not paid, and children portioned with them, as with gold and silver. 79. Q. Whether it would not be more prudent, to strike out and exert ourselves in permitted branches of trade, than to fold our hands, and repine that we are not allowed the woolen. 80. Q. Whether it be true that 2 millions are yearly expended by England in foreign lace and linen. 81. Q. Whether immense sums are not drawn yearly into the northern countries, for supplying the British Navy with hempen manufactures. 82. Q. Whether there be anything more profitable than hemp, and whether there should not be great premiums for encouraging our hempen trade. What advantages may not Great Britain make of a country where land and labor are so cheap? 83. Q. Whether Ireland alone might not raise hemp sufficient for the British Navy, and whether it would not be vain to expect this from the British colonies in America, where hands are so scarce, and labor so excessively dear. 84. Q. Whether, if our own people want will or capacity for such an attempt, it might not be worth while for some undertaking spirits in England to make settlements, and raise hemp in the counties of Clare and Limerick, than which, perhaps, there is not fitter land in the world for that purpose, and whether both nations would not find their advantage therein. 85. Q. Whether if all the idle hands in this kingdom were employed on hemp and flax, we might not find sufficient vent for these manufactures. 86. Q. How far it may be in our own power to better our affairs, without interfering with our neighbors. 87. Q. Whether the prohibition of our woolen trade ought not naturally to put us on other methods which give no jealousy. 88. Q. Whether paper be not a valuable article of commerce, and whether it be not true that one single bookseller in London yearly expended above £4,000 in that foreign commodity. 89. Q. How it comes to pass that the Venetians and Genoese, who wear so much less linen, and so much worse than we do, should yet make very good paper, and in great quantity, while we make very little. 90. Q. How long it will be before my countrymen find out that it is worthwhile to spend a penny in order to get a groat. 91. Q. If all the land were tilled that is fit for tillage, and all that sowed with hemp and flax that is fit for raising 'em, whether we should have much sheep walk beyond what was sufficient to supply the necessities of the kingdom. 92. Q. Whether other countries have not flourished without the woolen trade. 93. Q. Whether it be not a sure sign or effect of a country's inhabitants, and, thriving, to see it well cultivated and full of, if so, whether a great quantity of sheep walk be not ruinous to a country, rendering it waste and thinly inhabited. 94. Q. Whether the employing so much of our land under sheep be not in fact an Irish blunder. 95. Q. Whether our hankering after our woolen trade be not the true and only reason which hath created a jealousy in England towards Ireland, and whether anything can hurt us more than such jealousy. 96. Q. Whether it be not the true interest of both nations to become one people, and whether either be sufficiently apprised of this. 97. 2. Whether the upper part of this people are not truly English, by blood, language, religion, manners, inclination, and interest. 98. 2. Whether we are not as much Englishmen as the children of old Romans, born in Britain, were still Romans. 99. 2. Whether it be not our true interest not to interfere with them, and, in every other case, whether it be not their true interest to befriend us. 100. 2. Whether a mint in Ireland might not be of great convenience to the kingdom, and whether it could be attended with any possible inconvenience to Great Britain. And whether there were not mints in Naples and Sicily, when those kingdoms were provinces to Spain or the House of Austria. 101. 2. Whether anything can be more ridiculous than for the north of Ireland to be jealous of a linen manufacturer in the south. 102. 2. Whether the county of Tipperary be not much better land than the county of Armagh, and yet whether the latter is not much better improved and inhabited than the former. 103. 2. Whether every landlord in the kingdom doth not know the cause of this, and yet how few are the better for such their knowledge. 104. 2. Whether large farms under few hands, or small ones under many, are likely to be made most of, and whether flax and tillage do not naturally multiply hands, and divide land into small holdings, and well improved. 105. 2. Whether, as our exports are lessened, we ought not to lessen our imports, and whether these will not be lessened as our demands, and these as our wants, and these as our customs or fashions. Of how great consequence therefore are fashions to the public. 106. 2. Whether it would not be more reasonable to mend our state than to complain of it, and how far this may be in our own power. 107. 2. What the nation gains by those who live in Ireland upon the produce of foreign countries. 108. 2. How far the vanity of our ladies in dressing, and of our gentlemen in drinking, contributes to the general misery of the people. 109. 2. Whether nations, as wise and opulent as ours, have not made sumptuary laws, and what hinders us from doing the same. 110. 2. Whether those who drink foreign liquors, and deck themselves and their families with foreign ornaments, are not so far forth to be reckoned absentees. 111. 2. Whether, as our trade is limited, we ought not to limit our expenses, and whether this be not the natural and obvious remedy. 112. 2. Whether the dirt, and famine, and nakedness of the bulk of our people might not be remedied, even although we had no foreign trade. And whether this should not be our first care, and whether, if this were once provided for, the conveniences of the rich would not soon follow. 113. 2. Whether comfortable living doth not produce wants, and wants industry, and industry wealth. 114. 2. Whether there is not a great difference between Holland and Ireland, and whether foreign commerce, without which the one could not subsist, be so necessary for the other. 115. 2. Might we not put a hand to the plough, or the spade, although we had no foreign commerce? 116. 2. Whether the exigencies of nature are not to be answered by industry on our own soil, and how far the conveniences and comforts of life may be procured by a domestic commerce between the several parts of this kingdom. 117. 2. Whether the women may not sew, spin, weave, embroider sufficiently for the embellishment of their persons, and even enough to raise envy in each other, without being beholden to foreign countries. 118. 2. Suppose the bulk of our inhabitants had shoes to their feet, clothes to their backs, and beef in their bellies, might not such a state be eligible for the public, even though the squires were condemned to drink ale and cider? 119. 2. Whether, if drunkenness be a necessary evil, men may not as well drink the growth of their own country. 120. 2. Whether a nation within itself might not have real wealth, sufficient to give its inhabitants power and distinction, without the help of gold and silver. 121. 2. Whether, If the arts of sculpture and painting were encouraged among us, we might not furnish our houses in a much nobler manner with our own manufactures. 122. Chew. Whether we have not, or may not have, all the necessary materials for building at home. 123. Chew. Whether tiles and plaster may not supply the place of Norway fir for flooring and wainscot. 124. Chew. Whether plaster be not warmer, as well as more secure, than deal. And whether a modern fashionable house, lined with fir, daubed over with oil and paint, be not like a fire ship, ready to be lighted up by all accidents. 125. Chew. Whether larger houses, better built and furnished, a greater train of servants, the difference with regard to equipage and table between finer and coarser, more and less elegant, may not be sufficient to feed a reasonable share of vanity, or support all proper distinctions. And whether all these may not be procured by domestic industry out of the four elements, without ransacking the four quarters of the globe. 126. Chew. Whether anything is a nobler ornament, in the eye of the world, than an Italian palace, that is, stone and mortar skillfully put together, and adorned with sculpture and painting, and whether this may not be compassed without foreign trade. 127. Chew. Whether an expense in gardens and plantations would not be an elegant distinction for the rich, a domestic magnificence employing many hands within, and drawing nothing from abroad. 128. Chew. Whether the apology which is made for foreign luxury in England, to wit, that they could not carry on their trade without imports as well as exports, will hold in Ireland. 129. Chew. Whether one may not be allowed to conceive and suppose a society or nation of human creatures, clad in woolen cloths and stuffs, eating good bread, beef and mutton, poultry and fish, in great plenty, drinking ale, mead, and cider, inhabiting decent houses built of brick and marble, taking their pleasure in fair parks and gardens, depending on no foreign imports either for food or raiment. And whether such people ought much to be pitied. 130. Chew. Whether Ireland be not as well qualified for such a state as any nation under the sun. 131. Chew. Whether in such a state the inhabitants may not contrive to pass the 24 hours with tolerable ease and cheerfulness. And whether any people upon earth can do more. 132. Chew. Whether they may not eat, drink, play, dress, visit, sleep in good beds, sit by good fires, build, plant, raise a name, make estates, and spend them. 133. Chew. Whether, upon the whole, a domestic trade may not suffice in such a country as Ireland, to nourish and clothe its inhabitants, and provide them with the reasonable conveniences and even comforts of life. 134. Chew. Whether a general habit of living well would not produce numbers and industry, and whether, considering the tendency of humankind, the consequence thereof would not be foreign trade and riches, how unnecessary soever. 135. Chew. Whether, nevertheless, it be a crime to inquire how far we may do without foreign trade, and what would follow on such a supposition. 136. Chew. Whether the number and welfare of the subjects be not the true strength of the crown. 137. Chew. Whether in all public institutions there should not be an end proposed, which is to be the rule and limit of the means. Whether this end should not be the well-being of the whole, and whether, in order to this, the first step should not be to clothe and feed our people. 138. Chew. Whether there be upon earth any Christian or civilized people so beggarly, wretched, and destitute as the common Irish. 139. Chew. Whether, nevertheless, there is any other people whose wants may be more easily supplied from home. 140. Chew. Whether, if there was a wall of brass 1,000 cubits high round this kingdom, our natives might not nevertheless live cleanly and comfortably, till the land, and reap the fruits of it. 141. Chew. What should hinder us from exerting ourselves, using our hands and brains, doing something or other, man, woman, and child, like the other inhabitants of God's earth. 142. Chew. Be the restraining our trade well or ill-advised in our neighbors, with respect to their own interest, yet whether it be not plainly ours to accommodate ourselves to it. 143. Chew. Whether it be not vain to think of persuading other people to see their interest, while we continue blind to our own. 144. Chew. Whether there be any other nation possessed of so much good land, and so many able hands to work it, which yet is beholden for bread to foreign countries. 145. Chew. Whether it be true that we import corn to the value of £200,000 in some years. 146. Chew. Whether we are not undone by fashions made for other people, and whether it be not madness in a poor nation to imitate a rich one. 147. Chew. Whether a woman of fashion ought not to be declared a public enemy. 148. Chew. Whether it be not certain that from the single town of Cork were exported, in 1 year, no less than 107,161 barrels of beef, 7,379 barrels of pork, 13,461 casks, and 85,727 firkins of butter. And what hands were employed in this manufacture? 149. Chew. Whether a foreigner could imagine that 1/2 of the people were starving, in a country which sent out such plenty of provisions. 150. Chew. Whether an Irish lady, set out with French silks and Flanders lace, may not be said to consume more beef and butter than 100 of our laboring peasants. 151. Chew. Whether 9/10 of our foreign trade be not carried on singly to support the article of vanity. 152. Chew. Whether it can be hoped that private persons will not indulge this folly, unless restrained by the public. 153. Chew. How vanity is maintained in other countries. Whether in Hungary, for instance, a proud nobility are not subsisted with small imports from abroad. 154. Chew. Whether there be a prouder people upon earth than the noble Venetians, although they all wear plain black clothes. 155. Chew. Whether a people are to be pitied that will not sacrifice their little particular vanities to the public good. And yet, whether each part would not accept their own foible from this public sacrifice, the squire his bottle, the lady her lace. 156. Chew. Whether claret be not often drank rather for vanity than for health, or pleasure. 157. Chew. Whether it be true that men of nice palates have been imposed on, by elder wine for French claret, and by mead for palm sack. 158. Chew. Do not Englishmen abroad purchase beer and cider at 10 times the price of wine? 159. Chew. How many gentlemen are there in England of £1,000 per annum who never drink wine in their own houses? Whether the same may be said of any in Ireland who have even £100 per annum. 160. Chew. What reasons have our neighbors in England for discouraging French wines which may not hold with respect to us also? 161. Chew. How much of the necessary sustenance of our people is yearly exported for brandy? 162. Chew. Whether, if people must poison themselves, they had not better do it with their own growth. 163. Chew. If we imported neither claret from France, nor fur from Norway, what the nation would save by it. 164. Chew. When the root yieldeth insufficient nourishment, whether men do not top the tree to make the lower branches thrive. 165. Chew. Whether, if our ladies drank sage or balm tea out of Irish ware, it would be an insupportable national calamity. 166. Chew. Whether it be really true that such wine is best as most encourages drinking, i.e., that must be given in the largest dose to produce its effect. And whether this holds with regard to any other medicine. 167. Chew. Whether that trade should not be accounted most pernicious wherein the balance is most against us. And whether this be not the trade with France. 168. Q. Whether it be not even madness to encourage trade with a nation that takes nothing of our manufacture. 169. Q. Whether Ireland can hope to thrive if the major part of her patriots shall be found in the French interest. 170. Q. Why, if a bribe by the palate or the purse be in effect the same thing, they should not be alike infamous. 171. Q. Whether the vanity and luxury of a few ought to stand in competition with the interest of a nation. 172. Q. Whether national wants ought not to be the rule of trade, and whether the most pressing wants of the majority ought not to be first considered. 173. Q. Whether it is possible the country should be well improved, while our beef is exported, and our laborers live upon potatoes. 174. Q. If it be resolved that we cannot do without foreign trade, whether, at least, it may not be worth while to consider what branches thereof deserve to be entertained, and how far we may be able to carry it on under our present limitations. 175. Q. What foreign imports may be necessary for clothing and feeding the families of persons not worth above £100 a year? And how many wealthier there are in the kingdom, and what proportion they bear to the other inhabitants? 176. Q. Whether trade be not then on a right foot, when foreign commodities are imported in exchange only for domestic superfluities. 177. Q. Whether the quantities of beef, butter, wool, and leather, exported from this island, can be reckoned the superfluities of a country, where there are so many natives naked and famished. 178. Q. Whether it would not be wise so to order our trade as to export manufactures rather than provisions, and of those such as employ most hands. 179. Q. Whether she would not be a very vile matron, and justly thought either mad or foolish, that should give away the necessaries of life from her naked and famished children, in exchange for pearls to stick in her hair, and sweetmeats to please her own palate. 180. Q. Whether a nation might not be considered as a family. 181. Q. Whether other methods may not be found for supplying the funds, besides the custom on things imported. 182. Q. Whether any art or manufacture be so difficult as the making of good laws. 183. Q. Whether our peers and gentlemen are born legislators, or whether that faculty be acquired by study and reflection. 184. Q. Whether to comprehend the real interest of a people, and the means to procure it, doth not imply some fund of knowledge, historical, moral, and political, with a faculty of reason improved by learning. 185. Q. Whether every enemy to learning be not a Goth, and whether every such Goth among us be not an enemy to the country. 186. Q. Whether, therefore, it would not be an omen of ill presage, a dreadful phenomenon in the land, if our great men should take it in their heads to deride learning and education. 187. Q. Whether, on the contrary, it should not seem worthwhile to erect a mart of literature in this kingdom, under wiser regulations and better discipline than in any other part of Europe. And whether this would not be an infallible means of drawing men and money into the kingdom. 188. Q. Whether the governed be not too numerous for the governing part of our college. And whether it might not be expedient to convert 30 natives' places into 20 fellowships. 189. Q. Whether, if we had 2 colleges, there might not spring a useful emulation between them. And whether it might not be contrived so to divide the fellows, scholars, and revenues between both, as that no member should be a loser thereby. 190. Q. Whether £10,000 well laid out might not build a decent college, fit to contain 200 persons, and whether the purchase money of the chambers would not go a good way towards defraying the expense. 191. Q. Where this college should be situated. 192. Q. Whether it is possible a state should not thrive, whereof the lower part were industrious, and the upper wise. 193. 2. Whether the collected wisdom of ages and nations be not found in books, improved and applied by study. 194. 2. Whether it was not an Irish professor who first opened the public schools at Oxford. Whether this island hath not been anciently famous for learning, and whether at this day it hath any better chance for being considerable. 195. 2. Whether we may not with better grace sit down and complain, when we have done all that lies in our power to help ourselves. 196. 2. Whether the gentleman of a state hath a right to be idle, and whether he ought not to be the great promoter and director of industry among his tenants and neighbors. 197. 2. Whether the real foundation for wealth must not be laid in the numbers, the frugality, and the industry of the people, and whether all attempts to enrich a nation by other means, as raising the coin, stock jobbing, and such arts are not vain. 198. 2. Whether a door ought not to be shut against all other methods of growing rich, save only by industry and merit, and whether wealth got otherwise would not be ruinous to the public. 199. 2. Whether the abuse of banks and paper money is a just objection against the use thereof, and whether such abuse might not easily be prevented. 200. 2. Whether national banks are not found useful in Venice, Holland, and Hamburg, and whether it is not possible to contrive one that may be useful also in Ireland. 201. 2. Whether any nation ever was in greater want of such an expedient than Ireland. 202. 2. Whether the banks of Venice and Amsterdam are not in the hands of the public. 203. 2. Whether it may not be worth while to inform ourselves in the nature of those banks, and what reason can be assigned why Ireland should not reap the benefit of such public banks as well as other countries. 204. 2. Whether a bank of national credit, supported by public funds and secured by Parliament, be a chimera or impossible thing, and if not, what would follow from the supposal of such a bank. 205. 2. Whether the currency of a credit so well secured would not be of great advantage to our trade and manufactures. 206. 2. Whether the notes of such public bank would not have a more general circulation than those of private banks, as being less subject to frauds and hazards. 207. 2. Whether it be not agreed that paper hath in many respects the advantage above coin, as being of more dispatch in payments, more easily transferred, preserved, and recovered when lost. 208. 2. Whether, besides these advantages, there be not an evident necessity for circulating credit by paper, from the defect of coin in this kingdom. 209. 2. Whether the public may not as well save the interest which it now pays. 210. 2. What would happen if two of our banks should break at once? And whether it be wise to neglect providing against an event which experience hath shown us not to be impossible. 211. 2. Whether such an accident would not particularly affect the bankers, and therefore whether a national bank would not be a security even to private bankers. 212. 2. Whether we may not easily avoid the inconveniencies attending the paper money of New England, which were incurred by their issuing too great a quantity of notes, by their having no silver in bank to exchange for notes, by their not insisting upon repayment of the loans at the time prefixed, and especially by their want of manufactures to answer their imports from Europe. 213. 2. Whether a combination of bankers might not do wonders, and whether bankers know their own strength. 214. 2. Whether a bank in private hands might not even overturn a government, and whether this was not the case of the Bank of St. George in Genoa. Footnote. See the Vindication and Advancement of Our National Constitution and Credit. Printed in London 1710. 215. 2. Whether we may not easily prevent the ill effects of such a bank as Mr. Law proposed for Scotland, which was faulty in not limiting the quantum of bills, and permitting all persons to take out what bills they pleased, upon the mortgage of lands, whence by a glut of paper, the prices of things must rise. Whence also the fortunes of men must increase in denomination, though not in value, whence pride, idleness, and beggary. 216. Chew. Whether such banks as those of England and Scotland might not be attended with great inconveniences, as lodging too much power in the hands of private men, and giving handle for monopolies, stock jobbing, and destructive schemes. 217. Chew. Whether the National Bank, projected by an anonymous writer in the latter end of Queen Anne's reign, might not on the other hand be attended with as great inconveniencies by lodging too much power in the government. 218. Chew. Whether the bank projected by Murray, though it partake, in many useful particulars, with that of Amsterdam, yet, as it placed too great power in the hands of a private society, might not be dangerous to the public. 219. Chew. Whether it be rightly remarked by some that, as banking brings no treasure into the kingdom like trade, private wealth must sink as the bank riseth. And whether whatever causeth industry to flourish and circulate may not be said to increase our treasure. 220. Chew. Whether the ruinous effects of Mississippi, South Sea, and such schemes were not owing to an abuse of paper money or credit, in making it a means for idleness and gaming, instead of a motive and help to industry. 221. Chew. Whether those effects could have happened had there been no stock jobbing. And whether stock jobbing could at first have been set on foot, without an imaginary foundation of some improvement to the stock by trade. Whether, therefore, when there are no such prospects, or cheats, or private schemes proposed, the same effects can be justly feared. 222. Chew. Whether by a national bank, be not properly understood a bank, not only established by public authority as the Bank of England, but a bank in the hands of the public, wherein there are no shares, whereof the public alone is proprietor, and reaps all the benefit. 223. Chew. Whether, having considered the conveniencies of banking and paper credit in some countries, and the inconveniencies thereof in others, we may not contrive to adopt the former, and avoid the latter. 224. Chew. Whether great evils, to which other schemes are liable, may not be prevented, by excluding the managers of the bank from a share in the legislature. 225. Chew. Whether the rise of the Bank of Amsterdam was not purely casual, for the security and dispatch of payments. And whether the good effects thereof, in supplying the place of coin, and promoting a ready circulation of industry and commerce may not be a lesson to us, to do that by design which others fell upon by chance. 226. Chew. Whether the bank proposed to be established in Ireland, under the notion of a national bank, by the voluntary subscription of £300,000, to pay off the national debt, the interest of which sum to be paid the subscribers, subject to certain terms of redemption, be not in reality a private bank, as those of England and Scotland, which are national only in name, being in the hands of particular persons, and making dividends on the money paid in by subscribers. Footnote. See a proposal for the relief of Ireland, and c. Printed in Dublin A.D. 1734. 227. Chew. Whether plenty of small cash be not absolutely necessary for keeping up a circulation among the people, that is, whether copper be not more necessary than gold. 228. Chew. Whether it is not worth while to reflect on the expedients made use of by other nations, paper money, bank notes, public funds, and credit in all its shapes, to examine what hath been done and devised to add to our own animadversions, and upon the whole offer such hints as seem not unworthy the attention of the public. 229. Chew. Whether that, which increaseth the stock of a nation be not a means of increasing its trade. And whether that which increaseth the current credit of a nation may not be said to increase its stock. 230. Chew. Whether it may not be expedient to appoint certain funds or stock for a national bank, under direction of certain persons, 1/3 whereof to be named by the government, and 1/3 by each House of Parliament. 231. Chew. Whether the directors should not be excluded from sitting in either House, and whether they should not be subject to the audit and visitation of a standing committee of both houses. 232. Q. Whether such committee of inspectors should not be changed every 2 years, one half going out, and another coming in by ballot. 233. Q. Whether the notes ought not to be issued in lots, to be let at interest on mortgaged lands, the whole number of lots to be divided among the 4 provinces, ratably to the number of hearths in each. 234. Q. Whether it may not be expedient to appoint 4 counting houses, 1 in each province, for converting notes into specie. 235. Q. Whether a limit should not be fixed, which no person might exceed, in taking out notes. 236. Q. Whether, the better to answer domestic circulation, it may not be right to issue notes as low as 20 shillings. 237. Q. Whether all the bills should be issued at once, or rather by degrees, that so men may be gradually accustomed and reconciled to the bank. 238. Q. Whether the keeping of the cash, and the direction of the bank, ought not to be in different hands, and both under public control. 239. Q. Whether the same rule should not always be observed, of lending out money or notes, only to half the value of the mortgaged land. And whether this value should not always be rated at the same number of years' purchase as at first. 240. Q. Whether care should not be taken to prevent an undue rise of the value of land. 241. Q. Whether the increase of industry and people will not of course raise the value of land. And whether this rise may not be sufficient. 242. Q. Whether land may not be apt to rise on the issuing too great plenty of notes. 243. Q. Whether this may not be prevented by the gradual and slow issuing of notes, and by frequent sales of lands. 244. Q. Whether interest doth not measure the true value of land, for instance, where money is at 5%, whether land is not worth 20 years' purchase. 245. Q. Whether too small a proportion of money would not hurt the landed man, and too great a proportion the moneyed man. And whether the quantum of notes ought not to bear proportion to the pubic demand. And whether trial must not show what this demand will be. 246. Q. Whether the exceeding this measure might not produce divers bad effects, one whereof would be the loss of our silver. 247. Q. Whether interest paid into the bank ought not to go on augmenting its stock. 248. Q. Whether it would or would not be right to appoint that the said interest be paid in notes only. 249. Q. Whether the notes of this national bank should not be received in all payments into the exchequer. 250. Q. Whether on supposition that the specie should fail, the credit would not, nevertheless, still pass, being admitted in all payments of the public revenue. 251. Q. Whether the pubic can become bankrupt so long as the notes are issued on good security. 252. Q. Whether mismanagement, prodigal living, hazards by trade, which often affect private banks, are equally to be apprehended in a pubic one. 253. Q. Whether as credit became current, and this raised the value of land, the security must not of course rise. 254. Q. Whether, as our current domestic credit grew, industry would not grow likewise, and if industry, our manufactures, and if these, our foreign credit. 255. Q. Whether by degrees, as business and people multiplied, more bills may not be issued, without augmenting the capital stock, provided still, that they are issued on good security, which further issuing of new bills, not to be without consent of Parliament. 256. Q. Whether such bank would not be secure, whether the profits accruing to the pubic would not be very considerable, and whether industry in private persons would not be supplied, and a general circulation encouraged. 257. Q. Whether such bank should, or should not, be allowed to issue notes for money deposited therein? And, if not, whether the bankers would have cause to complain. 258. Q. Whether, if the public thrives, all particular persons must not feel the benefit thereof, even the bankers themselves. 259. Q. Whether, beside the bank company, there are not in England many private wealthy bankers, and whether they were more before the erecting of that company. 260. Q. Whether as industry increased, our manufactures would not flourish, and as these flourished, whether better returns would not be made from estates to their landlords, both within and without the kingdom. 261. Q. Whether we have not paper money circulating among, whether, therefore, we might not as well have that as already which is secured by the public, and whereof the public reaps the benefit. 262. Q. Whether there are not two general ways of circulating money, to wit, play and traffic. And whether stock jobbing is not to be ranked under the former. 263. Q. Whether there are more than two things that might draw silver out of the bank, when its credit was once well established, to wit, foreign demands and small payments at home. 264. Q. Whether, if our trade with France were checked, the former of these causes could be supposed to operate at all, and whether the latter could operate to any great degree. 265. Q. Whether the sure way to supply people with tools and materials, and to set them at work, be not a free circulation of money, whether silver or paper. 266. Q. Whether in New England all trade and business is not as much at a stand, upon a scarcity of paper money, as with us from the want of specie. 267. Q. Whether paper money or notes may not be issued from the National Bank, on the security of hemp, of linen, or other manufactures whereby the poor might be supported in their industry. 268. Q. Whether it be certain that the quantity of silver in the Bank of Amsterdam be greater now than at first, but whether it be not certain that there is a greater circulation of industry and extent of trade, more people, ships, houses, and commodities of all sorts, more power by sea and land. 269. Q. Whether money, lying dead in the Bank of Amsterdam, would not be as useless as in the mine. 270. Q. Whether our visible security in land could be doubted, and whether there be anything like this in the Bank of Amsterdam. 271. Q. Whether it be just to apprehend danger from trusting a national bank with power to extend its credit, to circulate notes which it shall be felony to counterfeit, to receive goods on loans, to purchase lands, to sell also or alienate them, and to deal in bills of exchange, when these powers are no other than have been trusted for many years with the Bank of England, although in truth but a private bank. 272. Q. Whether the objection from monopolies and an overgrowth of power, which are made against private banks, can possibly hold against a national one. 273. Q. Whether banks raised by private subscription would be as advantageous to the public as to the subscribers, and whether risks and frauds might not be more justly apprehended from them. 274. Q. Whether the evil effects which of late years have attended paper money and credit in Europe did not spring from subscriptions, shares, dividends, and stock jobbing. 275. Q. Whether the great evils attending paper money in the British plantations of America have not sprung from the overrating their lands, and issuing paper without discretion, and from the legislators breaking their own rules in favor of themselves, thus sacrificing the public to their private benefit. And whether a little sense and honesty might not easily prevent all such inconveniences. 276. Q. Whether an argument from the abuse of things, against the use of them, be conclusive. 277. Q. Whether he who is bred to a part be fitted to judge of the whole. 278. Q. Whether interest be not apt to bias judgment, and whether traders only are to be consulted about trade, or bankers about money. 279. Q. whether the subject of free thinking in religion be not exhausted, and whether it be not high time for our freethinkers to turn their thoughts to the improvement of their country. 280. 2. Whether any man hath a right to judge, that will not be at the pains to distinguish. 281. 2. Whether there be not a wide difference between the profits going to augment the national stock, and being divided among private sharers. And whether, in the former case, there can possibly be any gaming or stock jobbing. 282. 2. Whether it must not be ruinous for a nation to sit down to game, be it with silver or with paper. 283. 2. Whether, therefore, the circulating paper, in the late ruinous schemes of France and England, was the true evil, and not rather the circulating thereof without industry. And whether the Bank of Amsterdam, where industry had been for so many years subsisted and circulated by transfers on paper, doth not clearly decide this point. 284. 2. Whether there are not to be seen in America fair towns, wherein the people are well lodged, fed, and clothed, without a beggar in their streets, although there be not one grain of gold or silver current among them. 285. 2. Whether these people do not exercise all arts and trades, build ships and navigate them to all parts of the world, purchase lands, till and reap the fruits of them, buy and sell, educate and provide for their children. Whether they do not even indulge themselves in foreign vanities. 286. 2. Whether, whatever inconveniences those people may have incurred from not observing either rules or bounds in their paper money, yet it be not certain that they are in a more flourishing condition, have larger and better built towns, more plenty, more industry, more arts and civility, and a more extensive commerce, than when they had gold and silver current among them. 287. 2. Whether a view of the ruinous effects of absurd schemes and credit mismanaged, so as to produce gaming and madness instead of industry, can be any just objection against a national bank calculated purely to promote industry. 288. 2. Whether a scheme for the welfare of this nation should not take in the whole inhabitants. And whether it be not a vain attempt, to project the flourishing of our Protestant gentry, exclusive of the bulk of the natives. 289. 2. Whether, therefore, it doth not greatly concern the state, that our Irish natives should be converted, and the whole nation united in the same religion, the same allegiance, and the same interest. And how this may most probably be effected. 290. 2. Whether an oath, testifying allegiance to the king, and disclaiming the Pope's authority in temporals, may not be justly required of the Roman Catholics. And whether, in common prudence or policy, any priest should be tolerated who refuseth to take it. 291. 2. Whether there have not been popish recusants, and, if so, whether it would be right to object against the foregoing oath, that all would take it, and none think themselves bound by it. 292. 2. Whether those of the Church of Rome, in converting the Moors of Spain or the Protestants of France, have not set us an example which might justify a similar treatment of themselves, if the laws of Christianity allowed thereof. 293. 2. Whether compelling men to a profession of faith is not the worst thing in popery, and, consequently, whether to copy after the Church of Rome therein, were not to become papists ourselves in the worst sense. 294. 2. Whether, nevertheless, we may not imitate the Church of Rome, in certain places, where Jews are tolerated, by obliging our Irish papists, at stated times, to hear Protestant sermons. And whether this would not make missionaries in the Irish tongue useful. 295. 2. Whether the mere act of hearing, without making any profession of faith, or joining in any part of worship, be a religious act, and, consequently, whether their being obliged to hear, may not consist with the toleration of Roman Catholics. 296. 2. Whether, if penal laws should be thought oppressive, we may not at least be allowed to give premiums. And whether it would be wrong, if the public encouraged popish families to become hearers, by paying their hearth money for them. 297. Q. Whether in granting toleration, we ought not to distinguish between doctrines purely religious, and such as affect the state. 298. Q. Whether the case be not very different in regard to a man who only eats fish on Fridays, says his prayers in Latin, or believes transubstantiation, and one who professeth in temporals a subjection to foreign powers, who holdeth himself absolved from all obedience to his natural prince and the laws of his country, who is even persuaded it may be meritorious to destroy the powers that are. 299. Q. Whether, therefore, a distinction should not be made between mere papists and recusants, and whether the latter can expect the same protection from the government as the former. 300. Q. Whether our papists in this kingdom can complain, if they are allowed to be as much papists as the subjects of France or of the empire. 301. Q. Whether there is any such thing as a body of inhabitants, in any Roman Catholic country under the sun, that profess an absolute submission to the Pope's orders in matters of an indifferent nature, or that in such points do not think it the duty to obey the civil government. 302. Q. Whether since the Peace of Utrecht, Mass was not celebrated and the sacraments administered in divers dioceses of Sicily, notwithstanding the Pope's interdict. 303. Q. Whether every plea of conscience is to be regarded, whether, for instance, the German Anabaptists, Levelers, or Fifth Monarchy men would be tolerated on that pretense. 304. Q. Whether popish children bred in charity schools, when bound out in apprenticeship to Protestant masters, do generally continue Protestants. 305. Q. Whether a sum, which would go but a little way towards erecting hospitals for maintaining and educating the children of the native Irish, might not go far in binding them out apprentices to Protestant masters, for husbandry, useful trades, and the service of families. 306. Q. Whether if the parents are overlooked, there can be any great hopes of success in converting the children. 307. Q. Whether there be any instance of a people's being converted in a Christian sense, otherwise than by preaching to them and instructing them in their own language. 308. Q. Whether catechists in the Irish tongue may not easily be procured and subsisted, and whether this would not be the most practicable means for converting the natives. 309. Q. Whether it be not of great advantage to the Church of Rome, that she hath clergy suited to all ranks of men, in gradual subordination from cardinals down to mendicants. 310. Q. Whether her numerous poor clergy are not very useful in missions, and of much influence with the people. 311. Q. Whether, in defect of able missionaries, persons conversant in low life, and speaking the Irish tongue, if well instructed in the first principles of religion, and in the popish controversy, though for the rest on a level with the parish clerks, or the schoolmasters of charity schools, may not be fit to mix with and bring over our poor illiterate natives to the established church. Whether it is not to be wished that some parts of our liturgy and homilies were publicly read in the Irish language. And whether, in these views, it may not be right to breed up some of the better sort of children in the charity schools, and qualify them for missionaries, catechists, and readers. 312. Q. Whether there be any nation of men governed by reason, and yet, if there was not, whether this would be a good argument against the use of reason in public affairs. 313. Q. Whether, as others have supposed an Atlantis or Utopia, we also may not suppose an Hyperborean island inhabited by reasonable creatures. 314. Q. Whether an indifferent person, who looks into all hands, may not be a better judge of the game than a party who sees only his own. 315. Q. Whether one, whose end is to make his countrymen think, may not gain his end, even though they should not think as he doth. 316. Q. Whether he, who only asks, asserts, and whether any man can fairly confute the querist. 317. Q. Whether the interest of a part will not always be preferred to that of the whole. Finis. Part 2. Query 1. Whether there be any country in Christendom more capable of improvement than Ireland. 2. Whether we are not as far before other nations with respect to natural advantages, as we are behind them with respect to arts and industry. 3. Whether we do not live in a most fertile soil and temperate climate, and yet whether our people in general do not feel great want and misery. 4. Whether my countrymen are not readier at finding excuses than remedies. 5. Whether it can be reasonably hoped that our state will mend, so long as property is insecure among us. 6. Whether in that case the wisest government, or the best laws can avail us. 7. Whether a few mishaps to particular persons may not throw this nation into the utmost confusion. 8. Whether the public is not even on the brink of being undone by private accidents. 9. Whether the wealth and prosperity of our country do not hang by a hair, the probity of one banker, the caution of another, and the lives of all. 10. Whether we have not been sufficiently admonished of this by some late events. 11. Whether therefore it be not high time to open our eyes. 12. Whether a national bank would not at once secure our properties, put an end to usury, facilitate commerce, supply the want of coin, and produce ready payments in all parts of the kingdom. 13. Whether the use or nature of money, which all men so eagerly pursue, be yet sufficiently understood or considered by all. 14. Whether mankind are not governed by citation rather than by reason. 15. Whether there be not a measure or limit, within which gold and silver are useful, and beyond which they may be hurtful. 16. Whether that measure be not the circulating of industry. 17. Whether a discovery of the richest gold mine that ever was, in the heart of this kingdom, would be a real advantage to us. 18. Whether it would not tempt foreigners to prey upon us. 19. Whether it would not render us a lazy, proud, and dastardly people. 20. Whether every man who had money enough would not be a gentleman. And whether a nation of gentlemen would not be a wretched nation. 21. Whether all things would not bear a high price. And whether men would not increase their fortunes without being the better for it. 22. Whether the same evils would be apprehended from paper money under an honest and thrifty regulation. 23. Whether, therefore, a national bank would not be more beneficial than even a mine of gold. 24. Whether private ends are not prosecuted with more attention and vigor than the public. And yet, whether all private ends are not included in the public. 25. Whether banking be not absolutely necessary to the public weal. 26. Whether even our private banks, though attended with such hazards as we all know them to be, are not of singular use in defect of a national bank. 27. Whether without them what little business and industry there is would not stagnate. But whether it be not a mighty privilege for a private person to be able to create £100 with a dash of his pen. 28. Whether the mystery of banking did not derive its original from the Italians. Whether this acute people were not, upon a time, bankers over all Europe. Whether that business was not practiced by some of the noblest families who made immense profits by it, and whether to that the House of Medici did not originally owe its greatness. 29. Whether the wise state of Venice was not the first that conceived the advantage of a national bank. 30. Whether at Venice all payments of bills of exchange and merchants' contracts are not made in the national or public bank, the greatest affairs being transacted only by writing the names of the parties, one as debtor the other as creditor in the bank book. 31. Whether nevertheless it was not found expedient to provide a chest of ready cash for answering all demands that should happen to be made on account of payments in detail. 32. Whether this offer of ready cash, instead of transfers in the bank, hath not been found to augment rather than diminish the stock thereof. 33. Whether at Venice, the difference in the value of bank money above other money be not fixed at 20%. 34. Chew. Whether the Bank of Venice be not shut up 4 times in the year 20 days each time. 35. Chew. Whether by means of this bank the public be not mistress of 1.5 million sterling. 36. Chew. Whether the great exactness and integrity with which this bank is managed be not the chief support of that republic. 37. Chew. Whether we may not hope for as much skill and honesty in a Protestant Irish Parliament as in a Popish Senate of Venice. 38. Chew. Whether the Bank of Amsterdam was not begun about 130 years ago, and whether at this day its stock be not conceived to amount to 3,000 tons of gold, or 30 millions sterling. 39. Chew. Whether besides coined money, there be not also great quantities of ingots or bars of gold and silver lodged in this bank. 40. Chew. Whether all payments of contracts for goods in gross, and letters of exchange, must not be made by transfers in the bank books, provided the sum exceed 300 florins. 41. Chew. Whether it be not true, that the Bank of Amsterdam never makes payments in cash. 42. Chew. Whether, nevertheless, it be not also true, that no man who hath credit in the bank can want money from particular persons, who are willing to become creditors in his stead. 43. Chew. Whether any man thinks himself the poorer, because his money is in the bank. 44. Chew. Whether the creditors of the Bank of Amsterdam are not at liberty to withdraw their money when they please, and whether this liberty doth not make them less desirous to use it. 45. Chew. Whether this bank be not shut up twice in the year for 10 or 15 days, during which time the accounts are balanced. 46. Chew. Whether it be not owing to this bank that the city of Amsterdam, without the least confusion, hazard, or trouble, maintains and every day promotes so general and quick a circulation of industry. 47. Chew. Whether it be not the greatest help and spur to commerce that property can be so readily conveyed and so well secured by a Compt N bank, that is, by only writing one man's name for another's in the bank book. 48. Chew. Whether, at the beginning of the last century, those who had lent money to the public during the war with Spain were not satisfied by the sole expedient of placing the names in a Compt N bank, with liberty to transfer their claims. 49. Chew. Whether the example of those easy transfers in the Compt N bank, thus casually erected, did not tempt other men to become creditors to the public, in order to profit by the same secure and expeditious method of keeping and transferring their wealth. 50. Chew. Whether this Compt N bank hath not proved better than a mine of gold to Amsterdam. 51. Chew. Whether that city may not be said to owe her greatness to the unpromising accident of her having been in debt more than she was able to pay. 52. Chew. Whether it be known that any state from such small beginnings, in so short a time, ever grew to so great wealth and power as the province of Holland hath done, and whether the Bank of Amsterdam hath not been the real cause of such extraordinary growth. 53. Chew. Whether we are by nature a more stupid people than the Dutch, and yet whether these things are sufficiently considered by our patriots. 54. Chew. Whether anything less than the utter subversion of those republics can break the banks of Venice and Amsterdam. 55. Chew. Whether at Hamborough the citizens have not the management of the bank, without the meddling or inspection of the Senate. 56. Chew. Whether the directors be not 4 principal burghers chosen by plurality of voices, whose business is to see the rules observed, and furnish the cashiers with money. 57. Chew. Whether the bookkeepers are not obliged to balance their accounts every week, and exhibit them to the controllers or directors. 58. Chew. Whether any besides the citizens are admitted to have Compt N bank at Hamborough. 59. Chew. Whether there be not a certain limit, under which no sum can be entered into the bank. 60. Chew. Whether each particular person doth not pay a fee in order to be admitted to a Compt N bank at Hamborough and Amsterdam. 61. Chew. Whether the effects lodged in the Bank of Hamborough are liable to be seized for debt or forfeiture. 62. Chew. Whether this bank doth not lend money upon pawns at low interest and only for half a year, after which term, in default of payment, the pawns are punctually sold by auction. 63. 2. Whether the bookkeepers of the Bank of Hamborough are not obliged upon oath never to reveal what sums of money are paid in or out of the bank, or what effects any particular person has therein. 64. 2. Whether, therefore, it be possible to know the state or stock of this bank, and yet whether it be not of the greatest reputation and most established credit throughout the North. 65. 2. Whether the success of those public banks in Venice, Amsterdam and Hamburg would not naturally produce in other states an inclination to the same methods. 66. 2. Whether an absolute monarchy be so apt to gain credit, and whether the vivacity of some humours could so well suit with the slow steps and discreet management which a bank requires. 67. 2. Whether the bank called the General Bank of France, contrived by Mr. Law, and established by letters patent in May, 1716, was not in truth a particular and not a national bank, being in the hands of a particular company privileged and protected by the government. 68. 2. Whether the government did not order that the notes of this bank should pass on a par with ready money in all payments of the revenue. 69. 2. Whether this bank was not obliged to issue only such notes as were payable at sight. 70. 2. Whether it was not made a capital crime to forge the notes of this bank. 71. 2. Whether this bank was not restrained from trading either by sea or land, and from taking up money upon interest. 72. 2. Whether the original stock thereof was not 6 millions of livres, divided into actions of 1,000 crowns each. 73. 2. Whether the proprietors were not to hold general assemblies twice in the year, for the regulating of their affairs. 74. 2. Whether the accompts of this bank were not balanced twice every year. 75. 2. Whether there were not 2 chests belonging to this bank, the one called the general chest containing their specie, their bills and their copper plates for the printing of those bills, under the custody of 3 locks, whereof the keys were kept by the director, the inspector and treasurer, also another called the ordinary chest, containing part of the stock not exceeding 200,000 crowns, under the key of the treasurer. 76. 2. Whether out of this last mentioned sum, each particular cashier was not to be entrusted with a share not exceeding the value of 20,000 crowns at a time, and that under good security. 77. 2. Whether the regent did not reserve to himself the power of calling this bank to account, so often as he should think good, and of appointing the inspector. 78. 2. Whether in the beginning of the year 1719 the French king did not convert the General Bank of France into a Banque Royale, having himself purchased the stock of the company and taken it into his own hands, and appointed the Duke of Orleans chief manager thereof. 79. 2. Whether from that time, all matters relating to the bank were not transacted in the name, and by the sole authority, of the king. 80. 2. Whether his majesty did not undertake to receive and keep the cash of all particular persons, subjects, or foreigners, in his said Royal Bank, without being paid for that trouble. And whether it was not declared, that such cash should not be liable to seizure on any pretext, not even on the king's own account. 81. 2. Whether the treasurer alone did not sign all the bills, receive all the stock paid into the bank, and keep account of all the ingoings and outgoings. 82. 2. Whether there were not 3 registers for the enregistering of the bills kept in the Banque Royale, one by the inspector, another by the controller, and a third by the treasurer. 83. 2. Whether there was not also a 4th register, containing the profits of the bank, which was visited, at least once a week, by the inspector and controller. 84. 2. Whether, beside the General Bureau or Compte in the city of Paris, there were not also appointed 5 more in the towns of Lyons, Tours, Rochelle, Orleans, and Amiens, each whereof was provided with 2 chests, one of specie for discharging bills at sight, and another of bank bills to be issued as there should be demand. 85. 2. Whether, in the above-mentioned towns, it was not prohibited to make payments in silver, exceeding the sum of 600 livres. 86. 2. Whether all creditors were not empowered to demand payment in bank bills instead of specie. 87. 2. Whether, in a short compass of time, this bank did not undergo many new changes and regulations by several successive acts of council. 88. 2. Whether the untimely, repeated, and boundless fabrication of bills did not precipitate the ruin of this bank. 89. 2. Whether it be not true, that before the end of July, 1719, they had fabricated 400 millions of livres in banknotes, to which they added the sum of 120 millions more on the 12th of September following, also the same sum of 120 millions on the 24th of the 3rd of October, and again on the 29th of December, in the same year, the farther sum of 360 millions, making the whole, from an original stock of 6 millions, mount, within the compass of 1 year, to 1,000 millions of livres. 90. 2. Whether on the 28th of February, 1720, the King did not make an union of the bank with the United Company of the East and West Indies, which from that time had the administration and profits of the Banque Royale. 91. 2. Whether the King did not still profess himself responsible for the value of the bank bills, and whether the company were not responsible to His Majesty for their management. 92. 2. Whether 1,600 millions of livres, lent to His Majesty by the company, was not a sufficient pledge to indemnify the King. 93. 2. Whether the new directors were not prohibited to make any more bills without an act of council. 94. 2. Whether the chests and books of the Banque were not subjected to the joint inspection of a councillor of state, and the Prévôt des Marchands, assisted by 2 échevins, a judge, and a consul, who had power to visit when they would and without warning. 95. 2. Whether in less than 2 years the actions or shares of the Indian Company, first established for Mississippi, and afterwards increased by the addition of other compares and further, and whether this privileges did not rise to near 2,000% must be ascribed to real advantages of trade, or to mere frenzy. 96. 2. Whether, from first to last, there were not fabricated bank bills, of one kind or other, to the value of more than 2,600 millions of livres, or 130 millions sterling. 97. 2. Whether the credit of the bank did not decline from its union with the Indian Company. 98. 2. Whether, notwithstanding all the above-mentioned extraordinary measures, the bank bills did not still pass at par with gold and silver to May, 1720, when the French king thought fit, by a new act of council, to make a reduction of their value, which proved a fatal blow, the effects whereof, though soon retracted, no subsequent skill or management could ever repair. 99. 2. Whether, what no reason, reflection, or foresight could do, this simple matter of fact, the most powerful argument with the multitude, did not do at once, to wit, open the eyes of the people. 100. 2. Whether the dealers in that sort of ware had ever troubled their heads with the nature of credit, or the true use and end of banks, but only considered their bills and actions as things, to which the general demand gave a price. 101. 2. Whether the government was not in great perplexity to contrive expedients for the getting rid of those bank bills, which had been lately multiplied with such an unlimited passion. 102. 2. Whether notes to the value of about 90 millions were not sunk by being paid off in specie, with the cash of the Compagnie des Indes, with that of the bank, and that of the Hôtels des Monnois. Whether 530 millions were not converted into annuities at the Royal Treasury. Whether several hundred millions more in bank bills were not extinguished and replaced by annuities on the city of Paris, on taxes throughout the provinces, and c. 103. 2. Whether, after all other shifts, the last and grand resource for exhausting that ocean, was not the erecting of a Compte bank in several towns of France. 104. 2. Whether, when the imagination of a people is thoroughly wrought upon and heated by their own example, and the arts of designing men, this doth not produce a sort of enthusiasm which takes place of reason, and is the most dangerous distemper in a state. 105. 2. Whether this epidemical madness should not be always before the eyes of a legislature, in the framing of a national bank. 106. 2. Whether, therefore, it may not be fatal to engraft trade on a national bank, or to propose dividends on the stock thereof. 107. 2. Whether it be possible for a national bank to subsist and maintain its credit under a French government. 108. 2. Whether it may not be as useful a lesson to consider the bad management of some as the good management of others. 109. 2. Whether the rapid and surprising success of the schemes of those who directed the French bank did not turn their brains. 110. 2. Whether the best institutions may not be made subservient to bad ends. 111. 2. Whether, as the aim of industry is power, and the aim of a bank is to circulate and secure this power to each individual, it doth not follow that absolute power in one hand is inconsistent with a lasting and a flourishing bank. 112. 2. Whether our natural appetites, as well as powers, are not limited to their respective ends and uses, but whether artificial appetites may not be infinite. 113. 2. Whether the simple getting of money, or passing it from hand to hand without industry, be an object worthy of a wise government. 114. 2. Whether, if money be considered as an end, the appetite thereof be not infinite, but whether the ends of money itself be not bounded. 115. 2. Whether the mistaking of the means for the end was not a fundamental error in the French councils. 116. 2. Whether the total sum of all other powers, be it of enjoyment or action, which belong to man, or to all mankind together, is not in truth a very narrow and limited quantity, but whether fancy is not boundless. 117. 2. Whether this capricious tyrant, which usurps the place of reason, doth not most cruelly torment and delude those poor men, the usurers, stockjobbers, and projectors, of content to themselves from heaping up riches, that is, from gathering counters, from multiplying figures, from enlarging denominations, without knowing what they would be at, and without having a proper regard to the use or end or nature of things. 118. 2. Whether the ignis fatuus of fancy doth not kindle immoderate desires, and lead men into endless pursuits and wild labyrinths. 119. 2. Whether counters be not referred to other things, which, so long as they keep pace and proportion with the counters, it must be owned the counters are useful, but whether beyond that to value or covet counters be not direct folly. 120. 2. Whether the public aim ought not to be, that men's industry should supply their present wants, and the overplus be converted into a stock of power. 121. 2. Whether the better this power is secured, and the more easily it is transferred, industry be not so much the more encouraged. 122. 2. Whether money, more than is expedient for those purposes, be not upon the whole hurtful rather than beneficial to a state. 123. 2. Whether there should not be a constant care to keep the bills at par. 124. 2. Whether, therefore, bank bills should at any time be multiplied but as trade and business were also multiplied. 125. 2. Whether it was not madness in France to mint bills and actions, merely to humor the people and rob them of their cash. 126. 2. Whether we may not profit by their mistakes, and as some things are to be avoided, whether there may not be others worthy of imitation in the conduct of our neighbors. 127. 2. Whether the way be not clear and open and easy, and whether anything but the will is wanting to our legislature. 128. 2. Whether jobs and tricks are not detested on all hands, but whether it be not the joint interest of prince and people to promote industry. 129. 2. Whether, all things considered, a national bank be not the most practicable, sure, and speedy method to mend our affairs, and cause industry to flourish among us. 130. 2. Whether a Compt-en bank or current bank bills would best answer our occasions. 131. 2. Whether a public Compt-en bank, where effects are received, and accounts kept with particular persons, be not an excellent expedient for a great city? 132. Q. What effect a general Compt en Bank would have in the metropolis of this kingdom with one in each province subordinate thereunto? 133. Q. Whether it may not be proper for a great kingdom to unite both expedients, to wit, banknotes and a Compt en Bank. 134. Q. Whether, nevertheless, it would be advisable to begin with both at once, or rather to proceed first with the bills, and afterwards, as business multiplied, and money or effects flowed in, to open the Compt en Bank. 135. Q. Whether, for greater security, double books of Compt en Bank should not be kept in different places and hands. 136. Q. Whether it would not be right to build the compters and public treasuries, where books and banknotes are kept, without wood, all arched and floored with brick or stone, having chests also and cabinets of iron. 137. Q. Whether divers registers of the banknotes should not be kept in different hands. 138. Q. Whether there should not be great discretion in the uttering of banknotes, and whether the attempting to do things per saltum be not often the way to undo them. 139. Q. Whether the main art be not by slow degrees and cautious measures to reconcile the bank to the public, to wind it insensibly into the affections of men, and interweave it with the constitution. 140. Q. Whether the promoting of industry should not be always in view, as the true and sole end, the rule and measure, of a national bank. And whether all deviations from that object should not be carefully avoided. 141. Q. Whether a national bank may not prevent the drawing of specie out of the country, where it circulates in small payments, to be shut up in the chests of particular persons. 142. Q. Whether it may not be useful, for supplying manufactures and trade with stock, for regulating exchange, for quickening commerce, for putting spirit into the people. 143. Q. Whether tenants or debtors could have cause to complain of our monies being reduced to the English value if it were withal multiplied in the same, or in a greater proportion. And whether this would not be the consequence of a national bank. 144. Q. If there be an open sure way to thrive, without hazard to ourselves or prejudice to our neighbors, what should hinder us from putting it in practice? 145. Q. Whether in so numerous a senate, as that of this kingdom, it may not be easy to find men of pure hands and clear heads fit to contrive and model a public bank. 146. Q. Whether a view of the precipice be not sufficient, or whether we must tumble headlong before we are roused. 147. Q. Whether in this drooping and dispirited country, men are quite awake. 148. Q. Whether we are sufficiently sensible of the peculiar security there is in having a bank that consists of land and paper, one of which cannot be exported, and the other is in no danger of being exported. 149. Q. Whether it be not delightful to complain, and whether there be not many who had rather utter their complaints than redress their evils. 150. Q. Whether, if the crown of the wise be their riches, Prov. Ziv.24, we are not the foolishest people in Christendom. 151. Q. Whether we have not all the while great civil as well as natural advantages. 152. Q. Whether there be any people who have more leisure to cultivate the arts of peace, and study the public weal. 153. Q. Whether other nations who enjoy any share of freedom, and have great objects in view, be not unavoidably embarrassed and distracted by factions. But whether we do not divide upon trifles, and whether our parties are not a burlesque upon politics. 154. Q. Whether it be not an advantage that we are not embroiled in foreign affairs, that we hold not the balance of Europe, that we are protected by other fleets and armies, that it is the true interest of a powerful people, from whom we are descended, to guard us on all sides. 155. Q. Whether England doth not really love us and wish well to us, as bone of her bone, and flesh of her flesh. And whether it be not our part to cultivate this love and affection all manner of ways. 156. 2. Whether, if we do not reap the benefits that may be made of our country and government, want of will in the lower people, or want of wit in the upper, be most in fault. 157. 2. What seaports or foreign trade have the Swisses, and yet how warm are those people, and how well provided. 158. 2. Whether there may not be found a people who so contrive as to be impoverished by their trade. And whether we are not that people. 159. 2. Whether it would not be better for this island, if all our fine folk of both sexes were shipped off, to remain in foreign countries, rather than that they should spend their estates at home in foreign luxury, and spread the contagion thereof through the native land. 160. 2. Whether our gentry understand or have a notion of magnificence, and whether for want thereof they do not affect very wretched distinctions. 161. 2. Whether there be not an art or skill in governing human pride, so as to render it subservient to the pubic aim. 162. 2. Whether the great and general aim of the public should not be to employ the people. 163. 2. What right an eldest son hath to the worst education. 164. 2. Whether men's counsels are not the result of their knowledge and their principles. 165. 2. Whether an assembly of freethinkers, petty matras, and smart fellows would not make an admirable senate. 166. 2. Whether there be not labor of the brains as well as of the hands, and whether the former is beneath a gentleman. 167. 2. Whether the public be more interested to protect the property acquired by mere birth than that which is the mediate fruit of learning and virtue. 168. 2. Whether it would not be a poor and ill-judged project to attempt to promote the good of the community, by invading the rights of one part thereof, or of one particular order of men. 169. 2. Whether the public happiness be not proposed by the legislature, and whether such happiness doth not contain that of the individuals. 170. 2. Whether, therefore, a legislator should be content with a vulgar share of knowledge. Whether he should not be a person of reflection and thought, who hath made it his study to understand the true nature and interest of mankind, how to guide men's humors and passions, how to incite their active powers, how to make their several talents cooperate to the mutual benefit of each other, and the general good of the whole. 171. 2. Whether it doth not follow that above all things a gentleman's care should be to keep his own faculties sound and entire. 172. 2. Whether the natural phlegm of this island needs any additional stupefier. 173. 2. Whether all spirituous liquors are not in truth opiates. 174. 2. Whether our men of business are not generally very grave by 50. 175. 2. Whether there be really among us any parents so silly as to encourage drinking in their children. 176. 2. Whence it is that our ladies are more alive, and bear age so much better than our gentlemen. 177. 2. Whether all men have not faculties of mind or body which may be employed for the public benefit. 178. 2. Whether the main point be not to multiply and employ our people. 179. 2. Whether hearty food and warm clothing would not enable and encourage the lower sort to labor. 180. 2. Whether, in such a soil as ours, if there was industry, there could be want. 181. 2. Whether the way to make men industrious be not to let them taste the fruits of their industry. And whether the laboring ox should be muzzled. 182. 2. Whether our landlords are to be told that industry and numbers would raise the value of their lands, or that 1 acre about the Tholsel is worth 10,000 acres in Connaught. 183. 2. Whether our old native Irish are not the most indolent and supine people in Christendom. 184. 2. whether they are yet civilized, and whether their habitations and furniture are not more sordid than those of the savage Americans. 185. 2. Whether this be altogether their own fault. 186. 2. Whether it be not a sad circumstance to live among lazy beggars. And whether, on the other hand, it would not be delightful to live in a country swarming, like China, with busy people. 187. 2. Whether we should not cast about, by all manner of means, to excite industry, and to remove whatever hinders it. And whether every one should not lend a helping hand. 188. 2. Whether vanity itself should not be engaged in this good work, and whether it is not to be wished that the finding of employment for themselves and others were a fashionable distinction among the ladies. 189. 2. Whether idleness be the mother or the daughter of spleen. 190. 2. Whether it may not be worth while to publish the conversation of Ischomachus and his wife in Xenophon, for the use of our ladies. 191. 2. Whether it is true that there have been, upon a time, 100 millions of people employed in China, without the woolen trade, or any foreign commerce. 192. 2. Whether the natural inducements to sloth are not greater in the Mogul's country than in Ireland, and yet whether, in that suffocating and dispiriting climate, the Banyans are not all, men, women, and children, constantly employed. 193. 2. Whether it be not true that the great Mogul's subjects might undersell us even in our own markets, and clothe our people with their stuffs and calicoes, if they were imported duty-free. 194. 2. Whether there can be a greater reproach on the leading men and the patriots of a country, than that the people should want employment. And whether methods may not be found to employ even the lame and the blind, the dumb, the deaf, and the maimed, in some or other branch of our manufactures. 195. 2. Whether much may not be expected from a biennial consultation of so many wise men about the public good. 196. 2. Whether a tax upon dirt would not be one way of encouraging industry. 197. 2. Whether it may not be right to appoint censors in every parish to observe and make returns of the idle hands. 198. 2. Whether a register or history of the idleness and industry of a people would be an useless thing. 199. 2. Whether we are apprised of all the uses that may be made of political arithmetic. 200. 2. Whether it would be a great hardship if every parish were obliged to find work for the poor. 201. 2. Whether children especially should not be inured to labor betimes. 202. 2. Whether there should not be erected, in each province, an hospital for orphans and foundlings, at the expense of old bachelors. 203. 2. Whether it be true that in the Dutch workhouses things are so managed that a child 4 years old may earn its own livelihood. 204. 2. What a folly is it to build fine houses, or establish lucrative posts and large incomes, under the notion of providing for the poor. 205. 2. Whether the poor, grown up and in health, need any other provision but their own industry, under public inspection. 206. 2. Whether the poor tax in England hath lessened or increased the number of the poor. 207. 2. Why the workhouse in Dublin, with so good an endowment, should yet be of so little use. And whether this may not be owing to that very endowment. 208. 2. Whether that income might not, by this time, have gone through the whole kingdom, and erected a dozen workhouses in every county. 209. 2. Whether workhouses should not be made at the least expense, with clay floors, and walls of rough stone, without plastering, ceiling, or glazing. 210. 2. Whether the tax on chairs or hackney coaches be not paid, rather by the country gentlemen, than the citizens of Dublin. 211. 2. Whether it be an impossible attempt to set our people at work, or whether industry be a habit which, like other habits, may by time and skill be introduced among any people. 212. Q. Whether all manner of means should not be employed to possess the nation in general with an aversion and contempt for idleness and all idle folk. 213. Q. Whether it would be a hardship on people destitute of all things, if the public furnished them with necessaries which they should be obliged to earn by their labor. 214. Q. Whether other nations have not found great benefit from the use of slaves in repairing high roads, making rivers navigable, draining bogs, erecting public buildings, bridges, and manufactures. 215. Q. Whether temporary servitude would not be the best cure for idleness and beggary. 216. Q. Whether the public hath not a right to employ those who cannot or who will not find employment for themselves. 217. Q. Whether all sturdy beggars should not be seized and made slaves to the public for a certain term of years. 218. Q. Whether he who is chained in a jail or dungeon hath not, for the time, lost his liberty. And if so, whether temporary slavery be not already admitted among us. 219. Q. Whether a state of servitude, wherein he should be well worked, fed, and clothed, would not be a preferment to such a fellow. 220. Q. Whether criminals in the freest country may not forfeit their liberty, and repair the damage they have done the public by hard labor. 221. Q. What the word servant signifies in the New Testament. 222. Q. Whether the view of criminals chained in pairs and kept at hard labor would not be very edifying to the multitude. 223. Q. Whether the want of such an institution be not plainly seen in England, where the disbelief of a future state hardeneth rogues against the fear of death, and where, through the great growth of robbers and housebreakers, it becomes every day more necessary. 224. Q. Whether it be not easier to prevent than to remedy, and whether we should not profit by the example of others. 225. Q. Whether felons are not often spared, and therefore encouraged, by the compassion of those who should prosecute them. 226. Q. Whether many that would not take away the life of a thief may not nevertheless be willing to bring him to a more adequate punishment. 227. Q. Whether there should not be a difference between the treatment of criminals and that of other slaves. 228. Q. Whether the most indolent would be fond of idleness, if they regarded it as the sure road to hard labor. 229. Q. Whether the industry of the lower part of our people doth not much depend on the expense of the upper. 230. Q. What would be the consequence if our gentry affected to distinguish themselves by fine houses rather than fine clothes? 231. Q. Whether any people in Europe are so meanly provided with houses and furniture, in proportion to their incomes, as the men of estates in Ireland. 232. Q. Whether building would not peculiarly encourage all other arts in this kingdom. 233. Q. Whether smiths, masons, bricklayers, plasterers, carpenters, joiners, tilers, plumbers, and glaziers would not all find employment if the humor of building prevailed. 234. Q. Whether the ornaments and furniture of a good house do not employ a number of all sorts of artifices, in iron, wood, marble, brass, pewter, copper, wool, flax, and divers other materials. 235. Q. Whether in buildings and gardens a great number of day laborers do not find employment. 236. Q. Whether by these means much of that sustenance and wealth of this nation which now goes to foreigners would not be kept at home, and nourish and circulate among our own people. 237. Q. Whether, as industry produced good living, the number of hands and mouths would not be increased, and in proportion thereunto, whether there would not be every day more occasion for agriculture. And whether this article alone would not employ a world of people. 238. Q. Whether such management would not equally provide for the magnificence of the rich, and the necessities of the poor. 239. Chew. Whether an expense in building and improvements doth not remain at home, pass to the air, and adorn the public. And whether any of those things can be said of claret. 240. Chew. Whether fools do not make fashions, and wise men follow them. 241. Chew. Whether, for one who hurts his fortune by improvements, 20 do not ruin themselves by foreign luxury. 242. Chew. Whether in proportion as Ireland was improved and beautified by fine seats, the number of absentees would not decrease. 243. Chew. Whether he who employs men in buildings and manufactures doth not put life in the country, and whether the neighborhood round him be not observed to thrive. 244. Chew. Whether money circulated on the landlord's own lands, and among his own tenants, doth not return into his own pocket. 245. Chew. Whether every squire that made his domain swarm with busy hands, like a beehive or ant-hill, would not serve his own interest, as well as that of his country. 246. Chew. Whether a gentleman who hath seen a little of the world, and observed how men live elsewhere, can contentedly sit down in a cold, damp, sordid habitation, in the midst of a bleak country, inhabited by thieves and beggars. 247. Chew. Whether, on the other hand, a handsome seat amidst well-improved lands, fair villages, and a thriving neighborhood may not invite a man to dwell on his own estate, and quit the life of an insignificant saunterer about town for that of a useful country gentleman. 248. Chew. Whether it would not be of use and ornament if the towns throughout this kingdom were provided with decent churches, townhouses, workhouses, marketplaces, and paved streets, with some order taken for cleanliness. 249. Chew. Whether, if each of these towns were addicted to some peculiar manufacture, we should not find that the employing many hands together on the same work was the way to perfect our workmen. And whether all these things might not soon be provided by a domestic industry, if money were not wanting. 250. Chew. Whether money could ever be wanting to the demands of industry, if we had a national bank. 251. Chew. Whether when a motion was made once upon a time to establish a private bank in this kingdom by public authority, divers gentlemen did not show themselves forward to embark in that design. 252. Chew. Whether it may not now be hoped, that our patriots will be as forward to examine and consider the proposal of a public bank calculated only for the public good. 253. Chew. Whether any people upon earth show a more early zeal for the service of their country, greater eagerness to bear a part in the legislature, or a more general parturiency with respect to politics and public councils. 254. Chew. Whether, nevertheless, a light and ludicrous vein be not the reigning humour, but whether there was ever greater cause to be serious. Finis. Part 3. Query 1. Whether the fable of Hercules and the carter ever suited any nation like this nation of Ireland. 2. Chew. Whether it be not a new spectacle under the sun, to behold, in such a climate and such a soil, and under such a gentle government, so many roads untrodden, fields untilled, houses desolate, and hands unemployed. 3. Chew. Whether there is any country in Christendom, either kingdom or republic, depending or independent, free or enslaved, which may not afford us a useful lesson. 4. Chew. Whether the frugal Swisses have any other commodities but their butter and cheese and a few cattle, for exportation, whether, nevertheless, the single canton of Bern hath not in her public treasury 2 millions sterling. 5. Chew. Whether that small town of Bern, with its scanty barren territory, in a mountainous corner, without seaports, without manufactures, without mines, be not rich by mere dint of frugality. 6. Chew. Whether the Swisses in general have not sumptuary laws, prohibiting the use of gold, jewels, silver, silk, and lace in their apparel, and indulging the women only to wear silk on festivals, weddings, and public solemnities. 7. Chew. Whether there be not two ways of growing rich, sparing and getting. but whether the lazy spendthrift must not be doubly poor. 8. Chew. Whether money circulating be not the life of industry, and whether the want thereof doth not render a state gouty and inactive. 9. Chew. But whether, if we had a national bank, and our present cash, small as it is, were put into the most convenient shape, men should hear any public complaints for want of money. 10. Chew. Whether all circulation be not alike a circulation of credit, whatsoever medium, metal or paper, is employed, and whether gold be any more than credit for so much power. 11. Chew. Whether the wealth of the richest nations in Christendom doth not consist in paper vastly more than in gold and silver. 12. Chew. Whether Lord Clarendon doth not aver of his own knowledge, that the Prince of Orange, with the best credit, and the assistance of the richest men in Amsterdam, was above 10 days endeavouring to raise L20,000 in specie, without being able to raise half the sum in all that time. See Clarendon's History. B.K. 12. 13. Chew. Whether the whole city of Amsterdam would not have been troubled to have brought together £20,000 in one room. 14. Chew. Whether it be not absolutely necessary that there must be a bank and must be a trust. And, if so, whether it be not the most safe and prudent course to have a national bank and trust the legislature. 15. Chew. Whether objections against trust in general avail, when it is allowed there must be a trust, and the only question is where to place this trust, whether in the legislature or in private hands. 16. Chew. Whether it can be expected that private persons should have more regard to the public than the public itself. 17. Chew. Whether, if there be hazards from mismanagement, those may not be provided against in the framing of a public bank, but whether any provision can be made against the mismanagement of private banks that are under no check, control, or inspection. 18. Chew. Whatever may be said for the sake of objecting, yet, whether it be not false in fact, that men would prefer a private security to a public security. 19. Chew. Whether a national bank ought to be considered as a new experiment, and whether it be not a motive to try this scheme that it hath been already tried with success in other countries. 20. Chew. If power followeth money, whether this can be anywhere more properly and securely placed, than in the same hands wherein the supreme power is already placed. 21. Chew. Whether there be more danger of abuse in a private than in a public management. 22. Chew. Whether the proper usual remedy for abuses of private banks be not to bring them before Parliament, and subject them to the inspection of a committee, and whether it be not more prudent to prevent than to redress an evil. 23. Chew. Supposing there had been hitherto no such thing as a bank, and the question were now first proposed, whether it would be safer to circulate unlimited bills in a private credit, or bills to a limited value on the public credit of the community, what would men think? 24. Chew. Whether experience and example be not the plainest proof, and whether any instance can be assigned where a national bank hath not been attended with great advantage to the public. 25. Chew. Whether the evils apprehended from a national bank are not much more to be apprehended from private banks, but whether men by custom are not familiarized and reconciled to common dangers, which are therefore thought less than they really are. 26. Chew. Whether it would not be very hard to suppose all sense, honesty, and public spirit were in the keeping of only a few private men, and the public was not fit to be trusted. 27. Chew. Whether it be not ridiculous to suppose a legislature should be afraid to trust itself. 28. Chew. But, whether a private interest be not generally supported and pursued with more zeal than a public. 29. Chew. Whether the maxim, what is everybody's business is nobody's, prevails in any country under the sun more than in Ireland. 30. Chew. Whether, nevertheless, the community of danger, which lulls private men asleep, ought not to awaken the public. 31. Chew. Whether there be not less security where there are more temptations and fewer checks. 32. Chew. If a man is to risk his fortune, whether it be more prudent to risk it on the credit of private men, or in that of the great assembly of the nation. 33. Chew. where is it most reasonable to expect wise and punctual dealing, whether in a secret impenetrable recess, where credit depends on secrecy, or in a public management regulated and inspected by Parliament? 34. Chew, whether a supine security be not catching, and whether numbers running the same risk, as they lessen the caution, may not increase the danger. 35. Chew, what real objection lies against a national bank erected by the legislature, and in the management of public deputies, appointed and inspected by the legislature? 36. Chew, what have we to fear from such a bank, which may not be as well feared without it? 37. Chew, how, why, by what means, or for what end, should it become an instrument of oppression? 38. Chew, whether we can possibly be on a more precarious foot than we are already. Whether it be not in the power of any particular person at once to disappear and convey himself into foreign parts. Or whether there can be any security in an estate of land when the demands upon it are unknown. 39. Chew, whether the establishing of a national bank, if we suppose a concurrence of the government, be not very practicable. 40. Chew, but, whether though a scheme be never so evidently practicable and useful to the public, yet, if conceived to interfere with a private interest, it be not forthwith in danger of appearing doubtful, difficult, and impracticable. 41. Chew, whether the legislative body hath not already sufficient power to hurt, if they may be supposed capable of it, and whether a bank would give them any new power. 42. Chew, what should tempt the public to defraud itself? 43. Chew, whether, if the legislature destroyed the public, it would not be felo de se, and whether it be reasonable to suppose it bent on its own destruction. 44. Chew, whether the objection to a public national bank, from want of secrecy, be not in truth an argument for it. 45. Chew, whether the secrecy of private banks be not the very thing that renders them so hazardous, and whether, without that, there could have been of late so many sufferers. 46. Chew, whether when all objections are answered it be still incumbent to answer surmises. 47. Chew, whether it were just to insinuate that gentlemen would be against any proposal they could not turn into a job. 48. Chew, suppose the legislature passed their word for any private banker, and regularly visited his books, would not money lodged in his bank be therefore reckoned more secure? 49. Chew, in a country where the legislative body is not fit to be trusted, what security can there be for trusting anyone else? 50. Chew, if it be not ridiculous to question whether the public can find cash to circulate bills of a limited value when private bankers are supposed to find enough to circulate them to an unlimited value. 51. Chew, whether the united stock of a nation be not the best security, and whether anything but the ruin of the state can produce a national bankruptcy. 52. Chew, whether the total sum of the public treasure, power, and wisdom, all cooperating, be not most likely to establish a bank of credit, sufficient to answer the ends, relieve the wants, and satisfy the scruples of all people. 53. Chew, whether those hazards that in a greater degree attend private banks can be admitted as objections against a public one. 54. Chew, whether that which is an objection to everything be an objection to anything, and whether the possibility of an abuse be not of that kind. 55. Chew, whether, in fact, all things are not more or less abused, and yet notwithstanding such abuse, whether many things are not upon the whole expedient and useful. 56. Chew, whether those things that are subject to the most general inspection are not the least subject to abuse. 57. Chew, whether, for private ends, it may not be sometimes expedient to object novelty to things that have been often tried, difficulty to the plainest things, and hazard to the safest. 58. Chew, whether some men will not be apt to argue as if the question was between money and credit, and not, as in fact it is, which ought to be preferred, private credit or public credit. 59. Chew, whether they will not prudently overlook the evils felt, or to be feared, on one side. 60. Chew, whether, therefore, Those that would make an impartial judgment ought not to be on the guard, keeping both prospects always in view, balancing the inconveniencies on each side and considering neither absolutely. 61. Chew. Whether willful mistakes, examples without a likeness, and general addresses to the passions are not often more successful than arguments. 62. Chew. Whether there be not an art to puzzle plain cases as well as to explain obscure ones. 63. Chew. Whether private men are not often an overmatch for the public, want of weight being made up for by activity. 64. Chew. If we suppose neither sense nor honesty in our leaders or representatives, whether we are not already undone, and so have nothing further to fear. 65. Chew. Suppose a power in the government to hurt the public by means of a national bank, yet what should give them the will to do this? Or supposing a will to do mischief, yet how could a national bank, modelled and administered by Parliament, put it in their power? 66. Chew. Whether even a wicked will entrusted with power can be supposed to abuse it for no end. 67. Chew. Whether it be not much more probable that those who maketh such objections do not believe them. 68. Chew. Whether it be not vain to object that our fellow subjects of Great Britain would malign or obstruct our industry when it is exerted in a way which cannot interfere with their own. 66. Chew. Whether it is to be supposed they should take delight in the dirt and nakedness and famine of our people, or envy them shoes for their feet and beef for their belies. 70. Chew. What possible handle or inclination could our having a national bank give other people to distress us? 71. Chew. Whether it be not ridiculous to conceive that a project for clothing and feeding our natives should give any umbrage to England. 72. Chew. Whether such unworthy surmises are not the pure effect of spleen. 73. Chew. Whether London is not to be considered as the metropolis of Ireland. And whether our wealth, such as it is, doth not circulate through London and throughout all England, as freely as that of any part of His Majesty's dominions. 74. Chew. Whether therefore it be not evidently the interest of the people of England to encourage rather than to oppose a national bank in this kingdom, as well as every other means for advancing our wealth which shall not impair their own. 75. Chew. Whether it is not our interest to be useful to them rather than rival them, and whether in that case we may not be sure of the good offices. 76. Chew. Whether we can propose to thrive so long as we entertain a wrong-headed distrust of England. 77. Chew. Whether, as a national bank would increase our industry, and that our wealth, England may not be a proportionable gainer, and whether we should not consider the gains of our mother country as some accession to our own. 78. Chew. Whether the Protestant colony in this kingdom can ever forget what they owe to England. 79. Chew. Whether there ever was in any part of the world a country in such wretched circumstances, and which, at the same time, could be so easily remedied, and nevertheless the remedy not applied. 80. Chew. What must become of a people that can neither see the plainest things nor do the easiest? 81. Chew. Be the money lodged in the bank what it will, yet whether an act to make good deficiencies would not remove all scruples. 82. Chew. If it be objected that a national bank must lower interest, and therefore hurt the moneyed man, whether the same objection would not hold as strong against multiplying our gold and silver. 83. Chew. But whether a bank that utters bills, with the sole view of promoting the public weal, may not so proportion their quantity as to avoid several inconveniencies which might attend private banks. 84. Chew. Whether there be any difficulty in comprehending that the whole wealth of the nation is in truth the stock of a national bank. And whether any more than the right comprehension of this be necessary to make all men easy with regard to its credit. 85. Chew. Whether any thing be more reasonable than that the public, which makes the whole profit of the bank, should engage to make good its credit. 86. Chew. Whether the prejudices about gold and silver are not strong, but whether they are not still prejudices. 87. Chew. Whether paper doth not by its stamp and signature acquire a local value, and become as precious and as scarce as gold. and whether it be not much fitter to circulate large sums, and therefore preferable to gold. 88. Q. Whether, in order to make men see and feel, it be not often necessary to inculcate the same thing, and place it in different lights. 89. Q. Whether it doth not much import to have a right conception of money, and whether its true and just idea be not that of a ticket, entitling to power, and fitted to record and transfer such power. 90. Q. Whether the managers and officers of a national bank ought to be considered otherwise than as the cashiers and clerks of private banks. Whether they are not in effect as little trusted, have as little power, are as much limited by rules, and as liable to inspection. 91. Q. Whether the mistaking this point may not create some prejudice against a national bank, as if it depended on the credit, or wisdom, or honesty, of private men, rather than on the public, which is really the sole proprietor and director thereof, and as such obliged to support it. 92. Q. Though the Bank of Amsterdam doth very rarely, if at all, pay out money, yet whether every man possessed of specie be not ready to convert it into paper, and act as cashier to the bank. And whether, from the same motive, every moneyed man throughout this kingdom would not be cashier to our national bank. 93. Q. Whether a national bank would not be the great means and motive for employing our poor in manufactures. 94. Q. Whether money, though lent out only to the rich, would not soon circulate among the poor. And whether any man borrows but with an intent to circulate. 95. Q. Whether both government and people would not in the event be gainers by a national bank. And whether anything but wrong conceptions of its nature can make those that wish well to either averse from it. 96. Q. Whether it may not be right to think, and to have it thought, that England and Ireland, prince and people, have one and the same interest. 97. Q. Whether, if we had more means to set on foot such manufactures and such commerce as consists with the interest of England, there would not of course be less sheep walk, and less wool exported to foreign countries. And whether a national bank would not supply such means. 98. Q. Whether we may not obtain that as friends which it is in vain to hope for as rivals. 99. Q. Whether in every instance by which we prejudice England, we do not in a greater degree prejudice ourselves. See Part 2. Q. 153 and 154. 100. Q. Whether in the rude original of society the first step was not the exchanging of commodities, the next a substituting of metals by weight as the common medium of circulation, after this the making use of coin, lastly, a further refinement by the use of paper with proper marks and signatures. And whether this, as it is the last, so it be not the greatest improvement. 101. Q. Whether we are not in fact the only people who may be said to starve in the midst of plenty. 102. Q. Whether business in general doth not languish among us. Whether our land is not untilled. Whether its inhabitants are not upon the wing. 103. Q. Whether there can be a worse sign than that people should quit their country for a livelihood. Though men often leave their country for health, or pleasure, or riches, yet to leave it merely for a livelihood, whether this be not exceeding bad, and sheweth some peculiar mismanagement. 104. Q. Whether our circumstances do not call aloud for some present remedy, and whether that remedy be not in our power. 105. Q. Whether, in order to redress our evils, artificial helps are not most wanted in a land where industry is most against the natural grain of the people. 106. Q. Whether, of all the helps to industry that ever were invented, there be any more secure, more easy, and more effectual than a national bank. 107. Q. Whether medicines do not recommend themselves by experience, even though their reasons be obscure. But whether reason and fact are not equally clear in favor of this political medicine. 108. Q. Whether, although the prepossessions about gold and silver have taken deep root, yet the example of our colonies in America doth not make it as plain as daylight that they are not so necessary to the wealth of a nation as the vulgar of all ranks imagine. 109. 2. Whether it be not evident that we may maintain a much greater inward and outward commerce, and be 5 times richer than we are, nay, and our bills abroad be of far greater credit, though we had not 1 ounce of gold or silver in the whole island. 110. 2. Whether wrong-headed maxims, customs, and fashions are not sufficient to destroy any people which hath so few resources as the inhabitants of Ireland. 111. 2. Whether it would not be a horrible thing to see our matrons make dress and play their chief concern. 112. 2. Whether our ladies might not as well endow monasteries as wear Flanders lace. And whether it be not true that popish nuns are maintained by Protestant contributions. 113. 2. Whether England, which hath a free trade, whatever she remits for foreign luxury with one hand, doth not with the other receive much more from abroad. Whether, nevertheless, this nation would not be a gainer, if our women would content themselves with the same moderation in point of expense as the English ladies. 114. 2. But whether it be not a notorious truth that our Irish ladies are on a foot, as to dress, with those of 5 times their fortune in England. 115. 2. Whether it be not even certain that the matrons of this forlorn country send out a greater proportion of its wealth, for fine apparel, than any other females on the whole surface of this terraqueous globe. 116. 2. Whether the expense, great as it is, be the greatest evil, but whether this folly may not produce many other follies, an entire derangement of domestic life, absurd manners, neglect of duties, bad mothers, a general corruption in both sexes. 117. 2. Whether therefore a tax on all gold and silver in apparel, on all foreign laces and silks, may not raise a fund for the bank, and at the same time have other salutary effects on the public. 118. 2. But, if gentlemen had rather tax themselves in another way, whether an additional tax of 10 shillings the hogshead on wines may not supply a sufficient fund for the National Bank, all defects to be made good by Parliament. 119. 2. Whether upon the whole it may not be right to appoint a National Bank. 120. 2. Whether the stock and security of such bank would not be, in truth, the national stock, or the total sum of the wealth of this kingdom. 121. 2. Whether, nevertheless, there should not be a particular fund for present use in answering bills and circulating credit. 122. 2. Whether for this end any fund may not suffice, provided an act be passed for making good deficiencies. 123. 2. Whether the sole proprietor of such bank should not be the public, and the sole director the legislature. 124. 2. Whether the managers, officers, and cashiers should not be servants of the public, acting by orders and limited by rules of the legislature. 125. 2. Whether there should not be a standing number of inspectors, 1/3 men in great office, the rest members of both houses, half whereof to go out, and half to come in every session. 126. 2. Whether those inspectors should not, all in a body, visit twice a year, and 3 as often as they pleased. 127. 2. Whether the general bank should not be in Dublin, and subordinate banks or compters one in each province of Munster, Ulster, and Connaught. 128. 2. Whether there should not be such provisions of stamps, signatures, checks, strong boxes, and all other measures for securing the bank notes and cash, as are usual in other banks. 129. 2. Whether these 10 or a dozen last queries may not easily be converted into heads of a bill. 130. 2. Whether any one concerns himself about the security or funds of the banks of Venice or Amsterdam. And whether in a little time the case would not be the same as to our bank. 131. 2. Whether the first beginning of expedients do not always meet with prejudices. And whether even the prejudices of a people ought not to be respected. 132. 2. Whether a national bank be not the true philosopher's stone in a state. 133. 2. whether it be not the most obvious remedy for all the inconveniencies we labor under with regard to our coin. 134. 2. Whether it be not agreed on all hands that our coin is on very bad foot, and calls for some present remedy. 135. 2. Whether the want of silver hath not introduced a sort of traffic for change, which is purchased at no inconsiderable discount to the great obstruction of our domestic commerce. 136. 2. Whether, though it be evident silver is wanted, it be yet so evident which is the best way of providing for this want. Whether by lowering the gold, or raising the silver, or partly one, partly the other. 137. 2. Whether a partial raising of one species be not, in truth, wanting a premium to our bankers for importing such species. And what that species is which deserves most to be encouraged. 138. 2. Whether it be not just, that all gold should be alike rated according to its weight and fineness. 139. 2. Whether this may be best done, by lowering some certain species of gold, or by raising others, or by joining both methods together. 140. 2. Whether all regulations of coin should not be made with a view to encourage industry, and a circulation of commerce, throughout the kingdom. 141. 2. Whether the North and the South have not, in truth, one and the same interest in this matter. 142. 2. Whether to oil the wheels of commerce be not a common benefit. And whether this be not done by avoiding fractions and multiplying small silver. 143. 2. But, whether a pubic benefit ought to be obtained by unjust methods, and therefore, whether any reduction of coin should be thought of which may hurt the properties of private men. 144. 2. Whether those parts of the kingdom where commerce doth most abound would not be the greatest gainers by having our coin placed on a right foot. 145. 2. Whether, in case a reduction of coin be thought expedient, the uttering of bank bills at the same time may not prevent the inconveniencies of such a reduction. 146. 2. But, whether any pubic expediency could countervail a real pressure on those who are least able to bear it, tenants and debtors. 147. 2. Whether, nevertheless, the political body, as well as the natural, must not sometimes be worse in order to be better. 148. 2. Whether, all things considered, a general raising the value of gold and silver be not so far from bringing greater quantities thereof into the kingdom that it would produce a direct contrary effect, inasmuch as less, in that case, would serve, and therefore less be wanted. And whether men do not import a commodity in proportion to the demand or want of it. 149. 2. Whether the lowering of our gold would not create a fever in the state. And whether a fever be not sometimes a cure, but whether it be not the last cure a man would choose. 150. 2. What if our other gold were raised to a par with Portugal gold, and the value of silver in general raised with regard to that of gold? 151. 2. Whether the pubic ends may or may not be better answered by such augmentation, than by a reduction of our coin. 152. 2. Provided silver is multiplied, be it by raising or diminishing the value of our coin, whether the great end is not answered. 153. 2. Whether raising the value of a particular species will not tend to multiply such species, and to lessen others in proportion thereunto. And whether a much less quantity of cash in silver would not, in reality, enrich the nation more than a much greater in gold. 154. 2. Whether, if a reduction be thought necessary, the obvious means to prevent all hardships and injustice be not a national bank. 155. 2. Upon supposition that the cash of this kingdom was £500,000, and by lowering the various species each 1/5 of its value the whole sum was reduced to £400,000, whether the difficulty of getting money, and consequently of paying rents, would not be increased in the proportion of 5 to 4. 156. 2. whether such difficulty would not be a great and unmerited distress on all the tenants in the nation. But if at the same time with the aforesaid reduction there were uttered £100,000 additional to the former current stock, whether such difficulty or inconvenience would then be felt. 157. 2. Whether, ceteris paribus, it be not true that the prices of things increase as the quantity of money increaseth, and are diminished as that is diminished. And whether, by the quantity of money is not to be understood the amount of the denominations, all contracts being nominal for pounds, shillings, and pence, and not for weights of gold or silver. 158. 2. Whether in any foreign market, twopence advance in a kilderkin of corn could greatly affect our trade. 159. 2. Whether in regard of the far greater changes and fluctuations of prices from the difference of seasons and other accidents, that small rise should seem considerable. 160. 2. Whether our exports do not consist of such necessaries as other countries cannot well be without. 161. 2. Whether upon the circulation of a national bank more land would not be tilled, more hands employed, and consequently more commodities exported. 162. 2. Whether, setting aside the assistance of a national bank, it will be easy to reduce or lower our coin without some hardship, at least for the present, on a great number of particular persons. 163. 2. Whether, nevertheless, the scheme of a national bank doth not entirely stand clear of this question, and whether such bank may not completely subsist and answer its ends, although there should be no alteration at all made in the value of our coin. 164. 2. Whether, if the ill state of our coin be not redressed, that scheme would not be still more necessary, inasmuch as a national bank, by putting new life and vigor into our commerce, may prevent our feeling the ill effects of the want of such redress. 165. 2. Whether men united by interest are not often divided by opinion, and whether such difference in opinion be not an effect of misapprehension. 166. 2. Whether two things are not manifest: first, that some alteration in the value of our coin is highly expedient; secondly, that whatever alteration is made, the tenderest care should be had of the properties of the people, and even a regard paid to their prejudices. 167. 2. Whether our taking the coin of another nation for more than it is worth be not, in reality and in event, a cheat upon ourselves. 168. 2. Whether a particular coin overrated will not be sure to flow in upon us from other countries beside that where it is coined. 169. 2. Whether, in case the wisdom of the nation shall think fit to alter our coin, without erecting a national bank, the rule for lessening or avoiding present inconvenience should not be so to order matters, by raising the silver and depressing the gold, as that the total sum of coined cash within the kingdom shall, in denomination, remain the same, or amount to the same nominal value, after the change that it did before. 170. 2. Whether all inconvenience ought not to be lessened as much as may be, but after, whether it would be prudent, for the sake of a small inconvenience, to obstruct a much greater good. And whether it may not sometimes happen that an inconvenience which in fancy and general discourse seems great shall, when accurately inspected and cast up, appear inconsiderable. 171. 2. Whether in public councils the sum of things, here and there, present and future, ought not to be regarded. 172. 2. Whether silver and small money be not that which circulates the quickest, and passeth through all hands, on the road, in the market, at the shop. 173. 2. Whether, all things considered, it would not be better for a kingdom that its cash consisted of 500,000 in small silver, than of 5 times that sum in gold. 174. 2. Whether there be not every day 500 lesser payments made for one that requires gold. 175. 2. Whether Spain, where gold bears the highest value, be not the laziest, and China, where it bears the lowest, be not the most industrious country in the known world. 176. 2. Money being a ticket which entitles to power and records the title, whether such power avails otherwise than as it is exerted into act. 177. 2. Whether it be not evidently the interest of every state, that its money should rather circulate than stagnate. 178. 2. Whether the principal use of cash be not its ready passing from hand to hand, to answer common occasions of the common people, and whether common occasions of all sorts of people are not small ones. 179. 2. Whether business at fairs and markets is not often at a stand and often hindered, even though the seller hath his commodities at hand and the purchaser his gold, yet for want of change. 180. 2. Whether beside that value of money which is rated by weight, there be not also another value consisting in its aptness to circulate. 181. 2. As wealth is really power, and coin a ticket conveying power, whether those tickets which are the fittest for that use ought not to be preferred. 182. 2. Whether those tickets which singly transfer small shares of power, and, being multiplied, large shares, are not fitter for common use than those which singly transfer large shares. 183. 2. Whether the public is not more benefited by a shilling that circulates than a pound that lies dead. 184. 2. Whether sixpence twice paid be not as good as a shilling once paid. 185. 2. Whether the same shilling circulating in a village may not supply one man with bread, another with stockings, a third with a knife, a fourth with paper, a fifth with nails, and so answer many wants which must otherwise have remained unsatisfied. 186. 2. Whether facilitating and quickening the circulation of power to supply wants be not the promoting of wealth and industry among the lower people, and whether upon this the wealth of the great doth not depend. 187. 2. Whether, without the proper means of circulation, it be not vain to hope for thriving manufacturers and a busy people. 188. 2. Whether £4 in small cash may not circulate and enliven an Irish market, which many £4 pieces would permit to stagnate. 189. 2. Whether a man that could move nothing less than £100 weight would not be much at a loss to supply his wants, and whether it would not be better for him to be less strong and more active. 190. 2. Whether the natural body can be in a state of health and vigor without a due circulation of the extremities, even, and whether the political body, any in the fingers and toes more than the natural, can thrive without a proportionable circulation through the minutest and most inconsiderable parts thereof. 191. 2. If we had a mint for coining only shillings, sixpences, and copper money, whether the nation would not soon feel the good effects thereof. 192. 2. Whether the greater waste by wearing of small coins would not be abundantly overbalanced by their usefulness. 193. 2. Whether it be not the industry of common people that feeds the state, and whether it be possible to keep this industry alive without small money. 194. 2. Whether the want of this be not a great bar to our employing the people in these manufactures which are open to us, and do not interfere with Great Britain. 195. 2. Whether therefore such want doth not drive men into the lazy way of employing land under sheep walk. 196. 2. Whether the running of wool from Ireland can so effectually be prevented as by encouraging other business and manufactures among our people. 197. 2. Whatever commodities Great Britain importeth which we might supply, whether it be not her real interest to import them from us rather than from any other people. 198. 2. Whether the apprehension of many among us, who for that very reason stick to their wool, that England may hereafter prohibit, limit, or discourage our linen trade, when it hath been once, with great pains and expense, thoroughly introduced and settled in this land, be not altogether groundless and unjust. 199. 2. Whether it is possible for this country, which hath neither mines of gold nor a free trade, to support for any time the sending out of specie. 200. 2. whether in fact our payments are not made by bills, and whether our foreign credit doth not depend on our domestic industry, and our bills on that credit. 201. Q. Whether, in order to mend it, we ought not first to know the peculiar wretchedness of our state, and whether there be any knowing of this but by comparison. 202. Q. Whether there are not single market towns in England that turn more money in buying and selling than whole counties, perhaps provinces, with us. 203. Q. Whether the small town of Birmingham alone doth not, upon an average, circulate every week, one way or other, to the value of £50,000. But whether the same crown may not be often paid. 204. Q. Whether there be any woolen manufacture in Birmingham. 205. Q. Whether bad management may not be worse than slavery, and whether any part of Christendom be in a more languishing condition than this kingdom. 206. Q. Whether any kingdom in Europe be so good a customer at Bordeaux as Ireland. 207. Q. Whether the police and economy of France be not governed by wise counsels, and whether any one from this country, who sees their towns, and manufactures, and commerce, will not wonder what our senators have been doing. 208. Q. What variety and number of excellent manufactures are to be met with throughout the whole kingdom of France. 209. Q. Whether there are not everywhere some or other mills for many uses, forges and furnaces for iron work, looms for tapestry, glass houses, and so forth. 210. Q. What quantities of paper, stockings, hats, what manufactures of wool, silk, linen, hemp, leather, wax, earthenware, brass, lead, tin, and c. 211. Q. Whether the manufactures and commerce of the single town of Lyons do not amount to a greater value than all the manufactures and all the trade of this kingdom taken together. 212. Q. Whether it be not true, that within the compass of 1 year there flowed from the South Sea, when that commerce was open, into the single town of St. Malo's, a sum in gold and silver equal to 4 times the whole specie of this kingdom. And whether that same part of France doth not at present draw from Cadiz, upwards of £200,000 per annum. 213. Q. Whether, in the anniversary fair at the small town of Beaucaire upon the Rhone, there be not as much money laid out as the current cash of this kingdom amounts to. 214. Q. Whether it be true that the Dutch make 10 millions of livres, every return of the floater and galleons, by their sales at the Indies and at Cadiz. 215. Q. Whether it be true that England makes at least £100,000 per annum by the single article of hats sold in Spain. 216. Q. Whether the very shreds shorn from woolen cloth, which are thrown away in Ireland, do not make a beautiful tapestry in France. 217. Q. Whether the toys of Thiers do not employ 5,000 families. 218. Q. Whether there be not a small town or two in France which supply all Spain with cards. 219. Q. Whether there be not French towns subsisted merely by making pins. 220. Q. Whether the coarse fingers of those very women, those same peasants who one part of the year till the ground and dress the vineyards, are not another employed in making the finest French point. 221. Q. Whether there is not a great number of idle fingers among the wives and daughters of our peasants. 222. Q. Whether, about 25 years ago, they did not first attempt to make porcelain in France, and whether, in a few years, they did not make it so well, as to rival that which comes from China. 223. Q. Whether the French do not raise a trade from saffron, dyeing drugs, and the like products, which may do with us as well as with them. 224. Q. Whether we may not have materials of our own growth to supply all manufactures, as well as France, except silk, and whether the bulk of what silk even France manufactures be not imported. 225. Q. Whether it be possible for this country to grow rich, so long as what is made by domestic industry is spent in foreign luxury. 226. Q. Whether part of the profits of the bank should not be employed in erecting manufactures of several kinds, which are not likely to be set on foot and carried on to perfection without great stock, public encouragement, general regulations, and the concurrence of many hands. 227. Q. Whether our natural Irish are not partly Spaniards and partly Tartars, and whether they do not bear signatures of the descent from both these nations, which is also confirmed by all their histories. 228. Q. Whether the Tartar progeny is not numerous in this land, and whether there is an idler occupation under the sun than to attend flocks and herds of cattle. 229. Q. Whether the wisdom of the state should not wrestle with this hereditary disposition of our Tartars, and with a high hand introduce agriculture. 230. Q. Whether it were not to be wished that our people showed the descent from Spain, rather by their honor and honesty than their pride, and if so, whether they might not easily insinuate themselves into a larger share of the Spanish trade. 231. Q. Whether once upon a time France did not, by her linen alone, draw yearly from Spain about 8 millions of livres. 232. Q. Whether the French have not suffered in their linen trade with Spain, by not making their cloth of due breadth, and whether any other people have suffered, and are still likely to suffer, through the same prevarication. 233. Q. Whether the Spaniards are not rich and lazy, and whether they have not a particular inclination and favor for the inhabitants of this island. But whether a punctual people do not love punctual dealers. 234. Q. Whether about 14 years ago we had not come into a considerable share of the linen trade with Spain, and what put a stop to this. 235. Q. Whether we may not, with common industry and common honesty, undersell any nation in Europe. 236. Q. Whether, if the linen manufacture were carried on in the other provinces as well as in the north, the merchants of Cork, Limerick, and Galway would not soon find the way to Spain. 237. Q. Whether the woolen manufacture of England is not divided into several parts or branches, appropriated to particular places, where they are only or principally manufactured, fine cloths in Somersetshire, coarse in Yorkshire, long ells at Exeter, size at Sudbury, crapes at Norwich, linseys at Kendal, blankets at Witney, and so forth. 238. Q. Whether the united skill, industry, and emulation of many together on the same work be not the way to advance it, and whether it had been otherwise possible for England to have carried on her woolen manufacture to so great perfection. 239. Q. Whether it would not on many accounts be right if we observed the same course with respect to our linen manufacture, and the diapers were made in one town or district, damasks in another, sheeting in a third, fine wearing linen in a fourth, coarse in a fifth, in another cambrics, in another thread and stockings, in others stamped linen, or striped linen, or tickings, or dyed linen, of which last kinds there is so great a consumption among the seafaring men of all nations. 240. Q. Whether it may not be worth while to inform ourselves of the different sorts of linen which are in request among different people. 241. Q. Whether we do not yearly consume of French wines about 1,000 tons more than either Sweden or Denmark, and yet whether those nations pay ready money as we do. 242. Q. Whether they are not the Swiss that make hay and gather in the harvest throughout Alsatia. 243. Q. Whether it be not a custom for some thousands of Frenchmen to go about the beginning of March into Spain, and having tilled the lands and gathered the harvest of Spain, to return home with money in their pockets about the end of November. 244. Q. Whether of late years our Irish labourers do not carry on the same business in England to the great discontent of many there. But whether we have not much more reason than the people of England to be displeased at this commerce. 245. Q. Whether, notwithstanding the cash supposed to be brought into it, any nation is, in truth, a gainer by such traffic. 246. Q. Whether the industry of our people employed in foreign lands, while our own are left uncultivated, be not a great loss to the country. 247. Q. Whether it would not be much better for us, if, instead of sending our men abroad, we could draw men from the neighboring countries to cultivate our own. 248. Q. Whether, nevertheless, we are not apt to think the money imported by our laborers to be so much clear gains to this country, but whether a little reflection and a little political arithmetic may not show us our mistake. 249. Q. Whether our prejudices about gold and silver are not very apt to infect or misguide our judgments and reasonings about the public weal. 250. Q. Whether it be not a good rule whereby to judge of the trade of any city, and its usefulness, to observe whether there is a circulation through the extremities, and whether the people round about are busy and warm. 251. Q. Whether we had not, some years since, a manufacture of hats at Athlone, and of earthenware at Arklow, and what became of those manufactures. 252. Q. Why we do not make tiles of our own, for flooring and roofing, rather than bring them from Holland. 253. Q. What manufactures are there in France and Venice of gilt leather, how cheap and how splendid are furniture. 254. Q. Whether we may not, for the same use, manufacture divers things at home of more beauty and variety than wainscot, which is imported at such expense from Norway. 255. Q. Whether the use and the fashion will not soon make a manufacture. 256. Q. Whether, if our gentry used to drink mead and cider, we should not soon have those liquors in the utmost perfection and plenty. 257. Q. Whether it be not wonderful that with such pastures, and so many black cattle, we do not find ourselves in cheese. 258. Q. Whether great profits may not be made by fisheries, but whether those of our Irish who live by that business do not contrive to be drunk and unemployed 1/2 of the year. 259. Q. Whether it be not folly to think an inward commerce cannot enrich a state, because it doth not increase its quantity of gold and silver. And whether it is possible a country should not thrive, while wants are supplied, and business goes on. 260. Q. Whether plenty of all the necessaries and comforts of life be not real wealth. 261. Q. Whether Lyons, by the advantage of her midland situation and the rivers Rhone and Saône, be not a great magazine or mart for inward commerce. And whether she doth not maintain a constant trade with most parts of France, with Provence for oils and dried fruits, for wines and cloth with Languedoc, for stuffs with Champagne, for linen with Picardy, Normandy, and Brittany, for corn with Burgundy. 262. Q. Whether she doth not receive and utter all those commodities, and raise a profit from the distribution thereof, as well as of her own manufactures, throughout the kingdom of France. 263. Q. Whether the charge of making good roads and navigable rivers across the country would not be really repaid by an inward commerce. 264. Q. Whether, as our trade and manufactures increased, magazines should not be established in proper places, fitted by their situation, near great roads and navigable rivers, lakes, or canals, for the ready reception and distribution of all sorts of commodities from and to the several parts of the kingdom, and whether the town of Athlone, for instance, may not be fitly situated for such a magazine, or centre of domestic commerce. 265. Q. Whether an inward trade would not cause industry to flourish, and multiply the circulation of our coin, and whether this may not do as well as multiplying the coin itself. 266. Q. Whether the benefits of a domestic commerce are sufficiently understood and attended to, and whether the cause thereof be not the prejudiced and narrow way of thinking about gold and silver. 267. Q. Whether there be any other more easy and unenvied method of increasing the wealth of a people. 268. Q. whether we of this island are not from our peculiar circumstances determined to this very commerce above any other, from the number of necessaries and good things that we possess within ourselves, from the extent and variety of our soil, from the navigable rivers and good roads which we have or may have, at a less expense than any people in Europe, from our great plenty of materials for manufactures, and particularly from the restraints we lie under with regard to our foreign trade. 269. 2. Whether commissioners of trade or other proper persons should not be appointed to draw up plans of our commerce both foreign and domestic, and lay them at the beginning of every session before the Parliament. 270. 2. Whether registers of industry should not be kept, and the public from time to time acquainted what new manufactures are introduced, what increase or decrease of old ones. 271. 2. Whether annual inventories should not be published of the fairs throughout the kingdom, in order to judge of the growth of its commerce. 272. 2. Whether there be not every year more cash circulated at the card tables of Dublin than at all the fairs of Ireland. 273. 2. Whether the wealth of a country will not bear proportion to the skill and industry of its inhabitants. 274. 2. Whether foreign imports that tend to promote industry should not be encouraged, and such as have a tendency to promote luxury should not be discouraged. 275. 2. Whether the annual balance of trade between Italy and Lyons be not about 4 millions in favor of the former, and yet, whether Lyons be not a gainer by this trade. 276. 2. Whether the general rule, of determining the profit of a commerce by its balance, doth not, like other general rules, admit of exceptions. 277. 2. Whether it would not be a monstrous folly to import nothing but gold and silver, supposing we might do it, from every foreign part to which we trade. And yet, whether some men may not think this foolish circumstance a very happy one. 278. 2. But whether we do not all see the ridicule of the Mogul's subjects, who take from us nothing but our silver, and bury it underground, in order to make sure thereof against the resurrection. 279. 2. Whether he must not be a wrong-headed patriot or politician, whose ultimate view was drawing money into a country, and keeping it there. 280. 2. Whether it be not evident that not gold but industry causeth a country to flourish. 281. 2. Whether it would not be a silly project in any nation to hope to grow rich by prohibiting the exportation of gold and silver. 282. 2. Whether there can be a greater mistake in politics than to measure the wealth of the nation by its gold and silver. 283. 2. Whether gold and silver be not a drug, where they do not promote industry. Whether they be not even the bane and undoing of an idle people. 284. 2. Whether gold will not cause either industry or vice to flourish. And whether a country, where it flowed in without labor, must not be wretched and dissolute like an island inhabited by buccaneers. 285. 2. Whether arts and virtue are not likely to thrive, where money is made a means to industry. But whether money without this would be a blessing to any people. 286. 2. Whether therefore Mississippi, South Sea, and such like schemes were not calculated for pubic ruin. 287. 2. Whether keeping cash at home, or sending it abroad, just as it most serves to promote industry, be not the real interest of every nation. 288. 2. Whether commodities of all kinds do not naturally flow where there is the greatest demand. Whether the greatest demand for a thing be not where it is of most use. Whether money, like other things, hath not its proper use. Whether this use be not to circulate. Whether therefore there must not of course be money where there is a circulation of industry. 289. 2. Whether all such princes and statesmen are not greatly deceived who imagine that gold and silver, any way got, will enrich a country. 290. 2. Whether it is not a great point to know what we would be at. And whether whole states, as well as private persons, do not often fluctuate for want of this knowledge. 291. Q. Whether gold may not be compared to Sejanus's horse, if we consider its passage through the world, and the fate of those nations which have been successively possessed thereof. 292. Q. Whether the effect is not to be considered more than the kind or quantity of money. 293. Q. Whether means are not so far useful as they answer the end. And whether, in different circumstances, the same ends are not obtained by different means. 294. Q. If we are a poor nation, abounding with very poor people, will it not follow that a far greater proportion of our stock should be in the smallest and lowest species than would suit with England? 295. Q. Whether, therefore, it would not be highly expedient if our money were coined of peculiar values, best fitted to the circumstances and uses of our own country, and whether any other people could take umbrage at our consulting our own convenience, in an affair entirely domestic, and that lies within ourselves. 296. Q. Whether every man doth not know, and hath not long known, that the want of a mint causeth many other wants in this kingdom. 297. Q. What harm did England sustain about 3 centuries ago, when silver was coined in this kingdom? 298. Q. What harm was it to Spain that her provinces of Naples and Sicily had all along mints of their own? 299. Q. Whether those who have the interests of this kingdom at heart, and are concerned in the councils thereof, ought not to make the most humble and earnest representations to His Majesty, that he may vouchsafe to grant us that favor, the want of which is ruinous to our domestic industry, and the having of which would interfere with no interest of our fellow subjects. 300. Q. Whether it may not be presumed that our not having a privilege which every other kingdom in the world enjoys, be not owing to our want of diligence and unanimity in soliciting for it. 301. Q. Whether His Most Gracious Majesty hath ever been addressed on this head in a proper manner, and had the case fairly stated for his royal consideration, and if not, whether we may not blame ourselves. 302. Q. If His Majesty would be pleased to grant us a mint, whether the consequences thereof may not prove a valuable consideration to the Crown. 303. Q. Whether it be not the interest of England that we should cultivate a domestic commerce among ourselves. And whether it could give them any possible jealousy, if our small sum of cash was contrived to go a little further, if there was a little more life in our markets, a little more buying and selling in our shops, a little better provision for the backs and bellies of so many forlorn wretches throughout the towns and villages of this island. 304. Q. Whether Great Britain ought not to promote the prosperity of her colonies, by all methods consistent with her own. And whether the colonies themselves ought to wish or aim at it by others. 305. Q. Whether the remotest parts from the metropolis, and the lowest of the people, are not to be regarded as the extremities and capillaries of the political body. 306. Q. Whether, although the capillary vessels are small, yet obstructions in them do not produce great chronical diseases. 307. Q. Whether faculties are not enlarged and improved by exercise. 308. Q. Whether the sum of the faculties put into act, or, in other words, the united action of a whole people, doth not constitute the momentum of a state. 309. Q. Whether such momentum be not the real stock or wealth of a state, and whether its credit be not proportional thereunto. 310. Q. Whether in every wise state the faculties of the mind are not most considered. 311. Q. Whether every kind of employment or business, as it implies more skill and exercise of the higher powers, be not more valued. 312. Q. Whether the momentum of a state doth not imply the whole exertion of its faculties, intellectual and corporeal, and whether the latter without the former could act in concert. 313. Q. Whether the divided force of men, acting singly, would not be a rope of sand. 314. Q. Whether the particular motions of the members of a state, in opposite directions, will not destroy each other, and lessen the momentum of the whole, but whether they must not conspire to produce a great effect. 315. 2. Whether the ready means to put spirit into this state, to fortify and increase its momentum, would not be a national bank, and plenty of small cash. 316. 2. Whether private endeavors without assistance from the public are likely to advance our manufactures and commerce to any great degree. But whether, as bills uttered from a national bank upon private mortgages would facilitate the purchases and projects of private men, even so the same bills uttered on the public security alone may not answer public ends in promoting new works and manufactures throughout the kingdom. 317. 2. Whether that which employs and exerts the force of a community deserves not to be well considered and well understood. 318. 2. Whether the immediate mover, the blood and spirits, be not money, paper, or metal, and whether the soul or will of the community, which is the prime mover that governs and directs the whole, be not the legislature. 319. 2. Supposing the inhabitants of a country quite sunk in sloth, or even fast asleep, whether, upon the gradual awakening and exertion, first of the sensitive and locomotive faculties, next of reason and reflection, then of justice and piety, the momentum of such country or state would not, in proportion thereunto, become still more and more considerable. 320. 2. Whether that which in the growth is last attained, and is the finishing perfection of a people, be not the first thing lost in the declension. 321. 2. Whether force be not of consequence, as it is exerted, and whether great force without great wisdom may not be a nuisance. 322. 2. Whether the force of a child, applied with art, may not produce greater effects than that of a giant. And whether a small stock in the hands of a wise state may not go further, and produce more considerable effects, than immense sums in the hands of a foolish one. 323. 2. Whether as many as wish well to their country ought not to aim at increasing its momentum. 324. 2. Whose fault is it if poor Ireland still continues poor? Finis. A Discourse addressed to Magistrates and Men of Authority, 1736. A Discourse addressed to Magistrates and Men in Authority. Occasioned by the enormous license, and irreligion of the times. Gallio cared for none of those things. Acts, ch. xv. Ver. 17. Dublin. Printed by George Faulkner. M. DCC, XXX, 8. A Discourse addressed to Magistrates, and c. The pretensions and discourse of men, throughout these kingdoms, would, at first view, lead one to think the inhabitants were all politicians, and yet, perhaps, political wisdom hath in no age, or country, been more talked of, and less understood. License is taken for the end of government, and popular humor for its origin. No reverence for the laws, no attachment to the Constitution, little attention to matters of consequence, and great altercation upon trifles, such idle projects about religion and government, as if the public had both to choose, a general contempt of all authority, divine and humane, an indifference about the prevailing opinions, whether they tend to produce order, or disorder, to promote the empire of God or the devil. These are the symptoms that strongly mark the present age, and this could never have been the case, if a neglect of religion had not made way for it. When the Jews accused Paul upon religious matters, and points of their law, before Gallio, the Roman magistrate, it is said, that Gallio cared for none of those things. And it is to be feared, there are not a few magistrates, in this Christian country, who think with the same indifference on the subject of religion. Herein, nevertheless, they judge amiss, and are much wanting to their duty. For, although it be admitted, that the magistrate's peculiar object is the temporal welfare of the state, yet, this will by no means exclude a proper care about the prevailing notions and opinions of religion, which influence the lives and actions of men, and have therefore a mighty effect on the public. Men's behavior is the consequence of their principles. Hence it follows, that in order to make a state thrive and flourish, care must be taken, that good principles be propagated in the minds of those who compose it. It would be vain to depend on the outward form, the constitution, and structure of a state, while the majority are ever governed by their inward ways of thinking, which at times will break out and show themselves paramount to all laws and institutions whatsoever. It must be great folly, therefore, to overlook notions, as matters of small moment to the state, while experience sheweth there is nothing more important, and that a prevailing disorder in the principles and opinions of its members is ever dangerous to society, and capable of producing the greatest public evils. Man is an animal, formidable both from his passions and his reason, his passions often urging him to great evils, and his reason furnishing means to achieve them. To tame this animal, and make him amenable to order, to inure him with a sense of justice and virtue, to withhold him from ill courses by fear, and encourage him in his duty by hopes, in short, to fashion and model him for society, hath been the aim of civil and religious institutions, and in all times, the endeavor of good and wise men. The aptest method for attaining this end hath been always judged a proper education. If men's actions are an effect of their principles, that is, of their notions, their belief, their persuasions, it must be admitted that principles early sown in the mind are the seeds which produce fruit and harvest in the ripe state of manhood. How lightly soever some men may speak of notions, yet, so long as the soul governs the body, men's notions must influence their actions, more or less, as they are stronger or weaker, and to good or evil, as they are better or worse. Our notions and opinions are a constant check on our appetites, and balance to our passions, and, although they may not in every instance control and rule, yet they will never fail strongly to affect both the one and the other. What is it that bridles the impetuous desires of men, that restrains them when they are driven by the most violent passions? In a word, what is it that renders this world habitable, but the prevailing notions of order, virtue, and duty? Some, perhaps, may imagine that the eye of the magistrate alone is sufficient to keep mankind in awe. But, if every man's heart was set to do all the mischief his appetite should prompt him to, as oft as opportunity and secrecy presented themselves, there could be no living in the world. And although too many of those entrusted with civil power, in these our days, may be said with GALLIO, to care for none of those things, and many more who would pass for men of judgment and knowledge, may look on notions early imbibed, before the grounds and reasons are apprehended or understood, to be but mere prejudices, yet this will detract nothing from their truth and usefulness. To place this matter in a due light, I propose to show that a system of salutary notions is absolutely necessary to the support of every civil constitution. I shall enforce this point by the testimony of those who are esteemed the wisest men, and I shall make some remarks on the modern prevailing spirit, and the tendency of the maxims of our times. Order is necessary, not only to the well-being, but to the very being of a state. Now, order and regularity in the actions of men is not an effect of appetite or passion, but of judgment, and the judgment is governed by notions or opinions. There must therefore, of necessity, in a well-ordered state, be a certain system of salutary notions, a prevailing set of opinions, acquired either by private reason and reflection, or taught and instilled by the general reason of the public, that is, by the law of the land. True it is, that where men either cannot, or will not, use their own reason, think and examine for themselves, in such case, the notions taught or instilled into their minds, are embraced rather by the memory, than the judgment. Nor will it be any objection to say, that these are prejudices, inasmuch as they are therefore, neither the less useful, nor the less true, although their proofs may not be understood by all men. Prejudices are notions, or opinions, which the mind entertains without knowing the grounds and reasons of them, and which are assented to without examination. The first notions which take possession of the minds of men, with regard to duties social, moral, and civil, may therefore be justly styled prejudices. The mind of a young creature cannot remain empty. If you do not put into it that which is good, it will be sure to receive that which is bad. Do what you can, there will still be a bias from education, and if so, is it not better this bias should lie towards things laudable and useful to society? This bias still operates, although it may not always prevail. The notions first instilled have the earliest influence, take the deepest root, and generally are found to give a color and complexion to the subsequent lives of men, inasmuch as they are in truth the great source of humane actions. It is not gold, or honor, or power, that move men to act, but the opinions they entertain of those things. Hence it follows, that if a magistrate should say, or think, no matter what notions men embrace, I will take heed to their actions, therein he sheweth his weakness, for such as are men's notions, such will be the deeds. For a man to do, as he would be done by, to love his neighbor as himself, to honor his superiors, to believe that God scans all his actions, and will reward or punish them, and to think, that he who is guilty of falsehood, or injustice, hurts himself more than any one else, are not these such notions, and principles, as every wise governor, or legislator, would covet above all things to have firmly rooted in the mind of every individual under his care. This is allowed, even by the enemies of religion, who would fain have it thought the offspring of state policy, honoring its usefulness at the same time that they disparage its truth. What therefore cannot be acquired by every man's reasoning, must be introduced by precept, and riveted by custom, that is to say, the bulk of mankind must in all civilized societies, have their minds by timely instruction well seasoned and furnished with proper notions, which, although the grounds or proofs thereof be unknown to them, will nevertheless influence their conduct, and so far render them useful members of the state. But if you strip men of these their notions, or if you will prejudices, with regard to modesty, decency, justice, charity, and the like, you will soon find them so many monsters, utterly unfit for humane society. I desire it may be considered, that most men want leisure, opportunity, or faculties, to derive conclusions from their principles, and establish morality on a foundation of humane science. True it is, as St. Paul observes, that the invisible things of God from the creation of the world are clearly seen, and from thence the duties of natural religion may be discovered. But these things are seen and discovered by those alone who open their eyes, and look narrowly for them. Now, if you look throughout the world, you shall find but few of these narrow inspectors and inquirers, very few who make it their business to analyze opinions, and pursue them to their rational source, to examine whence truths spring, and how they are inferred. In short, you shall find all men full of opinions, but knowledge only in a few. It is impossible from the nature and circumstances of humane kind, that the multitude should be philosophers, or that they should know things in their causes. We see every day, that the rules, or conclusions alone, are sufficient for the shopkeeper to state his account, the sailor to navigate his ship, or the carpenter to measure his timber, none of which understand the theory, that is to say, the grounds and reasons either of arithmetic or geometry. Even so in moral, political, and religious matters, it is manifest that the rules and opinions early imbibed at the first dawn of understanding, and without the least glimpse of science, may yet produce excellent effects, and be very useful to the world, and that in fact they are so, will be very visible to every one who shall observe what passeth round about him. It may not be amiss to inculcate, that the difference between prejudices and other opinions doth not consist in this, that the former are false, and the latter true, but in this, that the former are taken upon trust, and the latter acquired by reasoning. He who hath been taught to believe the immortality of the soul, may be as right in his notion, as he who hath reasoned himself into that opinion. It will then by no means follow, that because this or that notion is a prejudice, it must be therefore false. The not distinguishing between prejudices and errors, is a prevailing oversight among our modern free thinkers. There may be indeed certain mere prejudices or opinions, which, having no reasons either assigned or assignable to support them, are nevertheless entertained by the mind, because they intruded betimes into it. Such may be supposed false, not because they were early learned, or learned without their reasons, but because there are in truth no reasons to be given for them. Certainly, if a notion may be concluded false, because it was early imbibed, or because it is with most men an object of belief rather than of knowledge, one may by the same reasoning conclude several propositions of Euclid to be false. A simple apprehension of conclusions as taken in themselves, without the deductions of science, is what falls to the share of mankind in general. Religious awe, the precepts of parents and masters, the wisdom of legislators, and the accumulated experience of ages, supply the place of proofs and reasonings with the vulgar of all ranks. I would say, that discipline, national constitution, and laws humane or divine, are so many plain landmarks which guide them into the paths wherein it is presumed they ought to tread. From what hath been premised, it plainly appears, that in the bulk of mankind there are, and must be prejudices, that is, opinions taken upon trust, or in other words, that there are points of faith among all men whatsoever, as well as among Christians. And as it is evident, that the unthinking part of every age, sex, and condition among us, must necessarily receive notions with the submission of faith, so it is very reasonable that they should submit their faith to the greatest authorities humane and divine, the law and the gospel. But if once all reverence for these be destroyed, our pretenders to moral knowledge will have no authority to imbue the multitude with such notions as may control their appetites. From all which it follows, that the modern schemes of our free thinkers, who pretend to separate morality from religion, how rational soever they may seem to their admirers, are in truth and effect most irrational and pernicious to civil society. Let any one, who thinks at all, consider the savage state of undisciplined men, whose minds are nurtured to no doctrine, broke by no instruction, governed by no principle. Let him at the same time reflect on a society of persons educated in the principles of our Church, formed betimes to fear God, to reverence their superiors, to be grateful to their benefactors, forgiving to their enemies, just and charitable to all men, and he will then be able to judge of the merits of those who are so active to weed out the prejudices of education. Among the many wild notions broached in these giddy times, it must be owned that some of our declaimers against prejudice have wrought themselves into a sort of esteem for savages, as a virtuous and unprejudiced people. In proof of which, they allege their being free from many vices practiced in civilized nations. To which I answer, that it is very true, among savages there are few instances to be found of luxury, avarice, or ambition, not that the contrary virtues take place, but because the opportunities and faculties for such vices are wanting. For the same reason, you do not see them in brutes. What they esteem and admire in those creatures is not innocence, but ignorance. It is not virtue, but necessity. Give them but the means of transgressing, and they know no bounds. For example, supply the water-drinking savage with strong liquor, and he shall be drunk for several days and nights together. Again, we admit an uneducated savage knows not how to supplant a rival with the refined treachery of a courtier, yet, if you put his foe once in his power, you shall soon see what a horrible relish and delight the monster hath in cruelty. Above all others, religious notions, or if you will, prejudices, since this, as hath been already observed, detracts nothing from their truth and usefulness, have the most influence, they are the strongest curb from vice, and the most effectual spur to worthy conduct. And indeed, whether we consider the reason of things, or the practice of men in all times, we shall be satisfied, that nothing truly great, and good, can enter into the heart of one attached to no principles of religion, who believes no providence, who neither fears hell, nor hopes for heaven. Punishments and rewards have always had, and always will have the greatest weight with men, and as the most considerable of both kinds are proposed by religion, the duties whereof fall in with the views of the civil magistrate, it undeniably follows, that nothing can add more strength to a good and righteous government, than religion. Therefore it mainly concerns governors to keep an attentive eye on the religion of their subjects. And indeed, it is one lesson to magistrate and people, prince and subject, keep my commandments and live, and my law as the apple of thine eye. Although it is no consequence from what hath been said, that men should be debarred the free use of reason and inquiry, yet, surely it will follow, that without good reason, a man should not reject those notions which have been instilled by the laws and education of his country. And even they who think they have such reason, have nevertheless no right of dictating to others. It is true, a commission from heaven is superior to all humane prejudices, institutions, and regards whatsoever. And it is wise, although at the risk of liberty, or life, to obey God rather than man. But our modern reformers of prejudice have nothing to plead of that kind. There is no magistrate so ignorant as not to know that power, physical power, resides in the people, but authority is from opinion, which authority is necessary to restrain and direct the people's power, and therefore religion is the great stay and support of a state. Every religion that inculcates virtue, and discourageth vice, is so far of public benefit. The Christian religion doth not only do this, but further makes every legal constitution sacred by commanding our submission thereto. Let every soul be subject to the higher powers, saith Street. Paul, for the powers that be, are ordained of God. And in effect for several years past, while the reverence for our church and religion hath been decaying and wearing off from the minds of men, it may be observed, that loyalty hath in proportion lost ground, and now the very word seems quite forgotten. Submission for conscience, as well as for wrath, was once reckoned an useful lesson, but now, with other good lessons is laid aside as an obsolete prejudice. That prince or magistrate, however great or powerful, who thinks his own authority sufficient to make him respected and obeyed, lies under a woeful mistake, and never fails to feel it sooner or later. Obedience to all civil power is rooted in the religious fear of God. It is propagated, preserved, and nourished by religion. This makes men obey, not with eye service, but in sincerity of heart. Humane regards may restrain men from open and penal offenses, but the fear of God is a restraint from all degrees of all crimes however circumstanced. Take away this stay and prop of duty, this root of civil authority, and all that grew from it shall soon languish. The authority, the very being of the magistrate, will prove a poor and precarious thing. An inward sense of the supreme majesty of the King of Kings is the only thing that can beget and preserve a true respect for subordinate majesty in all the degrees of power, the first link of authority being fixed at the throne of God. But in these our days, that majestas imperii, that sacredness of character, which rooted in a religious principle, was the great guard and security of the state, is through want thereof become the public scorn. And indeed, what hold can the prince or magistrate have on the conscience of those who have no conscience? How can he build on the principles of such as have no principles? Or how can he hope for respect where God himself is neglected? It is manifest, that no prince upon earth can hope to govern well, or even to live easy and secure, much less respected by his people, if he do not contribute by his example and authority, to keep up in their minds an awful sense of religion. As for a moral sense, and moral fitness, or eternal relations, how insufficient those things are for establishing general and just notions of morality, or for keeping men within due bounds, is so evident from fact and experience, that I need not now enter into a particular disquisition about them. It must be owned, that the claws of rapine and violence may in some degree be pared and blunted by the outward polity of a state. But should we not rather try, if possible, to pull them quite out? The evil effects of wickedness may be often redressed by public justice. But would it not be better to heal the source, and by an inward principle extirpate wickedness from the heart, rather than depend altogether on humane laws for preventing or redressing the bad effects thereof? I might, said the Chinese doctor Confucius, hear and decide controversies as well as another, but what I would have is, that men should be brought to abstain from controversies, out of an inward love and regard for each other. Too many in this age of free remarks, and projects, are delighted with republican schemes, and imagine they might remedy whatever was amiss, and render a people great and happy, merely by a new plan or form of government. This dangerous way of thinking and talking is grown familiar, through the foolish freedom of the times. But alas, those men do not seem to have touched either the true cause or cure of public evils, be the plan ever so excellent, or the architects ever so able, yet no man in his wits would undertake to build a palace with mere mud or dirt of the streets. There must be fit materials, and without a religious principle, men can never be fit materials for any society, much less for a republic. Religion is the center which unites, and the cement which connects the several parts or members of the political body. Such it hath been held by all wise men, from the remotest times, down to our ingenious contemporaries, who, if they are in the right, it must be admitted that all the rest of the world have been in the wrong. From the knowledge of its being absolutely necessary to the good government of a state, that the hearts and minds of the people be inwardly imbued with good principles, Plato tells us, that Jupiter, to preserve the race of men from perishing, sent Mercury, with orders to introduce modesty and justice among them, as the firmest ties of humane society, and without which, it could not subsist. And elsewhere the same author giveth it plainly as his sense, that concerning those great duties which men's appetites and passions render difficult, it should seem rather the work of God to provide, than of humane legislators, if it were possible to hope for a system of laws framed and promulgated by God himself. You see how agreeable the Mosaic and Christian institutions are to the wishes of the wisest heathen. Moses, indeed, doth not insist on a future state, the common basis of all political institutions. Nor do other lawgivers make a particular mention of all things necessary, but suppose some things as generally known or believed. The belief of a future state, which it is manifest the Jews were possessed of, long before the coming of Christ, seems to have obtained among the Hebrews from primeval tradition, which might render it unnecessary for Moses to insist on that article. But the Sadducees and Epicureans had, in progress of time, gone so far towards rooting out this ancient and original sentiment, that it was in danger of being lost, had it not been taught and promulgated in a new light by our blessed Saviour. But many among us, who would pass for assertors of truth and liberty, are accustomed to rail at this, and all other established opinions, as prejudices which people are taught whether they will or no, and before they are able to distinguish whether they are right or wrong. These lovers of truth would do well to consider, that in political, moral, and religious matters, the opinions of the vulgar, whether they go in coaches, or walk on foot, are for the most part prejudices, and are so like to be, whatever side of the question they embrace, whether they follow the old maxims of the religion of their country, or the modern instructions of their new masters. I have already observed, that a point being useful, and inculcated betimes, can be no argument of its falsehood, even although it should be a prejudice. Far otherwise, utility and truth are not to be divided, the general good of mankind being the rule or measure of moral truth. I shall now add, that it is to be apprehended, many of those who are the most forward to banish prejudices, would be the first to feel the want of them. It is even pitiful to think, what would become of certain modern declaimers on that article, were prejudice really set aside, and were all men to be weighed in the exact scale of merit, and considered in proportion only to their intrinsic worth. Some prejudices are grounded in truth, reason, and nature. Such are the respects which are paid to knowledge, learning, age, honesty, and courage in all civilized countries. Others are purely the effect of particular constitutions, such as the respects, rights, and preeminencies ascribed to some men by their fellow subjects, on account of their birth and quality, which in the great empires of Turkey and China, pass for nothing, and will pass for nothing elsewhere, as soon as men have got rid of their prejudices, and learned to despise the constitutions of their country. It may behove those who are concerned, to reflect on this betimes. God, comprehending within himself, the beginning, end, and middle of all things and times, exerts his energy throughout the whole creation. He never ceaseth to influence by instinct, by the light of nature, by his declared will. And it is the duty of magistrates and lawgivers, to cultivate and encourage those divine impressions in the minds of all men under their care. We are not to think, it is the work of God, and therefore not to be seconded by humane care. Far otherwise, for that very reason it claims our utmost care and diligence, it being the indispensable duty of all good men, throughout the whole course of their lives, to cooperate with the designs of Providence. In religion, as in nature, God doth somewhat, and somewhat is to be done on the part of man. He causeth the earth to bring forth materials for food and raiment, but humane industry must improve, cultivate, prepare, and properly apply both the one and the other, or mankind may perish with cold and hunger. And according to this same analogy, the principles of piety and religion, the things that belong to our salvation, although originally and primarily the work of God, yet require the protection of humane government, as well as the furtherance and aid of all wise and good men. And if religion in all governments be necessary, yet it seemeth to be so more especially in monarchies. Forasmuch as the frugal manners, and more equal fortunes in republics, do not so much inflame men's appetites, or afford such power or temptation to mischief, as the high estate and great wealth of nobles under a king. Therefore, although the magistrate, as was already observed, hath for his peculiar object the temporal well-being of the state, yet this will by no means exempt him from a due concern for the religion of his country. What was the sense of our ancestors on this point, appears throughout the whole constitution of these kingdoms, and in order to justify this constitution, and the wisdom of those who framed it, I shall crave leave to make use of some unsuspected testimonies ancient and modern, which will show, that the public care of a national religion, hath been always a most principal point in the esteem of wise men, however run down by the prevailing license of our times. The first testimony I shall produce, is that of Zaleucus, the famous lawgiver of the Locrians, who in the preamble to his laws, begins with religion, laying it down as the cornerstone, or foundation of his whole superstructure. That every inhabitant, or subject of the state, should be persuaded that there is a God, and divine providence, that the only way of becoming dear to God, is by endeavoring above all things, to be good, both in deed and in will, that a worthy citizen is one that prefers integrity to wealth. He further admonisheth those who are difficult to persuade, to bethink themselves of God's providence, and the punishments that await evil doers, and in all their actions, to be ever mindful of the last day, as if it were present, or in case the devil should tempt a man to sin. He exhorts such a one to frequent the temples and altars, worshipping and imploring the divine assistance. Aristotle, discoursing of the means to preserve a monarchy, admonisheth the supreme magistrate, above all things to show himself zealous in religious matters, and this particularly, for two reasons. 1. Because the subjects will have less to fear from one who fears God. 2. Because they will be less apt to rebel against him, whom they take to be the favorite of heaven. And elsewhere, this same philosopher recommends the worship of the gods, as the first care of the state. Plato likewise begins his laws with the care of religious rites. He even maintains religion, or divine worship, to be the chief aim and scope of humane life. Hippodamus the Milesian, in his scheme of a republic, allotted a third part of the land for maintaining divine worship. The Roman historians and poets do so abound with passages ascribing the successes of the government to religion, and its declension to the want or neglect thereof, that it may seem impertinent to enter into a detail of what every schoolboy knows. To come from ancient to modern authority, Machiavel himself represents religion as absolutely necessary to maintain civil order and government. He observes that for many years there was a most awful sense of religion in the old Romans, and that this did much facilitate the great undertakings. He likewise observes, and shows by divers instances, that the Romans were more afraid to break an oath than to transgress the laws, and that those things which even the love of their country and constitution could not bring them to, they were brought to through a sense of religion. Upon the whole, he concludes that old Rome was more obliged to Numa, who established a national religion, than to Romulus himself, the founder of that state. And here, by the by, I shall take notice that some may imagine the various forms and institutions of religion ought to unsettle men's minds, with regard to the truth and certainty of any. But this matter rightly considered, will, I think, produce a contrary effect. It sheweth, indeed, that men groping out their way, by the dim twilight of nature did only approach, some nearer, some farther off, although all were short of the truth. But then it sheweth likewise upon the whole, and in general, that religion is so natural to our minds, so useful to society, and of so necessary importance to the world, as might well prove its truth, and render it worthy of the divine care to propagate by prophecies, miracles, and the mission of the Son of God. Philip de Comines, a wise statesman, and honest writer, who had great experience in affairs, declares it to be his opinion that want of religious faith is the only fountain of all mischiefs. And that able minister, the famous Monsieur Colbert, makes it his observation that if once the ecclesiastical character, as such, is vilified, the civil magistrate, even the crown itself, will in consequence thereof lose all authority. It would be no hard matter to produce a cloud of testimonies in behalf of a national religion, from the most eminent of our own writers, but I shall content myself with adding one only, and that from a very unsuspected writer, Mr. Harrington, author of the Oceana. A man, saith he, that pleading for liberty of conscience, refuseth liberty to the national conscience, must be most absurd. And again, if the conviction of a man's private conscience produce his private religion, the conviction of the national conscience must produce a national religion. All these authorities are taken from thinking men, and able politicians, none of which can be supposed to say what he did not really think, and it had been very easy to have increased the number. But, I am sorry, I was obliged to mention any at all, in proof of so plain and fundamental a point as that of a national religion. It is indeed a shameful necessity we lie under, of proving at this time of day the first elements, I will not say of Christianity, but even of natural light, from reasons and from authorities. The spirit of the times hath rendered this unavoidable. If it should be asked after all, how comes it then to pass, that the fashionable and prevailing maxims among our betters, in a neighboring nation, should run directly contrary to all such reasons and authorities? I will answer this question, by asking when were our neighbors known to abound to that degree in highwaymen, murderers, housebreakers, incendiaries? When did such numbers lay violent hands on themselves? When was there such a general and indecent contempt of whatever is esteemed sacred, in the state as well as the church? When were there known among them such public frauds, such open confederacies in villainy, as the present age hath produced? When were they lower in the esteem of mankind, more divided at home, or more insulted abroad? We of this land have a fatal tendency to overlook the good qualities, and imitate whatever is amiss in those whom we respect. This leads me to make some remarks on the modern spirit of reformation, that works so strongly in both these kingdoms. Freedom of thought is the general plea and cry of the age, and we all grant that thinking is the way to know, and the more real knowledge there is in the land, the more likely it will be to thrive. We are not therefore against freedom of thought, but we are against those unthinking overbearing people, who, in these odd times, under that pretense, set up for reformers, and new molders of the Constitution. We declare against those, who would seduce ignorant and unexperienced persons from the reverence they owe to the laws and religion of their country, and under the notion of extirpating prejudices, would erase from their minds all impressions of piety and virtue, in order to introduce prejudices of another kind, destructive of society. We esteem it a horrible thing, to laugh at the apprehensions of a future state, with the author of the Characteristics, or with him who wrote the fable of the bees, to maintain that moral virtues are the political offspring which flattery begot upon pride, that in morals there is no greater certainty than in fashions of dress, that, indeed, the doctrine of good manners teacheth men to speak well of all virtues, but requires no more of them in any age or country, than the outward appearance of those in fashion. Two authors of infidel systems these, who setting out upon opposite principles, are calculated to draw all mankind, by flattering either their vanity, or their passions, into one or other system. And yet, the people among whom such books are published, wonder how it comes to pass, that the civil magistrate daily loseth his authority, that the laws are trampled upon, and the subject in constant fear of being robbed, or murdered, or having his house burnt over his head. It may be presumed, that the science of finding fault, which above all others is easiest to learn, suits best with a modern education. Too many there are of better fortunes than understandings, who have made the inquiry after truth a very small part of their care. These see somewhat, but not enough. It were to be wished, they knew either less or more. One thing it is evident they do not know, to wit, that while they rail at prejudice, they are undoing themselves, they do not comprehend, what hath been before hinted, that their whole figure, their political existence, is owing to certain vulgar prejudices, in favor of birth, title, or fortune, which add nothing of real worth either to mind or body, and yet, cause the most worthless person to be respected. Freedom of thought is the prerogative of humane kind. It is a quality inherent in the very nature of a thinking being. Nothing is more evident, than that every one can think his own way, in spite of any outward force or power whatsoever. It is therefore ridiculous for any man to declaim in defense of a privilege, which, if he holds his tongue, cannot be denied or taken from him, but this will not infer a boundless freedom of speech, an open contempt of laws, and a setting up of private judgment against public authority, things never born in any well-ordered state, and which make the crying distemper of our times. The constitution of these kingdoms hath been one while overheated by the indiscreet zeal of one set of men, again, it hath been cold and lifeless, through the indifference of another. We have alternately felt the furious effects of superstition and fanaticism, and our present impending danger is from the setting up of private judgment, or an inward light, in opposition to humane and divine laws. Such an inward selfish principle, always at work, and proceeding gradually and steadily, may be sufficient to dissolve any humane fabric of polity or civil government. To pretend to be wiser than the laws, hath never been suffered in any wise state, saith Aristotle. And indeed, what wise state would encourage or endure a spirit of opposition, publicly to operate against its own decrees? Who can say to such a spirit, thus far shalt thou come, and no farther? The magistrate, perhaps, may not be sufficiently aware, that those earnest contenders for private light, and free thought, are in reality seditious men, who set up themselves against national laws and constitutions. And yet, one would think, all mankind might see, that the spirit which prevails against the church and religion, proceeds from an opposition rather to the laws of the land, than to the gospel. Men quarrel not so vehemently against articles of faith themselves, as against the establishing of such matters, which is the sole effect of law and the supreme power. It clearly follows, the freedom pleaded for is not so much freedom of thought against the doctrines of the gospel, as freedom of speech and action against the laws of the land. It is strange, that those who are not blind in other matters, should yet not see this, or, that seeing it, they should not discern the consequences thereof. I am sensible, that whatever looks like a restraint on freedom of inquiry, must be very disagreeable to all reasoning and inquisitive men. But against this, I have said nothing. On the contrary, I will freely own, a judicious and impartial search after truth, is the most valuable employment of the mind. Those who have the talents, and will be at the pains, cannot do better than engage in that noble pursuit, but those who are not qualified by age or education, those who have neither disposition nor leisure, nor faculties to dig in the mine of truth themselves, must take it as retailed out by others. I see no remedy. God, who knows the opportunities of every man, requires impossibilities from no man. And where there is a sincere love of truth and virtue, the grace of God can easily supply the defect of humane means. It hath been before observed, and showed at large, that the bulk of mankind must have their minds betimes imbued with good and wholesome notions or principles by their parents, pastors, and tutors, or else bad notions, hurtful to themselves and others, will undoubtedly take possession thereof. Such bad notions have, for several years past, been propagated with uncommon industry in these kingdoms. They now bring forth fruit every day more and more abundant. It is to be feared, that what hath been long ripening, is now near ripe. Many are the signs and tokens. He that runs, may read. But there cannot be a higher, or more flagrant symptom of the madness of our times, than that execrable fraternity of blasphemers, lately set up within this city of Dublin. Blasphemy against God is a great crime against the state. But that a set of men should, in open contempt of the laws, make this very crime their profession, distinguish themselves by a peculiar name, and form a distinct society, whereof the proper and avowed business shall be, to shock all serious Christians by the most impious and horrid blasphemies, uttered in the most public manner. This surely must alarm all thinking men. It is a new thing under the sun reserved for our worthy times and country. It is no common blasphemy I speak of. It is not simple cursing and swearing. It is not the effect either of habit or surprise, but a train of studied deliberate indignities against the divine majesty, and those, of so black and hellish a kind, as the tongues alone which uttered them, can duly characterize and express. This is no speculative heresy, no remote or doubtful inference from an author's tenets. It is a direct and open attack on God himself. It is such a calm premeditated insult upon religion, law, and the very light of nature, that there is no sect or nation of men, whether Christians, Jews, Mahometans, or even civilized heathens, that would not be struck with horror and amazement at the thought of it, and that would not animadvert on its authors with the utmost severity. Deliberate, atheistical blasphemy is of all crimes most dangerous to the public, inasmuch as it opens the door to all other crimes, and virtually contains them all. A religious awe and fear of God, being, as we have already observed, the center that unites, and the cement that connects all humane society, he, who makes it his business, to lessen or root out from the minds of men this principle, doth in effect, endeavor to fill his country with highwaymen, housebreakers, murderers, fraudulent dealers, perjured witnesses, and every other pest of society. Therefore, it would be the greatest cruelty to our children, neighbors, and country, to connive at such a crime which has no natural passion or temptation to plead for it, but is the pure effect of an abandoned impudence in wickedness, and, perhaps, of a mistaken hope, that the laws and magistrates are asleep. The question is not now, whether religion shall be established by law. The thing is already done, and done with good reason, as appeareth from the premises, but whether a reverence for the laws shall be preserved. Religion considered as a system of saving truths, hath its sanction from heaven, its rewards and penalties are divine. But religion, as useful and necessary to society, hath been wisely established by law, and so established, and wrought into the very frame and principles of our government, is become a main part of the civil constitution. Our laws are the laws of a Christian country. Our government hath been constituted and modelled by Christians, and is still administered and maintained by men professing belief in Christ. Can it then be supposed that impious men shall with impunity invent and publicly utter the most horrid blasphemies, and at the same time the whole constitution not be endangered? Or can it be supposed that magistrates, or men invested with power, should look on, and see the most sacred part of our constitution trampled underfoot, and yet imagine their own dignity and authority to be secure, which rest entirely thereupon? I will venture to say, that whoever is a wise man, and a lover of his country, will not only be solicitous to preserve the honor of God sacred and entire, he will even discourage that prevailing prejudice against the dispensers of God's word, the teachers of those salutary doctrines, without which the public cannot thrive or subsist. He will be no contemner, not even of those rites and ordinances enjoined by law, as necessary to imprint and retain a sense of religion in the minds of men. He will extend his care to the outworks, as knowing that when these are gone, it may be difficult to preserve the rest. Notwithstanding the vain assertion of those men, who would justify the present, by saying all times are alike, it is most evident, that the magistrates, the laws, the very constitution of these realms, have lost no small share of their authority and reverence, since this great growth and spreading of impious principles. Whatsoever be the cause, the effect is apparent. Whether we ascribe it to the natural course of things, or to a just judgment upon those who, having been careless to preserve a due sense of the divine authority, have seen and shall see their own despised. Darius, a heathen prince, made a decree, that in every dominion of his kingdom, men should tremble and fear before God. Nebuchadnezzar likewise, another heathen, made a decree, that every people, nation, and language which spoke anything amiss against God, should be cut in pieces, and their houses made a dunghill. And if these things were done in Persia and Babylon, surely it may be expected, that impious blasphemers against God, and his worship, should at least, be discouraged and put out of countenance, in these Christian countries. Now, a constant course of disfavor from men in authority, would prove a most effectual check to all such miscreants. When therefore they are public and bold in their blasphemies, this is no small reflection on those who might check them if they would. It is not so much the execution of the laws, as the countenance of those in authority, that is wanting to the maintenance of religion. If men of rank and power, who have a share in distributing justice, and a voice in the public councils, shall be observed to neglect divine worship themselves, it must needs be a great temptation for others to do the same. But if they, and their families, should set a good example, it may be presumed, that men of less figure would be disposed to follow it. Fashions are always observed to descend, and people are generally fond of being in the fashion, whence one would be apt to suspect the prevailing contempt of God's word, and estrangement from his house, to a degree that was never known in any Christian country, must take its rise from the irreligion and bad example of those who are styled the better sort. Offences must come, but woe be to him, by whom the offence cometh. A man who is entrusted with power and influence in his country, hath much to answer for, if religion and virtue suffer through want of his authority and countenance. But in case he should, by the vanity of his discourse, his favour to wicked men, or his own apparent neglect of all religious duties, countenance what he ought to condemn, and authorize by his own example, what he ought to punish, such a one, whatever he may pretend, is in fact a bad patriot, a bad citizen, and a bad subject, as well as a bad Christian. Our prospect is very terrible, and the symptoms grow stronger every day. The morals of a people are in this like their fortunes. When they feel a national shock, the worst doth not show itself immediately. Things make a shift to subsist for a time, on the credit of old notions and dying opinions. But the youth born and brought up in wicked times, without any bias to good from early principle, or instilled opinion, when they grow ripe must be monsters indeed. And it is to be feared that age of monsters is not far off. Whence this impiety springs, by what means it gains ground among us, and how it may be remedied, are matters that deserve the attention of all those who have power and will to serve their country. And although many things look like a prelude to some general ruin, although it is much to be apprehended, we shall be worse before we are better, yet who knows what may ensue, if all persons in power, from the supreme executor of the law, down to a petty constable, would, in their several stations behave themselves like men, truly conscious and mindful, that the authority they are clothed with, is but a derivative ray from the supreme authority of heaven. This may not a little contribute to stem the torrent, which from small beginnings, and under specious pretences, hath grown to such a head, and daily gathers force more and more to that degree, as threatens a general inundation and destruction of these realms. Finis. Cyrus, 1744. A chain of philosophical reflections and inquiries, concerning the virtues of tar water. First edition text. Berkeley's last major philosophical work, Cyrus, 1744, opens by advocating the medicinal use of tar water and then continues to discuss a wide range of topics, including science, philosophy and theology. Tar water was a medieval medicine consisting of pine tar and water. As it was foul-tasting, it slowly dropped in popularity, but was revived in the Victorian era. It is used both as a tonic and as a substitute to get rid of strong spirits. Both these uses were advocated by Berkeley. Nevertheless, most medical experts regarded tar water as mere quackery. Cyrus, a chain of philosophical reflections and inquiries, etc. For introduction to the following piece, I assure the reader that nothing could, in my present situation, have induced me to be at the pains of writing it, but a firm belief that it would prove a valuable present to the public. What entertainment soever the reasoning or notional part may afford the mind, I will venture to say, the other part seemeth so surely calculated to do good to the body that both must be gainers. For, if the lute be not well tuned, the musician fails of his harmony. And, in our present state, the operations of the mind so far depend on the right tone or good condition of its instrument, that anything which greatly contributes to preserve or recover the health of the body is well worth the attention of the mind. These considerations have moved me to communicate to the public the salutary virtues of tar water, to which I thought myself indispensably obliged by the duty every man owes to mankind. And, as effects are linked with their causes, my thoughts on this low but useful theme led to farther inquiries, and those on to others, remote perhaps and speculative, but I hope not altogether useless or unentertaining. 1. In certain parts of America, tar water is made by putting a quart of cold water to a quart of tar, and stirring them well together in a vessel, which is left standing till the tar sinks to the bottom. A glass of water, being poured off for a draught, is replaced by the same quantity of fresh water, the vessel being shaken and left to stand as before. And this is repeated for every glass, so long as the tar continues to impregnate the water sufficiently, which appears by the smell and taste. But, as this method produceth tar water of a nauseous kind, and different degrees of strength, I choose to make it in the following manner: pour a gallon of cold water on a quart of tar, and stir, work, and mix them thoroughly together, with a wooden ladle or flat stick, for the space of 5 or 6 minutes, after which the vessel must stand close covered and unmoved 3 days and nights, that the tar may have full time to subside, and then the clear water, having been first carefully skimmed without shaking the vessel, is to be poured off, and kept in bottles well stopped for use. I make this water stronger than that first prescribed in Cyrus, having found, on more general experience, that 5 or 6 minutes stirring, when the water is carefully cleared and skimmed, agrees with most stomachs, no more being made from the same tar, which may still serve for common uses. In the first edition the directions for use are as follows: pour a gallon of cold water on a quart of tar, and stir and mix them thoroughly with a ladle or fiat stick for the space of 3 or 4 minutes, after which the vessel must stand 48 hours that the tar may have time to subside, when the clear water is to be poured off and kept for use. No more, etc. Ed. 2. The cold infusion of tar hath been used in some of our colonies, as a preservative or preparative against the smallpox, which foreign practice induced me to try it in my own neighborhood, when the smallpox raged with great violence. And the trial fully answered my expectation, all those within my knowledge who took the tar water having either escaped that distemper, or had it very favorably. In one family there was a remarkable instance of 7 children who came all very well through the smallpox, except one young child which could not be brought to drink tar water as the rest had done. 3. Several were preserved from taking the smallpox by the use of this liquor, others had it in the mildest manner, and others, that they might be able to take the infection, were obliged to intermit drinking the tar water. I have found it may be drunk with great safety and success for any length of time, and this not only before, but also during the distemper. The general rule for taking it is about half a pint night and morning on an empty stomach, which quantity may be varied, according to the case and age of the patient, provided it be always taken on an empty stomach, and about 2 hours before or after a meal. What follows to made or kept, 8 lines, appears first in the 3rd edition. The remainder of the section was added to the last edition. Ed. For children and squeamish persons it may be made weaker, or given little and often. More water or less stirring makes it weaker, as less water or more stirring makes it stronger. It should not be lighter than French, nor deeper colored than Spanish white wine. If a spirit be not very sensibly perceived on drinking, either the tar must have been bad, or already used, or the tar water carelessly made or kept. Particular experience will best show how much and how strong the stomach can bear, and what are the properest times for taking it. I apprehend no danger from excess in the use of this medicine. 4. It seemed probable that a medicine of such efficacy in a distemper attended with so many purulent ulcers might be also useful in other foulnesses of the blood. Accordingly, I tried it on several persons infected with cutaneous eruptions and ulcers, who were soon relieved, and soon after cured. Encouraged by these successes, I ventured to advise it in the foulest distempers, wherein it proved much more successful than salivations and wood drinks had done. 5. Having tried it in a great variety of cases, I found it succeeded beyond my hopes, in a tedious and painful ulceration of the bowels, in a consumptive cough, and, as appeared by expectorated pus, an ulcer in the lungs, in a pleurisy and peripneumonia. And when a person who for some years had been subject to erysipelatous fevers perceived the usual forerunning symptoms to come on, I advised her to drink tar water, which prevented the erysipelas. 6. I never knew anything so good for the stomach as tar water. It cures indigestion and gives a good appetite. It is an excellent medicine in an asthma. It imparts a kindly warmth and quick circulation to the juices without heating, and is therefore useful, not only as a pectoral and balsamic, but also as a powerful and safe deobstruent in cachetic and hysteric cases. As it is both healing and diuretic, it is very good for the gravel. I believe it to be of great use in dropsy, having known it cure a very bad anasaka in a person whose thirst, though very extraordinary, was in a short time removed by the drinking of tar water. 7. The usefulness of this medicine in inflammatory cases is evident, from what has been already observed. Sect. 5. And yet some perhaps may suspect that, as the tar itself is sulphurous, tar water must be of a hot and inflaming nature. But it is to be noted that all balsams contain an acid spirit, which is in truth a volatile salt. Water is a menstruum that dissolves all sorts of salts, and draws them from their subjects. Tar, therefore, being a balsam, its salutary acid is extracted by water, which yet is incapable of dissolving its gross resinous parts, whose proper menstruum is spirit of wine. Therefore tar water, not being impregnated with resin, may be safely used in inflammatory cases, and in fact it hath been found an admirable febrifuge, at once the safest cooler and cordial. 8. The volatile salts separated by infusion from tar, may be supposed to contain its specific virtues. Mr. Boyle and other later chemists are agreed that fixed salts are much the same in all bodies. But it is well known that volatile salts do greatly differ, and the easier they are separated from the subject, the more do they possess of its specific qualities. Now, the most easy separation is by the infusion of tar in cold water, which to smell and taste showing itself well impregnated may be presumed to extract and retain the most pure volatile and active particles of that vegetable balsam. 9. Tar was by the ancients esteemed good against poisons, ulcers, the bites of venomous creatures, also for phthisical, scrofulous, paralytic, and asthmatic persons. But the method of rendering it an inoffensive medicine and agreeable to the stomach by extracting its virtues in cold water, was unknown to them. The leaves and tender tops of pine and fir are in our times used for diet drinks, and allowed to be antiscorbutic and diuretic. But the most elaborate juice, salt, and spirit of these evergreens, are to be found in tar, whose virtues extend not to animals alone, but also to vegetables. Mr. Evelyn, in his treatise on forest trees, observes with wonder, that stems of trees, smeared over with tar, are preserved thereby from being hurt by the envenomed teeth of goats, and other injuries, while every other thing of an unctuous nature is highly prejudicial to them. 10. It seems that tar and turpentine may be had, more or less, from all sorts of pines and firs whatsoever, and that the native spirits and essential salts of those vegetables are the same in turpentine and common tar. In effect, this vulgar tar, which cheapness and plenty may have rendered contemptible, appears to be an excellent balsam, containing the virtues of most other balsams, which it easily imparts to water, and by that means readily and inoffensively insinuates them into the habit of the body. 11. The resinous exudations of pines and firs are an important branch of the materia medica, and not only useful in the prescriptions of physicians, but have been also thought otherwise conducive to health. Pliny tells us that wines in the time of the old Romans were medicated with pitch and resin, and Johnstonus in his Dendrographia observes that it is wholesome to walk in groves of pine trees, which impregnate the air with balsamic particles. That all turpentines and resins are good for the lungs, against gravel also and obstructions, is no secret. And that the medicinal properties of those drugs are found in tar water, without heating the blood, or disordering the stomach, is confirmed by experience, and particularly, that phthisical and asthmatic persons receive speedy and great relief from the use of it. 12. Balsams, as all unctuous and oily medicines, create a nauseating in the stomach. They cannot therefore be taken in substance so much or so long as to produce all those salutary effects, which, if thoroughly mixed with the blood and juices, they would be capable of producing. It must therefore be a thing of great benefit to be able to introduce any requisite quantity of the volatile parts into the finest ducts and capillaries, so as not to offend the stomach, but, on the contrary, to comfort and strengthen it in a great degree. 13. According to Pliny, liquid pitch, as he calls it, or tar, was obtained by setting fire to billets of old fat pines or firs. The first running was tar, the latter or thicker running was pitch. Theophrastus is more particular. He tells us the Macedonians made huge heaps of the cloven trunks of those trees, wherein the billets were placed erect beside each other, that such heaps or piles of wood were sometimes 180 cubits round, and 60 or even 100 high, and that, having covered them with sods of earth to prevent the flame from bursting forth, in which case the tar was lost, they set on fire those huge heaps of pine or fir, letting the tar and pitch run out in a channel. 14. Pliny saith, it was customary for the ancients to hold fleeces of wool over the steam of boiling tar, and squeeze the moisture from them, which watery substance was called piscinum. Ray will have this to be the same with the psyllium of the ancients, but Harduin, in his notes on Pliny, thinks the psyllium to have been produced from the cones of cedars. What use they made of these liquors anciently I know not, but it may be presumed they were used in medicine, though at present, for aught I can find, they are not used at all. 15. From the manner of procuring tar, sect. 13, it plainly appears to be a natural production, lodged in the vessels of the tree, whence it is only freed and let loose, not made, by burning. If we may believe Pliny, the first running or tar was called cedrium, and was of such efficacy to preserve from putrefaction that in Egypt they embalmed dead bodies with it. And to this he ascribes their mummies continuing uncorrupted for so many ages. 16. Some modern writers inform us that tar flows from the trunks of pines and firs, when they are very old, through incisions made in the bark near the root, that pitch is tar inspissated, and both are the oil of the tree grown thick and ripened with age and sun. The trees, like old men, being unable to perspire, and their secretory ducts obstructed, they are, as one may say, choked and stuffed with their own juice. 17. The method used by our colonies in America for making tar and pitch is in effect the same with that of the ancient Macedonians, as appears from the account given in the Philosophical Transactions. And the relation of Leo Africanus, who describes, as an eye-witness, the making of tar on Mount Atlas, agrees in substance with the methods used by the Macedonians of old, and the people of New England at this day. 18. Johnstonus, in his Dendrographia, is of opinion, that pitch was anciently made of cedar, as well as of the pine and fir grown old and oily. It should seem indeed that one and the same word was used by the ancients in a large sense, so as to comprehend the juices issuing from all those trees. Tar and all sorts of exudations from evergreens are, in a general acceptation, included under the name resin. Hard coarse resin or dry pitch is made from tar, by letting it blaze till the moisture is spent. Liquid resin is properly an oily viscid juice oozing from the bark of evergreen trees, either spontaneously or by incision. It is thought to be the oil of the bark inspissated by the sun. As it issues from the tree it is liquid, but becomes dry and hard, being condensed by the sun or by fire. 19. According to Theophrastus, resin was obtained by stripping off the bark from pines, and by incisions made in the silver fir and the pitch pine. The inhabitants of Mount Ida, he tells us, stripped the trunk of the pine on the sunny side 2 or 3 cubits from the ground. He observes that a good pine might be made to yield resin every year, an indifferent every other year, and the weaker trees once in 3 years, and that 3 runnings were as much as a tree could bear. It is remarked by the same author that a pine doth not at once produce fruit and resin, but the former only in its youth, the latter in its old age. 20. Turpentine is a fine resin. 4 kinds of this are in use. The turpentine of Chios or Cyprus, which flows from the turpentine tree, the Venice turpentine, which is got by piercing the larch tree, the Strasbourg turpentine, which Mr. Ray informs us is procured from the knots of the silver fir. It is fragrant and grows yellow with age. The fourth kind is common turpentine, neither transparent nor so liquid as the former. And this Mr. Ray taketh to flow from the mountain pine. All these turpentines are useful in the same intentions. Theophrastus saith, the best resin or turpentine is got from the terebinthus growing in Syria and some of the Greek islands. The next best from the silver fir and pitch pine. 21. Turpentine is on all hands allowed to have great medicinal virtues. Tar and its infusion contain those virtues. Tar water is extremely pectoral and restorative, and, if I may judge from what experience I have had, it possesseth the most valuable qualities ascribed to the several balsams of Peru, of Tolu, of Capivi, and even to the balm of Gilead, such is its virtue in asthmas and pleurisy, in obstructions and ulcerous erosions of the inward parts. Tar in substance mixed with honey I have found an excellent medicine for coughs. Balsams, as hath been already observed, are apt to offend the stomach, but tar water may be taken without offending the stomach. For the strengthening whereof it is the best medicine I have ever tried. 22. The folly of man rateth things by their scarceness, but Providence hath made the most useful things most common. Among those liquid oily extracts from trees and shrubs which are termed balsams, and valued for medicinal virtues, tar may hold its place as a most valuable balsam. Its fragrancy sheweth that it is possessed of active qualities, and its oiliness that it is fitted to retain them. This excellent balsam may be purchased for a penny a pound, whereas the balsam of Judea, when most plenty, was sold on the very spot that produced it, for double its weight in silver, if we may credit Pliny, who also informs us, that the best balsam of Judea flowed only from the bark, and that it was adulterated with resin and oil of turpentine. Now, comparing the virtues I have experienced in tar with those I find ascribed to the precious balm of Judea, of Gilead, or of Mecca, as it is diversely called, I am of opinion that the latter is not a medicine of more value or efficacy than the former. 23. Pliny supposed amber to be a resin, and to distill from some species of pine, which he gathered from its smell. Nevertheless, its being dug out of the earth shows it to be a fossil, though of a very different kind from other fossils. But thus much is certain, that the medicinal virtues of amber are to be found in the balsamic juices of pines and firs. Particularly the virtues of the most valuable preparation, I mean salt of amber, are in a great degree answered by tar water, as a detergent, diaphoretic, and diuretic. 24. There is, as hath been already observed, more or less oil and balsam in all evergreen trees, which retains the acid spirit, that principle of life and verdure, the not retaining whereof in sufficient quantity causeth other plants to droop and wither. Of these evergreen trees productive of resin, pitch and tar, Pliny enumerates 6 kinds in Europe. Johnstonus reckons up thrice that number of the pine and fir family. And, indeed, their number, their variety, and their likeness, make it difficult to be exact. 25. It is remarked, both by Theophrastus and Johnstonus, that trees growing in low and shady places do not yield so good tar as those which grow in higher and more exposed situations. And Theophrastus farther observes, that the inhabitants of Mount Ida in Asia, who distinguish the Idine pine from the maritime, affirm, that the tar flowing from the former is in greater plenty, as well as more fragrant than the other. Hence, it should seem the pines or firs in the mountains of Scotland might be employed that way, and rendered valuable, even where the timber, by its remoteness from water carriage, is of small value. What we call the Scotch fir is falsely so called, being in truth a wild forest pine, and, as Mr. Ray informs us, agreeing much with the description of a pine growing on Mount Olympus in Phrygia, probably the only place where it is found out of these islands, in which of late years it is so much planted and cultivated with so little advantage, while the cedar of Lebanon might perhaps be raised, with little more trouble, and much more profit and ornament. 26. The pines, which differ from the firs in the length and disposition of their leaves and hardness of the wood, do not, in Pliny's account, yield so much resin as the fir trees. Several species of both are accurately described and delineated by the naturalists. but they all agree so far as to seem related. Theophrastus gives the preference to that resin which is got from the silver fir and pitch tree before that yielded by the pine, which yet he saith is in greater plenty. Pliny, on the contrary, affirms that the pine produceth the smallest quantity. It should seem therefore that the interpreter of Theophrastus might have been mistaken, in rendering Greek text by Pinus, as well as Johnstonus, who likewise takes the pine for the Greek text of Theophrastus. Harduin will have the Pinus of Pliny to have been by others called Greek text, but by Theophrastus Greek text. Ray thinks the common fir, or Picea of the Latins, to be the male fir of Theophrastus. This was probably the spruce fir, for the Picea, according to Pliny, yields much resin, loves a cold and mountainous situation, and is distinguished, tonsili facilitate, by its fitness to be shorn, which agrees with the spruce fir, whereof I have seen close shorn hedges. 27. There seems to have been some confusion in the naming of these trees, as well among the ancients as the moderns. The ancient Greek and Latin names are by later authors applied very differently. Pliny himself acknowledged it is not easy even for the skillful to distinguish the trees by their leaves, and know their sexes and kinds, and that difficulty is since much increased, by the discovery of many new species of that evergreen tribe, growing in various parts of the globe. But descriptions are not so easily misapplied as names. Theophrastus tells that Petis differed from Pucae among other things, in that it is neither so tall nor so straight, nor hath so large a leaf. The fir he distinguished into male and female. The latter is softer timber than the male, it is also a taller and fairer tree, and this is probably the silver fir. 28. To say no more on this obscure business, which I leave to the critics, I shall observe that according to Theophrastus not only the turpentine trees, the pines, and the firs yield resin or tar, but also the cedars and palm trees, and the words fix and resina are taken by Pliny in so large a sense as to include the weepings of the lentiscus and cypress, and the balms of Arabia and Judea, all which perhaps are near of kin, and in their most useful qualities concur with common tar, especially the Norwegian, which is the most liquid, and best for medicinal uses of any that I have experienced. Those trees that grow on mountains, exposed to the sun or the north wind, are reckoned by Theophrastus to produce the best and purest tar, and the Idaean pines were distinguished from those growing on the plain, as yielding a thinner, sweeter, and better scented tar, all which differences I think I have observed, between the tar that comes from Norway, and that which comes from low and swampy countries. 29. Agreeable to the old observation of the Peripatetics, that heat gathereth homogeneous things, and disperseth such as are heterogeneous, we find chemistry is fitted for the analysis of bodies. But the chemistry of nature is much more perfect than that of human art, inasmuch as it joineth to the power of heat that of the most exquisite mechanism. Those who have examined the structure of trees and plants by microscopes have discovered an admirable variety of fine capillary tubes and vessels, fitted for several purposes, as the imbibing or attracting of proper nourishment, the distributing thereof through all parts of the vegetable, the discharge of superfluities, the secretion of particular juices. They are found to have ducts answering to the tracheae in animals. For the conveying of air, they have others answering to lacteals, arteries, and veins. They feed, digest, respire, perspire, and generate their kind, and are provided with organs nicely fitted for all those uses. 30. The sap vessels are observed to be fine tubes running up through the trunk from the root. Secretory vessels are found in the bark, buds, leaves, and flowers. Exhaling vessels, for carrying off excrementitious parts, are discovered throughout the whole surface of the vegetable. And, though this point be not so well agreed, Grew, in his Anatomy of Plants, thinks there appears a circulation of the sap, moving downwards in the root, and feeding the trunk upwards. 31. Some difference indeed there is between learned men, concerning the proper use of certain parts of vegetables. But, whether the discoverers have rightly guessed at all their uses or no, thus much is certain, that there are innumerable fine and curious parts in a vegetable body, and a wonderful similitude or analogy between the mechanism of plants and animals. And perhaps some will think it not unreasonable to suppose the mechanism of plants more curious than even that of animals, if we consider not only the several juices secreted by different parts of the same plant, but also the endless variety of juices drawn and formed out of the same soil, by various species of vegetables, which must therefore differ in an endless variety, as to the texture of their absorbent vessels and secretory ducts. 32. A body, therefore, either animal or vegetable, may be considered as an organized system of tubes and vessels, containing several sorts of fluids. And as fluids are moved through the vessels of animal bodies by the systole and diastole of the heart, the alternate expansion and condensation of the air, and the oscillations in the membranes and tunics of the vessels, even so, by means of air expanded and contracted in the tracheae or vessels made up of elastic fibers, the sap is propelled through the arterial tubes of a plant, and the vegetable juices, as they are rarefied by heat or condensed by cold, will either ascend and evaporate into air, or descend in the form of a gross liquor. 33. Juices, therefore, first purified by straining through the fine pores of the root, are afterwards exalted by the action of the air and the vessels of the plant, but, above all, by the action of the sun's light, which, at the same time that it heats, doth wonderfully rarefy and raise the sap, till it perspires and forms an atmosphere, like the effluvia of animal bodies. And, though the leaves are supposed to perform principally the office of lungs, breathing out excrementitious vapors, and drawing in alimentary, yet it seems probable, that the reciprocal actions of repulsion and attraction are performed all over the surface of vegetables as well as animals. In which reciprocation Hippocrates supposeth the manner of nature's acting for the nourishment and health of animal bodies chiefly to consist. And, indeed, what share of a plant's nourishment is drawn, through the leaves and bark, from that ambient heterogeneous fluid called air, is not easy to say. It seems very considerable, and altogether necessary, as well to vegetable as animal life. 34. It is an opinion received by many, that the sap circulates in plants as the blood in animals, that it ascends through capillary arteries in the trunk, into which are inisculated other vessels of the bark answering to veins, which bring back to the root the remainder of the sap, over and above what had been deposited during its ascent by the arterial vessels, and secreted for the several uses of the vegetable throughout all its parts, stem, branches, leaves, flowers, and fruit. Others deny this circulation, and affirm that the sap doth not return through the bark vessels. It is nevertheless agreed by all that there are ascending and descending juices, while some will have the ascent and descent to be a circulation of the same juices through different vessels, others will have the ascending juice to be one sort attracted by the root, and the descending another imbibed by the leaves, or extremities of the branches. Lastly, others think that the same juice, as it is rarefied or condensed by heat or cold, rises and subsides in the same tube. I shall not take upon me to decide this controversy. Only I cannot help observing that the vulgar argument from analogy between plants and animals loses much of its force, if it be considered that the supposed circulating of the sap, from the root or lacteals through the arteries, and thence returning, by inisculations, through the veins or bark vessels to the root or lacteals again, is in no sort conformable or analogous to the circulation of the blood. 35. It is sufficient to observe, what all must acknowledge, that a plant or tree is a very nice and complicated machine, sect. 30, 31, by the several parts and motions whereof, the crude juices, admitted through the absorbent vessels, whether of the root, trunk, or branches, are variously mixed, separated, altered, digested, and exalted, in a very wonderful manner. The juice, as it passeth in and out, up and down, through tubes of different textures, shapes, and sizes, and is affected by the alternate compression and expansion of elastic vessels, by the vicissitudes of seasons, the changes of weather, and the various action of the solar light, grows still more and more elaborate. 36. There is therefore no chemistry like that of nature, which addeth to the force of fire the most delicate, various, and artificial percolation, sect. 29. The incessant action of the sun upon the elements of air, earth, and water, and on all sorts of mixed bodies, animal, vegetable, and fossil, is supposed to perform all sorts of chemical operations. Whence it should follow, that the air contains all sorts of chemic productions, the vapors, fumes, oils, salts, and spirits of all the bodies we know, from which general aggregate or mass, those that are proper being drawn in, through the fine vessels of the leaves, branches, and stem of the tree, undergo, in its various organs, new alterations, secretions, and digestions, till such time as they assume the most elaborate form. 37. Nor is it to be wondered that the peculiar texture of each plant or tree, cooperating with the solar fire and pre-existing juices, should so alter the fine nourishment drawn from earth and air, sect. 33, as to produce various specific qualities of great efficacy in medicine, especially if it be considered that in the opinion of learned men, there is an influence on plants derived from the sun, besides its mere heat. Certainly, Grew, that curious anatomist of plants, holds the solar influence to differ from that of a mere culinary fire no otherwise than by being only a more temperate and equal heat. 38. The alimentary juice taken into the lacteals, if I may so say, of vegetables, consists of oily, aqueous, and saline particles, which being dissolved, volatilized, and diversely agitated, part thereof is spent and exhaled into the air, and that part which remains is, by the economy of the plant, and action of the sun, strained, purified, concocted, and ripened, into an inspissated oil or balsam, and deposited in certain cells placed chiefly in the bark, which is thought to answer the paniculus sidiposits in animals, defending trees from the weather, and, when in sufficient quantity, rendering 'em evergreen. This balsam, weeping or sweating through the bark, hardens into resin, and this most copiously in the several species of pines and firs, whose oil being in greater quantity, and more tenacious of the acid spirit, or vegetable soul, as perhaps it may not improperly be called, abides the action of the sun, and, attracting the sunbeams, is thereby exalted and enriched, so as to become a most noble medicine, such is the last product of a tree, perfectly maturated by time and sun. 39. It is remarked by Theophrastus that all plants and trees while they put forth have most humour, but when they have ceased to germinate and bear, then the humour is strongest, and most sheweth the nature of the plant, and that, therefore, trees yielding resin should be cut after germination. It seems also very reasonable to suppose the juice of old trees, whose organs bring no new sap, should be better ripened than that of others. 40. The aromatic flavors of vegetables seem to depend upon the sun's light as much as colors. As in the production of the latter, the reflecting powers of the object, so in that of the former, the attractive and organical powers of the plant cooperate with the sun, sect. 36, 37. And as from Sir Isaac Newton's experiments it appears that all colors are virtually in the white light of the sun, and show themselves when the rays are separated by the attracting and repelling powers of objects, even so the specific qualities of the elaborate juices of plants seem to be virtually or eminently contained in the solar light, and are actually exhibited upon the separation of the rays, by the peculiar powers of the capillary organs in vegetables, attracting and imbibing certain rays, which produce certain flavors and qualities, in like manner as certain rays, being reflected, produce certain colors. 41. It hath been observed by some curious anatomists that the secretory vessels in the glands of animal bodies are lined with a fine down, which in different glands is of different colors. And it is thought that each particular down, being originally imbued with its own proper juice, attracts none but that sort, by which means so many various juices are secreted in different parts of the body. And perhaps there may be something analogous to this in the fine absorbent vessels of plants, which may cooperate towards producing that endless variety of juices, elaborated in plants from the same earth and air. 42. The balsam or essential oil of vegetables contains a spirit, wherein consist the specific qualities, the smell and taste, of the plant. Berkeley holds the native presiding spirit to be neither oil, salt, earth, or water, but somewhat too fine and subtle to be caught alone and rendered visible to the eye. This when suffered to fly off, for instance, from the oil of rosemary, leaves it destitute of all flavor. This spark of life, this spirit or soul, if we may so say, of the vegetable departs without any sensible diminution of the oil or water wherein it was lodged. 43. It should seem that the forms, souls, or principles of vegetable life subsist in the light or solar emanation, sect. 40, which in respect of the macrocosm is what the animal spirit is to the microcosm, the interior tegument, the subtle instrument and vehicle of power. No wonder, then, that the ens primum or scintilla spirituosa, as it is called, of plants should be a thing so fine and fugacious as to escape our nicest search. It is evident that nature at the sun's approach vegetates, and languishes at his recess, this terrestrial globe seeming only a matrix disposed and prepared to receive life from his light, whence Homer in his hymns styleth earth the wife of heaven, Orlok, Auranu Austeroentos. The luminous spirit which is the form or life of a plant, from whence its differences and properties flow, is somewhat extremely volatile. It is not the oil, but a thing more subtle, whereof oil is the vehicle, which retains it from flying off, and is lodged in several parts of the plant, particularly in the cells of the bark and in the seeds. This oil, purified and exalted by the organical powers of the plant, and agitated by warmth, becomes a proper receptacle of the spirit, part of which spirit exhales through the leaves and flowers, and part is arrested by this unctuous humor that detains it in the plant. It is to be noted this essential oil, animated, as one may say, with the flavor of the plant, is very different from any spirit that can be procured from the same plant by fermentation. 45. Light impregnates air, sect. 37, 43, air impregnates vapor, and this becomes a watery juice by distillation, having risen first in the cold still with a kindly gentle heat. This fragrant vegetable water is possessed of the specific odor and taste of the plant. It is remarked that distilled oils added to water for counterfeiting the vegetable water can never equal it, artificial chemistry falling short of the natural. 46. The less violence is used to nature the better its produce. The juice of olives or grapes issuing by the lightest pressure is best. Resins that drop from the branches spontaneously, or ooze upon the slightest incision, are the finest and most fragrant. And infusions are observed to act more strongly than decoctions of plants, the more subtle and volatile salts and spirits, which might be lost or corrupted by the latter, being obtained in their natural state by the former. It is also observed that the finest, purest, and most volatile part is that which first ascends in distillation. And, indeed, it should seem the lightest and most active particles required least force to disengage them from the subject. 47. The salts, therefore, and more active spirits of the tar are got by infusion in cold water, but the resinous part is not to be dissolved thereby, sect. 7. Hence the prejudice which some perhaps may entertain against tar water as a medicine, the use whereof might inflame the blood by its sulfur and resin, appears to be not well grounded, it being indeed impregnated with a fine acid spirit, balsamic, cooling, diuretic, and possessed of many other virtues, sect. 42, 44. Spirits are supposed to consist of salts and phlegm, probably, too, somewhat of a fine oily nature, differing from oil in that it mixeth with water, and agreeing with oil in that it runneth in rivulets by distillation. Thus much is allowed, that the water, earth, and fixed salt are the same in all plants, that, therefore, which differenceth a plant, or makes it what it is, the native spark or form, in the language of the chemists or schools, is none of those things, nor yet the finest oil, which seemeth only its receptacle or vehicle. It is observed by chemists that all sorts of balsamic wood afford an acid spirit, which is the volatile oily salt of the vegetable. Herein are chiefly contained their medicinal virtues, and, by the trials I have made, it appears that the acid spirit in tar water possesseth the virtues, in an eminent degree, of that of guaiacum, and other medicinal woods. 48. Qualities in a degree too strong for human nature to subdue, and assimilate to itself must hurt the constitution. All acids, therefore, may not be useful or innocent. But this seemeth an acid so thoroughly concocted, so gentle, bland, and temperate, and withal a spirit so fine and volatile, as readily to enter the smallest vessels, and be assimilated with the utmost ease. 49. If any one were minded to dissolve some of the resin, together with the salt or spirit, he need only mix some spirit of wine with the water. But such an entire solution of resins and gums as to qualify them for entering and pervading the animal system, like the fine acid spirit that first flies off from the subject, is perhaps impossible to obtain. It is an apothegm of the chemists, derived from Helmont, that whoever can make myrrh soluble by the human body has the secret of prolonging his days, and Berkeley owns that there seems to be truth in this, from its resisting putrefaction. Now, this quality is as remarkable in tar, with which the ancients embalmed and preserved dead bodies. And though Berkeley himself, and other chemists before him, have given methods for making solutions of myrrh, yet it is by means of alcohol which extracts only the inflammable parts. And it doth not seem that any solution of myrrh is impregnated with its salt or acid spirit. It may not, therefore, seem strange if this water should be found more beneficial for procuring health and long life than any solution of myrrh whatsoever. 50. Certainly divers resins and gums may have virtues, and yet not be able for the grossness to pass the lacteals and other finer vessels, nor yet, perhaps, readily impart those virtues to a menstruum that may with safety and speed convey them throughout the human body. Upon all which accounts, I believe tar water will be found to have singular advantages. It is observed that acid spirits prove the stronger, by how much the greater degree of heat is required to raise them. And indeed there seemeth to be no acid more gentle than this obtained by the simple affusion of cold water, which carries off from the subject the most light and subtle parts, and, if one may so speak, the very flower of its specific qualities. And here it is to be noted that the volatile salt and spirit of vegetables do, by gently stimulating the solids, attenuate the fluids contained in them, and promote secretions, and that they are penetrating and active, contrary to the general nature of other acids. 51. It is a great maxim for health, that the juices of the body be kept fluid in a due proportion. Therefore, the acid volatile spirit in tar water, at once attenuating and cooling in a moderate degree, must greatly conduce to health, as a mild salutary deobstruent, quickening the circulation of the fluids without wounding the solids, thereby gently removing or preventing those obstructions which are the great and general cause of most chronic diseases. In this manner, answering to the antihistorics, acifetida, galbanum, myrrh, amber, and, in general, to all the resins and gums of trees or shrubs useful in nervous cases. 52. Warm water is itself a deobstruent. Therefore the infusion of tar drunk warm is easier insinuated into all the nice capillary vessels, and acts not only by virtue of the balsam, but also by that of the vehicle. Its taste, its diuretic quality, its being so great a cordial, show the activity of this medicine. And, at the same time that it quickens the sluggish blood of the hysterical, its balsamic oily nature abates the too rapid motion of the sharp thin blood in those who are hectic. There is a lentor and smoothness in the blood of healthy strong people. On the contrary, there is often an acrimony and solution in that of weakly morbid persons. The fine particles of tar are not only warm and active, they are also balsamic and emollient, softening and enriching the sharp and vapid blood, and healing the erosions occasioned thereby in the blood vessels and glands. 53. Tar water possesseth the stomachic and cardiac qualities of elixir proprietatis, Stoughton's drops, and many such tinctures and extracts, with this difference, that it worketh its effect more safely, as it hath nothing of that spirit of wine, which, however mixed and disguised, may yet be well accounted a poison in some degree. 54. Such medicines are supposed to be diaphoretic, which, being of an active and subtle nature, pass through the whole system, and work their effect in the finest capillaries and perspiratory ducts, which they gently cleanse and open. Tar water is extremely well fitted to work by such an insensible diaphoresis, by the fineness and activity of its acid volatile spirit. And surely those parts ought to be very fine, which can scour the perspiratory ducts, under the scarf skin or cuticle, if it be true, that 1 grain of sand would cover the mouths of more than 100,000. 55. Another way wherein tar water operates is by urine, than which perhaps none is more safe and effectual, for cleansing the blood and carrying off its salts, but it seems to produce its principal effect as an alterative, sure and easy, much safer than those vehement, purgative, emetic, and salivating medicines, which do violence to nature. 56. An obstruction of some vessels causeth the blood to move more swiftly in other vessels which are not obstructed. Hence manifold disorders. A liquor that dilutes and attenuates resolves the concretions which obstruct. Tar water is such a liquor. It may be said, indeed, of common water, that it attenuates, also of mercurial preparations, that they attenuate. But it should be considered that mere water only distends the vessels, and thereby weakens their tone, and that mercury by its great momentum may justly be suspected of hurting the fine capillaries, which to deobstruents therefore might easily overact their parts, and, by lessening the force of the elastic vessels, remotely produce those concretions they are intended to remove. 57. Weak and rigid fibers are looked on by the most able physicians, as sources of two different classes of distempers, a sluggish motion of the liquids occasioning weak fibers. Therefore tar water is good to strengthen them, as it gently accelerates their contents. On the other hand, being an unctuous, bland fluid, it moistens and softens the dry and stiff fibers, and so proves a remedy for both extremes. 58. Common soaps are compositions of lixivial salt and oil. The corrosive acrimony of the saline particles, being softened by the mixture of an unctuous substance, they insinuate themselves into the small ducts with less difficulty and danger. The combination of these different substances makes up a very subtle and active medicine, fitted for mixing with all humors, and resolving all obstructions. Soap, therefore, is justly esteemed a most efficacious medicine in many distempers. Alkaline soap is allowed to be cleansing, attenuating, opening, resolving, sweetening. It is pectoral, vulnerary, diuretic, and hath other good qualities which are also to be found in tar water. It is granted that oil and acid salts combined together exist in vegetables, and that consequently there are acid soaps as well as alkaline. And the saponaceous nature of the acid vegetable spirits is what renders them so diuretic, sudorific, penetrating, abscessive, and resolving. Such, for instance, is the acid spirit of guaiacum. And all these same virtues seem to be in tar water in a mild and salutary degree. 59. It is the general opinion that all acids coagulate the blood. Berkeley accepts vinegar, which he holds to be a soap, inasmuch as it is found to contain an oil as well as an acid spirit. Hence it is both unctuous and penetrating, a powerful antiphlogistic, and preservative against corruption and infection. Now it seems evident that tar water is a soap as well as vinegar. For, though it be a character of resin, which is an inspissated gross oil, not to dissolve in water, sect. 47, yet the salts attract some fine particles of essential oil, which fine oil serves as a vehicle for the acid salts, and shows itself in the color of the tar water, for all pure salts are colorless. And, though the resin will not dissolve in water, yet the subtle oil, in which the vegetable salts are lodged, may as well mix with water as vinegar doth, which contains both oil and salt. And, as the oil in tar water discovers itself to the eye, so the acid salts do manifest themselves to the taste. Tar water therefore is a soap, and as such hath the medicinal qualities of soap. 60. It operates more gently as the acid salts lose their acrimony, being sheathed in oil, and thereby approaching the nature of neutral salts, are more benign and friendly to the animal system, and more effectually, as, by the help of a volatile, smooth, insinuating oil, those same salts are more easily introduced into the capillary ducts. Therefore, in fevers and epidemical distempers it is, and I have found it so, as well as in chronical diseases, a most safe and efficacious medicine, being good against too great fluidity as a balsamic, and good against viscidity as a soap. There is something in the fiery corrosive nature of lixiviar salts, which makes alkaline soap a dangerous remedy in all cases where an inflammation is apprehended. And, as inflammations are often occasioned by obstructions, it should seem an acid soap was much the safer deobstruent. 61. Even the best turpentines, however famous for the vulnerary and detergent qualities, have yet been observed by their warmth to dispose to inflammatory tumors. But the acid spirit, sect 7, 8, being in so great proportion in tar water, renders it a cooler and safer medicine. And the ethereal oil of turpentine, though an admirable dryer, healer, and anodyne, when outwardly applied to wounds and ulcers, and not less useful in cleansing the urinary passages and healing their ulcerations, yet is known to be of a nature so very relaxing as sometimes to do much mischief when taken inwardly. Opening parenthesis. When taken inwardly, not in the first 3 editions. Ed. Tar water is not attended with the same ill effects, which I believe are owing in a great measure to the ethereal oils being deprived of the acid spirit in distillation. Havoc, velicating and contracting as a stimulus, might have proved a counterpoise to the excessive lubricating and relaxing qualities of the oil. 62. Woods in decoction do not seem to yield so ripe and elaborate a juice, as that which is deposited in the cells or loculi terebinthiaceae, and spontaneously oozes from them. And indeed, though the balsam of Peru, obtained by boiling wood and scumming the decoction, be a very valuable medicine, and of great account in divers cases, particularly asthmas, nephritic pains, nervous colics, and obstructions, yet I do verily think, and I do not say this without experience, that tar water is a more efficacious remedy in all those cases than even that costly drug. 63. It hath been already observed that the restorative pectoral antihistorical virtues of the most precious balsams and gums are possessed in a high degree by tar water, sect 9, 21, 22, 23. And I do not know any purpose answered by the wood drinks for which tar water may not be used with at least equal success. It contains the virtues even of guaiacum, which seems the most efficacious of all woods, warming and sweetening the humors, diaphoretic and useful in gouts, dropsies, and rheums, as well as in the foul disease. Nor should it seem strange if the virtues obtained by boiling an old dry wood prove inferior to those extracted from a balsam. 64. There is a fine volatile spirit in the waters of Gerenster, the most esteemed of all the fountains about the spa, but whose waters do not bear transporting. The stomachic, cardiac, and diuretic qualities of this fountain somewhat resemble those of tar water, which, if I am not greatly mistaken, contains the virtues of the best chalybeate and sulphurous waters, with this difference, that those waters are apt to affect the head in taking, which tar water is not. Besides, there is a regimen of diet to be observed, especially with chalybeate waters, which I never found necessary with this. Tar water lieth under no restraint either as to diet, hours, or employment. A man may study, or exercise, or repose, keep his own hours, pass his time either within or without, and take wholesome nourishment of any kind. 65. The use of mineral waters, however excellent for the nerves and stomach, is often suspended by colds and inflammatory disorders, in which they are acknowledged to be very dangerous, whereas tar water is so far from hurting in those cases, or being discontinued on that account, that it greatly contributes to their cure. Sect 7. 66. Cordials, vulgarly so called, act immediately on the stomach, and by consent of nerves on the head. But medicines of an operation too fine and light to produce a sensible effect in the primae vice may, nevertheless, in their passage through the capillaries, operate on the sides of those small vessels, in such manner as to quicken their oscillations, and consequently the motion of their contents, producing, in issue and effect, all the benefits of a cordial much more lasting and salutary than those of distilled spirits, which by the caustic and coagulating qualities do incomparably more mischief than good. Such a cardiac medicine is tar water. The transient fits of mirth, produced from fermented liquors, and distilled spirits, are attended with proportionable depression of spirit in their intervals. But the calm cheerfulness arising from this water of health, as it may be justly called, is permanent. In which it emulates the virtues of that famous plant ginseng, so much valued in China as the only cordial that raises the spirits without depressing them. Tar water is so far from hurting the nerves, as common cordials do, that it is highly useful in cramps, spasms of the viscera, and paralytic numbness. 67. Emetics are on certain occasions administered with great success. But the overstraining and weakening of nature may be very justly apprehended from a course of emetics. They are nevertheless prescribed and substituted for exercise. But it is well remarked in Plato's Timaeus that vomits and purges are the worst exercise in the world. There is something in the mild operation of tar water that seems more friendly to the economy, and forwards the digestions and secretions in a way more natural and benign, the mildness of this medicine being such that I have known children take it, for above 6 months together, with great benefit, and without any inconvenience, and, after long and repeated experience, I do esteem it a most excellent diet drink, fitted to all seasons and ages. 68. It is I think allowed that the origin of the gout lies in a faulty digestion. And it is remarked by the ablest physicians, that the gout is so difficult to cure, because heating medicines aggravate its immediate, and cooling its remote cause. But tar water, although it contains active principles that strengthen the digestion beyond anything I know, and consequently must be highly useful, either to prevent or lessen the following fit, or by invigorating the blood to cast it upon the extremities, yet it is not of so heating a nature as to do harm even in the fit. Nothing is more difficult or disagreeable than to argue men out of their prejudices. I shall not therefore enter into controversies on this subject, but, if men dispute and object, shall leave the decision to time and trial. 69. In the modern practice, soap, opium, and mercury bid fairest for universal medicines. The first of these is highly spoken of. But then, those who magnify it most except against the use of it in such cases where the obstruction is attended with a putrefactive alkali, or where an inflammatory disposition appears. It is acknowledged to be very dangerous in a phthisis, fever, and some other cases in which tar water is not only safe but useful. 70. Opium, though a medicine of great extent and efficacy, yet is frequently known to produce grievous disorders in hysterical or hypochondriacal persons, who make a great part, perhaps the greatest, of those who lead sedentary lives in these islands. Besides, upon all constitutions dangerous errors may be committed in the use of opium. 71. Mercury hath of late years become a medicine of very general use, the extreme minuteness, mobility, and momentum of its parts rendering it a most powerful cleanser of all obstructions, even in the most minute capillaries. But then we should be cautious in the use of it, if we consider that the very thing which gives it power of doing good above other deobstruents doth also dispose it to do mischief. I mean its great momentum, the weight of it being about 10 times that of blood, and the momentum being the joint product of the weight and velocity, it must needs operate with great force, and may it not be justly feared that so great a force, entering the minutest vessels, and breaking the obstructed matter, might also break or wound the fine tender coats of those small vessels, and so bring on the untimely effects of old age, producing more, perhaps, and worse obstructions than those it removed. Similar consequences may justly be apprehended from other mineral and ponderous medicines. Therefore, upon the whole, there will not perhaps be found any medicine more general in its use, or more salutary in its effects, than tar water. 72. To suppose that all distempers, arising from very different, and it may be from contrary causes, can be cured by one and the same medicine must seem chimerical. But it may with truth be affirmed, that the virtue of tar water extends to a surprising variety of cases very distant and unlike, sect 3, 4, 5, 6, 21, etc. This I have experienced in my neighbors, my family, and myself. And, as I live in a remote corner, among poor neighbors, who for want of a regular physician have often recourse to me, I have had frequent opportunities of trial, which convince me it is of so just a temperament as to be an enemy to all extremes. I have known it to do great good in a cold, watery constitution, as a cardiac and stomachic, and at the same time allay heat and feverish thirst in another. I have known it correct costive habits in some, and the contrary habit in others. Nor will this seem incredible if it be considered that middle qualities naturally reduce the extreme. Warm water, for instance, mixed with hot and cold, will lessen the heat in that, and the cold in this. 73. They who know the great virtues of common soap, whose coarse lixivial salts are the product of culinary fire, will not think it incredible that virtues of mighty force and extent should be found in a fine acid soap. Sect. 58. The salts and oil whereof are a most elaborate product of nature and the solar light. 74. It is certain tar water warms, and therefore some may perhaps still think it cannot cool. The more effectually to remove this prejudice, let it be farther considered that as, on the one hand, opposite causes do sometimes produce the same effect, for instance, heat by rarefaction and cold by condensation do both increase the air's elasticity, so, on the other hand, the same cause shall sometimes produce opposite effects. Heat for instance thins, and again heat coagulates the blood. It is not therefore strange, that tar water should warm one habit and cool another, have one good effect on a cold constitution, and another good effect on an inflamed one, nor, if this be so, that it should cure opposite disorders. All which justifies to reason what I have often found true in fact. The salts, the spirits, the heat of tar water are of a temperature congenial to the constitution of a man, which receives from it a kindly warmth, but no inflaming heat. It was remarkable that 2 children in my neighborhood, being in a course of tar water, upon an intermission of it, never failed to have their issues inflamed by a humor much more hot and sharp than at other times. But its great use in the smallpox, pleurisy, and fevers is a sufficient proof that tar water is not of an inflaming nature. 75. I have dwelt the longer on this head, because some gentlemen of the faculty have thought fit to declare that tar water must inflame, and that they would never visit any patient in a fever who had been a drinker of it. But I will venture to affirm, that it is so far from increasing a feverish inflammation, that it is on the contrary a most ready means to allay and extinguish it. It is of admirable use in fevers, being at the same time the surest, safest and most effectual, both paregoric and cordial, for the truth of which I appeal to any person's experience who shall take a large draught of it milk warm in the paroxysm of a fever, even when plain water or herb teas shall be found to have little or no effect. To me it seems that its singular and surprising use in fevers of all kinds, were there nothing else, would be alone sufficient to recommend it to the public. 76. The best physicians make the idea of a fever to consist in a too great velocity of the heart's motion, and too great resistance at the capillaries. Tar water, as it softens and gently stimulates those nice vessels, helps to propel their contents, and so contributes to remove the latter part of the disorder. And for the former, the irritating acrimony which accelerates the motion of the heart is diluted by watery, corrected by acid, and softened by balsamic remedies, all which intentions are answered by this aqueous, acid, balsamic medicine. Besides, the viscid juices coagulated by the febrile heat are resolved by tar water as a soap, and not too far resolved, as it is a gentle acid soap, to which we may add, that the peccant humours and salts are carried off by its diaphoretic and diuretic qualities. 77. I found all this confirmed by my own experience in the late sickly season of the year 1741, having had 25 fevers in my own family cured by this medicinal water, drunk copiously. The same method was practiced on several of my poor neighbors with equal success. It suddenly calmed the feverish anxieties, and seemed every glass to refresh, and infuse life and spirit into the patient. At first some of these patients had been vomited, but afterwards I found that without vomiting, bleeding, blistering, or any other evacuation or medicine whatever, very bad fevers could be cured by the sole drinking of tar water, milk warm, and in good quantity, perhaps a large glass every hour or oftener taken in bed. And it was remarkable that such as were cured by this comfortable cordial recovered health and spirits at once, while those who had been cured by evacuations often languished long, even after the fever had left them, before they could recover of their medicines and regain their strength. 78. In peripneumonies and pleurisy I have observed tar water to be excellent, having known some pleuritic persons cured without bleeding, by a blister early applied to the stitch, and the copious drinking of tar water, 4 or 5 quarts, or even more in 24 hours. And I do recommend it to farther trial, whether in all cases of a pleurisy, one moderate bleeding, a blister on the spot, and plenty of tepid tar water may not suffice, without those repeated and immoderate bleedings, the bad effects of which are perhaps never got over. I do even suspect that a pleuritic patient betaking himself to bed betimes, and drinking very copiously of tar water, may be cured by that alone, without bleeding, blistering, or any other medicine whatsoever. Certainly I have found this succeed at a glass every half hour. 79. I have known a bloody flux of long continuance, after divers medicines had been tried in vain, cured by tar water. But that which I take to be the most speedy and effectual remedy in a bloody flux is a clyster of an ounce of common brown resin dissolved over a fire in 2 ounces of oil, and added to a pint of broth, which not long since I had frequent occasion of trying when that distemper was epidemical. Nor can I say that any to whom I advised it miscarried. This experiment I was led to make by the opinion I had of tar as a balsamic, and resin is only tar inspissated. 80. Nothing that I know corroborates the stomach so much as tar water, sect. 68. Whence it follows, that it must be of singular use to persons afflicted with the gout. And, from what I have observed in 5 or 6 instances, I do verily believe it the best and safest medicine either to prevent the gout, or so to strengthen nature against the fit, as to drive it from the vitals. Dr. Sydenham, in his treatise of the gout, declares that whoever finds a medicine the most efficacious for strengthening digestion will do more service in the cure of that and other chronical distempers, than he can even form a notion of. And I leave it to trial, whether tar water be not that medicine, as I myself am persuaded it is, by all the experiments I could make. But in all trials I would recommend discretion. For instance, a man with the gout in his stomach ought not to drink cold tar water. This essay leaves room for future experiment in every part of it, not pretending to be a complete treatise. 81. It is evident to sense that blood, urine, and other animal juices, being let to stand, soon contract a great acrimony. Juices, therefore, from a bad digestion retained, and stagnating in the body, grow sharp and putrid. Hence a fermenting heat, the immediate cause of the gout. The curing this by cooling medicines, as they would increase the antecedent cause, must be a vain attempt. On the other hand, spices and spirituous liquors, while they contribute to remove the antecedent cause or bad digestion, would, by inflaming the blood, increase the proximate or immediate cause of the gout, to wit, the fermenting heat. The scope therefore must be, to find a medicine that shall corroborate but not inflame. Bitter herbs are recommended, but they are weak in comparison of tar water. 82. The great force of tar water to correct the acrimony of the blood appears in nothing more than in the cure of a gangrene from an internal cause, which was performed on a servant of my own, by prescribing the copious and constant use of tar water for a few weeks. From my representing tar water as good for so many things, some perhaps may conclude it is good for nothing. But charity obligeth me to say what I know, and what I think, howsoever it may be taken. Men may censure and object as they please, but I appeal to time and experiment. Effects misimputed, cases wrong told, circumstances overlooked, perhaps, too, prejudices and partialities against truth may for a time prevail, and keep her at the bottom of her well, from whence nevertheless she emigreth sooner or later, and strikes the eyes of all those who do not keep them shut. 83. Berkeley thinks a specific may be found for that peculiar venom which infects the blood in the smallpox, and that the prospect of so great a public benefit should stir up men to search for it. Its wonderful success in preventing and mitigating that distemper, sect. 2, 3, would incline one to suspect that tar water is such a specific, especially since I have found it of sovereign use as well during the smallpox as before it. Some think an erysipelas and the plague differ only in degree. If so, tar water should be useful in the plague, for I have known it cure an erysipelas. 84. Tar water, as cleansing, healing, and balsamic, is good in all disorders of the urinary passages, whether obstructed or ulcerated. Dr. Lister supposeth, indeed, that turpentines act by a caustic quality, which irritates the coats of the urinary ducts to expel sand or gravel. But it should seem this expelling diuretic virtue consisted rather in the salts than the resin, and consequently resides in the tar water, gently stimulating by its salts, without the dangerous force of a caustic. The violent operation of ipecacuanha lies in its resin, but the saline extract is a gentle purge and diuretic, by the stimulus of its salts. 85. That which acts as a mild cordial, sect. 66, neither hurting the capillary vessels as a caustic, nor affecting the nerves, nor coagulating the juices, must in all cases be a friend to nature, and assist the vis vita, in its struggle against all kinds of contagion. And from what I have observed, tar water appears to me a useful preservative in all epidemical disorders, and against all other infection whatsoever, as well as that of the smallpox. What effects the animepathemata have in human maladies is well known, and consequently the general benefit of such a cardiac may be reasonably supposed. 86. As the body is said to clothe the soul, so the nerves may be said to constitute her inner garment. And, as the soul animates the whole, what nearly touches the soul relates to all. Therefore the asperity of tartarous salts, and the fiery acrimony of alkaline salts, irritating and wounding the nerves, produce nascent passions and anxieties in the soul, which both aggravate distempers, and render men's lives restless and wretched, even when they are afflicted with no apparent distemper. This is the latent spring of much woe, spleen, and tedium vitae. Small imperceptible irritations of the minutest fibers or filaments, caused by the pungent salts of wines and sauces, do so shake and disturb the microcosms of high livers, as often to raise tempests in courts and senates. Whereas the gentle vibrations that are raised in the nerves, by a fine subtle acid, sheathed in a smooth volatile oil, sect. 59, 61, softly stimulating and bracing the nervous vessels and fibers, promote a due circulation and secretion of the animal juices, and create a calm satisfied sense of health. And, accordingly, I have often known tar water procure sleep and compose the spirits in cruel vigils, occasioned either by sickness or by too intense application of mind. 87. In diseases sometimes accidents happen from without by mismanagement, sometimes latent causes operate within, jointly with the specific taint or peculiar cause of the malady. The causes of distempers are often complicated, and there may be something in the idiosyncrasy of the patient that puzzles the physician. It may therefore be presumed that no medicine is infallible, not even in any one disorder. But, as tar water possesseth the virtues of fortifying the stomach, as well as purifying and invigorating the blood, beyond any medicine that I know, it may be presumed of great and general efficacy in all those numerous illnesses which take their rise from foul or vapid blood, or from a bad digestion. The animal spirits are collaborated from the blood. Such therefore as the blood is, such will be the animal spirits, more or less, weaker or stronger. This sheweth the usefulness of tar water in all hysteric and hypochondriac cases, which, together with the maladies from indigestion, comprise almost the whole tribe of chronical diseases. 88. The scurvy may be reckoned in these climates a universal malady, as people in general are subject to it, and as it mixes more or less in almost all diseases. Whether this proceeds from want of elasticity in our air, upon which the tone of the vessels depends, and upon that the several secretions, or whether it proceeds from the moisture of our climate, or the grossness of our food, or the salts in our atmosphere, or from all these together, thus much at least seems not absurd to suppose, that as physicians in Spain and Italy are apt to suspect the venereal taint to be a latent principle, and bear a part in every illness, so far, as good reason, the scurvy should be considered by our physicians as having some share in most disorders and constitutions that fall in their way. It is certain our perspiration is not so free as in clearer air and warmer climates. Perspirable humours not discharged will stagnate and putrefy. A diet of animal food will be apt to render the juices of our bodies alkalescent. Hence ichorous and corrosive humours and many disorders. Moist air makes viscid blood, and saline air inflames this viscid blood. Hence broken capillaries, extravasated blood, spots, and ulcers, and other scorbutic symptoms. The body of a man attracts and imbibes the moisture and salts of the air and whatever floats in the atmosphere, which as it is common to all, so it affects all more or less. 89. Dr. Musgrave thinks the Devonshire scurvy a relic of the leprosy, and that it is not owing to the qualities of the air. But, as these insulas in general live in a gross saline air, and their vessels being less elastic are consequently less able to subdue and cast off what their bodies as sponges draw in, one would be tempted to suspect the air not a little concerned, especially in such a situation as that of Devonshire. In all these British islands we enjoy a great mediocrity of climate, the effect whereof is, that we have neither heat enough to exalt and dissipate the gross vapors, as in Italy, nor cold enough to condense and precipitate them, as in Sweden. So they are left floating in the air, which we constantly breathe, and imbibe through the whole surface of our bodies. And this, together with exhalations from coal fires, and the various fossils wherein we abound, doth greatly contribute to render us scorbutic and hypochondriac. 90. There are some who derive all diseases from the scurvy, which indeed must be allowed to create or mimic most other maladies. Berkeley tells us, it produceth pleuritic colic, nephritic, hepatic pains, various fevers, hot, malignant, intermitting dysenteries, faintings, anxieties, dropsies, consumptions, convulsions, palsies, fluxes of blood. In a word, it may be said to contain the seeds and origin of almost all distempers. Insomuch that a medicine which cures all sorts of scurvy may be presumed good for most maladies. 91. The scurvy doth not only in variety of symptoms imitate most distempers, but also, when come to a height, in degree of virulence equal the most malignant. Of this we have a remarkable proof in that horrible description of the scorbutic patients in the hospitals of Paris, given by Monsieur Poupart, in the Memoirs of the Royal Academy of Sciences, for the year 1699. That author thinks he saw some resemblance in it to the plague of Athens. It is hard to imagine anything more dreadful than the case of those men, rotting alive by scurvy in its supreme degree. To obviate such putrefaction, I believe the most effectual method would be, to embalm, if one may so say, the living body with tar water copiously drunk, and this belief is not without experience. 92. It is the received opinion that the animal salts of a sound body are of a neutral, bland, and benign nature, that is, the salts in the juices past the primae vice are neither acid or alkaline, having been subdued by the constitution, and changed into a third nature. Where the constitution wants force to do this, the aliment is not duly assimilated, and, so far as the salts retain their pristine qualities, sickly symptoms ensue, acids and alkalis not perfectly subdued producing weak ferments in the juices. Hence scurvy, cachexy, and a long train of ills. 93. A cachexy or ill habit is much of the same kind with the scurvy, proceeds from the same causes, and is attended with like symptoms, which are so manifold and various, that the scurvy may well be looked on as a general cachexy, infecting the whole habit, and vitiating all the digestions. Some have reckoned as many sorts of the scurvy as there are taints of the blood. Others have supposed it a collection of all illnesses together. Some suppose it an accumulation of several diseases in fieri. Others take it for an assemblage of the relics of old distempers. 94. But thus much is certain, the cure of the scurvy is no more to be attempted by strongly active medicines, than, to use the similitude of an ingenious writer, a thorn in the flesh, or pitch on silk, to be removed by force. The viscid humor must be gently resolved and diluted, the tone of the vessels recovered by a moderate stimulation, and the tender fibers and capillary vessels gradually cleared from the concreted stuff that adheres and obstructs them. All which is in the aptest manner performed by a watery diluent, containing a fine vegetable soap. And although a complete cure by alteratives, operating on the small capillaries, and by insensible discharges, must require length of time, yet the good effect of this medicine on cachectic and scorbutic persons is soon perceived, by the change it produceth in their pale discolored looks, giving a florid healthy countenance in less time than perhaps any other medicine. 95. It is supposed by physicians that the immediate cause of the scurvy lies in the blood, the fibrous part of which is too thick and the serum too thin and sharp, and that hence ariseth the great difficulty in the cure, because in the correcting of one part regard must be had to the other. It is well known how extremely difficult it is to cure an inveterate scurvy, how many scorbutic patients have grown worse by an injudicious course of evacuations, how many are even rendered incurable by the treatment of inconsiderate physicians, and how difficult, tedious, and uncertain the cure is in the hands even of the best, who are obliged to use such variety and change of medicines, in the different stages of that malady, which nevertheless may be cured, if I may judge by what I have experienced, by the sole, regular, constant, copious use of tar water. 96. Tar water moderately inspissates with its balsamic virtue, and renders mild the thin and sharp part of the blood, the same as a soapy medicine dissolves the grumous concretions of the fibrous part. As a balsam it destroys the ulcerous acrimony of the humours, and as a deobstruent it opens and cleans the vessels, restores their tone, and strengthens the digestion, whose defects are the principal cause of scurvy and cachexy. 97. In the cure of the scurvy the principal aim is to subdue the acrimony of the blood and juices. But, as this acrimony proceeds from different causes, or even opposite, as acid and alkaline, what is good in one sort of scurvy proves dangerous or even mortal in another. It is well known that hot antiscorbutics, where the juices of the body are alkalescent, increase the disease. And sour fruits and vegetables produce a like effect in the scurvy, caused by an acid acrimony. Hence fatal blunders are committed by unwary practitioners, who, not distinguishing the nature of the disease, do frequently aggravate instead of curing it. If I may trust what trials I have been able to make, this water is good in the several kinds of scurvy, acid, alkaline, and muriatic, and I believe it the only medicine that cures them all without doing hurt to any. As it contains a volatile acid, sect. 7, with a fine volatile oil, why may not a medicine cool in one part and warm in another be a remedy to either extreme, sect. 72. I have observed it to produce a kindly genial warmth without heat, a thing to be aimed at in all sorts of scurvy. Besides, the balsam in tar water sheathes all scorbutic salts alike, and its great virtues as a digester and deobstruent are of general use in all scorbutic, and I may add, in all chronical cases whatsoever. 98. I cannot be sure that I have tried it in a scrofulous case, though I have tried it successfully in one that I suspected to be so. And I apprehend it would be very serviceable in such disorders. For although Drive, Gibbs in his treatise on the King's Evil derives that disease from a coagulating acid, which is also agreeable to the opinion of some other physicians, and although tar water contain an acid, yet, as it is a soap, sect. 58, it resolves instead of coagulating the juices of the body. 99. For hysterical and hypochondriacal disorders so frequent among us, it is commonly supposed that all acids are bad. But I will venture to accept the acid soap of tar water, having found by my own experience and that of many others, that it raises the spirits, and is an excellent antihysteric, nor less innocent than potent, which cannot be said of those others in common use, that often leave people worse than they found them. 100. In a high degree of scurvy a mercurial salivation is looked on by many as the only cure, which, by the vehement shock it gives the whole frame, and the sensible secretion it produceth, may be thought more adequate to such an effect. But the disorder occasioned by that violent process, it is to be feared, may never be got over. The immediate danger, the frequent bad effects, the extreme trouble and nice care attending such a course, do very deservedly make people afraid of it. And though the sensible secretion therein be so great, yet in a longer tract of time the use of tar water may produce as great a discharge of scorbutic salts by urine and by perspiration, the effect of which last, though not so sensible, may yet be greater than that of salivation, especially if it be true that in common life insensible perspiration is to nutrition, and all sensible excretions, as 5 to 3. 101. Many hysteric and scorbutic ailments, many taints contracted by themselves, or inherited from their ancestors, afflict the people of condition in these islands, often rendering them, upon the whole, much more unhappy than those whom poverty and labor have ranked in the lowest lot of life, which ailments might be safely removed or relieved by the sole use of tar water, and those lives which seem hardly worth living for bad appetite, low spirits, restless nights, wasting pains and anxieties, be rendered easy and comfortable. 102. As the nerves are instruments of sensation, it follows that spasms in the nerves may produce all symptoms, and therefore a disorder in the nervous system shall imitate all distempers, and occasion, in appearance, an asthma for instance, a pleurisy, or a fit of the stone. Now, whatever is good for the nerves in general is good against all such symptoms. But tar water, as it includes in an eminent degree the virtues of warm gums and resins, is of great use for comforting and strengthening the nerves, sect. 86, curing twitches in the nervous fibers, cramps also, and numbness in the limbs, removing anxieties, and promoting sleep, in all which cases I have known it very successful. 103. This safe and cheap medicine suits all circumstances and all constitutions, operating easily, curing without disturbing, raising the spirits without depressing them, a circumstance that deserves repeated attention, especially in these climates, where strong liquors so fatally and so frequently produce those very distresses they are designed to remedy, and, if I am not misinformed, even among the ladies themselves, who are truly much to be pitied. Their condition of life makes them a prey to imaginary woes, which never fail to grow up in minds unexercised and unemployed. To get rid of these, it is said, there are who betake themselves to distilled spirits. And it is not improbable they are led gradually to the use of those poisons by a certain complacent pharmacy, too much used in the modern practice, palsy drops, poppy cordial, plague water, and such like, which being in truth nothing but drams disguised, yet, coming from the apothecaries, are considered only as medicines. 104. The soul of man was supposed by many ancient sages to be thrust into the human body as into a prison, for punishment of past offenses. But the worst prison is the body of an indolent epicure, whose blood is inflamed by fermented liquors, sect. 66, and high sauces, or rendered putrid, sharp, and corrosive, by a stagnation of the animal juices through sloth and indolence, whose membranes are irritated by pungent salts, whose mind is agitated by painful oscillations of the nervous system, sect. 86, and whose nerves are mutually affected by the irregular passions of his mind. This ferment in the animal economy darkens and confounds the intellect. It produceth vain terrors and vain conceits, and stimulates the soul with mad desires, which, not being natural, nothing in nature can satisfy. No wonder, therefore, there are so many fine persons of both sexes, shining themselves, and shone on by fortune, who are inwardly miserable and sick of life. 105. The hardness of stubbed vulgar constitutions renders them insensible of 1,000 things that fret and gall those delicate people who, as if their skin was peeled off, feel to the quick everything that touches them. The remedy for this exquisite and painful sensibility is commonly sought from fermented, perhaps from distilled, liquors, which render many lives wretched that would otherwise have been only ridiculous. The tender nerves and low spirits of such poor creatures would be much relieved by the use of tar water, which might prolong and cheer their lives. I do therefore recommend to them the use of a cordial, not only safe and innocent, but giving health and spirits as surely as other cordials destroy them. 106. I do verily think there is not any other medicine whatsoever so effectual to restore a crazy constitution, and cheer a dreary mind, or so likely to subvert that gloomy empire of the spleen, sect. 103, which tyrannizeth over the better sort, as they are called, of these free nations, and maketh them, in spite of their liberty and property, more wretched slaves than even the subjects of absolute power, who breathe clear air in a sunny climate, while men of low degree often enjoy a tranquility and content that no advantage of birth or fortune can equal. Such, indeed, was the case while the rich alone could afford to be debauched, but when even beggars became debauchees, the case was altered. 107. The public virtue and spirit of the British legislature never showed itself more conspicuous in any act than in that for suppressing the immoderate use of distilled spirits among the people, whose strength and numbers constitute the true wealth of a nation, though evasive arts will, it is feared, prevail so long as distilled spirits of any kind are allowed, the character of Englishmen in general being that of Brutus, quicquid vult, valde vult. But why should such a canker be tolerated in the vitals of a state, under any pretence or in any shape whatsoever? Better by far the whole present set of distillers were pensioners of the public, and their trade abolished by law, since all the benefit thereof put together would not balance the 100th part of its mischief. 108. To prove the destructive effects of such spirits with regard both to the human species and individuals, we need not go so far as our colonies, or the savage natives of America. Plain proof may be had nearer home. For, albeit there is in every town or district throughout England some tough dram drinker, set up as the devil's decoy, to draw in proselytes, yet the ruined health and morals, and the beggary of such numbers, evidently show that we need no other enemy to complete our destruction, than this cheap luxury at the lower end of the state, and that a nation lighted up at both ends must soon be consumed. 109. It is much to be lamented that our insulars, who act and think so much for themselves, should yet, from grossness of air and diet, grow stupid or dote sooner than other people, who by virtue of elastic air, water drinking, and light food, preserve their faculties to extreme old age, an advantage which may perhaps be approached, if not equalled, even in these regions, by tar water, temperance, and early hours. The last is a sure addition to life, not only in regard of time, which, being taken from sleep, the image of death, is added to the waking hours, but also in regard of longevity and duration in the vulgar sense. I may say too in regard of spirit and vivacity, which within the same compass of duration, may truly and properly be affirmed to add to man's life, it being manifest, that one man, by a brisker motion of his spirits and succession of his ideas, shall live more in 1 hour than another in 2, and that the quantity of life is to be estimated, not merely from the duration, but also from the intenseness of living. Which intense living, or, if I may so say, lively life, is not more promoted by early hours as a regimen, than by tar water as a cordial, which acts, not only as a slow medicine, but hath also an immediate and cheerful effect on the spirits. Sect. 66. No. It must be owned, the light attracted, secreted, and detained in tar, sect. 8, 29, 40, and afterwards drawn off in its finest balsamic particles, by the gentle menstruum of cold water, is not a violent and sudden medicine, always to produce its effect at once, such, by irritating, often do more mischief than good, but a safe and mild alterative, which penetrates the whole system, opens, heals, and strengthens the remote vessels, alters and propels their contents, and enters the minutest capillaries, and cannot therefore, otherwise than by degrees and in time, work a radical cure of chronic distempers. It gives nevertheless speedy relief in most cases, as I have found by myself and many others. I have been surprised to see persons fallen away and languishing under a bad digestion, after a few weeks recover a good stomach, and with it flesh and strength, so as to seem renewed, by the drinking of tar water. The strength and quantity of this water to be taken by each individual person is best determined from experience. And as for the time of taking, I never knew any evil ensue from its being continued ever so long, but, on the contrary, many and great advantages, which sometimes would not perhaps begin to show themselves till it had been taken 2 or 3 months. 111. We learn from Pliny that in the first ferment of new wine or mustum, the ancients were wont to sprinkle it with powdered resin, which gave it a certain sprightliness, quaedam saporis acumena. This was esteemed a great improver of its odor and taste, and was, I doubt not, of its salubrity also. The brown old resin, that is to say hardened tar, as being more easily pulverized and sifted, was most in request for this purpose. They used likewise to season their wine vessels with pitch or resin. And I make no doubt that if our vintners would contrive to medicate their wines with the same ingredients, they might improve and preserve them with less trouble and expense to themselves, and less danger to others. He that would know more particulars of this matter may consult Pliny and Columella. I shall only add, that I doubt not a similar improvement may be made of malt liquor. 112. The retine of Theophrastus and resina of Pliny are sometimes used in a general sense, to signify all sorts of oily viscid exudations from plants or trees. The crude watery juice that riseth early in the spring is gradually ripened and inspissated by the solar heat, becoming in orderly succession with the seasons an oil, a balsam, and at last a resin. And it is observed by chemists that turpentine dissolved over a gentle fire is, by the constant operation of heat, successively transformed into oil, balsam, pitch, and hard friable resin, which will incorporate with oil or rectified spirit, but not with water. 113. Sir John Floyer remarks, that we want a method for the use of turpentine. And again, he who shall hit, saith he, on the pleasantest method of giving turpentine will do great cures in the gout, stone, catarrhs, dropsies, and cold scurvies, rheumatisms, ulcers, and obstructions of the glands. Lastly, he subjoins, that, for the use of altering and amending the juices and fibers, it must be given frequently, and in such small quantities at a time, and in so commodious a manner, as will agree best with the stomach, sect. 9. Stay longest in the body, and not purge itself off, for large doses, saith he, go through too quick, and besides offend the head. Now, the infusion of tar or turpentine in cold water seems to supply the very method that was wanted, as it leaves the more unctuous and gross parts behind, sect. 47, which might offend the stomach, intestines, and head, and, as it may be easily taken, and as often, and in such quantity and such degree of strength, as suits the case of the patient. Nor should it seem that the fine spirit and volatile oil, obtained by infusion of tar, sect. 7, 42, 58, is inferior to that of turpentine, to which it superadds the virtue of wood soot, which is known to be very great with respect to the head and nerves, and this appears evident from the manner of obtaining tar, sect. 13. And as the fine volatile parts of tar or turpentine are drawn off by infusion in cold water, and easily conveyed throughout the whole system of the human body, so it should seem the same method may be used with all sorts of balsams or resins whatsoever, as the readiest, easiest, and most inoffensive, as well as in many cases the most effectual way of obtaining and imparting their virtues. 114. After having said so much of the uses of tar, I must further add that, being rubbed on 'em, it is an excellent preservative of the teeth and gums, that it sweetens the breath, and that it clears and strengthens the voice. And, as its effects are various and useful, so there is nothing to be feared from the operation of an alterative so mild and friendly to nature. It was a wise maxim of certain ancient philosophers, that diseases ought not to be irritated by medicines, sect. 103. But no medicine disturbs the animal economy less than this, which, if I may trust my own experience, never produces any disorder in a patient when rightly taken. 115. I knew indeed a person who took a large glass of tar water just before breakfast, which gave him an invincible nausea and disgust, although he had before received the greatest benefit from it. But, if the tar water be taken and made in the manner prescribed at the beginning of this essay, it will, if I mistake not, have enough of the salt to be useful, and little enough of the oil to be inoffensive. I mean my own manner of making it, and not the American, which makes it sometimes too strong and sometimes too weak, and however serviceable as they're used, merely for a preservative against the smallpox, yet may not be fit to use in all those various cases wherein I have found tar water so successful. Persons more delicate than ordinary may render it palatable, by mixing a drop of the chemical oil of nutmegs, or a spoonful of mountain wine in each glass. It may not be amiss to observe that I have known some, whose nice stomachs could not bear it in the morning, take it at night going to bed without any inconvenience. For outward washes and fomentations, it may be made stronger, as by pouring on warm water, also for brute beasts, as horses, in whose disorders I have found it very useful, I believe more so than that bituminous substance called Barbados tar. 116. In very dangerous and acute cases much may be taken, and often, as far as the stomach can bear. But in chronical cases, about half a pint night and morning may suffice, or, in case so large a dose should prove disagreeable, half the quantity may be taken at 4 times, to wit, in the morning early, at night going to bed, and about 2 hours after dinner and breakfast. A medicine of so great virtue in so many different disorders, and especially in that grand enemy the fever, must needs be a benefit to mankind in general. There are nevertheless 3 sorts of people to whom I would peculiarly recommend it: seafaring persons, ladies, and men of studious and sedentary lives. 117. To sailors and all seafaring persons, who are subject to scorbutic disorders and putrid fevers, especially in long southern voyages, I am persuaded this tar water would be beneficial. And this may deserve particular notice in the present course of marine expeditions, when so many of our countrymen have perished by such distempers, contracted at sea and in foreign climates, which, it is probable, might have been prevented by the copious use of tar water. 118. This same water will also give charitable relief to the ladies, sect. 103, who often want it more than the parish poor, being many of them never able to make a good meal, and sitting pale, puny, and forbidden like ghosts, at their own table, victims of vapors and indigestion. 119. Studious persons also, pent up in narrow holes, breathing bad air, and stooping over their books, are much to be pitied. As they are debarred the free use of air and exercise, this I will venture to recommend as the best succedaneum to both. Though it were to be wished that modern scholars would, like the ancients, meditate and converse more in walks and gardens and open air, which upon the whole would perhaps be no hindrance to their learning, and a great advantage to their health. My own sedentary course of life had long since thrown me into an ill habit, attended with many ailments, particularly a nervous colic, which rendered my life a burthen, and the more so, because my pains were exasperated by exercise. But, since the use of tar water, I find, though not a perfect recovery from my old and rooted illness, yet such a gradual return of health and ease, that I esteem my having taken this medicine the greatest of all temporal blessings, and am convinced that, under Providence, I owe my life to it. 120. In the distilling of turpentine and other balsams by a gentle heat, it hath been observed that there riseth first an acid spirit, sect. 7, that will mix with water, which spirit, except the fire be very gentle, is lost. This grateful acid spirit that first comes over is, as a learned chemist and physician informs us, highly refrigeratory, diuretic, sudorific, balsamic, or preservative from putrefaction, excellent in nephritic cases, and for quenching thirst, all which virtues are contained in the cold infusion which draws forth from tar only its fine flour or quintessence, if I may so say, or the native vegetable spirit, together with a little volatile oil. 121. The distinguishing principle of all vegetables, that whereon the peculiar smell, taste, and specific properties depend, seems to be some extremely fine and subtle spirit, whose immediate vehicle is an exceeding thin volatile oil, which is itself detained in a grosser and more viscid resin or balsam, lodged in proper cells in the bark and seeds, and most abounding in autumn or winter, after the crude juices have been thoroughly concocted, ripened, and impregnated with solar light. The spirit itself is by some supposed to be an oil highly subtilized, so as to mix with water. But such volatile oil is not the spirit, but only its vehicle. Since aromatic oils being long exposed to air will lose their specific smell and taste, which fly off with the spirit or vegetable salt, without any sensible diminution of the oil. 122. Those volatile salts that are set free and raised by a gentle heat may justly be supposed essential, sect. 8, and to have pre-existed in the vegetable, whereas the lixivial fixed salts, obtained by the incineration of the subject, whose natural constituent parts have been altered or destroyed by the extreme force of fire, are, by later chemists, upon very good grounds, supposed not to have pre-existed therein, all such salts appearing, from the experiments of Signor Redi, not to preserve the virtues of the respective vegetable subjects, and to be alike purgative and in an equal degree, whatsoever may be the shape of their points, whether sharp or obtuse. But, although fixed or lixivial salts may not contain the original properties of the subject, yet volatile salts, raised by a slight heat from vegetables, are allowed to preserve their native virtues, and such salts are readily imbibed by water. 123. The most volatile of the salts, and the most attenuated part of the oil may be supposed the first and readiest to impregnate a cold infusion, sect. 1. 7. And this will assist us to account for the virtues of tar water. That volatile acid in vegetables, which resists putrefaction and is the great preservative, is detained in a subtle oil, miscible with water, which oil is itself imprisoned in the resin or grosser part of the tar, from which it is easily set free and obtained pure by cold water. 124. The mild native acids are observed more kindly to work upon, and more thoroughly to dissolve metallic bodies, than the strongest acid spirits produced by a vehement fire, and it may be suspected they have the same advantage as a medicine. And, as no acid, by the observation of some of the best chemists, can be obtained from the substance of animals thoroughly assimilated, it should follow that the acids received into a healthy body must be quite subdued and changed by the vital powers, but it is easier to subdue and assimilate the gentler than the stronger acids, sect. 48. 125. I am very sensible that on such subjects arguments fall short of evidence, and that mine fall short even of what they might have been if I enjoyed better health, or those opportunities of a learned commerce from which I am cut off in this remote corner. I shall nevertheless go on as I have begun, and proceed, by reason, by conjecture, and by authority, to cast the best light I can on the obscure paths that lie in my way. 126. Sir Isaac Newton, Berkeley, and Homburg, are all agree that the acid is a fine subtle substance, pervading the whole terraqueous globe, which produceth divers kinds of bodies, as it is united to different subjects. This, according to Homburg, is the pure salt, salt the principle, in itself similar and uniform, but never found alone. And although this principle be called the salt of the earth, yet it should seem it may more properly be called the salt of the air, since earth turned up and lying fallow receives it from the air. And it should seem that this is the great principle of vegetation, derived into the earth from all sorts of manures, as well as from the air. The acid is allowed to be the cause of fermentation in all fermented liquors. Why, therefore, may it not be supposed to ferment the earth, and to constitute that fine penetrating principle, which introduces and assimilates the food of plants, and is so fugitive as to escape all the filtrations and perquisitions of the most nice observers? 127. It is the doctrine of Sir Isaac Newton and Monsieur Homburg that, as the watery acid is that which renders salt soluble in water, so it is that same which joined to the earthy part makes it a salt. Let it therefore be considered that the organs of plants are tubes, sect. 30, 31, 35, the filling, unfolding, and distending whereof, by liquors, doth constitute what is called the vegetation or growth of the plant. But earth itself is not soluble in water, so as to form one vegetable fluid therewith. Therefore the particles of earth must be joined with a watery acid, that is, they must become salts, in order to dissolve in water, that so, in the form of a vegetable juice, they may pass through the strainers and tubes of the root into the body of the plant, swelling and distending its parts and organs, that is, increasing its bulk. Therefore the vegetable matter of the earth is in effect earth changed into salt. And to render earth fertile is to cause many of its particles to assume a saline form. 128. Hence it is observed, there are more salts in the root than in the bark, more salts in vegetables during the spring than in the autumn or winter, the crude saline juices being in the summer months partly evaporated, and partly ripened, by the action and mixture of light. Hence also it appears why the dividing of earth, so as to enlarge its surface, whereby it may admit more acid from the air, is of such use in promoting vegetation, and why ashes, lime, and burnt clay are found so profitable manures, fire being in reality the acid, as is proved in the sequel, sect. 202. Marls also and shells are useful, forasmuch as those alkaline bodies attract the acid, and raise an effervescence with it, thereby promoting a fermentation in the glebe. The excrements of animals and putrid vegetables do in like manner contribute to vegetation, by increasing the salts of the earth. And where fallows are well broken, and lie long to receive the acid of the air into all their parts, this alone will be sufficient to change many terrene particles into salts, and consequently render them soluble in water, and therefore a fit aliment for vegetables. 129. The acid, saith Homburg, is always joined to some sulfur, which determines it to this or that species, producing different salts, as it is the vegetable, bituminous, or metallic sulfur. Even the alkaline, whether volatile or lixivial salts, are supposed to be nothing but this same acid strictly detained by oil and earth, in spite of the extreme force of fire, which lodgeth in them, without being able to dislodge some remains of the acid. 130. Salts, according to Sir Isaac Newton, are dry earth and watery acid united by attraction, the acid rendering them soluble in water. Sect. 127. He supposeth the watery acid to flow round the terrestrial part, as the ocean doth round the earth, being attracted thereby, and compares each particle of salt to a chaos, whereof the innermost part is hard and earthy, but the surface soft and watery. Whatever attracts and is attracted most strongly is an acid in his sense. 131. It seems impossible to determine the figures of particular salts. All acid solvents, together with the dissolved bodies, are apt to shoot into certain figures. And the figures in which the fossil salts crystallize have been supposed the proper natural shapes of them and their acids. But Homburg hath clearly showed the contrary, forasmuch as the same acid dissolving different bodies assumes different shapes. Spirit of nitre, for instance, having dissolved copper, shoots into hexagonal crystals, the same having dissolved iron, shoots into irregular squares, and again, having dissolved silver, forms thin crystals of a triangular figure. 132. Homburg, nevertheless, holds in general, that acids are shaped like daggers, and alkalis like sheaths, and that, moving in the same liquor, the daggers run into the sheaths fitted to receive them with such violence as to raise that effervescence observed in the mixture of acids and alkalis. But it seems very difficult to conceive how or why the mere configuration of daggers and sheaths floating in the same liquor should cause the former to rush with such vehemence, and direct their points so aptly into the latter, any more than a parcel of spigots and faucets floating together in the same water should rush one into the other. 133. It should seem rather that the vehement attraction which Sir Isaac Newton attributes to all acids, whereby he supposeth them to rush towards, penetrate, shake, and divide the most solid bodies, and to ferment the liquid of vegetables, could better account for this phenomenon. It is in this attraction that Sir Isaac placed all their activity, and indeed it should seem, the figures of salts were not of such efficacy in producing their effects, as the strong active powers whereby they are agitated and do agitate other bodies. Especially if it be true, what was before remarked, that lixivious salts are alike purgative, whatever may be the shape of their angles, whether more or less acute or obtuse. 134. Sir Isaac Newton accounts for the watery acids making earthy corpuscles soluble in water, by supposing the acid to be a mean between earth and water, its particles greater than those of water, and less than those of earth, and strongly to attract both. But perhaps there is no necessary reason for supposing the parts of the acid grosser than the parts of water, in order to produce this effect. May not this as well be accounted for, by giving them only a strong attraction or cohesion with the bodies to which they are joined? 135. The acid spirit or salt, that mighty instrument in the hand of nature, residing in the air, and diffused throughout that whole element, is discernible also in many parts of the earth, particularly in fossils, such as sulfur, vitriol, and alum. It was already observed, from Homburg, that this acid is never found pure, but hath always sulfur joined with it, and is classed by the difference of its sulfurs, whether mineral, vegetable, or animal. 136. Salts are vulgarly reckoned the most active of chemical principles. But Homburg derives all their activity from the sulphurs joined with them. From which also, as hath been said, he derives all their kinds and differences, sect. 129. Salt, water, oil, and earth seem to be originally the same in all vegetables. All the difference, according to the chemists, ariseth from a spirit residing in the oil, called the rector or archeus. This is otherwise called by chemists ens primum, or the native spirit, whereon depend, and wherein are contained, the peculiar flavor and odor, the specific qualities and virtues, of the plant. 137. These native spirits or vegetable souls are all breathed or exhaled into the air, which seems the receptacle as well as source of all sublunary forms, the great mass or chaos which imparts and receives them. The air or atmosphere that surrounds our earth contains a mixture of all the active volatile parts of the whole habitable world, that is, of all vegetables, minerals, and animals. Whatever perspires, corrupts, or exhales, impregnates the air, which, being acted upon by the solar fire, produceth within itself all sorts of chemical operations, dispensing again those salts and spirits in new generations, which it had received from putrefactions. 138. The perpetual oscillations of this elastic and restless element operate without ceasing on all things that have life, whether animal or vegetable, keeping their fibers, vessels, and fluids in a motion, always changing, as heat, cold, moisture, dryness, and other causes alter the elasticity of the air, which accounts, it must be owned, for many effects. But there are many more which must be derived from other principles or qualities in the air. Thus iron and copper are corroded and gather rust in the air, and bodies of all sorts are dissolved or corrupted, which sheweth an acid to abound and diffuse itself throughout the air. 139. By this same air fire is kindled, the lamp of life preserved, respiration, digestion, nutrition, the pulse of the heart, and motion of all the muscles seem to be performed. Air therefore is a general agent, not only exerting its own, but calling forth the qualities or powers of all other bodies, by a division, comminution, and agitation of their particles, causing them to fly off and become volatile and active. 140. Nothing ferments, vegetates, or putrefies without air, which operates with all the virtues of the bodies included in it, that is, of all nature, there being no drug, salutary or poisonous, whose virtues are not breathed into the air. The air therefore is an active mass of numberless different principles, the general source of corruption and generation, on one hand dividing, abrading, and carrying off the particles of bodies, that is, corrupting or dissolving them, on the other, producing new ones into being, destroying and bestowing forms without intermission. 141. The seeds of things seem to lie latent in the air, ready to appear and produce their kind, whenever they light on a proper matrix. The extremely small seeds of fern, mosses, mushrooms, and some other plants are concealed and wafted about in the air, every part whereof seems replete with seeds of one kind or other. The whole atmosphere seems alive. There is everywhere acid to corrode, and seed to engender. Iron will rust, and mold will grow in all places. Virgin earth becomes fertile, crops of new plants ever and anon show themselves, all which demonstrate the air to be a common seminary and receptacle of all vivifying principles. 142. Air may also be said to be the seminary of minerals and metals, as it is of vegetables. Mr. Boyle informs us that the exhausted ores of tin and iron being exposed to the air become again impregnated with metal, and that ore of alum having lost its salt, recovers it after the same manner. And numberless instances there are of salts produced by the air, that vast collection or treasury of active principles, from which all sublunary bodies seem to derive their forms, and on which animals depend for their life and breath. 143. That there is some latent vivifying spirit dispersed throughout the air common experience sheweth, insomuch as it is necessary both to vegetables and animals, sect. 138, 139, whether terrestrial or aquatic, neither beasts, insects, birds, nor fishes being able to subsist without air. Nor doth all air suffice, there being some quality or ingredient of which when air is deprived it becometh unfit to maintain either life or flame. And this even though the air should retain its elasticity, which, by the by, is an argument that air doth not act only as an antagonist to the intercostal muscles. It hath both that and many other uses. It gives and preserves a proper tone to the vessels. This elastic fluid promotes all secretions. Its oscillations keep every part in motion. It pervades and actuates the whole animal system, producing great variety of effects, and even opposite in different parts, cooling at the same time and heating, distending and contracting, coagulating and resolving, giving and taking, sustaining life and impairing it, pressing without and expanding within, abrading some parts, at the same time insinuating and supplying others, producing various vibrations in the fibers and ferments in the fluids, all which must needs ensue from such a subtle, active, heterogeneous and elastic fluid. 144. But there is, as we before observed, some one quality or ingredient in the air, on which life more immediately and principally depends. What that is, though men are not agreed, yet it is agreed it must be the same thing that supports the vital and the common flame, it being found that when air, by often breathing in it, is become unfit for the one, it will no longer serve for the other. The like is observable in poisonous damps or steams, wherein flame cannot be kindled, as is evident in the Grotto del Cane near Naples. And here it occurs, to recommend the plunging them in cold water, as an experiment to be tried on persons affected by breathing a poisonous vapor in old vaults, mines, deep holes, or cavities underground, which, I am apt to think, might save the lives of several, by what I have seen practiced on a dog convulsed, and in all appearance dead, but instantly reviving on being taken out of the above-mentioned grotto, and thrown into a lake adjacent. 145. Air, the general menstruum and seminary, seemeth to be only an aggregate of the volatile parts of all natural beings, which, variously combined and agitated, produce many various effects. Small particles in a near and close situation strongly act upon each other, attracting, repelling, vibrating. Hence divers fermentations, and all the variety of meteors, tempests, and concussions both of earth and firmament. Nor is the microcosm less affected thereby. Being pent up in the viscera, vessels, and membranes of the body, by its salts, sulfurs, and elastic power, it engenders cholics, spasms, hysteric disorders, and other maladies. 146. The specific quality of air is taken to be permanent elasticity. Mr. Boyle is expressly of this opinion. And yet whether there be any such thing as permanently elastic air may be doubted, there being many things which seem to rob the air of this quality, or at least lessen and suspend its exertion. The salts and sulfurs, for instance, that float in the air abate much of its elasticity by their attraction. 147. Upon the whole, it is manifest that air is no distinct element, but a mass or mixture of things the most heterogeneous and even opposite to each other, sect. 137, 145, which become air by acquiring an elasticity and volatility from the attraction of some active subtle substance, whether it be called fire, ether, light, or the vital spirit of the world, in like manner as the particles of antimony, of themselves not volatile, are carried off in sublimation, and rendered volatile by cohering with the particles of sal ammoniac. But action and reaction being equal, the spring of this ethereal spirit is diminished by being imparted. Its velocity and subtlety are also less from its being mixed with grosser particles. Hence sound moves slower than light, as mud than water. 148. Whether air be only freed and fixed, or generated and destroyed, it is certain that air begins and ceases to exert or show itself. Much by experiments seems to be generated, not only from animals, fruits, and vegetables, but also from hard bodies. And it is observed by Sir Isaac Newton, that air produced from hard bodies is most elastic. The transmutation of elements, each into other, hath been anciently held. In Plutarch we find it was the opinion of Heraclitus, that the death of fire was a birth to air, and the death of air a birth to water. This opinion is also maintained by Sir Isaac Newton, though it may be questioned whether what is thought a change be not only a disguise. 149. Fire seems the most elastic and expansive of all bodies. It communicates this quality to moist vapors and dry exhalations, when it heats and agitates their parts, cohering closely with them, overcoming their former mutual attraction, and causing them, instead thereof, reciprocally to repel each other, and fly asunder, with a force proportionable to that wherewith they had cohered. 150. Therefore in air we may conceive two parts, the one more gross, which was raised and carried off from the bodies of this terraqueous mass, the other a fine subtle spirit, by means whereof the former is rendered volatile and elastic. Together they compose a medium whose elasticity is less than that of pure ether, fire, or spirit, in proportion to the quantity of salts, vapors, and heterogeneous particles contained therein. Hence it follows that there is no such thing as the pure simple element of air. It follows also that on the highest mountains air should be more rare in proportion to the vulgar rule, of the spaces being reciprocally as the pressures, and so in fact it is said to have been found by the gentlemen of the French Academy of Sciences. 151. Ether, fire, or spirit, being attracted and clogged by heterogeneous particles, becometh less active, and the particles cohering with those of ether become more active than before. Air therefore is a mass of various particles, abraded and sublimated from wet and dry bodies of all sorts, cohering with particles of ether, the whole permeated by pure ether, or light, or fire, for these words are used promiscuously by ancient philosophers. 152. This ether or pure invisible fire, the most subtle and elastic of all bodies, seems to pervade and expand itself throughout the whole universe. If air be the immediate agent or instrument in natural things, it is the pure invisible fire that is the first natural mover or spring from whence the air derives its power. Sect. 139, 149, 151. This mighty agent is everywhere at hand, ready to break forth into action, if not restrained and governed with the greatest wisdom. Being always restless and in motion, it actuates and enlivens the whole visible mass, is equally fitted to produce and to destroy, distinguishes the various stages of nature, and keeps up the perpetual round of generations and corruptions, pregnant with forms which it constantly sends forth and resorbs. So quick in its motions, so subtle and penetrating in its nature, so extensive in its effects, it seemeth no other than the vegetative soul or vital spirit of the world. 153. The animal spirit in man is the instrumental or physical cause both of sense and motion. To suppose sense in the world would be gross and unwarranted. But locomotive faculties are evident in all its parts. The Pythagoreans, Platonists, and Stoics held the world to be an animal, though some of them have chosen to consider it as a vegetable. However, the phenomena and effects do plainly show there is a spirit that moves, and a mind or providence that presides. This providence, Plutarch saith, was thought to be in regard to the world what the soul is in regard to man. 154. The order and course of things, and the experiments we daily make, show there is a mind that governs and actuates this mundane system, as the proper real agent and cause, and that the inferior instrumental cause is pure ether, fire, or the substance of light. Sect. 29, 37, 136, 149, which is applied and determined by an infinite mind in the macrocosm or universe, with unlimited power, and according to stated rules, as it is in the microcosm with limited power and skill by the human mind. We have no proof, either from experiment or reason, of any other agent or efficient cause than mind or spirit. When, therefore, we speak of corporeal agents or corporeal causes, this is to be understood in a different, subordinate, and improper sense. 155. The principles whereof a thing is compounded, the instrument used in its production, and the end for which it was intended, are all in vulgar use termed causes, though none of them be, strictly speaking, agent or efficient. There is not any proof that an extended corporeal or mechanical cause doth really and properly act, even motion itself being in truth a passion. Therefore, though we speak of this fiery substance as acting, yet it is to be understood only as a mean or instrument, which indeed is the case of all mechanical causes whatsoever. They are, nevertheless, sometimes termed agents and causes, although they are by no means active in a strict and proper signification. When therefore force, power, virtue, or action is mentioned as subsisting in an extended and corporeal or mechanical being, this is not to be taken in a true, genuine, and real, but only in a gross and popular sense, which sticks in appearances, and doth not analyze things to their first principles. In compliance with established language and the use of the world, we must employ the popular current phrase. But then in regard to truth we ought to distinguish its meaning. It may suffice to have made this declaration once for all, in order to avoid mistakes. 156. The calid emanation, the vital flame or animal spirit in man, is supposed the cause of all motions in the several parts of his body, whether voluntary or natural. That is, it is accounted the instrument, by means whereof the mind exerts and manifests herself in the motions of the body. In the same sense, may not fire be said to have force, to operate and agitate the whole system of the world, which is held together, and informed by one presiding mind, and animated throughout by one and the same fiery substance, as an instrumental and mechanical agent, not as a primary real efficient. 157. This pure spirit or invisible fire is ever ready to exert and show itself in its effects, sect. 152, cherishing, heating, fermenting, dissolving, shining, and operating, in various manners, where a subject offers to employ or determine its force. It is present in all parts of the earth and firmament, though perhaps latent and unobserved, till some accident produceth it into act, and renders it visible in its effects. 158. There is no effect in nature, great, marvelous, or terrible, but proceeds from fire, that diffused and active principle, which, at the same time that it shakes the earth and heavens, will enter, divide, and dissolve the smallest, closest, and most compacted bodies. In remote cavities of the earth it remains quiet, till perhaps an accidental spark, from the collision of one stone against another, kindles an exhalation that gives birth to an earthquake or tempest which splits mountains or overturns cities. This same fire stands unseen in the focus of a burning glass, till subjects for it to act upon come in its way, when it is found to melt, calcine, or vitrify the hardest bodies. 159. No eye could ever hitherto discern, and no sense perceive, the animal spirit in a human body, otherwise than from its effects. The same may be said of pure fire, or the spirit of the universe, which is perceived only by means of some other bodies, on which it operates, or with which it is joined. What the chemists say of pure acids being never found alone might as well be said of pure fire. 160. The mind of man acts by an instrument necessarily. The teregomonikon, or mind presiding in the world, acts by an instrument freely. Without instrumental and second causes, there could be no regular course of nature. And without a regular course, nature could never be understood. Mankind must always be at a loss, not knowing what to expect, or how to govern themselves, or direct their actions for the obtaining of any end. Therefore in the government of the world physical agents, improperly so called, or mechanical, or second causes, or natural causes, or instruments, are necessary to assist, not the governor, but the governed. 161. In the human body the mind orders and moves the limbs, but the animal spirit is supposed the immediate physical cause of their motion. So likewise in the mundane system, a mind presides, but the immediate, mechanical, or instrumental cause, that moves or animates all its parts, is the pure elementary fire or spirit of the world. The more fine and subtle part or spirit is supposed to receive the impressions of the first mover, and communicate them to the grosser sensible parts of this world. Motion, though in metaphysical rigor and truth a passion or mere effect, yet in physics passeth for an action. And by this action all effects are supposed to be produced. Hence the various communications, determinations, accelerations of motion, constitute the laws of nature. 162. The pure ether or invisible fire contains parts of different kinds, that are impressed with different forces, or subjected to different laws of motion, attraction, repulsion, and expansion, and endued with divers distinct habitudes towards other bodies. These seem to constitute the many various qualities, sect. 37, 40, 44, virtues, flavors, odors, and colors which distinguish natural productions. The different modes of cohesion, attraction, repulsion, and motion appear to be the source from whence specific properties are derived, rather than different shapes or figures. This, as hath been already observed, seems confirmed by the experiment of fixed salts operating one way, notwithstanding the difference of their angles. The original particles, productive of odors, flavors, and other properties, as well as of colors, are, one may suspect, all contained and blended together in that universal and original seminary of pure and elementary fire, from which they are diversely separated and attracted, by the various subjects of the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms, which thereby become classed into kinds, and endued with those distinct properties which continue till their several forms, or specific proportions of fire, return into the common mass. 163. As the soul acts immediately on pure fire, so pure fire operates immediately on air, that is, the abrasions of all terrestrial things being rendered volatile and elastic by fire, sect. 149, 150, 152, and at the same time lessening the volatility and expansive force of the fire, whose particles they attract and adhere to, sect. 147, there is produced a new fluid, more volatile than water or earth, and more fixed than fire. Therefore, the virtues and operations imputed to air must be ultimately attributed to fire, as that which imparts activity to air itself. 164. The element of ethereal fire or light seems to comprehend, in a mixed state, the seeds, the natural causes and forms, sect. 43, of all sublunary things. The grosser bodies separate, attract, and repel the several constituent particles of that heterogeneous element, which, being parted from the common mass, make distinct essences, producing and combining together such qualities and properties as are peculiar to the several subjects, and thence often extracted in essential oils or odoriferous waters, from whence they exhale into the open air, and return into their original element. 165. Blue, red, yellow, and other colors, have been discovered by Sir Isaac Newton to depend on the parted rays or particles of light. And, in like manner, a particular odor or flavor seemeth to depend on peculiar particles of light or fire, sect. 40, as appears from heats being necessary to all vegetation whatsoever, and from the extreme minuteness and volatility of those vegetable souls or forms, flying off from the subjects without any sensible diminution of their weight. These particles, blended in one common ocean, should seem to conceal the distinct forms, but, parted and attracted by proper subjects, disclose or produce them. As the particles of light, which, when separated, form distinct colors, being blended are lost in one uniform appearance. 166. Agreeably thereto an ethereal substance or fire was supposed by Heraclitus to be the seed of the generation of all things, or that from which all things drew their original. The Stoics also taught that all substance was originally fire, and should return to fire, that an active subtle fire was diffused or expanded throughout the whole universe, the several parts whereof were produced, sustained, and held together, by its force. And it was the opinion of the Pythagoreans, as Latius informs us, that heat or fire was the principle of life, animating the whole system, and penetrating all the elements, sect. 152, 153. The Platonists, too, as well as the Pythagoreans, held fire to be the immediate natural agent, or animal spirit, to cherish, to warm, to heat, to enlighten, to vegetate, to produce the digestions, circulations, secretions, and organical motions, in all living bodies, vegetable or animal, being effects of that element, which, as it actuates the macrocosm, so it animates the microcosm. In the Timaeus of Plato, there is supposed something like a net of fire and rays of fire in a human body. Doth not this seem to mean the animal spirit, flowing, or rather darting, through the nerves? 167. According to the Peripatetics, the form of heaven, or the fiery ethereal substance, contains the form of all inferior beings. Sect. 43. It may be said to teem with forms, and impart them to subjects fitted to receive them. The vital force thereof in the peripatetic sense is vital to all, but diversely received according to the diversity of the subjects. So all colors are virtually contained in the light, but their actual distinctions of blue, red, yellow, and the rest, depend on the difference of the objects which it illustrates. Aristotle, in the book, De Mundo, supposeth a certain fifth essence, an ethereal nature, unchangeable and impassive, and next in order a subtle flaming substance, lighted up or set on fire by that ethereal and divine nature. He supposeth, indeed, that God is in heaven, but that his power, or a force derived from him, doth actuate and pervade the universe. 168. If we may credit Plutarch, Empedocles thought ether or heat to be Jupiter. Ether by the ancient philosophers was used to signify promiscuously sometimes fire and sometimes air. For they distinguish two sorts of air. Plato, in the Timaeus, speaking of air, saith there are two kinds, the one more fine and subtle, called ether, the other more gross, and replete with vapors. This ether or purer medium seems to have been the air or principle from which all things, according to Anaximenes, derived their birth, and into which they were back again resolved at the death. Hippocrates, in his treatise, De Dieta, speaketh of a fire pure and invisible, and this fire, according to him, is that which, stirring and giving movement to all things, causes them to appear, or, as he styles it, come into evidence, that is, to exist, every one in its time, and according to its destiny. 169. This pure fire, ether, or substance of light was accounted in itself invisible and imperceptible to all our senses, being perceived only by its effects, such as heat, flame, and rarefaction. To which we may add, that the moderns pretend farther to have perceived it by weight, inasmuch as the aromatic oils which most abound with fire, as being the most readily and vehemently inflamed, are above all others the heaviest. And by an experiment of Mr. Homburg's, 4 ounces of regulus of antimony, being calcined by a burning glass for an hour together, were found to have imbibed and fixed 7 drams of the substance of light. 170. Such is the rarefying and expansive force of this element, as to produce, in an instant of time, the greatest and most stupendous effects, a sufficient proof not only of the power of fire, but also of the wisdom with which it is managed, and withheld from bursting forth every moment to the utter ravage and destruction of all things. And it is very remarkable that this same element, so fierce and destructive, should yet be so variously tempered and applied as to be with all the salutary warmth, the genial, cherishing, and vital flame of all living creatures. It is not therefore to be wondered that Aristotle thought the heat of a living body to be somewhat divine and celestial, derived from that pure ether to which he supposed the incorporeal deity, Chorist and Aidos, to be immediately united, or on which he supposed it immediately to act. 171. The Platonists held that intellect resided in soul, and soul in an ethereal vehicle. And that as the soul was a middle nature, reconciling intellect with ether, so ether was another middle nature, which reconciled and connected the soul with grosser bodies. Sect. 152, 154. Galen likewise taught that, admitting the soul to be incorporeal, it hath for its immediate tegument or vehicle a body of ether or fire, by the intervention whereof it moveth other bodies, and is mutually affected by them. This interior clothing was supposed to remain upon the soul, not only after death, but after the most perfect purgation, which, in length of time, according to the followers of Plato and Pythagoras, cleansed the soul. Purumque reliquit, etherium sensum, atque ori simplicis ignum. This tunicle of the soul, whether it be called pure ether, or luciform vehicle, or animal spirit, seemeth to be that which moves and acts upon the gross organs, as it is determined by the soul from which it immediately receives impression, and in which the moving force truly and properly resides. Some moderns have thought fit to deride all that is said of ethereal vehicles, as mere jargon or words without a meaning. But they should have considered that all speech concerning the soul is altogether, or for the most part, metaphorical, and that, agreeably thereunto, Plato speaketh of the mind or soul, as a driver that guides and governs a chariot, which is, not unfitly, styled augerois, a luciform sethereal vehicle or ochyma, terms expressive of the purity, lightness, subtlety, and mobility of that fine celestial nature in which the soul immediately resides and operates. 172. It was a tenet of the Stoics that the world was an animal, and that providence answered to the reasonable soul in man. But then the providence or mind was supposed by them to be immediately resident or present in fire, to dwell therein, and to act thereby. Briefly, they conceived God to be an intellectual and fiery spirit, pneuma noren kai pienrois. Therefore, though they looked on fire, sect. 166, as the tegemonikon or governing principle of the world, yet it was not simply fire, but animated with a mind. 173. Such are the bright and lively signatures of a divine mind, operating and displaying itself in fire and light throughout the world, that, as Aristotle observes, in his book, De Mundo, all things seem full of divinities, whose apparitions on all sides strike and dazzle our eyes. And it must be owned the chief philosophers and wise men of antiquity, how much soever they attributed to second causes and the force of fire, yet they supposed a mind or intellect always resident therein, active or provident, restraining its force, and directing its operations. 174. Thus Hippocrates, in his treatise, De Dieta, speaks of a strong but invisible fire, sect. 168, that rules all things without noise. Herein, saith he, resides soul, understanding, prudence, growth, motion, diminution, change, sleep, and waking. This is what governs all things, and is never in repose. And the same author, in his tract, De Cannabis, after a serious preface, setting forth that he is about to declare his own opinion, expresseth it in these terms: that which we call heat, thermon, appears to me something immortal, which understands all things, which sees and knows both what is present and what is to come. 175. This same heat is also what Hippocrates calls nature, the author of life and death, good and evil. It is farther to be noted of this heat, that he maketh it the object of no sense. It is that occult universal nature, and inward invisible force, which actuates and animates the whole world, and was worshipped by the ancients under the name of Saturn, which Vossius judges not improbably to be derived from the Hebrew word satar, to lie hidden or concealed. And what hath been delivered by Hippocrates agrees with the notions of other philosophers. Heraclitus, sect. 157, for instance, who held fire to be the principle and cause of the generation of all things, did not mean thereby an inanimate element, but, as he termed it, pir or izun, an everlasting fire. 176. Theophrastus, in his book, De Rein, distinguisheth between heat and fire. The first he considers as a principle or cause, not that which appeareth to sense as a passion or accident existing in a subject, and which is in truth the effect of that unseen principle. And it is remarkable that he refers the treating of this invisible fire or heat to the investigation of the first causes. Fire, the principle, is neither generated nor destroyed, is everywhere and always present, sect. 157, while its effects in different times and places show themselves more or less, and are very various, soft and cherishing, or violent and destructive, terrible or agreeable, conveying good and evil, growth and decay, life and death, throughout the mundane system. 177. It is allowed by all that the Greeks derived much of their philosophy from the Eastern nations. And Heraclitus is thought by some to have drawn his principles from Orpheus, as Orpheus did from the Egyptians, or, as others write, he had been auditor of Hippasus, a Pythagorean, who held the same notion of fire, and might have derived it from Egypt by his master Pythagoras, who had traveled into Egypt, and been instructed by the sages of that nation. One of whose tenets it was, that fire was the principle of all action, which is agreeable to the doctrine of the Stoics, that the whole of things is administered by a fiery intellectual spirit. In the Asclepian dialogue, we find this notion, that all parts of the world vegetate by a fine subtle ether, which acts as an engine or instrument, subject to the will of the supreme God. 178. As the Platonists held intellect to be lodged in soul, and soul in ether, sect. 171, so it passeth for a doctrine of Trismegistus in the Pimander, that mind is clothed by soul, and soul by spirit. Therefore, as the animal spirit of man, being subtle and luminous, is the immediate tegument of the human soul, or that wherein and whereby she acts, even so the spirit of the world, that active fiery ethereal substance of light, that permeates and animates the whole system, is supposed to clothe the soul, which clothes the mind of the universe. 179. The Magi likewise said of God, that he had light for his body and truth for his soul. And in the Chaldaic oracles, all things are supposed to be governed by a Pir Noran, or intellectual fire. And in the same oracles, the creative mind is said to be clothed with fire, Yishamanos Pni Pir, which oriental reduplication of the word fire seems to imply the extreme purity and force thereof. Thus also in the Psalms, thou art clothed with light as with a garment. Where the word rendered light might have been rendered fire, the Hebrew letters being the same with those in the word which signifies fire, all the difference being in the pointing, which is justly counted a late invention. That other scripture sentence is remarkable, who maketh his ministers a flaming fire, which might, perhaps, be rendered more agreeably to the context, as well as consistently with the Hebrew, after this manner, who maketh flaming fire his ministers, and the whole might run thus, who maketh the winds his messengers, and flaming fire his ministers. 180. A notion of something divine in fire, animating the whole world, and ordering its several parts, was a tenet of very general extent, sect. 156, 157, 163, 166, 167, 168, 170, 172, 173, 174, 175, 177, and c. being embraced in the most distant times and places, even among the Chinese themselves, who make Tien, ether, or heaven, the sovereign principle or cause of all things, and teach that the celestial virtue, by them called Li, when joined to a corporeal substance, doth fashion, distinguish, and specificate all natural beings. This Li of the Chinese seems to answer the forms of the Peripatetics, and both bear analogy to the foregoing philosophy of fire. 181. The heaven is supposed pregnant with virtues and forms, which constitute and discriminate the various species of things. And we have more than once observed that, as the light, fire, or celestial ether, being parted by refracting or reflecting bodies, produceth variety of colors, even so, that same apparently uniform substance, being parted and secreted by the attracting and repelling powers of the divers secretory ducts of plants and animals, that is, by natural chemistry, produceth or imparteth the various specific properties of natural bodies. Whence the tastes, and odors, and medicinal virtues so various in vegetables. 182. The Tian is considered and adored by the learned Chinese as living and intelligent ether, the pure Vokpav of the Chaldeans and the Stoics. And the worship of things celestial, the sun and stars, among the eastern nations less remote, was on account of their fiery nature, their heat and light, and the influence thereof. Upon these accounts, the sun was looked on by the Greek theologies as the spirit of the world, and the power of the world. The cleansing quality, the light and heat of fire, are natural symbols of purity, knowledge, and power, or, if I may so say, the things themselves, so far as they are perceptible to our senses, or in the same sense as motion is said to be action. Accordingly, we find a religious regard was paid to fire, both by Greeks and Romans, and indeed by most, if not all, the nations of the world. 183. The worship of Vesta at Rome was, in truth, the worship of fire. Nec tu aliad vestem quam vivum intellige flammam, saith Ovid in his Fasti. And as in old Rome the eternal fire was religiously kept by virgins, so in Greece, particularly at Delphi and Athens, it was kept by widows. It is well known that Vulcan or fire was worshipped with great distinction by the Egyptians. The Zabi or Sabines are also known to have been worshippers of fire. It appears too, from the Chaldean oracles, that fire was regarded as divine by the sages of that nation. And it is supposed that Ur of the Chaldeans was so called from the Hebrew word signifying fire, because fire was publicly worshipped in that city. That a religious worship was paid to fire by the ancient Persians and their Magi is attested by all antiquity. And the sect of Perses, or Old Gentiles, of whom there are considerable remains at this day both in the Moguls' country and in Persia, doth testify the same. 184. It doth not seem that their prostrations before the perpetual fires, preserved with great care in their pyria, or fire temples, were merely a civil respect, as Dr. Hyde would have it thought. Although he brings good proof that they do not invoke the fire on their altars, or pray to it, or call it God, and that they acknowledge a supreme invisible deity. Civil respects are paid to things as related to civil power, but such relation doth not appear in the present case. It should seem, therefore, that they worship God as present in the fire, which they worship or reverence not ultimately or for itself, but relatively to the Supreme Being. Which it is not unlikely was elsewhere the case at first, though the practice of men, especially of the vulgar, might in length of time degenerate from the original institution, and rest in the object of sense. 185. Dr. Hyde, in his History of the Religion of the Ancient Persians, would have it thought that they borrowed the use and reverence of perpetual fires, from the Jewish practice prescribed in the Levitical law of keeping a perpetual fire burning on the altar. Whether that was the case or not, thus much one may venture to say, it seems probable that, whatever was the original of this custom among the Persians, the like customs among the Greeks and Romans were derived from the same source. 186. It must be owned there are many passages in Holy Scripture, sect. 179, that would make one think the Supreme Being was in a peculiar manner present and manifest in the element of fire. Not to insist that God is more than once said to be a consuming fire, which might be understood in a metaphorical sense, the divine apparitions were by fire, in the bush, at Mount Sinai, on the tabernacle, in the cloven tongues. God is represented in the inspired writings, as descending in fire, as attended by fire, or with fire going before him. Celestial things, as angels, chariots, and such like phenomena, are invested with fire, light, and splendor. Ezekiel in his visions beheld fire and brightness, lamps, burning coals of fire, and flashes of lightning. In a vision of Daniel, the throne of God appeared like a fiery flame, and his wheels like burning fire. Also a fiery flame issued and came forth from before him. 187. At the Transfiguration, the apostles saw our Saviour's face shining as the sun, and his raiment white as light, also a lucid cloud, or body of light, out of which the voice came, which visible light and splendor were, not many centuries ago, maintained by the Greek Church to have been divine, and uncreated, and the very glory of God, as may be seen in the history wrote by the Emperor John Cantacuzene. And of late years Bishop Patrick gives it as his opinion, that in the beginning of the world the Shekhinah, or divine presence, which was then frequent and ordinary, appeared by light or fire. In commenting on that passage, where Cain is said to have gone out from the presence of the Lord, the bishop observes, that if Cain after this turned a downright idolater, as many think, it is very likely he introduced the worship of the sun, as the best resemblance he could find of the glory of the Lord, which was wont to appear in a flaming light. It would be endless to enumerate all the passages of Holy Scripture, which confirm and illustrate this notion, or represent the deity as appearing and operating by fire, the misconstruction of which might possibly have misled the Gnostics, Basilidians, and other ancient heretics into an opinion that Jesus Christ was the visible corporeal Son. 186. We have seen that in the most remote ages and countries, the vulgar as well as the learned, the institutions of lawgivers as well as the reasonings of philosophers have ever considered the element of fire in a peculiar light, and treated it with more than common regard, as if it was something of a very singular and extraordinary nature. Nor are there wanting authors of principal account among the moderns who entertain like notions concerning fire, especially among those who are most conversant in that element, and should seem best acquainted with it. 189. Mr. Homburg, the famous modern chemist, who brought that art to so great perfection, holds the substance of light or fire to be the true chemic principle sulfur, sect. 129, and to extend itself throughout the whole universe. It is his opinion that this is the only active principle, that mixed with various things it formeth several sorts of natural productions, with salts making oil, with earth bitumen, with mercury metal. That this principle of sulfur, fire, or the substance of light, is in itself imperceptible, and only becomes sensible as it is joined with some other principle, which serves as a vehicle for it. That, although it be the most active of all things, yet it is at the same time the most firm bond and cement to combine and hold the principles together, and give form to the mixed bodies. And that in the analysis of bodies it is always lost, escaping the skill of the artist, and passing through the closest vessels. 190. Burarave, Niemventi, and divers other moderns are in the same way of thinking. They with the ancients distinguish a pure elementary invisible fire from the culinary, or that which appears in ignited bodies, sect. 163, 166. This last they will not allow to be pure fire. The pure fire is to be discerned by its effects alone, such as heat, dilatation of all solid bodies, and rarefaction of fluids, the segregating heterogeneous bodies, and congregating those that are homogeneous. That therefore which smokes and flames is not pure fire, but that which is collected in the focus of a concave mirror or burning glass. This fire seems the source of all the operations in nature. Without it nothing either vegetates or putrefies, lives or moves or ferments, is dissolved or compounded or altered, throughout this whole natural world in which we subsist. Were it not for this, the whole would be one great stupid inanimate mass. But this active element is supposed to be everywhere, and always present, imparting different degrees of life, heat, and motion to the various animals, vegetables, and other natural productions, as well as to the elements themselves wherein they are produced and nourished. 191. As water acts upon salt, or aqua fortis upon iron, so fire dissolves all other bodies. Fire, air, and water are all three menstruums, but the two last seem to derive all their force and activity from the first, sect. 149. And indeed there seems to be, originally or ultimately, but one menstruum in nature, to which all other menstruums may be reduced. Acid salts are a menstruum, but their force and distinct powers are from sulfur. Considered as pure, or in themselves, they are all of the same nature. But, as obtained by distillation, they are constantly joined with some sulfur, which characterizeth and cannot be separated from them. This is the doctrine of Monsieur Homburg. But what is it that characterizeth or differenceth the sulfurs themselves? If sulfur be the substance of light, as that author will have it, whence is it that animal, vegetable, and metallic sulfurs impart different qualities to the same acid salt? Can this be explained upon Homburg's principles? And are we not obliged to suppose that light, separated by the attracting and repelling powers in the strainers, ducts, and pores of those bodies, doth form several distinct kinds of sulfur, all which, before such separation, were lost and blended together, in one common mass of light or fire, seemingly homogeneous? 192. In the analysis of inflammable bodies, the fire or sulfur is lost, and the diminution of weight sheweth the loss, sect. 169. Oil is resolved into water, earth, and salt, none of which is inflammable. But the fire or vinculum which connected those things, and gave the form of oil, escapes from the artist. It disappears but is not destroyed. Light or fire imprisoned made part of the compound, gave union to the other parts, and form to the whole. But, having escaped, it mingles with the general ocean of ether, till, being again parted and attracted, it enters and specificates some new subject of the animal, vegetable, or mineral kingdom. Fire, therefore, in the sense of philosophers, is always fire, though not always flame. 193. Solar fire or light, in calcining certain bodies, is observed to add to their weight. There is therefore no doubt but light can be fixed, and enter the composition of a body. And though it should lie latent for a long time, yet, being set free from its prison, it shall still show itself to be fire. Lead, tin, or regulus of antimony, being exposed to the fire of a burning glass, though they lose much in smoke and steam, are nevertheless found to be considerably increased in weight, which proves the introduction of light or fire into their pores. It is also observed that urine produceth no phosphorus unless it be long exposed to the solar light. From all which it may be concluded, that bodies attract and fix the light, whence it should seem, as some have observed, that fire without burning is an ingredient in many things, as water without wetting. 194. Of this there cannot be a better proof than the experiment of Monsieur Homberg, who made gold of mercury by introducing light into its pores, but at such trouble and expense, that I suppose nobody will try the experiment for profit. By this junction of light and mercury, both bodies became fixed, and produced a third different from either, to wit, real gold. For the truth of which fact, I refer to the memoirs of the French Academy of Sciences. From the foregoing experiment it appears that gold is only a mass of mercury penetrated and cemented by the substance of light, the particles of those bodies attracting and fixing each other. This seems to have been not altogether unknown to former philosophers. Marsilius Ficinus, the Platonist, in his commentary on the first book of the second Aeneid of Plotinus, and others likewise before him, regarding mercury as the mother, and sulfur as the father of metals, and Plato himself, in his Timaeus describing gold to be a dense fluid with a shining yellow light, which well suits a composition of light and mercury. 195. Fire or light mixeth with all bodies, sect. 157, even with water. Witness the flashing lights in the sea, whose waves seem frequently all on fire. Its operations are various according to its kind, quantity, and degree of vehemence. 1 degree keeps water fluid, and another turns it into elastic air, sect. 149. And air itself seems to be nothing else but vapors and exhalations, rendered elastic by fire. Nothing flames but oil, and sulfur with water, salt, and earth compose oil, which sulfur is fire, therefore fire enclosed attracts fire, and causeth the bodies whose composition it enters to burn and blaze. 196. Fire collected in the focus of a glass operates in vacuo, and therefore is thought not to need air to support it. Cal of lead hath gone off with an explosion in vacuo, which Nuenty and others take for a proof that fire can burn without air. But Mr. Hales attributes this effect to air enclosed in the red lead, and perhaps too in the receiver, which cannot be perfectly exhausted. When common lead is put into the fire in order to make red lead, a greater weight of this comes out than was put in of common lead. Therefore the red lead should seem impregnated with fire. Mr. Hales thinks it is with air. The vast expansion of compound aqua fortis, Mr. Nuenty will have to proceed from fire alone. Mr. Hales contends that air must necessarily cooperate, though, by Nuenty's experiment, it should seem the phosphorus burns equally with and without air. 197. Perhaps they who hold the opposite sides in this question may be reconciled by observing that air is in reality nothing more than particles of wet and dry bodies volatilized and rendered elastic by fire, sect. 147, 150, 151. Whatever, therefore, is done by air must be ascribed to fire, which fire is a subtle invisible thing, whose operation is not to be discerned but by means of some grosser body, which serves not for a pabulum to nourish the fire, but for a vehicle to arrest and bring it into view. Which seems the sole use of oil, air, or any other thing that vulgarly passeth for a pabulum or food of that element. 198. To explain this matter more clearly, it is to be observed that fire, in order to become sensible, must have some object to act upon. This, being penetrated and agitated by fire, affects us with light, heat, or some other sensible alteration. And this subject so wrought upon may be called culinary fire. In the focus of a burning glass exposed to the sun, there is real actual fire, though not discerned by the sense till it hath somewhat to work on, and can show itself in its effects, heating, flaming, melting, and the like. Every ignited body is, in the foregoing sense, culinary fire. But it will not therefore follow that it is convertible into pure elementary fire. This, for aught that appears, may be ingenerable and incorruptible by the course of nature. It may be fixed and imprisoned in a compound, sect. 169, 192, 193, and yet retain its nature, though lost to sense, and though it return into the invisible elementary mass, upon the analysis of the compounded body, as is manifest in the solution of stone lime by water. 199. It should seem, therefore, that what is said of air's being the pabulum of fire, or being converted into fire, ought to be understood only in this sense, to wit, that air, being less gross than other bodies, is of a middle nature, and therefore more fit to receive the impressions of a fine ethereal fire, sect. 163, and impart them to other things. According to the ancients, soul serveth for a vehicle to intellect, sect. 178, and light or fire for a vehicle to the soul, and, in like manner, air may be supposed a vehicle to fire, fixing it in some degree, and communicating its effects to other bodies. 200. The pure invisible fire or ether doth permeate all bodies, even the hardest and most solid, as the diamond. This alone, therefore, cannot, as some learned men have supposed, be the cause of muscular motion, by a mere impulse of the nerves communicated from the brain to the membranes of the muscles, and thereby to the enclosed ether, whose expansive motion, being by that means increased, is thought to swell the muscles and cause a contraction of the fleshy fibers. This, it should seem, the pure ether cannot do immediately and of itself, because, supposing its expansive motion to be increased, it must still pass through the membranes, and consequently not swell them, inasmuch as ether is supposed freely to pervade the most solid bodies. It should seem, therefore, that this effect must be owing, not to pure ether, but to ether in some part fixed and arrested by the particles of air. 201. Although this ether be extremely elastic, yet, as it is sometimes found by experience to be attracted, imprisoned, and retained in gross bodies, sect. 169, so we may suppose it to be attracted, and its expansive force diminished, though it should not be quite fixed, by the loose particles of air, which combining and cohering therewith may bring it down, and qualify it for intercourse with grosser things. Pure fire may be said to animate air, and air other things. Pure fire is invisible, therefore flame is not pure fire. Air is necessary both to life and flame, and it is found by experiment that air loseth in the lungs the power of feeding flame. Hence it is concluded that the same thing in air contributes both to life and flame. Vital flame survives culinary flame in vacuo, therefore it requires less of that thing to sustain it. 202. What this may be, whether some certain proportion, or some peculiar parts, of ether, is not easy to say. But thus much seems plain, that whatever is ascribed to acid may be also ascribed to fire or ether. The particles of ether fly asunder with the greatest force, therefore, agreeably to Sir Isaac Newton's doctrine, when united they must attract each other with the greatest force. Therefore they constitute the acid. For, whatsoever strongly attracts and is attracted, may be called an acid, as Sir Isaac Newton informs us in his tract, Der Acido. Hence it should seem that the sulphur of Homburg, and the acid of Sir Isaac are at bottom one and the same thing, to wit, pure fire or ether. 203. The vital flame or ethereal spirit, being attracted and imprisoned in grosser bodies, seemeth to be set free and carried off by the superior attraction of a subtle and pure flame. Hence, perhaps, it is, that lightning kills animals, and turns spirituous liquors vapid in an instant. 204. Hippocrates, in his book concerning the heart, observeth that the soul of man is not nourished by meats and drinks from the lower belly, but by a pure and luminous substance darting its rays, and distributing a non-natural nourishment, as he terms it, in like manner as that from the intestines is distributed to all parts of the body. This luminous non-natural nourishment, though it be secreted from the blood, is expressly said not to come from the lower belly. It is plain, therefore, he thought it came into the blood, either by respiration, or by attraction through the pores. And it must be acknowledged that somewhat igneous or ethereal, brought by the air into the blood, seems to nourish, though not the soul itself, yet the interior tunicle of the soul, the aureae simplicis ignum. 205. That there is really such a thing as vital flame, actually kindled, nourished, and extinguished, like common flame, and by the same means, is an opinion of some moderns, particularly of Dr. Willis in his tract, De Sanguinis Accension, that it requires constant ventilation, through the trachea and pores of the body for the discharge of a fuliginous and excrementitious vapor, and that this vital flame, being extremely subtle, might not be seen any more than shining flies or ignes fatui by daylight. And yet it hath sometimes become visible on divers persons, of which there are undoubted instances. This is Dr. Willis's notion, and perhaps there may be some truth in this, if it be so understood as that light or fire might indeed constitute the animal spirit or immediate vehicle of the soul. 206. There have not been wanting those, who, not content to suppose light the most pure and refined of all corporeal beings, have gone farther, and bestowed upon it some attributes of a yet higher nature. Julianus, the Platonic philosopher, as cited by Ficinus, saith it was a doctrine in the theology of the Phoenicians, that there is diffused throughout the universe a pellucid and shining nature, pure and impassive, the act of a pure intelligence. And Ficinus himself undertakes to prove that light is incorporeal by several arguments, because it enlightens and fills a great space in an instant, and without opposition, because several lights meet without resisting each other, because light cannot be defiled by filth of any kind, because the solar light is not fixed in any subject, lastly, because it contracts and expands itself so easily without collision, condensation, rarefaction, or delay, throughout the vastest space. These reasons are given by Ficinus, in his comment on the first book of the second Aeneid of Plotinus. 207. But it is now well known that light moves, and that its motion is not instantaneous, that it is capable of condensation, rarefaction, and collision, that it can be mixed with other bodies, enter their composition, and increase their weight. Sect. 169, 192, 193. All which seems sufficiently to overthrow those arguments of Ficinus, and show light to be corporeal. There appears indeed some difficulty at first sight, about the non-resistance of rays or particles of light occurring one to another, in all possible directions or from all points. Particularly, if we suppose the hollow surface of a large sphere studded with eyes looking inwards one at another, it may perhaps seem hard to conceive how distinct rays from every eye should arrive at every other eye without jostling, repelling, and confounding each other. 208. But these difficulties may be got over by considering, in the first place, that visible points are not mathematical points, and consequently that we are not to suppose every point of space a radiating point. Secondly, by granting that many rays do resist and intercept each other, notwithstanding which the act of vision may be performed. Since as every point of the object is not seen, so it is not necessary that rays from every such point arrive at the eye. We often see an object, though more dimly, when many rays are intercepted by a gross medium. 209. Besides, we may suppose the particles of light to be indefinitely small, that is, as small as we please, and their aggregate to bear as small a proportion to the void as we please, there being nothing in this that contradicts the phenomena. And there needs nothing more, in order to conceive the possibility of rays passing from and to all visible points, although they be not incorporeal. Suppose 100 ports placed round a circular sea, and ships sailing from each port to every other. The larger the sea, and the smaller the vessels are supposed, the less danger will there be of their striking against each other. But, as there is by hypothesis no limited proportion between the sea and the ships, the void and solid particles of light, so there is no difficulty that can oblige us to conclude the sun's light incorporeal from its free passage, especially when there are so many clear proofs of the contrary. As for the difficulty, therefore, attending the supposition of a sphere studded with eyes looking at each other, this is removed only by supposing the particles of light exceeding small relatively to the empty spaces. 210. Plotinus supposeth that from the sun's light, which is corporeal, there springs forth another equivocal light which is incorporeal, and as it were the brightness of the former. Marsilius Ficinus also, observing it to be a doctrine in the Timaeus of Plato, that there is an occult fire or spirit diffused throughout the universe, intimates that this same occult invisible fire or light is, as it were, the sight of the mundane soul. And Plotinus in his fourth Aeneid sheweth it to be his opinion that the world seeth itself and all its parts. The Platonic philosophers do wonderfully refine upon light, and soar very high, from coal to flame, from flame to light, from this visible light to the occult light of the celestial or mundane soul, which they suppose to pervade and agitate the substance of the universe by its vigorous and expansive motion. 211. If we may believe Diogenes Laertius, the Pythagorean philosophers thought there was a certain pure heat or fire, which had somewhat divine in it, by the participation whereof men became allied to the gods. And according to the Platonist, heaven is not defined so much by its local situation as by its purity. The purest and most excellent fire, that is heaven, saith Ficinus. And again, the hidden fire that everywhere exerts itself, he calls celestial. He represents fire as most powerful and active, dividing all things, abhorring all composition or mixture with other bodies. And, as soon as it gets free, relapsing instantly into the common mass of celestial fire, which is everywhere present and latent. 212. This is the general source of life, spirit, and strength, and therefore of health to all animals, who constantly receive its elapses clothed in air, through the lungs and pores of the body. The same spirit, imprisoned in food and medicines, is conveyed into the stomach, the bowels, the lacteals, circulated and secreted by the several ducts, and distributed throughout the system, sect. 37, 42, 44. Plato, in his Timaeus, enumerating the ignited juices, names wine in the first place, and tar in the second. But wine is pressed from the grape, and fermented by human industry. Therefore of all ignited juices purely natural, tar or resin must in his account be esteemed the first. 213. The vivifying luminous ether exists in all places, even the darkest caverns, as is evident from hence, that many animals see in those dark places, and that fire may be kindled in them by the collision or attrition of bodies. It is also known that certain persons have fits of seeing in the dark. Tiberius was said to have had this faculty or distemper. I myself knew an ingenious man who had experienced it several times in himself. And Dr. Willis, in his tract, De Sanguinis Accension, mentions another of his own knowledge. This luminous ether or spirit is therefore said by Virgil to nourish or cherish the innermost earth, as well as the heavens and celestial bodies. Principio coelum ac terras, campos liquens, lucentumque globum luni, titaniac astra spiritus intersalat. 214. The principles of motion and vegetation in living bodies seem to be delibations from the invisible fire or spirit of the universe, sect. 43, 157, 164, 171, which though present to all things, is not nevertheless one way received by all, but variously imbibed, attracted, and secreted, by the fine capillaries, and exquisite strainers in the bodies of plants and animals, whereby it becomes mixed and detained in their juices. 215. It hath been thought by some observers of nature that the fine glandular vessels admit from the common mass of the blood only such juices as are homogeneous to those with which they were originally imbued. How they came to be so imbued doth not appear. But thus much is plain, that fine tubes attract fluids, that the glands are fine tubes, and that they attract very different juices from the common mass. The same holds also with regard to the capillary vessels of vegetables, sect 30, 31, 33, 35, it being evident that, through the fine strainers in the leaves and all over the body of the plant, there be juices or fluids of a particular kind drawn in, and separated from the common mass of air and light. And that the most elaborate spirit, whereon the character or distinguishing virtue and properties of the plant depend, is of a luminous, sect 37, 43, and volatile nature, being lost or escaping into air or ether, from essential oils and odoriferous waters, without any sensible diminution of them. 216. As different kinds of secreted light or fire produce different essences, virtues, or specific properties, so also different degrees of heat produce different effects. Thus, 1 degree of heat keeps the blood from coagulating, and another degree coagulates the blood. Thus, a more violent fire hath been observed to set free and carry off that very light, which a more moderate fire had introduced and fixed in the calcined regulus of antimony. In like manner, one kind or quantity of this ethereal fiery spirit may be congenial and friendly to the spirits of a man, while another may be noxious. 217. And experience sheweth this to be true. For the fermented spirit of wine or other liquors produceth irregular motions, and subsequent depressions in the animal spirits. Whereas the luminous spirit lodged and detained in the native balsam of pines and firs is of a nature so mild, and benign, and proportioned to the human constitution, as to warm without heating, to cheer but not inebriate, and to produce a calm and steady joy like the effect of good news, without that sinking of spirits which is a subsequent effect of all fermented cordials. I may add, without all other inconvenience, except that it may like any other medicine be taken in too great a quantity for a nice stomach. In which case it may be right to lessen the dose, or to take it only once in the 24 hours, empty, going to bed, when it is found to be least offensive, or even to suspend the taking of it for a time, till nature shall seem to crave it, and rejoice in its benign and comfortable spirit. 218. Tar water, serving as a vehicle to this spirit, is both diuretic and diaphoretic, but seems to work its principal effect by assisting the vis vitae, as an alterative and cordial, enabling nature, by an accession of congenial spirit, to assimilate that which could not be assimilated by her proper force, and so to subdue the foams morbi. And this should seem in most cases the best and safest course. Great evacuations weaken nature as well as the disease. And it is to be feared that they who use salivations and copious bleedings, may, though they should recover of the distemper, in their whole life be never able to recover of the remedies. 219. It is true, indeed, that in chronical cases there is need of time to complete a cure, and yet I have known this tar water in disorders of the lungs and stomach to prove a very speedy remedy, and to allay the anxiety and heat of a fever in an instant, giving ease and spirits to the patient. This I have often experienced, not without surprise at seeing these salutary effects follow so immediately in a fever on taking a glass of tar water. Such is the force of these active vivifying principles contained in this balsam. 220. Force or power, strictly speaking, is in the agent alone who imparts an equivocal force to the invisible elementary fire, or animal spirit of the world, sect 153, 156, 157, and this to the ignited body or visible flame, which produceth the sense of light and heat. In this chain the first and last links are allowed to be incorporeal, the two intermediate are corporeal, being capable of motion, rarefaction, gravity, and other qualities of bodies. It is fit to distinguish these things, in order to avoid ambiguity concerning the nature of fire. 221. Sir Isaac Newton in his Optics asks, is not fire a body heated so hot as to emit light copiously? For what else, adds he, is a red-hot iron than fire. Now, it should seem that to define fire by heat would be to explain a thing by itself. A body heated so hot as to emit light is an ignited body, that is, hath fire in it, is penetrated and agitated by fire, but is not itself fire. And although it should in the third foregoing acceptation, or vulgar sense, pass for fire, yet it is not the pure elementary fire, sect. 190, in the second or philosophic sense, such as was understood by the sages of antiquity, and such as is collected in the focus of a burning glass, much less is it the vis, force, or power of burning, destroying, calcining, melting, vitrifying, and raising the perceptions of light and heat. This is truly and really in the incorporeal agent, and not in the vital spirit of the universe. Motion, and even power in an equivocal sense, may be found in this pure ethereal spirit, which ignites bodies, but is not itself the ignited body, being an instrument or medium by which the real agent, sect. 160, doth operate on grosser bodies. 222. It hath been showed in Sir Isaac Newton's Optics, that light is not reflected by impinging on bodies, but by some other cause. And to him it seems probable that as many rays as impinge on the solid parts of bodies are not reflected, but stifled and retained in the bodies. And it is certain the great porosity of all known bodies affords room for much of this light or fire to be lodged therein. Gold itself, the most solid of all metals, seems to have far more pores than solid parts, from water being pressed through it in the Florentine experiment, from magnetic effluvia passing, and from mercury entering its pores so freely. And it is admitted that water, though impossible to be compressed, hath at least 40 times more pores than solid parts. And, as acid particles, joined with those of earth in certain proportions, are so closely united with them as to be quite hid and lost to all appearance, as in mercurius dulcis and common sulfur, so also may we conceive the particles of light or fire to be absorbed and latent in grosser bodies. 223. It is the opinion of Sir Isaac Newton that somewhat unknown remains in vacuo, when the air is exhausted. This unknown medium he calls ether. He supposeth it to be more subtle in its nature, and more swift in its motion, than light, freely to pervade all bodies, and by its immense elasticity to be expanded throughout all the heavens. Its density is supposed greater in free and open spaces than within the pores of compact bodies. And in passing from the celestial bodies to great distances, it is supposed to grow denser and denser continually, and thereby cause those great bodies to gravitate towards one another, and their respective parts towards their centers, every body endeavoring to pass from the denser parts of the medium towards the rarer. 224. The extreme minuteness of the parts of this medium, and the velocity of their motion, together with its gravity, density, and elastic force, are thought to qualify it for being the cause of all the natural motions in the universe. To this cause are ascribed the gravity and cohesion of bodies. The refraction of light is also thought to proceed from the different density and elastic force of this ethereal medium in different places. The vibrations of this medium, alternately concurring with, or obstructing the motions of the rays of light, are supposed to produce the fits of easy reflection and transmission. Light by the vibrations of this medium is thought to communicate heat to bodies. Animal motion and sensation are also accounted for by the vibrating motions of this ethereal medium, propagated through the solid capillaments of the nerves. In a word, all the phenomena and properties of bodies, that were before attributed to attraction, upon later thoughts seem ascribed to this ether, together with the various attractions themselves. 225. But, in the philosophy of Sir Isaac Newton, the fits, as they are called, of easy transmission and reflection seem as well accounted for by vibrations excited in bodies by the rays of light, and the refraction of light by the attraction of bodies. To explain the vibrations of light by those of a more subtle medium seems an uncouth explication. And gravity seems not an effect of the density and elasticity of ether, but rather to be produced by some other cause, which Sir Isaac himself insinuates to have been the opinion even of those ancients who took vacuum, atoms, and the gravity of atoms, for the principles of their philosophy, tacitly attributing, as he well observes, gravity to some other cause distinct from matter, from atoms, and consequently from that homogeneous ether or elastic fluid. The elasticity of which fluid is supposed to depend upon, to be defined and measured by, its density, and this by the quantity of matter in one particle, multiplied by the number of particles contained in a given space, and the quantity of matter in any one particle to be determined by its gravity. Should not therefore gravity seem the original property and first supposed? On the other hand, if force be considered as prescinded from gravity and matter, and as existing only in points or centers, what can this amount to but an abstract, spiritual, incorporeal force? 226. It doth not seem necessary, from the phenomena, to suppose any medium more active and subtle than light or fire. Light being allowed to move at the rate of about 10 millions of miles in a minute, what occasion is there to conceive another medium of still smaller and more movable parts? Light or fire seems the same with ether. So the ancients understood, and so the Greek word implies. It pervades all things, sect. 157, is everywhere present. And this same subtle medium, according to its various quantities, motions, and determinations, sheweth itself in different effects or appearances, and is ether, light, or fire. 227. The particles of ether fly asunder with the greatest force. Therefore when united they must, according to the Newtonian doctrine, attract each other with the greatest force. Therefore they are acids, or constitute the acid, sect. 130, but this united with earthly parts maketh alkali, as Sir Isaac teacheth in his tract, De Acido, Alkali, as appears in cantharides and lixivial salts, is a caustic, caustics are fire, therefore acid is fire, therefore ether is fire, and if fire, light. We are not therefore obliged to admit a new medium distinct from light, and of a finer and more exquisite substance, for the explication of phenomena which appear to be as well explained without it. How can the density or elasticity of ether account for the rapid flight of a ray of light from the sun, still swifter as it goes farther from the sun? Or how can it account for the various motions and attractions of different bodies? Why oil and water, mercury and iron, repel, or why other bodies attract each other? Or why a particle of light should repel on one side and attract on the other, as in the case of the Icelandic crystal? To explain cohesion by Hammett atoms is accounted ignotum per ignotius. And is it not as much so to account for the gravity of bodies by the elasticity of ether? 228. It is one thing to arrive at general laws of nature from a contemplation of the phenomena, and another to frame an hypothesis, and from thence deduce the phenomena. Those who suppose epicycles, and by them explain the motions and appearances of the planets, may not therefore be thought to have discovered principles true in fact and nature. And, albeit we may from the premises infer a conclusion, it will not follow that we can argue reciprocally, and from the conclusion infer the premises. For instance, supposing an elastic fluid, whose constituent minute particles are equidistant from each other, and of equal densities and diameters, and recede one from another with a centrifugal force which is inversely as the distance of the centers, and admitting that from such supposition it must follow that the density and elastic force of such fluid are in the inverse proportion of the space it occupies when compressed by any force, yet we cannot reciprocally infer that a fluid endued with this property must therefore consist of such supposed equal particles, for it would then follow that the constituent particles of air were of equal densities and diameters, whereas it is certain that air is an heterogeneous mass, containing in its composition an infinite variety of exhalations, from the different bodies which make up this terraqueous globe. 229. The phenomena of light, animal spirit, muscular motion, fermentation, vegetation, and other natural operations, seem to require nothing more than the intellectual and artificial fire of Heraclitus, Hippocrates, the Stoics, sect. 166, 168, and other ancients. Intellect, superadded to ethereal spirit, fire, or light, moves, and moves regularly, proceeding in a method, as the Stoics, or increasing and diminishing by measure, as Heraclitus expressed it. The Stoics held that fire comprehended and included the spermatic reasons or forms, logos spermatikoi, c, of all natural things. As the forms of things have their ideal existence in the intellect, so it should seem that seminal principles have the natural existence in the light. Sect 164, a medium consisting of heterogeneous parts, differing from each other in divers qualities that appear to sense, and not improbably having many original properties, attractions, repulsions, and motions, the laws and natures whereof are indiscernible to us, otherwise than in their remote effects. And this animated heterogeneous fire should seem a more adequate cause, whereby to explain the phenomena of nature, than one uniform ethereal medium. 230. Aristotle, indeed, excepts against the elements being animated. Yet nothing hinders why that power of the soul styled by him kinetike, or locomotive, may not reside therein, under the direction of an intellect, in such sense and as properly as it is said to reside in animal bodies. It must nevertheless be owned, that albeit that philosopher acknowledged a divine force or energy in fire, yet to say that fire is alive, or that having a soul it should not be alive, seemed to him equally absurd. See his second book, De Partibus Animalium. 231. The laws of attraction and repulsion are to be regarded as laws of motion, and these only as rules or methods observed in the productions of natural effects, the efficient and final causes whereof are not of mechanical consideration. Certainly, if the explaining a phenomenon be to assign its proper efficient and final cause, sect 154, 155, 160, it should seem the mechanical philosophers never explained anything, their province being only to discover the laws of nature, that is, the general rules and methods of motion, and to account for particular phenomena by reducing them under, or showing their conformity to, such general rules. 232. Some corpuscularian philosophers of the last age have indeed attempted to explain the formation of this world and its phenomena by a few simple laws of mechanism. But, if we consider the various productions of nature, in the mineral, vegetable, and animal parts of the creation, I believe we shall see cause to affirm, that not any one of them has hitherto been, or can be, accounted for on principles merely mechanical, and that nothing could be more vain and imaginary than to suppose with Descartes, that merely from a circular motions being impressed by the supreme agent on the particles of extended substance, the whole world, with all its several parts, appurtenances, and phenomena, might be produced, by a necessary consequence, from the laws of motion. 233. Others suppose that God did more at the beginning, having then made the seeds of all vegetables and animals, containing their solid organical parts in miniature, the gradual filling and evolution of which, by the influx of proper juices, doth constitute the generation and growth of a living body. So that the artificial structure of plants and animals daily generated requires no present exercise of art to produce it, having been already framed at the origin of the world, which with all its parts hath ever since subsisted, going like a clock or machine by itself, according to the laws of nature, without the immediate hand of the artist. But how can this hypothesis explain the blended features of different species in mules and other mongrels? Or the parts added or changed, and sometimes whole limbs lost, by marking in the womb? Or how can it account for the resurrection of a tree from its stump, or the vegetative power in its cuttings? In which cases we must necessarily conceive something more than the mere evolution of a seed. 234. Mechanical laws of nature or motion direct us how to act, and teach us what to expect. Where intellect presides there will be method and order, and therefore rules, which if not stated and constant would cease to be rules. There is therefore a constancy in things, which is styled the course of nature. Sect 160. All the phenomena in nature are produced by motion. There appears an uniform working in things great and small, by attracting and repelling forces. But the particular laws of attraction and repulsion are various. Nor are we concerned at all about the forces, neither can we know or measure them otherwise than by their effects, that is to say, the motions, which motions only, and not the forces, are indeed in the bodies. Sect 155. Bodies are moved to or from each other, and this is performed according to different laws. The natural or mechanic philosopher endeavors to discover those laws by experiment and reasoning. But what is said of forces residing in bodies, whether attracting or repelling, is to be regarded only as a mathematical hypothesis, and not as anything really existing in nature. 235. We are not therefore seriously to suppose, with certain mechanic philosophers, that the minute particles of bodies have real forces or powers, by which they act on each other, to produce the various phenomena in nature. The minute corpuscles are impelled and directed, that is to say, moved to and from each other, according to various rules or laws of motion. The laws of gravity, magnetism, and electricity are divers, and it is not known what other different rules or laws of motion might be established by the author of nature. Some bodies approach together, others fly asunder, and perhaps some others do neither. When salt of tartar flows per delicium, it is visible that the particles of water floating in the air are moved towards the particles of salt, and joined with them. And when we behold vulgar salt not to flow per delicium, may we not conclude that the same law of nature and motion doth not obtain between its particles and those of the floating vapors? A drop of water assumes a round figure, because its parts are moved towards each other. But the particles of oil and vinegar have no such disposition to unite. And when flies walk in water, without wetting their feet, it is attributed to a repelling force or faculty in the fly's feet. But this is obscure, though the phenomenon be plain. 236. It is not improbable, and seems not unsupported by experiments, that as in algebra, where positive quantities cease their negative begin, even so in mechanics, where attracting forces cease their repelling forces begin, or, to express it more properly, where bodies cease to be moved towards, they begin to be moved from each other. This Sir Isaac Newton infers from the production of air and vapors, whose particles fly asunder with such vehement force. We behold iron move towards the lodestone, straws towards amber, heavy bodies towards the earth. The laws of these motions are various. And when it is said that all the motions and changes in the great world arise from attraction, the elasticity of the air, the motion of water, the descent of heavy, and the ascent of light bodies, being all ascribed to the same principle, when from insensible attractions of most minute particles at the smallest distance are derived cohesion, dissolution, coagulation, animal secretion, fermentation, and all chemical operations, and when it is said that without such principles there never would have been any motion in the world, and without the continuance thereof all motion would cease. In all this we know or understand no more than that bodies are moved according to a certain order, and that they do not move themselves. 237. So likewise, how to explain all those various motions and effects, by the density and elasticity of ether, seems incomprehensible. Sect. 153, 162. For instance, why should the acid particles draw those of water and repel each other? Why should some salts attract vapors in the air, and others not? Why should the particles of common salt repel each other, so as not to subside in water? Why should the most repellent particles be the most attractive upon contact? Or why should the repellent begin where the attractive faculty leaves off? These, and numberless other effects, seem inexplicable on mechanical principles, or otherwise than by recourse to a mind or spiritual agent. Sect. 154, 220. Nor will it suffice from present phenomena and effects, through a chain of natural causes and subordinate blind agents, to trace a divine intellect as the remote original cause, that first created the world, and then set it a-going. We cannot make even one single step in accounting for the phenomena, without admitting the immediate presence and immediate action of an incorporeal agent, who connects, moves, and disposes all things, according to such rules, and for such purposes, as seem good to him. 238. It is an old opinion, adopted by the moderns, that the elements and other natural bodies are changed each into other. Sect. 148. Now, as the particles of different bodies are agitated by different forces, attracting and repelling, or, To speak more accurately, are moved by different laws. How can these forces or laws be changed, and this change accounted for by an elastic ether? Such a medium, distinct from light or fire, seemeth not to be made out by any proof, nor to be of any use in explaining the phenomena. But if there be any medium employed, as a subordinate cause or instrument in attraction, it would rather seem to be light. Sect. 152, 156, since, by an experiment of Mr. Boyle's, amber, that showed no sign of attraction in the shade, being placed where the sunbeams shone upon it, immediately attracted light bodies. Besides, it hath been discovered by Sir Isaac Newton, and an admirable discovery it was, that light is an heterogeneous medium, consisting of particles endued with original distinct properties. Sect. 40, 181. And upon these, if I may venture to give my conjectures, it seemeth probable the specific properties of bodies, and the force of specific medicines, may depend. Different sides of the same ray shall, one approach and the other recede from the Icelandic crystal. Can this be accounted for by the elasticity of a fine medium, or by the general laws of motion, or by any mechanical principles whatever? And if not, what should hinder but there may be specific medicines, whose operation depends not upon mechanical principles, how much soever that notion hath been exploded of late years. 239. Why may we not suppose certain idiosyncrasies, sympathies, oppositions, in the solids, or fluids, or animal spirit of a human body, with regard to the fine insensible parts of minerals or vegetables, impregnated by rays of light of different properties, not depending on the different size, figure, number, solidity, or weight of those particles, nor on the general laws of motion, nor on the density or elasticity of a medium, but merely and altogether on the good pleasure of the Creator, in the original formation of things. From whence divers unaccountable and unforeseen motions may arise in the animal economy, from whence also various peculiar and specific virtues may be conceived to arise, residing in certain medicines, and not to be explained by mechanical principles. 4. Although the general known laws of motion are to be deemed mechanical, yet peculiar motions of the insensible parts, and peculiar properties depending thereon, are occult and specific. 240. The words attraction and repulsion may, in compliance with custom, be used where, accurately speaking, motion alone is meant. And in that sense it may be said that peculiar attractions or repulsions in the parts are attended with specific properties in the whole. The particles of light are vehemently moved to or from, retained, or rejected by, objects, which is the same thing as to say, with Sir Isaac Newton, that the particles of acids are endued with great attractive force. Sect. 202, wherein their activity consists, whence fermentation and dissolution, and that the most repellent are, upon contact, the most attracting particles. 241. Gravity and fermentation are received for two most extensive principles. From fermentation are derived the motion and warmth of the heart and blood in animals, subterraneous heat, fires, and earthquakes, meteors, and changes in the atmosphere. And that attracting and repelling forces operate in the nutrition and dissolution of animal and vegetable bodies is the doctrine both of Hippocrates and Sir Isaac Newton. The former of these celebrated authors, in his treatise concerning diet or regimen, observes that in the nourishment of man, one part repels and another attracts. And again in the same treatise, two carpenters, saith he, saw a piece of timber, one draws, the other pushes, these two actions tend to one and the same end, though in a contrary direction, one up, the other down. This imitates the nature of man. Greek text. 242. It is the general maxim of Hippocrates, that the manner wherein nature acts consisteth in attracting what is meet and good, and in repelling what is disagreeable or hurtful. He makes the whole of the animal economy to be administered by the faculties or powers of nature. Nature alone, saith he, sufficeth for all things to animals. She knows of herself what is necessary for them. Whence it is plain he means a conscious intelligent nature, that presides and moves the ethereal spirit. And though he declares all things are accomplished on man by necessity, yet it is not a blind fate or chain of mere corporeal causes, but a divine necessity, as he himself expressly calls it. And what is this but an overruling intelligent power that disposeth of all things? 243 Attraction cannot produce, and in that sense account for, the phenomena, being itself one of the phenomena produced and to be accounted for, sect. 160, 235. Attraction is performed by different laws, and cannot therefore in all cases be the effect of the elasticity of one uniform medium. The phenomena of electrical bodies, the laws and variations of magnetism, and, not to mention other kinds, even gravity, are not explained by elasticity, a phenomenon not less obscure than itself. But then, although it show not the agent, yet it sheweth a rule and analogy in nature, to say, that the solid parts of animals are endued with attractive powers whereby from contiguous fluids they draw like to like, and that glands have peculiar powers attractive of peculiar juices, sect. 41. Nature seems better known and explained by attractions and repulsions, than by those other mechanical principles of size, figure, and the like, that is, by Sir Isaac Newton, than Descartes. And natural philosophers excel, as they are more or less acquainted with the laws and methods observed by the author of nature. 244. The size and shape of particles and general laws of motion can never explain the secretions, without the help of attraction, obscure perhaps as to its cause, but clear as a law. Numberless instances of this might be given. Lemery the younger thought himself obliged to suppose the particles of light or fire, contrary to all reason, to be of a very gross kind, even greater than the pores of the burnt limestone, in order to account for their being detained or imprisoned therein, but this phenomenon is easily reduced to attraction. There would be no end of enumerating the like cases. The activity and force of ethereal spirit or fire, by the laws of attraction, is imparted to grosser particles, sect. 152, 163, and thereby wonderfully supports the economy of living bodies. By such peculiar compositions and attractions, it seems to be effected that denser fluids can pass where air itself cannot, as oil through leather, and therefore through the nicest and finest strainers of an animal or vegetable. 245. The ancients had some general conception of attracting and repelling powers, sect. 241, 242, as natural principles. Galilei had particularly considered the attraction of gravity, and made some discovery of the laws thereof. But Sir Isaac Newton, by his singular penetration, profound knowledge in geometry and mechanics, and great exactness in experiments, hath cast a new light on natural science. The laws of attraction and repulsion were in many instances discovered, and first discovered, by him. He showed the general extent, and therewith, as with a key, opened several deep secrets of nature, in the knowledge whereof he seems to have made a greater progress than all the sects of corpuscularians together had done before him. Nevertheless, the principle of attraction itself is not to be explained by physical or corporeal causes. 246. The Cartesians attempted to explain it by the nisus of a subtle element, receding from the center of its motion, and impelling grosser bodies towards it. Sir Isaac Newton in his later thoughts seems, as was before observed, to have adopted somewhat not altogether foreign from this notion, ascribing that to his elastic medium, sect. 237, 238, which Descartes did to his second element. But the great men of antiquity resolved gravity into the immediate action of an intelligent incorporeal being. To which also Sir Isaac Newton himself attests and subscribes, although he may perhaps sometimes be thought to forget himself, in his manner of speaking of physical agents, which in a strict sense are none at all, and in supposing real forces to exist in bodies, in which, to speak truly, attraction and repulsion should be considered only as tendencies or motions, that is, as mere effects, and their laws as laws of motion. 247. Though it be supposed the chief business of a natural philosopher to trace out causes from the effects, yet this is to be understood not of agents, sect. 155, but of principles, that is, of component parts, in one sense, or of laws or rules, in another. In strict truth, All agents are incorporeal, and as such are not properly of physical consideration. The astronomer, therefore, the mechanic, or the chemist, not as such, but by accident only, treat of real causes, agents, or efficients. Neither doth it seem, as is supposed by the greatest of mechanical philosophers, that the true way of proceeding in their science is, from known motions in nature to investigate the moving forces. Forasmuch as force is neither corporeal, nor belongs to any corporeal thing, sect. 220, nor yet to be discovered by experiments or mathematical reasonings, which reach no farther than discernible effects, and motions in things passive and moved. 248. Vis or force is to the soul what extension is to the body, saith Street. Augustine, in his tract concerning the quantity of the soul, and without force there is nothing done or made, and consequently there can be no agent. Authority is not to decide in this case. Let any one consult his own notions and reason, as well as experience, concerning the origin of motion, and the respective natures, properties, and differences of soul and body, and he will, if I mistake not, evidently perceive, that there is nothing active in the latter. Nor are they natural agents or corporeal forces which make the particles of bodies to cohere. Nor is it the business of experimental philosophers to find them out. 249. The mechanical philosopher, as hath been already observed, inquires properly concerning the rules and modes of operation alone, and not concerning the cause, forasmuch as nothing mechanical is or really can be a cause, sect. 236, 247. And although a mechanical or mathematical philosopher may speak of absolute space, absolute motion, and of force, as existing in bodies, causing such motion and proportional thereto, yet what these forces are, which are supposed to be lodged in bodies, to be impressed on bodies, to be multiplied, divided, and communicated from one body to another, and which seem to animate bodies like abstract spirits, or souls, hath been found very difficult, not to say impossible, for thinking men to conceive and explain, as may be seen by consulting Borellus, De Vi Percussionis, and Torricelli in his Lesioni Academiche, among other authors. 250. Nor, if we consider the proclivity of mankind to realize their notions, will it seem strange that mechanic philosophers and geometricians should, like other men, be misled by prejudice, and take mathematical hypotheses for real beings existing in bodies, so far as even to make it the very aim and end of their science to compute or measure those phantoms, whereas it is very certain that nothing in truth can be measured or computed besides the very effects or motions themselves. Sir Isaac Newton asks, have not the minute particles of bodies certain forces or powers by which they act on one another, as well as on the particles of light, for producing most of the phenomena in nature? But, in reality, those minute particles are only agitated according to certain laws of nature, by some other agent, wherein the force exists and not in them, which have only the motion, which motion in the body moved, the Peripatetics rightly judge to be a mere passion, but in the mover to be energia or act. 251. It passeth with many, I know not how, that mechanical principles give a clear solution of the phenomena. The Democritic hypothesis, saith Drive, Cudworth, doth much more handsomely and intelligibly solve the phenomena, than that of Aristotle and Plato. But, things rightly considered, perhaps it will be found not to solve any phenomenon at all, for all phenomena are, to speak truly, appearances in the soul or mind, and it hath never been explained, nor can it be explained, how external bodies, figures, and motions, should produce an appearance in the mind. These principles, therefore, do not solve, if by solving is meant assigning the real, either efficient or final, cause of appearances, but only reduce them to general rules. 252. There is a certain analogy, constancy, and uniformity in the phenomena or appearances of nature, which are a foundation for general rules, and these are a grammar for the understanding of nature, or that series of effects in the visible world whereby we are enabled to foresee what will come to pass in the natural course of things. Plotinus observes, in his third Aeneid, that the art of presaging is in some sort the reading of natural letters denoting order, and that so far forth as analogy obtains in the universe, there may be vaticination. And in reality, he that foretels the motions of the planets, or the effects of medicines, or the results of chemical or mechanical experiments, may be said to do it by natural vaticination. 253. We know a thing when we understand it, and we understand it when we can interpret or tell what it signifies. Strictly, the sense knows nothing. We perceive indeed sounds by hearing, and characters by sight, but we are not therefore said to understand them. After the same manner, the phenomena of nature are alike visible to all, but all have not alike learned the connection of natural things, or understand what they signify, or know how to vaticinate by them. There is no question, saith Socrates in Theaeteto, concerning that which is agreeable to each person, but concerning what will in time to come be agreeable, of which all men are not equally judges. He who foreknoweth what will be in every kind is the wisest. According to Socrates, you and the cook may judge of a dish on the table equally well, but while the dish is making, the cook can better foretell what will ensue from this or that manner of composing it. Nor is this manner of reasoning confined only to morals or politics, but extends also to natural science. 254. As the natural connection of signs with the things signified is regular and constant, it forms a sort of rational discourse, sect. 152, and is therefore the immediate effect of an intelligent cause. This is agreeable to the philosophy of Plato, and other ancients. Plotinus indeed saith, that which acts naturally is not intellection, but a certain power of moving matter, which doth not know but only do. And it must be owned that, as faculties are multiplied by philosophers according to their operations, the will may be distinguished from the intellect. But it will not therefore follow that the will which operates in the course of nature is not conducted and applied by intellect, although it be granted that neither will understands, nor intellect wills. Therefore, the phenomena of nature, which strike on the senses and are understood by the mind, do form not only a magnificent spectacle, but also a most coherent, entertaining, and instructive discourse, and to effect this, they are conducted, adjusted, and ranged by the greatest wisdom. This language or discourse is studied with different attention, and interpreted with different degrees of skill. But so far as men have studied and remarked its rules, and can interpret right, so far they may be said to be knowing in nature. A beast is like a man who hears a strange tongue but understands nothing. 255. Nature, saith the learned Dr. Cudworth, is not master of art or wisdom. Nature is ratio mercer et convencer, reason immersed and plunged into matter, and as it were fuddled in it and confounded with it. But the formation of plants and animals, the motions of natural bodies, their various properties, appearances, and vicissitudes, in a word, the whole series of things in this visible world, which we call the course of nature, is so wisely managed and carried on that the most improved human reason cannot thoroughly comprehend even the least particle thereof, so far is it from seeming to be produced by fuddled or confounded reason. 256. Natural productions, it is true, are not all equally perfect. But neither doth it suit with the order of things, the structure of the universe, or the ends of providence, that they should be so. General rules, we have seen, sect. 249, 252, are necessary to make the world intelligible, and from the constant observations of such rules, natural evils will sometimes unavoidably ensue, things will be produced in a slow length of time, and arrive at different degrees of perfection. 257. It must be owned, we are not conscious of the systole and diastole of the heart, or the motion of the diaphragm. It may not nevertheless be thence inferred, that unknowing nature can act regularly, as well as ourselves. The true inference is, that the self-thinking individual, or human person, is not the real author of those natural motions. And, in fact, no man blames himself if they are wrong, or values himself if they are right. The same may be said of the fingers of a musician, which some object to be moved by habit which understands not, it being evident that what is done by rule must proceed from something that understands the rule, therefore, if not from the musician himself, from some other active intelligence, the same perhaps which governs bees and spiders, and moves the limbs of those who walk in their sleep. 258. Instruments, occasions, and signs, sect. 160, occur in, or rather make up, the whole visible course of nature. These, being no agents themselves, are under the direction of one agent concerting all for one end, the supreme good. All those motions, whether in animal bodies, or in other parts of the system of nature which are not effects of particular wills, seem to spring from the same general cause with the vegetation of plants, an ethereal spirit actuated by a mind. 259. The first poets and theologies of Greece and the East considered the generation of things as ascribed rather to a divine cause, but the physici to natural causes, subordinate to, and directed still by a divine, except some corporealists and mechanics, who vainly pretended to make a world without a God. The hidden force that unites, adjusts, and causeth all things to hang together, and move in harmony, which Orpheus and Empedocles styled love, this principle of union is no blind principle, but acts with intellect. This divine love and intellect are not themselves obvious to our view, or otherwise discerned than in their effects. Intellect enlightens, love connects, and the sovereign good attracts all things. 260. All things are made for the supreme good, all things tend to that end, and we may be said to account for a thing, when we show that it is so best. In the Phaedon, Socrates declares it to be his opinion that he who supposed all things to have been disposed and ordered by a mind, sect. 154, 160, should not pretend to assign any other cause of them. He blames physiologies for attempting to account for phenomena, particularly for gravity and cohesion, by vortexes and ether, overlooking the to agathon and to delta eof, the strongest bond and cement which holds together all the parts of the universe, and not discerning the cause itself from those things which only attend it. 261. As in the microcosm, the constant regular tenor of the motions of the viscera and contained juices doth not hinder particular voluntary motions to be impressed by the mind on the animal spirit, even so, in the mundane system, the steady observance of certain laws of nature, in the grosser masses and more conspicuous motions, doth not hinder but a voluntary agent may sometimes communicate particular impressions to the fine ethereal medium, which in the world answers the animal spirit in man. Which too, if they are two, although invisible and inconceivably small, yet seem the real latent springs whereby all the parts of this visible world are moved, albeit they are not to be regarded as a true cause, but only an instrument of motion, and the instrument not as a help to the Creator, but only as a sign to the creature. 262. Plotinus supposeth that the soul of the universe is not the original cause or author of the species, but receives them from intellect, the true principle of order and distinction, the source and giver of forms. Others consider the vegetative soul only as some lower faculty of a higher soul which animates the fiery ethereal spirit, sect. 178. As for the blots and defects which appear in the course of this world, which some have thought to proceed from a fatality or necessity in nature, and others from an evil principle, that same philosopher observes, that it may be the governing reason produceth and ordaineth all those things, and, not intending that all parts should be equally good, maketh some worse than others by design, as all parts in an animal are not eyes, and in a city, comedy, or picture, all ranks, characters, and colors are not equal or alike, even so excesses, defects, and contrary qualities conspire to the beauty and harmony of the world. 263. It cannot be denied that, with respect to the universe of things, we in this mortal state are like men educated in Plato's cave, looking on shadows with our backs turned to the light. But though our light be dim, and our situation bad, yet if the best use be made of both, perhaps something may be seen. Proclus, in his commentary on the theology of Plato, observes there are two sorts of philosophers. The one placed body first in the order of beings, and made the faculty of thinking depend thereupon, supposing that the principles of all things are corporeal, that body most really or principally exists, and all other things in a secondary sense, and by virtue of that. Others, making all corporeal things to be dependent upon soul or mind, think this to exist in the first place and primary sense, and the being of bodies to be altogether derived from, and presuppose that of the mind. 264. Sense and experience acquaint us with the course and analogy of appearances or natural effects. Thought, reason, intellect introduce us into the knowledge of their causes. Sensible appearances, though of a flowing, unstable, and uncertain nature, yet having first occupied the mind, they do by an early prevention render the aftertask of thought more difficult, and, as they amuse the eyes and ears, and are more suited to vulgar uses and the mechanic arts of life, they easily obtain a preference, in the opinion of most men, to those superior principles, which are the later growth of the human mind arrived to maturity and perfection, but, not affecting the corporeal sense, are thought to be so far deficient in point of solidity and reality, sensible and real, to common apprehensions, being the same thing. Although it be certain that the principles of science are neither objects of sense nor imagination, and that intellect and reason are alone the sure guides to truth. 265. The successful curiosity of the present age, in arts, and experiments, and new systems, is apt to relate men, and make them overlook the ancients. But, notwithstanding that the encouragement and purse of princes, and the united endeavors of great societies in these later ages, have extended experimental and mechanical knowledge very far, yet it must be owned that the ancients too were not ignorant of many things. Sect. 166, 167, 168, 241, 242, and c. as well in physics as metaphysics, which perhaps are more generally, though not first, known in these modern times. 266. The Pythagoreans and Platonists had a notion of the true system of the world. They allowed of mechanical principles, but actuated by soul or mind. They distinguished the primary qualities in bodies from the secondary, making the former to be physical causes, and they understood physical causes in a right sense. They saw that a mind infinite in power, unextended, invisible, immortal, governed, connected, and contained all things. They saw there was no such thing as real absolute space, that mind, soul, or spirit truly and really exists, that bodies exist only in a secondary and dependent sense, that the soul is the place of forms, that the sensible qualities are to be regarded as acts only in the cause, and as passions in us. They accurately considered the differences of intellect, rational soul, and sensitive soul, with the distinct acts of intellection, reasoning, and sensation, points wherein the Cartesians and their followers, who consider sensation as a mode of thinking, seem to have failed. They knew there was a subtle ether pervading the whole mass of corporeal beings, and which was itself actually moved and directed by a mind, and that physical causes were only instruments, or rather marks and signs. 267. Those ancient philosophers understood the generation of animals to consist in the unfolding and distending of the minute imperceptible parts of pre-existing animalcules, which passeth for a modern discovery. This they took for the work of nature, but nature animate and intelligent. Sect. 172, they understood that all things were alive and in motion. They supposed a concord and discord, a union and disunion, in particles, some attracting, others repelling each other, and that those attractions and repulsions, so various, regular, and useful, could not be accounted for, but by an intelligence presiding and directing all particular motions, for the conservation and benefit of the whole. 268. The Egyptians, who impersonated nature, had made her a distinct principle, and even deified her under the name of Isis. But Osiris was understood to be mind or reason, chief and sovereign of all. Osiris, if we may believe Plutarch, was the first, pure, unmixed, and holy principle, not discernible by the lower faculties, a glimpse whereof, like lightning darting forth, irradiates the understanding, with regard to which Plutarch adds, that Plato and Aristotle termed one part of philosophy apoptykoi, to wit, when having soared above common mixed objects, and got beyond the precincts of sense and opinion, they arrive to contemplate the first and most simple being free from all matter and composition. This is that ousia ontus ousa of Plato which employeth mind alone, which alone governs the world. And the soul is that which immediately informs and animates nature. 269. Although the Egyptians did symbolically represent the supreme divinity sitting on a lotus, and that gesture hath been interpreted to signify the most holy and venerable being to be utterly at rest reposing within himself, yet, for anything that appears, this gesture might denote dignity as well as repose. And it cannot be denied, that Jamblichus, so knowing in the Egyptian notions, taught that there was an intellect that proceeded to generation, drawing forth the latent powers into light in the formation of things. Nor was this to be understood of an external world, subsisting in real absolute space, for it was a doctrine of those ancient sages, that soul was the place of forms, as may be seen in the 12th book of the arcane part of divine wisdom, according to the Egyptians. This notion was embraced by divers philosophers of Greece, who may be supposed to have derived it from the same source from whence many of their other opinions were drawn. 270. The doctrine of real, absolute, external space induced some modern philosophers to conclude it was a part or attribute of God, or that God himself was space, inasmuch as incommunicable attributes of the deity appeared to agree thereto, such as infinity, immutability, indivisibility, incorporeity, being uncreated, impassive, without beginning or ending, not considering that all these negative properties may belong to nothing. 4. Nothing hath no limits, cannot be moved, or changed, or divided, is neither created nor destroyed. A different way of thinking appears in the Hermaic as well as other writings of the ancients. With regard to absolute space, it is observed in the Asclepian dialogue, that the word space or place hath by itself no meaning, and again, that it is impossible to understand what space alone or pure space is. And Plotinus acknowledged no place but soul or mind, expressly affirming that the soul is not in the world, but the world in the soul. And farther, the place of the soul, saith he, is not body, but soul is in mind, and body in the soul. See the 3rd chapter of the 5th book of the 5th Aeneid. 271. Concerning absolute space, that phantom of the mechanic and geometrical philosophers, sect. 250, it may suffice to observe that it is neither perceived by any sense, nor proved by any reason, and was accordingly treated by the greatest of the ancients as a thing merely visionary. From the notion of absolute space springs that of absolute motion. Our judgment in these matters is not to be overborne by a presumed evidence of mathematical notions and reasonings, since it is plain the mathematicians of this age embrace obscure notions, and uncertain opinions, and are puzzled about them, contradicting each other and disputing like other men. Witness the doctrine of fluxions, about which, within these 10 years, I have seen published about 20 tracts and dissertations, whose authors being utterly at variance, and inconsistent with each other, instruct bystanders what to think of their pretensions to evidence. And in these are ultimately founded the notions of external existence, independence, necessity, and fate. Which fate, the idol of many moderns, was by old philosophers differently understood, and in such a sense as not to destroy the ortization of God or man. Parmenides, who thought all things to be made by necessity or fate, understood justice and providence to be the same with fate, which, how fixed and cogent soever with respect to man, may yet be voluntary with respect to God. Empedocles declared fate to be a cause using principles and elements. Heraclitus taught that fate was the general reason that runs through the whole nature of the universe, which nature he supposed to be an ethereal body, the seed of the generation of all things. Plato held fate to be the eternal reason or law of nature. Chrysippus supposed that fate was a spiritual power which disposed the world in order, that it was the reason and law of those things which are administered by providence. 272. All the foregoing notions of fate, as represented by Plutarch, do plainly show that those ancient philosophers did not mean by fate a blind, headlong, unintelligent principle, but an orderly settled course of things, conducted by a wise and provident mind. And as for the Egyptian doctrine, it is indeed asserted in the Pimenda, that all things are produced by fate. But Jamblichus, who drew his notions from Egypt, affirms that the whole of things is not bound up in fate, but that there is a principle of the soul higher than nature, whereby we may be raised to a union with the gods, and exempt ourselves from fate. And in the Asclepian dialogue it is expressly said that fate follows the decrees of God. And indeed, as all the motions in nature are evidently the product of reason, sect. 154, it should seem there is no room for necessity in any other sense than that of a steady regular course. 273. Blind fate and blind chance are at bottom much the same thing, and one no more intelligible than the other. Such is the mutual relation, connection, motion, and sympathy of the parts of this world, that they seem as it were animated and held together by one soul, and such is their harmony, order, and regular course, as sheweth the soul to be governed and directed by a mind. It was an opinion of remote antiquity that the world was an animal, sect. 153, 172. If we may trust the Hermaic writings, the Egyptians thought all things did partake of life. This opinion was also so general and current among the Greeks that Plutarch asserts all others held the world to be an animal, and governed by providence, except Leucippus, Democritus, and Epicurus. And although an animal containing all bodies within itself could not be touched or sensibly affected from without, yet it is plain they attributed to it an inward sense and feeling, as well as appetites and aversions, and that from all the various tones, actions, and passions of the universe, they suppose one symphony, one animal act and life to result. 274. Jamblichus declares the world to be one animal, in which the parts, however distant each from other, are nevertheless related and connected by one common nature. And he teacheth, what is also a received notion of the Pythagoreans and Platonics, that there is no chasm in nature, but a chain or scale of beings rising by gentle uninterrupted gradations from the lowest to the highest, each nature being informed and perfected by the participation of a higher. As air becomes igneous, so the purest fire becomes animal, and the animal soul becomes intellectual, which is to be understood not of the change of one nature into another, but of the connection of different natures, each lower nature being, according to those philosophers, as it were a receptacle or subject for the next above it to reside and act in. 275. It is also the doctrine of Platonic philosophers, that intellect is the very life of living things, the first principle and exemplar of all, from whence by different degrees are derived the inferior classes of life, first the rational, then the sensitive, after that the vegetal, but so as in the rational animal there is still somewhat intellectual, again in the sensitive there is somewhat rational, and in the vegetal somewhat sensitive, and lastly, in mixed bodies, as metals and minerals, somewhat of vegetation. By which means the whole is thought to be more perfectly connected. Which doctrine implies that all the faculties, instincts, and motions of inferior beings, in their several respective subordinations, are derived from, and depend upon mind and intellect. 276. Both Stoics and Platonics held the world to be alive, though sometimes it be mentioned as a sentient animal, sometimes as a plant or vegetable. But in this, notwithstanding what hath been surmised by some learned men, there seems to be no atheism. For, so long as the world is supposed to be quickened by elementary fire or spirit, which is itself animated by soul, and directed by understanding, it follows that all parts thereof originally depend upon, and may be reduced unto the same indivisible stem or principle, to wit, a supreme mind, which is the concurrent doctrine of Pythagoreans, Platonics, and Stoics. 277. There is, according to those philosophers, a life infused throughout all things, the pure eye, oiron, pure technikon, an intellectual and artificial fire, sect. 166, 168, 174, 175, etc., an inward principle, animal spirit, or natural life, producing and forming within as art doth without, regulating, moderating, and reconciling the various motions, qualities, and parts of this mundane system. By virtue of this life the great masses are held together in their orderly courses, as well as the minutest particles governed in their natural motions, according to the several laws of attraction, gravity, electricity, magnetism, and the rest. It is this gives instincts, teaches the spider her web, and the bee her honey. This it is that directs the roots of plants to draw forth juices from the earth, and the leaves and cortical vessels to separate and attract such particles of air, and elementary fire, as suit their respective natures. 278. Nature seems to be not otherwise distinguished from the anima mu, id even as life is from soul, and, upon the principles of the oldest philosophers, may not improperly or incongruously be styled the life of the world. Some Platonics, indeed, regard life as the act of nature, in like manner as intellection is of the mind or intellect. As the first intellect acts by understanding, so nature according to them acts or generates by living. But life is the act of the soul, and seems to be very nature itself, which is not the principle but the result of another and higher principle, being a life resulting from soul, as cogitation from intellect. 279. If nature be supposed the life of the world, animated by one soul, compacted into one frame, and directed or governed in all parts by one mind, this system cannot be accused of atheism, though perhaps it may of mistake or impropriety. And yet, as one presiding mind gives unity to the infinite aggregate of things, by a mutual communion of actions and passions, and an adjustment of parts, causing all to concur in one view to one and the same end, the ultimate and supreme good of the whole, it should seem reasonable to say, with Achilles Lucanus the Pythagorean, that as life holds together the bodies of animals, the cause whereof is the soul, and as a city is held together by concord, the cause whereof is law, even so the world is held together by harmony, the cause whereof is God. And in this sense the world or universe may be considered either as one animal or one city, sect. 172, 277, 280. Aristotle disapproves the opinion of those who hold a soul to be diffused throughout the world, and for this reason, because the elements are not alive. Though perhaps it may not be easy to prove that blood and animal spirit are more alive in man, than water and fire in the world. That philosopher, in his books of the soul, remarks upon an opinion set forth in the Orpheus, of the souls entering from the universe into living creatures being borne by winds, that this cannot be true of plants, or of certain animals which do not breathe. But air vessels are by later experiments allowed to be found in all plants and animals. And air may in some sort not improperly be said to be the carrier or vehicle of the soul, inasmuch as it is the vehicle of fire, which is the spirit immediately moved and animated by the soul, sect. 163, 171, 281. The living fire, the living, omniform seminary of the world, and other expressions of the like nature, occurring in the ancient and Platonic philosophy, how can they be understood exclusive of light or elemental fire, the particles of which are known to be heterogeneous, and, for aught we know, may some of them be organized, and, notwithstanding their wonderful minuteness, contain original seeds which, being formed and sown in a proper matrix, do gradually unfold and manifest themselves, still growing to a just proportion of the species. 282. May not this ethereal seminary, consistently with the notions of that philosophy which ascribed much of generation to celestial influence, be supposed to impregnate plants and animals with the first principles, the stamina, or those animalcules which Plato, in his Timaeus, saith are invisible for their smallness, but, being sown in a proper matrix, are therein gradually distended and explicated by nourishment, and at length the animals brought forth to light. Which notion hath been revived and received of late years by many, who perhaps are not aware of its antiquity, or that it was to be found in Plato. Timaeus Locrensis, in his book of the soul of the world, supposeth even souls to be derived from the celestial luminaries, excepting only the rational or intellectual part. But what influence or influx is there from the celestial bodies which hath not light for its vehicle? Sect. 43. 283. What other nature there should be intermediate between the soul of the world, sect. 171, and this gross corporeal system, which might be the vehicle of life, or, to use the language of philosophers, might receive or be impressed with the forms of things, is difficult to comprehend. It is a vulgar remark, that the works of art do not bear a nice microscopical inspection, but the more helps are used, and the more nicely you pry into natural productions, the more do you discover of the fine mechanism of nature, which is endless or inexhaustible, new and other parts, more subtle and delicate than the precedent, still continuing to offer themselves to view. And these microscopical observations have confirmed the ancient theory concerning generation, delivered in the Timaeus of Plato. But that theory or hypothesis, how agreeable soever to modern discoveries, is not alone sufficient to explain the phenomena, without the immediate action of a mind. And Ficinus, notwithstanding what himself and other Platonics say of a plastic nature, is obliged to own that with the mundane force or soul it is to be understood there is joined an intelligence, upon which the seminal nature constantly depends, and by which it is governed. 284. Alcinous, in his tract of the doctrine of Plato, saith that God hath given the world both mind and soul. Others include both in the word soul, and suppose the soul of the world to be God. Philo appears to be of this opinion in several parts of his writings. And Virgil, who was no stranger to the Pythagorean and Platonic tenets, writes to the same purpose. Diem namque ea per omnes terresc, tractisque maris, coelumque profundum. Hinc pecudes, armenta, viros, genus omne ferarum. Quaec sibi tenus nascentem arses avitas. Thus much the schools of Plato and Pythagoras seem agreed in, to wit, that the soul of the world, sect. 153, 172, whether having a distinct mind of its own, or directed by a superior mind, sect. 154, 279, doth embrace all its parts, connect them by an invisible and indissoluble chain, and preserve them ever well adjusted and in good order. 285. Naturalists, whose proper province it is to consider phenomena, experiments, mechanical organs and motions, principally regard the visible frame of things or corporeal world, supposing soul to be contained in body. And this hypothesis may be tolerated in physics, as it is not necessary in the arts of dialing or navigation to mention the true system or earth's motion. But those who, not content with sensible appearances, would penetrate into the real and true causes, the object of theology, metaphysics, or the philosophia prima, will rectify this error, and speak of the world as contained by the soul, and not the soul by the world. 286. Aristotle hath observed there were indeed some who thought so grossly as to suppose the universe to be one only corporeal and extended nature, but in the first book of his Metaphysics he justly remarks they were guilty of a great mistake, forasmuch as they took into their account the elements of corporeal beings alone, whereas there are incorporeal beings also in the universe, and while they attempted to assign the causes of generation and corruption, and account for the nature of all things, they did at the same time destroy the very cause of motion. 287. It is a doctrine among other speculations contained in the Hermaic writings that all things are one, and it is not improbable that Orpheus, Parmenides, and others among the Greeks, might have derived their notion of Tenu, the one, from Egypt. Though that subtle metaphysician Parmenides, in his doctrine of Enestos, seems to have added something of his own. If we suppose that one and the same mind is the universal principle of order and harmony throughout the world, containing and connecting all its parts, and giving unity to the system, there seems to be nothing atheistical or impious in this supposition. 288. Number is no object of sense, it is an act of the mind. The same thing in a different conception is one or many. Comprehending God and the creatures in one general notion, we may say that all things together make one universe, or Tapan. But if we should say that all things make one God, this would, indeed, be an erroneous notion of God, but would not amount to atheism, so long as mind or intellect was admitted to be the Greek text, the governing part. It is, nevertheless, more respectful, and consequently the truer notion of God, to suppose him neither made up of parts, nor to be himself a part of any whole whatsoever. 289. All those who conceived the universe to be an animal must, in consequence of that notion, suppose all things to be one. But to conceive God to be the sentient soul of an animal is altogether unworthy and absurd. There is no sense nor sensory, nor anything like a sense or sensory, in God. Sense implies an impression from some other being, and denotes a dependence in the soul which hath it. Sense is a passion, and passions imply imperfection. God knoweth all things, as pure mind or intellect, but nothing by sense, nor in nor through a sensory. Therefore to suppose a sensory of any kind, whether space or any other, in God, would be very wrong, and led us into false conceptions of his nature. The presuming there was such a thing as real, absolute, uncreated space seems to have occasioned that modern mistake. But this presumption was without grounds. 290. Body is opposite to spirit or mind. We have a notion of spirit from thought and action. We have a notion of body from resistance. So far forth as there is real power, there is spirit. So far forth as there is resistance, there is inability or want of power, that is, there is a negation of spirit. We are embodied, that is, we are clogged by weight, and hindered by resistance. But in respect of a perfect spirit, there is nothing hard or impenetrable, there is no resistance to the deity, nor hath he any body, nor is the Supreme Being united to the world as the soul of an animal is to its body, which necessarily implieth defect, both as an instrument, and as a constant weight and impediment. 291. Thus much it consists with piety to say, that a divine agent doth by his virtue permeate and govern the elementary fire or light, sect. 157, 172, which serves as animal spirit to enliven and actuate the whole mass, and all the members of this visible world. Nor is this doctrine less philosophical than pious. We see all nature alive or in motion. We see water turned into air, and air rarefied and made elastic, sect. 149, 152, 200, by the attraction of another medium, more pure indeed, more subtle, and more volatile, than air. But still, as this is a movable, extended, and consequently a corporeal being, sect. 207, it cannot be itself the principle of motion, but leads us naturally and necessarily to an incorporeal spirit or agent. We are conscious that a spirit can begin, alter, or determine motion, but nothing of this appears in body. Nay, the contrary is evident, both to experiment and reflection. 292. Natural phenomena are only natural appearances. They are, therefore, such as we see and perceive them. Their real and objective natures are, therefore, the same, passive without anything active, fluent and changing without anything permanent in them. However, as these make the first impressions, and the mind takes her first flight and spring, as it were, by resting her foot on these objects, they are not only first considered by all men, but most considered by most men. They and the phantoms that result from those appearances, the children of imagination grafted upon sense, such for example as pure space, sect. 270, are thought by many the very first in existence and stability, and to embrace and comprehend all other beings. 293. Now, although such phantoms as corporeal forces, absolute motions, and real spaces do pass in physics for causes and principles, sect. 220, 249, 250, yet are they in truth but hypotheses, nor can they be the objects of real science. They pass nevertheless in physics, conversant about things of sense, and confined to experiments and mechanics. But when we enter the province of the Philosophia Prima, we discover another order of beings, mind and its acts, permanent being, not dependent on corporeal things, nor resulting, nor connected, nor contained, but containing, connecting, enlivening the whole frame, and imparting those motions, forms, qualities, and that order and symmetry, to all those transient phenomena, which we term the course of nature. 294. It is with our faculties as with our affections. What first seizes holds fast, sect. 264. It is a vulgar theme, that man is a compound of contrarieties, which breed a restless struggle in his nature, between flesh and spirit, the beast and the angel, earth and heaven, ever weighed down and ever bearing up. During which conflict the character fluctuates. When either side prevails, it is then fixed for vice or virtue. And life from different principles takes a different issue. It is the same in regard to our faculties. Sense at first besets and overbears the mind. The sensible appearances are all in all. Our reasonings are employed about them. Our desires terminate in them. We look no farther for realities or causes, till intellect begins to dawn, and cast a ray on this shadowy scene. We then perceive the true principle of unity, identity, and existence. Those things that before seemed to constitute the whole of being, upon taking an intellectual view of things, prove to be but fleeting phantoms. 295. From the outward form of gross masses which occupy the vulgar, a curious inquirer proceeds to examine the inward structure and minute parts, and, from observing the motions in nature, to discover the laws of those motions. By the way, he frames his hypothesis and suits his language to this natural philosophy. And these fit the occasion and answer the end of a maker of experiments or mechanic, who means only to apply the powers of nature, and reduce the phenomena to rules. But if, proceeding still in his analysis and inquiry, he ascends from the sensible into the intellectual world, and beholds things in a new light and a new order, he will then change his system, and perceive that what he took for substances and causes are but fleeting shadows, that the mind contains all, and acts all, and is to all created beings the source of unity and identity, harmony and order, existence and stability. 296. It is neither acid, nor salt, nor sulfur, nor air, nor ether, nor visible corporeal fire, sect. 155, much less the phantom fate or necessity, that is the real agent, but, by a certain analysis, a regular connection and climax, we ascend through all those mediums to a glimpse of the first mover, invisible, incorporeal, unextended, intellectual source of life and being. There is, it must be owned, a mixture of obscurity and prejudice in human speech and reasonings. This is unavoidable, since the veils of prejudice and error are slowly and singly taken off one by one. But, if there are many links in the chain which connects the two extremes of what is grossly sensible and purely intelligible, and it seem a tedious work, by the slow helps of memory, imagination, and reason, oppressed and overwhelmed, as we are, by the senses, through erroneous principles, and long ambages of words and notions, to struggle upwards into the light of truth, yet, as this gradually dawns, farther discoveries still correct the style and clear up the notions. 297. The mind, her acts and faculties, furnish a new and distinct class of objects, sect. 163, 266, from the contemplation whereof arise certain other notions, principles, and verities, so remote from, and even so repugnant to, the first prejudices which surprise the sense of mankind that they may well be excluded from vulgar speech and books, as abstract from sensible matters, and more fit for the speculation of truth, the labor and aim of a few, than for the practice of the world, or the subjects of experimental or mechanical inquiry. Nevertheless, though, perhaps, it may not be relished by some modern readers, yet the treating in physical books concerning metaphysical and divine matters can be justified by great authorities among the ancients, not to mention that he who professedly delivers the elements of a science is more obliged to method and system, and tied down to more rigorous laws, than a mere essay writer. It may, therefore, be pardoned if this rude essay doth, by insensible transitions, draw the reader into remote inquiries and speculations, that were not, perhaps, thought of either by him or by the author at first setting out. 298. There are traces of profound thought as well as primeval tradition in the Platonic, Pythagorean, Egyptian, and Chaldaic philosophy, sect. 179, 266. Men in those early days were not overlaid with languages and literature. Their minds seem to have been more exercised, and less burdened, than in later ages, and, as so much nearer the beginning of the world, to have had the advantage of patriarchal lights handed down through a few hands. It cannot be affirmed indeed, how probable soever it may seem, that Moses was that same Mochus, with whose successors, priests and prophets, Pythagoras is said to have conversed at Sidon. Yet the study of philosophy appears to be of very great antiquity and remote original, inasmuch as Timaeus Locrensis, that ancient Pythagorean, author of the book concerning the soul of the world, speaks of a most ancient philosophy, even in his time, or presbyens de philosophiae, stirring up and recovering the soul from a state of ignorance to the contemplation of divine things. And, though the books attributed to Mercurius Trismegistus were none of them wrote by him, and are allowed to contain some manifest forgeries, yet it is also allowed that they contain tenets of the ancient Egyptian philosophy, though dressed, perhaps, in a more modern garb. To account for which, Jamblichus observes that the books under his name contain indeed mercurial opinions, though often expressed in the style of the Greek philosophers, as having been translated from the Egyptian tongue into Greek. 299. The difference of Isis from Osiris, sect. 268, resembles that of the moon from the sun, of the female from the male, of natura naturata, as the Schulmans speak, from natura naturans. But Isis, though mostly taken for nature, yet, as the pagan divinities were very fluctuating things, it sometimes signified to Pan. And we find in Montfaucon an Isis of the ordinary form with this inscription, Theou Pantos. And in the Mensa Isiaca, which seems to exhibit a general system of the religion and superstition of the Egyptians, Isis on her throne possesseth the center of the table. Which may seem to signify that the universe or Topon was the center of the ancient secret religion of the Egyptians, their Isis or Topon comprehending both Osiris the author of nature and his work. 300. Plato and Aristotle considered God as abstracted or distinct from the natural world. But the Egyptians considered God and nature as making one whole, or all things together as making one universe. In doing which they did not exclude the intelligent mind, but considered it as containing all things. Therefore, whatever was wrong in their way of thinking, it doth not, nevertheless, imply or lead to atheism. 301. The human mind is so much clogged and borne downward, by the strong and early impressions of sense, sect. 264, that it is wonderful how the ancients should have made even such a progress, and seen so far into intellectual matters, without some glimmering of a divine tradition. Whoever considers a parcel of rude savages left to themselves, how they are sunk and swallowed up in sense and prejudice, and how unqualified by the natural force to emerge from this state, will be apt to think that the first spark of philosophy was derived from heaven, and that it was, as a heathen writer expresseth it, Thepariotos Philosophia. 302. The lapsed state of humankind is a thing to which the ancient philosophers were not strangers. The Lysis, the Fige, the Palingenesia, show that the Egyptians and Pythagoreans, the Platonists and Stoics, had all some notion of this doctrine, the outlines of which seem to have been sketched out in those tenets. Theology and philosophy gently unbind the ligaments that chain the soul down to the earth, and assist her flight towards the sovereign good. There is an instinct or tendency of the mind upwards, which sheweth a natural endeavor to recover and raise ourselves from our present sensual and low condition, into a state of light, order, and purity. 303. The perceptions of sense are gross, but even in the senses there is a difference. Though harmony and proportion are not objects of sense, yet the eye and the ear are organs which offer to the mind such materials by means whereof she may apprehend both the one and the other. By experiments of sense we become acquainted with the lower faculties of the soul, and from them, whether by a gradual, sect. 275, evolution or ascent, we arrive at the highest. Sense supplies images to memory. These become subjects for fancy to work upon. Reason considers and judges of the imaginations. And these acts of reason become new objects to the understanding. In this scale, each lower faculty is a step that leads to one above it. And the uppermost naturally leads to the deity, which is rather the object of intellectual knowledge than even of the discursive faculty, not to mention the sensitive. There runs a chain throughout the whole system of beings. In this chain one link drags another. The meanest things are connected with the highest. The calamity therefore is neither strange nor much to be complained of, if a low sensual reader shall, from mere love of the animal life, find himself drawn on, surprised and betrayed, into some curiosity concerning the intellectual. 304. There is, according to Plato, properly no knowledge, but only opinion concerning things sensible and perishing. Sect. 263, 264, not because they are naturally abstruse and involved in darkness, but because their nature and existence are uncertain, ever fleeting and changing. Or rather, because they do not in strict truth exist at all, being always generating or in fieri, that is, in a perpetual flux, without anything stable or permanent in them to constitute an object of real science. The Pythagoreans and Platonics distinguish between to gignomenon and to ov, that which ever generated and that which exists. Sensible things and corporeal forms are perpetually producing and perishing, appearing and disappearing, never resting in one state, but always in motion and change, and therefore, in effect, not one being but a succession of beings, while to ov is understood to be somewhat of an abstract or spiritual nature, and the proper object of intellectual knowledge. Therefore, as there can be no knowledge of things flowing and unstable, the opinion of Protagoras and Theaetetus, that sense was science, is absurd. And indeed nothing is more evident than that the apparent sizes and shapes, for instance, of things are in a constant flux, ever differing as they are viewed at different distances, or with glasses more or less accurate. As for those absolute magnitudes and figures, which certain Cartesians and other moderns suppose to be in things, that must seem a vain supposition, to whoever considers it is supported by no argument of reason, and no experiment of sense. 305. As understanding perceiveth not, that is, doth not hear, or see, or feel, so sense knoweth not, and although the mind may use both sense and fancy, as means whereby to arrive at knowledge, yet sense or soul, so far forth as sensitive, knoweth nothing. 4. As it is rightly observed in the Theaetetus of Plato, science consists not in the passive perceptions, but in the reasoning upon them. 306. In the ancient philosophy of Plato and Pythagoras, we find distinguished